Vegeta, what on earth is going on? Is this still my home planet? What? This is Planet Vegeta. Witchery, you dog Vegeta, was the promise of a power level below 10,000 merely a ruse. Goku, is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Witchery is astonishingly powerful. I'm fired up. Bulma, wow. Is this truly my dream, Prince Charming? Android 18, Don't think that just because you saved me, you can. Don't come any closer. Recently graduated and immediately unemployed, Wei inexplicably found himself transported to the Dragon Ball universe, becoming a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Defined from birth as a superior warrior, he declared, if Kakarot could rise from a power level of 2 to a Super Saiyan with over 100 million through sheer determination, then his own starting point must be 1,000 times that of Kakarot. With diligent training, if I become strong enough, what do Frieza and Cell amount to? And the god of destruction Beerus, I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Starting today, I shall strive to be a diligent practitioner, facing the gravity chamber as spring blossoms. Wait a moment, 18 and Bulma. What are you two intending to do? Don't come near me. 2 against 1 is simply unfair. Even a Super Saiyan would feel fear in such a situation. Chapter 1. The mighty Yundong automobile, worthy of you. Wei, male, 22 years of age. Having just graduated from university, he had successfully passed the interview for an internship at a prestigious company. On a sunny afternoon, he was ambitiously planning for the future, contemplating what to buy for the children at the orphanage with his first paycheck. However, the wheels of fate began to turn. At a fateful crossroads, he was struck by an out-of-control truck known as the Yundong, sending him flying. The agonizing pain lasted only a moment before his vision was engulfed by an endless darkness. There were no vivid memories of a near-death experience, only the brutal sensation of his soul being torn apart and shattered. Damn it, my job. Guess I'll have to wait for the next life, was his final thought before consciousness faded. What followed was a long and chaotic journey. He felt no sense of physical existence, as if he were merely a remnant of consciousness, adrift in a cold, viscous liquid. The liquid emitted an indescribable aroma, a peculiar blend of metallic and life energy. His awareness flickered intermittently, akin to a faulty signal, sometimes perceiving the sensation of the liquid flowing over his body, and at other times plunging into a void of silence. In those brief moments of clarity, he occasionally heard vague, distorted sounds, as if they were separated from him by a thick wall. Life force stabilizing. This little brat, his readings are unexpectedly high. Beep. Combat power 500 confirmed. Combat power 500. A fleeting moment of absurd clarity pierced through the haze of his awareness. What the hell? A game? Or perhaps an afterlife hallucination? Before he could ponder further, his consciousness was once again dragged into the viscous abyss of darkness. Time lost all meaning here. It could have been mere moments or years. He felt like a forgotten seed undergoing a forced hibernation, passively accepting transformation and nourishment. Fragments of shattered memories, alien to him, involving battles, roars, and the destruction of planets, forcibly invaded his earthly thoughts, inducing excruciating headaches, only to be swiftly soothed by the cold liquid. Thus, in an endless struggle between half-consciousness and chaos, he nearly forgot who he was, his past, and the damned car accident. Until, splash, accompanied by the sound of viscous liquid pouring away and a sensation of weightlessness, his back suddenly collided with a cold, hard surface. Ugh! A muffled groan involuntarily escaped from his throat. A blinding light, reflecting metallic brilliance, pried open his heavy eyelids. His vision transitioned from blurry to clear. The first thing he beheld was a cold, smooth ceiling glimmering with a silvery metallic sheen, adorned with intricate and unfamiliar pipes and indicator lights. The air was dry, carrying a scent reminiscent of disinfectant, starkly contrasting with the viscous environment he had previously known to lay at the bottom of an empty metallic chamber. The walls still bore traces of a light green viscous liquid, which was slowly dripping down the smooth surface. Where am I? Wei attempted to struggle to sit up, but his body felt unusually heavy and foreign, as if the vessel he inhabited were newly rented and uncooperative. At that moment, a voice filled with evident astonishment and reverence resonated nearby, speaking a language he had never heard before, yet strangely, he comprehended it entirely. You're awake. Lord Witchery. Wei abruptly turned his head. A frog-like alien stood beside the metallic chamber, approximately 1.5 meters tall, with skin of a grayish-green hue and large protruding eyes. It held a flickering tablet device, clumsily wedging it under its arm, and bowed deeply, exuding an air of profound respect and even a hint of trepidation, as if it had practiced the gesture countless times. Lord Witchery, welcome to your awakening. This is the exclusive awakening chamber for superior warriors. The alien's voice trembled noticeably. I am your awakening guide, Cam. Your battlesuit and the latest combat power detection device have been prepared for you. The designated housing coordinates have also been entered into the system, and someone will accompany you shortly to inspect it. If you find anything unsatisfactory, you may request a replacement at any time. Lord Witchery? Witchery? Li Wei Witchery felt utterly bewildered, his mind completely overwhelmed. He glanced down at himself, noticing he was clad only in a thin, film-like bodysuit that accentuated a physique remarkably robust, exuding explosive power, far removed from his former unhealthy self, accustomed to takeout and late-night gaming. Transmigration? Rebirth? Aliens? Science? What did that frog just say? Superior warrior? Me? Countless fragments of information exploded in his mind. The resilience from his past as an orphan and the experiences gleaned from countless web novels compelled him to suppress the tumult of shock and panic within. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to mimic the demeanor of the aloof protagonist from the short dramas he remembered, responding in the calmest tone possible. "Ah, yes, I understand." He leaned against the cold wall of the chamber, awkwardly climbing out and standing barefoot on the equally cold floor. Though his body felt heavy, an unprecedented sense of strength coursed through his limbs. He followed Cam's Zhishang, gazing toward the open metallic passageway at the side of the room. Seeing that the newly awakened Lord Witchery appeared neither angry nor critical, Cam visibly breathed a sigh of relief, bowing deeply once more, nearly touching its forehead to the ground. "I bid you farewell, Lord Witchery. May your martial prowess flourish." It wasn't until Witchery's figure disappeared into the depths of the passage that Cam dared to straighten up. Wiping the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead, he murmured to himself with a lingering sense of trepidation, "I've survived." Fortunately, this individual appears to possess a calm demeanor, unlike the one who awakened last month and nearly demolished the awakening chamber. Let me see who is to awaken next. Within the corridor, the lighting had softened considerably. Vitril walked with a somewhat stiff gait. The walls, smooth as polished glass, reflected his current appearance. A short, black, spiky hairstyle, a face that, though youthful, bore distinct contours, and in his eyes, a deep-seated bewilderment and vigilance that he endeavored to mask, alongside that young body brimming with explosive potential. Vitril, Scion, battle power of 500, Prince's Guardian. He chewed on these keywords, piecing together the environment of the recent awakening, Cam's demeanor, and the fragmented information regarding the warrior race of Scions that had been forcefully implanted in his mind, leading to an astonishing yet crystal-clear conclusion. The Dragon Ball world, Planet Vegeta, I have become a Scion, and a so-called elite warrior at that. He halted, leaning against the frigid metal wall, grappling with the magnitude of this revelation. An orphan. Both lives as orphans. Fleeting memories of his parents in this life surfaced. They had perished while assaulting some advanced planet, mere moments before he emerged from the nutrient pod. A faint sense of familiarity with his identity washed over him, soon overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of existential peril. Prince Vegeta, to awaken in a year, battle power of at least 1,000. A guardian? Vitril's gaze sharpened instantly. What a joke. To serve as a guardian for that Vegeta? One displeased gesture from him could crush me like a mere insect. I must grow stronger. Before Vegeta emerges, I must find a way to surpass him. His objective crystallized with unprecedented clarity. First, to grow stronger. Then, to live as comfortably as possible. No longer lingering, he resolutely stepped forward, heading towards the exit of the corridor. Beyond lay the new world of Vitril as a Scion, fraught with unknown dangers, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. The first step was to inspect the home assigned to him, and thereafter to embark on a relentless journey of training. Sitting cross-legged upon the cold metallic ground of the backyard, Vitril breathed deeply and rhythmically. A month of uninterrupted meditation and practice regarding the manipulation of ki had allowed him to grasp the fundamentals. The once untamed torrent of power within him had been partially subdued, now able to be crudely guided and compressed by his will. I can unleash my rage now. Joyfully, he stood up to stretch his limbs, the bones emitting soft cracking sounds. Entering the simple yet ruggedly styled room assigned to him, he picked up the uniquely designed battle power detector. The cold sensation pressed against the contours of his ear and temple, and the lens flickered with a faint glow. Vitril approached a massive metallic mirror mounted on the wall, holding his breath as he scrutinized his reflection. His short black hair stood erect like a hedgehog, his eyes sharp, clad in a deep blue standard combat suit, his body imbued with explosive strength. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath laden with tension. The numbers above the lens began to fluctuate. 510, 650, 800, 1150, 1480, 2002. The highest value settled at 2002. An increase of a staggering 1,500 points from a month ago. An indescribable excitement surged within Vitril. This confirmed that he was on the right path. Purely physical training could enhance his foundation, but the comprehension and control of ki were the true keys to unlocking the Scion's potential. Next, he attempted reverse control, imagining that searing energy within him compressing inward. The numbers on the lens began to plummet. 2,000, 1,500, 800, 554. The lowest compression hit 554 points. I did it. Vitril could not contain a triumphant roar, a genuine smile breaking across his face for the first time since his arrival. Though his control remained coarse and the fluctuations considerable, this was indeed the initial mastery over ki. This also implied that he could not only conceal his true strength, but, more importantly, he had discovered a pathway to a higher realm, a refined application of energy. He had already laid the groundwork for the formidable techniques from the original story and even the ability to sense others' ki. This was far more significant than merely amassing battle power numbers. With this newfound confidence, Vitril felt emboldened to set a small goal. In 1 year's time, he aimed to surpass Vegeta, achieving a battle power of at least 10,000 points. Hope had become vividly apparent in the days that followed. His life grew both more regimented and more frenzied. Each morning, he would sit quietly in the backyard, contemplating the flow of ki, attempting to refine his control, aiming for greater compression and stability, while also endeavoring to guide the ki to circulate within his body. From time to time, he would recall snippets of the wisdom imparted by Master Roshi and Kirin regarding ki to Goku. Occasionally, he would attempt to condense a bit of energy at his fingertips, watching the faint glow flicker uncertainly in his hand. From morning to afternoon, he endured grueling physical training. The Saiyan's innate resilience and recovery allowed him to withstand far greater burdens than an earthling. He had set up a rudimentary, yet heavy barbell in the backyard, performing squats, deadlifts, and bench presses. He relentlessly engaged in high-intensity sprints, frog leaps, push-ups, and sit-ups, pushing his muscles to the brink of tearing, his bones groaning, until he had exhausted every last ounce of strength. Sweat drenched his training gear. Forming puddles on the ground had become a norm. In the evening, after a brief respite, he resumed his training in ki organization and recovery. He discovered that after intense physical exertion, his body's sensitivity to ki heightened significantly. In the late night, he would study the combat suit and battle power detector sent to him, attempting to comprehend their principles. Despite his lack of understanding, it helped him contemplate how to optimize his training efficiency with the resources at hand. The food brought by the servants, while lacking in flavor, was plentiful and nutritionally rich. Vitril forced himself to consume it in great gulps, feeling it transform into a torrent of warmth, diligently nourishing his weary body, hastening muscle repair and strength. Accumulation.as an elite warrior. These provisions were resources he rightfully deserved. He seldom left his quarters, harboring no interest in the combative and plundering culture of the Saiyan society outside. Occasionally, Saiyan warriors of his kin would pass by, sensing his battle power of around 2,000 at such a young age, and combined with his status as a prince's guardian, they would cast glances of either reverence or envy, yet none dared to provoke him lightly. Vitril reveled in the tranquility, embodying the essence of survival. Within the palace of Vegeta, atop the throne, King Vegeta drummed his fingers against the cold armrest. His gaze swept over the bowing officials below with an unsettling indifference. How goes that Vitril, the child of Met and Zor? His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. The official in charge of intelligence stepped forward without hesitation. Your Majesty, Vitril remains within his residence. According to reports from the servants who observe him daily, he scarcely ventures outside, dedicating all his time to training. Training? King Vegeta's lips curled into a chilling arc, infused with palpable disdain. Humph! A superior warrior born with a power level of 500 dares to imagine that he could grow stronger through such an ineffectual approach reserved for lesser fighters? It is utterly laughable. Were it not for the formidable contributions of his father, Met, to the Saiyans, this wretch wouldn't even be worthy of gazing up at my son, Vegeta. He paused, his tone growing frigid, continued to observe. He will not stir up any significant commotion. As long as he avoids trouble, let him be. Yes, my king, the official promptly replied. King Vegeta shifted his gaze to a more pressing matter. What of King Cold? Is there any further intelligence on his son, Frieza? A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes at the mention of Cold's name. The officials lowered their heads even further, the atmosphere thick with tension. The chief intelligence officer, steeling himself, responded, My king, I deeply regret to inform you that we have only managed to glean the name of that individual, Frieza. He is described by King Cold as a rare genius among the Frost Demon Clan AS for his battle prowess and character. Our spies have been unable to procure any information. All attempts to delve deeper have failed. His voice trembled ever so slightly. A genius? King Vegeta slammed his palm against the armrest, his voice rising sharply, brimming with the pride and fury befitting a Saiyan monarch. By mere virtue of that, my son, Vegeta, the illustrious prince of the Saiyans, shall descend in 1 year's time as a king. That is the true genius. No one in the cosmos can rival him. His roar echoed throughout the vast hall, rendering the officials below silent as mice. After expelling his anger, King Vegeta inhaled deeply, regaining his outward composure. When will King Cold and his entourage arrive? The date has been confirmed, my king. Another official, responsible for diplomatic affairs, quickly interjected. In just 3 months, King Cold will personally arrive with his son, Frieza, to formally visit Planet Vegeta and pay homage to you. He emphasized the word homage. King Vegeta clearly appreciated this term. His taut expression softened slightly, a satisfied grunt escaping his nostrils. Very well. Make all necessary preparations to showcase the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans. We must not falter. Understood. The officials replied in unison. Once the officials had withdrawn, King Vegeta made his way deeper into the palace, approaching a massive nutrient tank shielded by layers of energy barriers. Inside, a small, curled figure floated in a pale green nutrient solution, none other than the yet-to-be-awakened Prince Vegeta. King Vegeta pressed his broad palm against the cold tank wall, his eyes alight with fervor and anticipation. In a near whisper, audible only to himself, he murmured, "My son, Vegeta, your time of birth is drawing near." He gazed at the tiny form, as if peering through it into an infinitely glorious future, his voice lowering to a near-obsessive conviction. "You shall undoubtedly be the legendary Super Saiyan. You will lead the Saiyans to conquer this starry expanse. Any obstacles, be it cold or that Frieza, shall grovel at your feet." As he watched the figure of Vegeta gently undulating within the tank, a cold gleam of ambition flickered in his eyes. Before Prince Vegeta awakened, another month of tranquility passed, and the intensity of Whitley's training escalated once more. He was no longer content with basic physical conditioning. With the assistance of several low-ranking alien engineers, he constructed a rudimentary prototype of a gravity chamber in a corner of his backyard. The results were primitive, covering only a small area, with gravity fluctuating between 1.5 to 3 times that of Planet Vegeta. Yet Whitley cherished this invention. It was exponentially more effective than mere weighted training. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, engaged in high-intensity training under approximately 2.5 times the gravity. With every punch and kick, his muscles violently expanded and contracted, accompanied by the heavy sound of displaced air. The sweat had long since dried. His skin flushed a deep red from the heat, steam rising from his head. His gaze was terrifyingly focused, the white breath escaping his lips distorting under the unusual gravity. "Not enough. Push me harder," Whitley roared within, forcefully channeling more energy into his limbs, striving to combat the heavy restraints while urging his body to unleash even greater power. He could feel the power within him boiling, being mercilessly hammered, compressed, and refined under the immense pressure. Buzz! The rudimentary gravity generator emitted a strained hum, the gravity suddenly surging to nearly 3 times. "Huh!" Whitley seized this fleeting moment of extreme pressure, consolidating all his strength, and went into a single punch, striking with ferocity. Boom! The air seemed to compress before exploding, producing a deep, thunderous sound. An invisible shockwave emanated from his fist, sending small metallic fragments spiraling into the air. In that instant of impact, Whitley distinctly felt an intangible gate within him being breached by the overwhelming pressure and explosion. A torrent of energy, far greater and more refined than before, surged forth from the depths of his being. Simultaneously, the numbers on the combat power detector lens he wore began to soar like a wild stallion. 2,100, 3,200, 5,500, 6,200, 6,800, 7,200. The digits finally settled at 7,200. Ha, ha, ha. Willie gasped heavily, incredulously staring at the blinding numbers on the lens. In just over 2 months, from an initial power level of 500 to an astounding 7,200. This pace astonished even him. The rudimentary gravity chamber, combined with extreme exertion and the guidance of Ki, yielded exceptional results. It seems my power level will not only reach 10,000. I still have about 10 months of freedom left. A smile crept across Whitley's face. After this period of training, he was confident he could elevate his power level to over 50,000 by the time Vegeta was born. From here on, I will proceed methodically. Once Vegeta embarks on his mission, I will stage a fake death to slip away. At that point, I'll head straight to Earth. The martial arts legacy on Earth would greatly aid him, and with the genius scientist Bulma, who else could he turn to for rapid strength enhancement? Moreover, Planet Vegeta was hardly a safe haven. During this time, he had meticulously planned. As long as he refrained from recklessness and nothing unexpected occurred, he could depart from Planet Vegeta before its destruction, heading towards that remote planet called Earth in the year 737 of the age. Currently, is 731. I have plenty of time. As for the destruction of Planet Vegeta, What concern was that of his? In short, keep your distance. We are not acquainted. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Frieza. 2 months have passed once more. Amidst the cacophony of sweat-soaked exertion and the thunderous operation of the gravity chamber, time flowed languidly. For Viteli, training was not a torment, but rather a pure measure of strength increment. The wildly fluctuating pressure within the rudimentary gravity chamber became his finest whetstone. With each breakthrough nearing his limits, the dormant potential within his Saiyan blood was brutally awakened. Monotony, non-existent. He felt his muscle fibers harden through the arduous cycle of tearing and rebirth, and sensed the energy surging within him becoming ever more refined and tumultuous. This tangible growth instilled in him a morbid sense of fulfillment. Under 3 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta, Viteli's figure moved with such swiftness that it left behind afterimages, his heavy punches and kicks crashing against the specially crafted alloy target, producing thunderous booms. The surface of the target was already marred with a spiderweb of cracks and deep indentations from his blows, and sweat flowed like a stream, pooling beneath him only to be instantly evaporated into mist by the intense heat. Buzz. The gravity chamber emitted a lamenting groan under the unbearable strain, finally shutting down, with wisps of acrid smoke wafting from its control panel. TSK. Another malfunction. Viteli gasped for breath, gazing helplessly at the stabilizing number of 13,000 displayed on the screen. This rudimentary device had ultimately failed to keep pace with his current strength and training demands. He had already made requests to the lesser-ranked aliens responsible for logistics and research on Planet Vegeta to construct a more mature, stable, and higher-power gravity chamber. The core requirements were stability and adjustable gravity multipliers. The higher, the better. A week ago, he received a response. They could indeed proceed. But due to the backward gravitational technology of Planet Vegeta, the maximum could only reach 10 times its gravity. 10 times? Viteli furrowed his brow at that. It fell far below his expectations. In the original story, Bulma's family could create devices with 500 times the gravity. But upon reconsideration, he thought, let it be. After all, he was merely passing through this place. Whatever, 10 times would have to suffice, better than nothing at all. He could acquire it in a week. He nodded in agreement, mentally calculating. He wouldn't be staying in this wretched place for long, and once he arrived on Earth, the genius girl from Capsule Corporation could surely assist him in constructing a chamber with hundreds of times the gravity in no time at all. Just as he was contemplating how to utilize the new gravity chamber to reach greater heights, a knock resonated at his door, echoing with the undeniable rhythm characteristic of the royal palace. Upon opening the door, he found a Saiyan warrior clad in standard combat attire, his expression impassive. With a cold gaze, he declared, Elite Warrior Viteli, by order of King Vegeta, proceed immediately to the Royal Palace South Front Square to await the arrival of King Cold. King Cold. Viteli's heart jolted. The name instantly drew his thoughts back to the striking figure he had encountered while watching the anime. Frieza. King Cold. Father of Frieza. What brought them at this juncture? At the end of year 731, Frieza's first official visit to Planet Vegeta? Viteli's mind swiftly rummaged through the hazy timeline. Yes. According to the original narrative, it was during this period that Frieza first toured his dominion as the heir of the legions, bringing new models of scouters to the Saiyans. Damn, the scouters. Viteli's alarm bells rang. The scouters Frieza brought were no antiquated relics of Planet Vegeta. With greater precision, they might even possess more complex eavesdropping and tracking capabilities. He glanced at the outdated scouter resting on his ear, then felt the energy he had deliberately suppressed to around 3,000. From now on, such devices must be used with utmost caution. Under Frieza's watchful gaze, not a hint of abnormality could be exposed. Yes, I shall proceed at once, Viteli replied, suppressing his racing thoughts with a calm demeanor. Following the messenger, he exited his dwelling, his body slightly levitating as he flew towards the palace. His speed was measured, his energy stable, maintaining a level befitting his status as a newly awakened elite warrior. Discreet, he must blend into the surroundings as seamlessly as water merges with the sea. Upon landing in the vast front square of the palace, it was already teeming with people. Almost all mid to high-ranking Saiyan warriors on the planet had gathered, the air thick with a solemn and subtly anxious atmosphere. At the forefront of the crowd stood King Vegeta, his expression stern. Yet a flicker of unnoticeable gravity lingered in his gaze. Viteli's arrival caught King Vegeta's attention. The king's serious eyes swept over him, lingering with a hint of scrutiny for a brief moment. Viteli stepped forward, respectfully kneeling on one knee. I pay my respects, my king. King Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly. As the scouter beeped, registering Viteli's energy, stabilizing around 1900. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a patronizing tone. Rise, Viteli. You are indeed the child of Met. Having awakened merely for a few months, and your battle power is already nearing 2,000, not tarnishing your father's reputation. Excellent, continue to strive. And serve Prince Vegeta well in the future. Thank you for your praise, my king. I shall exert every effort. Vetril responded fervently, though his heart remained unperturbed. I would be a fool to assist that perennial second-in-command. Step back. King Vegeta waved his hand, his tone returning to its customary coldness. King Cold approaches. Do not disturb our esteemed guest. Yes. Vetril felt a surge of delight within. This was precisely the position he coveted. He quickly rose, bowing his head as he hastily moved to the rear of the crowd, perfectly blending into the throng as mere background. King Vegeta's seemingly encouraging yet subtly suppressive gesture, keeping him away from the core, was precisely what he desired. Time passed in oppressive anticipation. After an indeterminate duration, a hushed murmur rippled through the crowd. They have arrived. In the distant sky, a swarm of circular spaceships approached with a devastating momentum, resembling a plague of locusts. They utterly disregarded the architectural regulations of Planet Vegeta, their massive hulls recklessly demolishing towering structures along their path, the sounds of explosions and crumbling buildings echoing in tandem. Below the palace, the frightened gasps and chaos of the civilians could be faintly heard. Swish. In the square, all Saiyans, including King Vegeta at the forefront, knelt simultaneously on one knee. The movement was synchronized, imbued with a near-humiliating submission. Vetril promptly emulated their actions, half-crouching, leaning his body slightly forward, burying his head lower. He locked his energy firmly at the threshold of 2,000, rendering himself as inconspicuous as a mundane stone. He could not afford to draw Frieza's attention now. All hail King Cold. The thunderous chorus erupted, filled with reverence and fear. The extraordinarily tall and robust King Cold, with deep purple skin and twin horns atop his head, slowly descended from the largest spaceship. Beside him, the disproportionately petite white figure of Frieza stood out conspicuously. Ha ha ha. King Vegeta, it has indeed been a long time. King Cold's booming laughter reverberated like thunder, causing discomfort to the ears. All hail King Cold. All hail Lord Frieza. King Vegeta was the first to rise. His posture exceedingly low, his tone dripping with respect that bordered on flattery. As Kaido descended slowly alongside Frieza, just as their feet were about to touch the ground, Vetril caught a glimpse of a peculiar group of exaggerated figures in the square ahead, the Ginyu Force. They were striking their signature, utterly cringe-inducing poses. A subtle twitch at the corner of Vetril's mouth betrayed his amusement as he quickly lowered his head, fearing he might inadvertently reveal a crack in his composure. This motley crew certainly never missed an opportunity to flaunt their presence. Ah, King Vegeta, no need for formalities. Frieza's distinctive voice, laced with mockery and coldness, pierced the air as he scrutinized the Saiyan King before him. Although Vegeta's diminutive stature belied his formidable aura, it caused the temperature in the plaza to plummet. Yes, Your Highness Frieza, King Vegeta responded, lowering his posture even further. Kaido, observing with a bemused smile, interjected, from this moment forth, your Saiyan clan shall be under the complete dominion of my son, Frieza. The Kaido army is officially renamed the Frieza Army. His voice resonated with an undeniable authority. You must be vigilant. Frieza is even more merciless and brutal than I. Before Kaido could finish, Frieza gently raised his hand to interrupt his father, leaning slightly forward. His crimson eyes scanned the kneeling Saiyan warriors below, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Saiyans, he declared, his tone bright and childlike yet imbued with a soul-freezing chill. From today onwards, I am your new master. I am exceedingly eager to witness your performances. I do hope you won't disappoint me, As he spoke, Frieza casually lifted a smaller, more streamlined device from a box held by an attendant, donning it beside his ear. His crimson gaze leisurely swept across the crowd in the square. Each Saiyan he looked upon felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent, instinctively bowing lower, scarcely daring to breathe. Frieza suddenly posed an insouciant question, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. He pointed a delicate white finger towards the summit of a tall structure behind the palace. It seems there are some rather unfriendly little bugs. With a swift motion, beams of concentrated crimson energy erupted from his fingertip, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The sturdy alloy edifice was effortlessly pierced, torn apart, and exploded. Flames erupted skyward, billowing smoke. Several figures, armed and apparently attempting to observe stealthily, were silenced mid-scream, reduced to cosmic dust amidst the violent detonation. The shockwave rippled to the edges of the square, inciting a wave of stifled gasps and unrest. Vetril kept his head down in the crowd, inwardly cursing, this wretched creature. Arriving and immediately displaying such intimidation, he cautiously raised his eyes to the front, noticing King Vegeta bowing even lower, his broad shoulders subtly trembling. Vetril couldn't help but mock internally. the king of the Saiyans? Huh, just a dog in the face of overwhelming power. How utterly ridiculous, seemingly finding the senseless carnage tedious. Frieza's smile faded, replaced by an aloof indifference. He tossed the latest model of the power detector onto the ground before King Vegeta with a sharp clatter. Here, Saiyans. A little gift for you, 500 of the latest combat power detectors. The functions are somewhat complex. You'll have to figure it out yourselves. He added casually. Should you require more, feel free to ask me. Oh ho ho. With that, he turned away, no longer regarding anyone, and leisurely returned to his ship. King Kiddo followed suit with a hearty laugh. The massive fleet, akin to a harbinger of destruction, once again pierced the atmosphere, vanishing into the dim horizon. Thus concluded a meeting fraught with oppression, slaughter, and humiliation, leaving the square in a deathly silence. After a lengthy pause, King Vegeta slowly rose. His face ashen and fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Surrounding high-ranking officials immediately clustered around him, murmuring in hushed tones. Viteli, however, had no interest in lingering. He yearned to retreat to his quarters, to continue honing his strength. In his view, it was far more pragmatic to trade futile outrage and discussions of hopeless strategies for countless punches to bolster his combat prowess. Yet, just as he turned to depart, a hurried palace official intercepted him. The official appeared anxious to report back, speaking rapidly to Viteli. Viteli, prepare yourself. Next month, Prince Vegeta will awaken from the incubation chamber. As his royal guard, your duties commence immediately. You must be by his side at all times, without fail. What? Viteli gasped, his heart racing. Wasn't it said there was still half a year to go? The official shot him an impatient glare, reprimanding. Is the prince's awakening schedule open for your commentary? This is a command from King Vegeta. Return and prepare yourself for formal notification. With that, he disregarded the astonished Viteli, hastily merging into the throng returning to the palace. Viteli stood rooted, watching the official's retreating figure, then glancing at the oppressive palace silhouette, an icy dread creeping up his spine. Vegeta awakening 6 months early? With Frieza just departed, Vegeta's premature awakening was no mere coincidence. King Vegeta sensed an unprecedented crisis, urgently needing his son, the hope he had pinned his faith upon, to mature swiftly to confront the terror Frieza imposed. As the designated guard, Viteli found himself forcibly bound to this accelerating chariot hurtling towards the precipice. This is troublesome, Viteli frowned. Guarding beside Vegeta, that proud, cold-hearted prince who regarded lives as expendable? His concealed battle power of 2,000 was hardly worthy in his presence. A slight misstep could see him discarded like refuse by other guards. He must not reveal himself. Moreover, being near Vegeta meant exposing himself to the heightened risks of Frieza's inner circle. The use of the detector must be approached with utmost caution, and he needed to master the art of concealing his energy to perfection. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the turmoil within. Panic would not solve anything. Fine. A fierce glint flickered in Viteli's eyes. Let them come. If Vegeta awakens early, it may just afford me an opportunity to escape to Earth sooner. Not necessarily a bad turn of events. As for the commands of the Vegeta royal family, the only strength he could rely upon was that which resided within his own fists. 13,000 was still insufficient, far from enough. He turned, no longer gazing at the stifling palace, his gaze resolutely directed towards the path leading back to his quarters. The new gravity chamber would arrive in a week. 10 times the gravity would be the latest starting point. Now, back to doing 30,000 push-ups. Chapter 3, The Crushed Pride of Vegeta. The royal banquet hall was ablaze with light, its surroundings teeming with a cacophony of revelry. The Saiyans were celebrating the grand feast in honor of Prince Vegeta's birth. With the air thick with the scent of roasted rare extraterrestrial delicacies, potent spirits, and the distinctive, rugged essence of the Saiyan race. The mid to high-ranking warriors clinked their cups and laughed boisterously, yet their glances frequently darted toward the exalted throne. Seated upon a specially crafted high chair was the 4-year-old Prince Vegeta, exuding an astonishing aura despite his tender age. His countenance was already etched with an air of arrogance and a hint of impatience. Clad in a finely tailored miniature battle suit, he surveyed the bustling crowd with his arms crossed. King Vegeta, radiating pride, was enthusiastically introducing his promising son to his closest confidants. The future prince's guards, Nappa and Raditz, stood anxiously nearby, while Raditz, with the exception of one, was dismissive of the raucous scene, particularly regarding the gluttonous antics of the gluttonous warrior, Wheatley, who was mindlessly indulging in food in the corner. He found little interest in the insincerity and flattery that filled the air. Instead, he focused on the culinary offerings, devouring the meticulously prepared dishes crafted by the palace chefs, which, despite their questionable taste, exuded palpable energy. At this crucial developmental stage, He recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity to replenish his strength. Humph. Vegeta observed Wheatley's aloof demeanor, especially the fact that the latter had merely nodded at him before returning to his feast, which he perceived as a profound insult. After all, he was Prince Vegeta, a prodigy born with a combat power exceeding 1,000. How dare this contemptible Wheatley, merely a guard, treat him with such indifference? Offended, Vegeta resolved to confront Wheatley. At that moment, King Vegeta announced the official commencement of the banquet, heightening the atmosphere of exuberance. Nappa and Raditz eagerly circled around the young prince, showering him with various compliments in an attempt to earn his favor. In their limited intellect, they believed that winning the trust of this princely child would soon bring them an opportunity to ascend the ranks. Yet, Vegeta remained aloof, his gaze fixed on the gluttonous figure in the corner. "Hey, Raditz," Vegeta interjected, interrupting Raditz's incessant flattery with a voice that was soft, yet carried an undeniable commanding tone, which instantly subdued the raucous banquet. He pointed toward Wheatley and inquired, "What is that fellow's name?" Raditz, startled, quickly bowed and replied, "Your Highness, that individual is named Wheatley. It is said that both of his parents were elite warriors who perished during a mission. He was born with a combat power of 500, making him a legitimate elite warrior." However, Raditz paused, a trace of barely concealed disdain creeping into his voice. He seems to lack ambition, spending his days confined at home training and rarely venturing out to challenge other warriors. "Huh, training?" Vegeta scoffed, his youthful face betraying an icy sarcasm that was incongruous with his age. A combat power of merely 500 at birth, an elite warrior. He laughed derisively. Such insect-like power dares to be so arrogant? As an elite warrior, he still needs to train like a lowly soldier? How dare this trash look down upon me? Prince Vegeta, with a sudden burst of indignation, he stood up, his diminutive form radiating an astonishing pressure, his sharp gaze piercing through to Wheatley. "Raditz, inform him that he is to report to the royal training grounds after the banquet. I shall show him what true power feels like." "Yes, Your Highness," Raditz replied, a shiver running down his spine as he hurried off toward Wheatley, who was still squatting in the corner, indulging in his feast. Nappa, perplexed, interjected, "Prince Vegeta, why make such a fuss? If you dislike him, I can simply crush him right now." He cracked his knuckles, eager for a fight. "Fool!" Vegeta whirled around, his voice booming and silencing the hall once more, drawing the attention of all who were laughing and conversing. His small face flushed with anger as he pointed at Nappa. "Use your brain. With that ridiculous scouter you treat as mere decoration, check his current combat power." Nappa, taken aback by the reprimand, instinctively adjusted his scouter and aimed the lens at Wheatley in the corner. Beep, beep, beep. The readings fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at a number that made Nappa's pupils dilate. 2,800. T-2,800 combat power. Nappa exclaimed in disbelief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He stared incredulously at the figure that appeared not particularly strong. "I'm over 20, and my power is only 3,000. He is just 4 years old and already possesses nearly 3,000 combat power." A wave of dread washed over him, realizing that had he charged at Wheatley earlier, the outcome could have been catastrophic. He gazed at Prince Vegeta with gratitude and reverence, relieved that the prince was wise enough to avoid a rash confrontation. Vegeta snorted, dismissing Nappa's astonishment and fear. He returned to his seat, his expression returning to its previous frostiness, yet a fierce determination ignited deep within his eyes. "Humph. Tell him I'm waiting for him at the training ground. He should not even think about escaping." With that, he disregarded the ongoing festivities, rising to leave the noisy hall, leaving Nappa and Raditz exchanging bewildered glances, along with a multitude of confused Saiyan guests whispering amongst themselves. Nappa and Raditz quickly followed, filled with trepidation toward the silent enigma that was Wheatley. Yet simultaneously, they were eager to witness the power their prince was about to unveil. Merely a combat power of 3,000, which had never been tested in battle, was nothing more than an ant before the prince, who had been challenging others since birth. As Wheatley leisurely strolled into the expansive royal training ground after finishing his meal, Vegeta had long been waiting there, his small form turned away from the entrance, arms crossed in a posture of superiority. Nappa and Raditz stood respectfully in the corner, not daring to breathe. "You've arrived, Wheatley." Vegeta turned, his cold eyes locking onto Wheatley with a condescending scrutiny. "I heard you were born with a combat power of 500, now 3,000. Quite impressive." His tone was unabashedly mocking as he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. But how much of that power can you actually wield if you never engage in battle? Before this prince, your strength doesn't even qualify to warm me up." Wheatley regarded him calmly, his expression unchanging, merely nodding slightly. "Your Highness is too kind. May I inquire as to why you summoned me?" "Huh." Vegeta's lips curled into a menacing arc, a simple declaration escaping his lips. This prince desires to witness the true prowess of you, the so-called genius elite warrior. Unleash your full power upon me. Let me see what your ludicrous training has truly wrought. As the words fell from his mouth, Vegeta's diminutive form vanished from sight in an instant, leaving only a sharp sonic boom in his wake. He had chosen to take the offensive, aiming to shatter the tiresome pride of this guard who dared to underestimate him with a thunderous assault. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, tore through the air with a chilling whistle aimed directly at Whis' face. A cruel delight flickered in Vegeta's eyes, as if he could already envision the scene of his opponent's nose collapsing, blood spurting forth. He laughed maniacally, his mocking gaze fixed on Whis, seemingly eager to behold the moment he would beg for mercy. Yet, in the next instant, the amusement in his eyes froze. Whis, with astonishing agility, sidestepped at the very moment the fist was about to connect. The gust of the punch brushed past his hair, sending a few strands fluttering. Nanny! Vegeta gasped inwardly. But his movements did not falter. He retaliated with an even mightier punch that swept through the air. Whis, light on his feet, elegantly evaded again, his movements flowing smoothly, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Is that all you can do, you coward? Vegeta seethed, utterly incensed, his small frame erupting with even greater speed. His fists and feet became a blur, raining down upon Whis like a tempest, each strike harboring enough power to shatter the earth. Yet Whis moved like a leaf caught in a storm, appearing perilously close to danger, but consistently managing to evade at the last possible moment with mere inches to spare. He controlled his movements meticulously, avoiding any unnecessary motion, exhibiting a precision and efficiency imbued with an indescribable rhythm. How is this even possible? Nappa and Raditz watched in awe from the sidelines, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. They had anticipated the prince's overwhelming onslaught, yet it had transformed into a spectacle where Vegeta was on the offensive, while Whis seemed to toy with him instead. He never fights. How can he be this strong? Just as Vegeta, flustered from his relentless assaults, found himself momentarily off balance, Whis made his move. For the first time, his figure surged forward with a speed so astonishing that Vegeta could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Bang! 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 A rapid succession of dull, yet swift impacts echoed like popping beans. Vegeta was momentarily blinded, his body, face, and head suddenly bombarded with a flurry of intense blows, each strike causing excruciating pain. To his horror, he realized that Whis' punches had exceeded the limits of his reaction time. Each impact found its mark at the most vulnerable points of his defense. While the force was not overwhelmingly strong, it was piercingly effective, like a torrential downpour. The relentless assault left him dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes, rendering him unable to retaliate. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in pain, his body stumbling backward uncontrollably. When he finally steadied himself, his head throbbed, and his face burned with fiery agony. Instinctively, he raised a hand to his forehead, feeling several visible lumps rapidly swell into painful welts. Whis, mimicking Vegeta's earlier demeanor, grinned at his disheveled state and taunted, "Oh? Why is your head so pointy? How dare you?" Vegeta's defenses shattered completely, his youthful voice warped by profound anger and humiliation. His eyes glowed crimson as he glared at the mockingly composed Whis. "You? Why? Why are you so strong?" He could not comprehend it. He was a once-in-a-millennium genius among Saiyans. How could someone who had never fought before be this formidable? Why could he not land a single blow, while Whis could strike him with such ease? The ghostly movements and horrifyingly precise strikes were beyond the explanation of mere battle power. Heh! Whis casually flicked his wrist, as if he had merely engaged in a warm-up exercise, a subtle smile still gracing his lips. "Truly impressive, my esteemed Prince Vegeta. That last barrage almost managed to harm me." His nonchalant tone struck Vegeta's ears like the most vicious mockery. "Whis!" Raditz finally reacted, mustering the courage to rush to the swaying Vegeta's side, glaring fiercely at Whis. "You dare show such disrespect to the prince? Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Whis' smile remained, but his gaze turned frigid as he addressed Raditz. "Disrespect? Raditz, do not slander me." His eyes shifted to the beleaguered Vegeta, amusement lacing his words. "I am merely following Prince Vegeta's orders to fight with all my might. After all, he is a legendary genius, and I wouldn't dream of holding back." Vegeta forcefully pushed Raditz aside, struggling to maintain his balance against the dizziness and humiliation. He glared at Whis, his gaze intent enough to seem as if he wished to devour him whole. "Powerful? You call this powerful?" He pointed at the swell on his head, his voice trembling with raw fury. "Tell me, what are you? Your battle power is only 3,000. You have never fought anyone. How are you doing this?" Whis regarded the Saiyan prince, whose pride he had utterly shattered, with an expression devoid of emotion. He shook his head, choosing not to answer Vegeta's query directly, merely stating, "This level of power is hardly worth mentioning." Those words, light as air, struck Vegeta like a heavy hammer to the heart. To be so easily bested by someone he deemed inferior, and yet this power was considered insignificant? Whis turned his back on the three, moving towards the training ground exit with a calm and resolute gait, an aura of suppressed energy emanating from him, exuding a disquieting sense of pressure. When it's time for a mission, call me, he tossed back over his shoulder, his voice clear as it reached their ears at all other times. Do not disturb me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he propelled himself forward. Boom! With a deafening sonic explosion. Whis' form shot through the training ground's ceiling like a cannonball, leaving behind a massive human-shaped void in the reinforced alloy roof. Vanishing into the dim horizon like a streak of light, debris rained down, dust enveloping the space, and silence reigned in the training ground. Vegeta, clutching his throbbing face, stared vacantly at the gaping hole above, his eyes filled with an unprecedented bewilderment. He was engulfed in humiliation, accompanied by a subtle, unrecognized yearning for strength. Nappa and Raditz watched the silent Vegeta, kneeling in stunned silence, their expressions betraying a horror they could not comprehend. Are Raditz? Vegeta's voice, laced with a gravelly timbre, shattered the oppressive silence. He slowly turned his head, his eyes glinting with a perplexing complexity. You previously mentioned that Vittel has been training at home? Why, yes, your highness. Raditz stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. Vegeta fell silent for a moment, his small fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. The humiliation on his face gradually gave way to an almost manic obstinacy. Go, find out everything. Vegeta's voice was cold and resolute, carrying an undeniable command. Uncover every detail of his training methods, locations, and equipment used, every shred of information regarding his ascent and strength. Leave nothing unexamined. I must know how he transformed into this monster. Yes, your highness. Nappa and Raditz were shaken to their cores, quickly kneeling to acknowledge the order. They harbored doubts about their young prince's command, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the events of this day would irrevocably alter the course of the young Vegeta, as well as their own futures. Vegeta's gaze drifted once more to the gaping hole above, as if he could penetrate the structure and glimpse the formidable silhouette that had already departed. The searing pain of his crushed pride morphed into an unprecedented fervent desire. Vittel, he whispered, flames igniting in his eyes. Just wait, I will defeat you. I will prove who the true genius Saiyan is. The training ground's dust settled, obscuring the chaos below, yet it could not conceal the heart of a Saiyan whose direction had been forcibly redirected. The storm of the future seemed to be stirred prematurely, set in motion by the trials of this day. Chapter 4, The Last Moments of Tranquility. Ever since the disheartening spar at the palace training grounds, the atmosphere surrounding Vittel's residence had grown subtly tense. Unfamiliar Saiyans began to appear in the nearby streets, their gazes imbued with curiosity and scrutiny. Raditz, with his iconic broom-like hair, became a frequent visitor near Vittel's home. Whenever Vittel meditated in the backyard or trained vigorously, Raditz would find a spot not too far away, either pretending to pass by or crouching on a rooftop, diligently observing and recording every movement, every punch's rhythm, and even the cries of exertion when Vittel pushed himself to exhaustion. Vittel was well aware of this, but chose to ignore it. Was it Vegeta's curiosity? Or perhaps the stubbornness born from a bruised ego? He let it be. As long as these shadows did not encroach upon his yard or disrupt his training regimen, he would treat them as mere air. His life remained as orderly as a finely tuned machine, meditating in the morning to align his spirit with his energy, honing his physical limits under triple gravity in the afternoon, practicing the delicate control and explosive release of his energy, and retiring early each night to ensure he had ample energy for the next day. Servants would arrive punctually, delivering a bounty of high-calorie sustenance, which he would consume with a pinched nose, transforming the unpalatable into nourishment for his growth. After a week, the long-anticipated gravity chamber finally arrived. A group of trembling extraterrestrial engineers clad in battle attire cautiously transported a silvery metallic pod, approximately 10 meters in diameter, to Vittel's backyard. The pod's surface was adorned with intricate energy conduits and cooling vents, with a heavy circular hatch at its center. My Lord Vittel, the gravity chamber you requested has been completed to specifications, with a maximum limit of 10 times the gravity of Planet Vegeta, the lead engineer stammered, handing over an operation manual. Please, do exercise caution while using it. Vittel accepted the manual, his fingers brushing against the cold metallic surface of the gravity chamber. Feeling the latent power of technology surging within, his heart raced with exhilaration. Finally, no longer would he be burdened by that unreliable contraption, 10 times the gravity. This would serve as his staircase to a higher realm of strength. Well done. He struggled to maintain an exterior calm, nodding in acknowledgement. The engineers, visibly relieved, quickly bowed and took their leave. As the heavy hatch sealed behind him with a resounding hydraulic thud, Vittel stood at the center of the gravity chamber, inhaling deeply, his fingers gliding swiftly over the control panel. A low, resonant hum of energy enveloped him, far more robust than the crude device he had previously used. An invisible weight, heavy as a mountain, descended upon him, as if the very mass of the planet was pressing down on his shoulders. Ugh, Vittel grunted, his knees buckling slightly, as his entire skeleton groaned under the immense burden. 10 times the gravity. The standard gravitational force of Planet Vegeta multiplied tenfold. The sensation of this power surging within him was simply exhilarating. His eyes burned with the most fervent flames of aspiration. 10 times, bring it on. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as the energy within him ignited like dynamite, propelling him to withstand this terrifying pressure. He forced himself to stand upright, then, with great difficulty, began to lift his arms, inch by inch. Become stronger. Become stronger. This conviction was etched deep within Vittel's soul, propelling him to commence a new, more frenzied regimen of training within the maelstrom of tenfold gravity. Each punch felt as though it were propelling a colossal vessel forward. Each kick was a struggle against viscous molten steel. Each breath was met with immense compression upon his lungs. Sweat no longer merely dripped, it gushed forth like a torrent, only to be instantly evaporated by the oppressive heat. Days flew by amidst the thunderous roar of the gravity chamber, the lament of his body, and the surging growth of his power. In the mornings, he no longer confined himself to the backyard. He sat cross-legged at the chamber's center, attempting to empty his mind under the extreme duress of tenfold gravity. He recalled the vague teachings of the deity who had instructed Goku, urging him to purify his spirit like the vast sky and to execute movements with the swiftness of lightning. Maintaining a clear mind amidst tenfold gravity was no simple feat. The challenge escalated geometrically. Distractions weighed down upon him like mountains, yet he forced himself to shed them, striving to concentrate on his breath and the flow of energy within, attempting to touch the realm only accessible to the divine. After meditating until dusk, he engaged in physical training within the gravity chamber, subjected to the relentless pounding of tenfold gravity, pushing beyond his limits in endurance, speed, strength, and stamina. He no longer merely sought to enhance his power, but aimed to make his movements as swift as lightning under such overwhelming pressure. This demanded an unprecedented level of coordination and efficiency among his muscles, bones, nerves, and energy. In the deep of night, after a brief respite, he delved into the profound exploration of energy. Transitioning between inside and outside the gravity chamber, he felt the influence of varying gravity on his energy, attempting to compress his breath to lower levels under normal conditions, while guiding his energy into more complex and intricate internal cycles and bursts under gravity. The results were astounding. The combat power reading on the monitor soared like a rocket, spiking to 15,000 and still climbing. In just a month, under the terrifying catalyst of tenfold gravity, his foundational combat power had skyrocketed past the 50,000 mark. Measuring his combat prowess, the detector performed a sudden explosion, leaving Viteli speechless as he begrudgingly sought out an antiquated device. However, the rate at which his combat strength escalated sent shivers down his spine. More remarkably, he sensed an indescribable transformation occurring within his body. His punches, dodges, and blocks began to flow increasingly by instinct, no longer requiring the meticulous calculations that had once dominated his thoughts. It was as if his body had gained sentience, birthing an almost instinctual combat intuition under the weight of pressure and the trials of extremity. A heightened awareness of power, space, and his own condition enveloped him. This dual metamorphosis of spirit and body brought him greater joy than the mere numerical increase in combat power. He realized this might be the nascent form of the so-called divine realm, the cornerstone to a higher echelon of strength. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, Vegeta sat, seemingly daft, staring vacantly at the ground each morning. Only when noon approached did he enter the gravity chamber to commence his training. How lazy! Listening to Raditz' detailed reports, the youthful prince wore an expression of disdain, yet his eyes blazed with fervent fire and an almost obsessive determination. If it were me, I would begin my training before dawn. I would train twice as long. No, thrice as long. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his small face etched with fierce resolve. The next time we meet, I shall shatter that smug expression from his face. I will make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. He could already envision Viteli succumbing to his overwhelming power, a cold and confident smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Raditz, bowing his head, dared not breathe, acutely aware of the prince's near-maniacal obsession. Ever since Viteli had schooled him, the noble Saiyan prince had begun training like a lowly warrior, and it was not merely training. It had morphed into self-inflicted torment. Not only had the intensity doubled, but he had also enlisted several elite warriors with combat powers nearing 5,000 as sparring partners. With predictable results, those unfortunate souls were now recuperating in the medical bay. However, Prince Vegeta, Raditz cautiously reminded him, his voice barely above a whisper. We have already arranged our first mission, set for 1 month from now, to the planet Sofu, a medium-sized planet. Regarding the gravity chamber training, is it silence? Vegeta abruptly turned, his icy glare slicing through Raditz like a knife, interrupting him. Do you question this, Prince? Or do you doubt the arrangements of Prince Vegeta? Raditz fell to his knees in terror, cold sweat soaking his back. I dare not. Please, Prince, quell your anger. I merely meant to state that the mission is imminent. Humph. How much time could a simple mission to a medium-sized planet possibly consume? Vegeta scoffed, his tone dripping with absolute confidence. Urge them to expedite the gravity chamber's completion. A month. That is ample time. If Viteli, with his languid approach, can achieve such rapid advancement, this prince shall only grow stronger through greater diligence. Begone. Inform me only when we are to depart. Do not disturb my training. Yes, my prince. Raditz felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away, his resentment towards Viteli deepening further. This monster was to blame. The prince had become a veritable powder keg. As a month slipped by, during which Viteli immersed himself in relentless training, Vegeta engaged in his torturous regimen, and Raditz cautiously observed. The tranquility of their routines remained undisturbed. Viteli's residence seemed an oasis of calm amidst a storm, preserving an absolute stillness. It appeared that Prince Vegeta had tacitly accepted this seclusion, lost in his own quest for progress, allowing no interruptions to this almost rigid daily routine. Yet, tranquility was destined to be shattered. Ding dong, the jarring sound of the doorbell pierced through the gravity chamber's thick walls, interrupting Viteli's intense punching exercises. He slowly withdrew his fists, sensing the surging power of his combat strength, which had reached an impressive 50,000, slightly furrowing his brow. Surely, it wasn't yet lunchtime? Deactivating the gravity system, the heavy pressure receded like a tide, leaving his body feeling as light as air. Viteli opened the hatch and stepped toward the front door, where Nappa stood, beads of sweat glistening on his bald head. Upon seeing Viteli, Nappa instinctively took a step back, his gaze flickering nervously as he hastily proclaimed, Viteli, the mission has been assigned. Assist Prince Vegeta in conquering a medium-sized planet called Sofu. We gather at docking station 3 tomorrow morning. You'd best not be late. He rushed through his words, speaking as though his life depended on it, then anxiously awaited Viteli's response, fearing that a moment of displeasure might result in a punch. Although both were elite warriors, Nappa understood full well that his combat power paled in comparison to this formidable being before him. Viteli maintained a placid expression, simply nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Thank you for your efforts. He decisively closed the door, treating the matter as a triviality. Outside, Nappa exhaled a long sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his bald head, and without a moment's hesitation, he soared towards the palace at full speed. After all, he was one of Prince Vegeta's sparring partners today. The thought of being late, and facing that icy glare and terrifying fists, spurred him to fly even faster. Inside, Viteli didn't immediately return to the gravity chamber. He approached the window, gazing toward the palace with profound contemplation. It was time. Chapter 5. Departure to Planet Sofu. The approach of Dodoria. The morning sun cast a muted metallic sheen over the planet Vegeta. Viteli pushed open the courtyard gate, bearing a small satchel containing 2 clean spare battle suits. He glanced back at the sturdy gravity chamber in the backyard, its silver-gray metallic exterior glinting in the soft light. A pang of regret sweeping through him. How he wished he could take it along with the universal capsule. He sighed silently. Alas, such miraculous spatial compression technology did not exist on planet Vegeta. However, upon reflection, if Bulma on Earth could construct gravity chambers capable of 300 times normal gravity, what did this minor loss amount to? He relinquished his nostalgia and turned, breathing steadily as he soared towards the spaceport. At docking station 3, a massive disc-shaped spaceship, specially prepared for this mission, awaited his arrival. Raditz was engaged in a hushed conversation with an alien donned in Frieza Force attire. Viteli descended silently, opting not to disturb them, merely standing by to listen. The planet Sofu. A medium-sized world dominated by technological civilization, the official gestured toward a holographic projection of the planet displayed on his tablet, his tone monotonous and procedural. The primary resistance consists of automated defense systems and combat robots. According to preliminary reconnaissance, the strongest robots have an estimated combat strength of only around 5,000. This should pose little challenge for your team. The official paused, adding a crucial piece of information. Moreover, this planet possesses a stable satellite orbit, with a full moon phenomenon. Should you encounter difficulties, you may transform into a great ape to turn the tide. This planet has been meticulously chosen. Theoretically, no unforeseen events should arise. Viteli nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Primarily robots? This implies a relatively straightforward combat style, heavily reliant on energy intensity and physical destruction. For someone like him, who has already mastered the application of ki, experiencing an explosive enhancement in physical strength and speed, this serves as an excellent battleground for practical exercises. Moreover, with the moon as his trump card, he swiftly calculated his action plan in his mind, quickly incapacitate those robots, hasten to destroy the central headquarters, and create an illusion of mutual destruction using approximately 30,000 units of strength. If any mishap occurs, he could sever his own tail and leave it in a conspicuous place, leading Vegeta and the others to believe he had perished with only the tail remaining. Perfect. Viteli silently commended his own plan. Just then, a somewhat hurried sound of slicing through the air approached. The battered and limping Nappa cautiously accompanied a diminutive figure as it descended, the figure being none other than Vegeta. The young prince's battle attire appeared particularly pristine today, his chin slightly raised, exuding an aura of deliberate superiority. He immediately spotted Viteli standing nearby, and in his eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited, coupled with a sense of smugness, as if he believed he had unraveled Viteli's secret. Hey, Viteli. Vegeta strode directly to Viteli, his voice deliberately elevated, dripping with unabashed provocation. How long do you think you can keep your secret hidden? The gravity chamber. That's how you became stronger, isn't it? Viteli merely gazed at him calmly, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips, neither affirming nor denying the accusation. This nonchalance instantly incensed Vegeta. Not speaking? Is that an implicit admission? Vegeta stepped forward, his petite frame nearly pressing against Viteli, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Let me tell you, I am no longer that easy target from a month ago. He clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming, ferocious aura erupting forth. Though still somewhat juvenile, the intensity surpassed that of an ordinary Saiyan warrior. My current battle power has already exceeded 20,000 points. Vegeta's voice brimmed with extreme confidence and arrogance. He habitually raised his iconic thumb, pointing it at himself with a flourish before Viteli's enigmatic gaze. You, relying on the gravity chamber, have reached the limits of an ordinary Saiyan. Before me, Vegeta, you are but an insect that I can crush at any moment. Do you understand? Observing Vegeta's familiar yet ostentatious demeanor, as if he were on the verge of a downfall, Viteli felt no stirrings within. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. 20,000. Indeed, rapid progress. No wonder he was hailed as a genius among Saiyans. Yet, he remained too inexperienced. In terms of power control and combat instinct, he fell far short. Viteli was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with him, and certainly did not wish to stage a farce before their departure. Just as Vegeta continued his incessant display of bravado, crack, a sharp, crisp sound echoed. Viteli struck with lightning speed, his palm precisely landing on Vegeta's unguarded neck. The force was perfectly calibrated, rendering him dazed without inflicting harm. It neither caused substantial injury nor disrupted the nervous system. Vegeta's arrogant expression froze in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with incredulity. A brief, stifled ugh escaped his throat before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Prince Vegeta. The simultaneous exclamations of Nappa and Raditz rang out, akin to cats with their tails stepped on. They stared in horror as Viteli effortlessly lifted the unconscious Vegeta with one hand, as though he were a mere chick. You lunatic, do you realize what you're doing? Raditz exclaimed, his voice trembling with anger and fear, while Nappa's muscles tensed, seemingly ready to pounce. Yet his eyes betrayed a deep-seated apprehension of Viteli. Viteli, holding Vegeta, cast a blank glance at the two, his icy gaze resembling a tangible chill, instantly freezing the furious Raditz and the poised Nappa in place. Silence. Viteli's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. Enough of this nonsense. Let us depart. He strode toward the open hatch of the spaceship, still gripping Vegeta. Nappa opened his mouth as if to say something, but Viteli halted, slightly turning his head, his gaze piercing like two cold daggers aimed at Nappa. An invisible, immense pressure enveloped Nappa, rendering him breathless. Do you wish to die? Viteli enunciated each word slowly, his tone flat, yet imbued with a chilling menace. Nappa shuddered, beads of cold sweat instantly dotting his forehead, every word caught in his throat. He had no doubt that if he uttered even a single additional word, this monster before him would not hesitate to snap his neck. He swallowed hard, humiliated, and lowered his head, not daring to voice any dissent. Raditz was equally terrified, nearly wetting himself. Thus, in an atmosphere fraught with tension and dread, the four of them, including the unconscious Vegeta, boarded the disc-shaped spacecraft. The hatch slowly closed, the engines emitting a deep rumble as the massive vessel ascended, tearing through the dreary atmosphere of Planet Vegeta, transforming into a streak of light, and plunging into the boundless sea of stars. Inside the spacecraft, Viteli casually placed the unconscious Vegeta into a hibernation pod, setting the awakening program for 24 hours prior to their destination. He then proceeded to a relatively secluded area in a corner of the ship. Without sparing a glance at the conflicted yet hesitant Nappa and Raditz, he entered, and the doors sealed behind him. Soon, the low hum of the hibernation pod's energy operation resonated from within. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, both reflecting a profound sense of helplessness and a hint of fear. Silently, they approached their own hibernation pods and lay down inside. The cold hibernation liquid filled the chamber, consciousness gradually blurring. The lengthy interstellar voyage commenced. Destination, Planet Sofu. Journey duration, 6 months. Deep within the northern galaxy, at the headquarters of the Frieza Force. This was a colossal fortress of steel suspended amid a breathtaking nebula, adorned with opulence and an air of coldness. Frieza reclined comfortably in his signature hovering chair, resembling a baby carriage, his slender fingers elegantly tapping the armrest. A frigid smile gracing his face as he listened to his subordinate's report. A diminutive alien knelt respectfully before him, proclaiming, reporting to Lord Frieza, Prince Vegeta, accompanied by 3 elite Saiyan warriors, has embarked for Planet Sofu to undertake their first conquest mission. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza emitted a unique laughter tinged with mockery and cruelty, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. Our little Prince Vegeta has reached an age where he should venture out into the world. How delightful. His gaze shifted to his 2 trusted subordinates, the tall, slender blue-skinned Chui and the plump pink-skinned Dodoria, standing beside him. Chui, Dodoria, Frieza's voice dripped with a lazy, cat-and-mouse demeanor. What do you think? As a benevolent leader, should I send someone to guide our inexperienced little Saiyan prince? After all, the battlefield can be quite perilous. It would be truly regrettable if anything were to happen to the precious only son of King Vegeta. Ho ho ho. Chui immediately stepped forward, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, bowing deeply. King Frieza's words ring true. After all, Prince Vegeta is still young and lacks experience. We are all comrades serving under you, King Frieza, and it would be most fitting for you to dispatch your seasoned subordinates to assist Prince Vegeta in educating his son. This truly exemplifies your meticulous care for your subordinates. Dodoria quickly puffed out his ample belly and chimed in with a deep voice. Chio, he is right. We shall heed the arrangements of King Frieza. Whoever you send, we shall comply. Frieza was exceedingly pleased with their responses, swaying in his hovering chair, his crimson eyes glancing over Chio-E and Dodoria, finally settling on Dodoria, as a naive yet chilling smile spread across his face. Then, I must trouble you, Dodoria-san, to undertake this arduous task. He deliberately emphasized the word arduous, his tone laced with a barely perceptible cruelty, for after all, guiding the youth sometimes necessitates a stern approach. He paused, his smile unwavering, and added a light, yet blood-stained remark. Oh, and do ensure that the instruction is somewhat severe, allowing them to fully comprehend the universe's brutality and the disparity in power. However, Frieza's smile widened. It is best to spare Prince Vegeta's life. As for the others, do not kill them all. There must be someone to provide our little prince with a taste of the battlefield's harsh realities, while also recounting to King Vegeta the splendid trials his son has endured. Wouldn't you agree, Dodoria-san? Dodoria knelt on one knee, bowing his massive head deeply, a knowing grin spreading across his rugged face as he replied in a booming yet respectful voice. Indeed, this subordinate understands. Rest assured, King Frieza, I shall diligently instruct Prince Vegeta and his guards, ensuring they have an unforgettable experience. Frieza nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand dismissively. Dodoria rose, his enormous frame exuding a suppressed excitement and bloodlust as he strode purposefully out of the hall to prepare for his instructive journey. In his floating chair, Frieza contentedly closed his eyes, the clean, bright window beside him reflecting the intertwining innocence and cruelty upon his visage. Chapter 6, Advance 3. Target, Earth. The shrill alert of the spaceship pierced through the depths of Viteli's consciousness like a cold steel needle, forcibly dragging him from a deep slumber that had lasted 6 months. The hibernation pod's lid slid open slowly, allowing the frigid air to rush in, infused with the metallic scent unique to the spaceship and the odor of circulating fluids. As he opened his eyes to adjust to the dim light, the first sight that greeted him was Vegeta, who was also just awakening and struggling to sit up beside him. You wretch. Vegeta's furious gaze instantly locked onto Viteli, his eyes ablaze with suppressed rage and intense provocation from having been knocked unconscious by Viteli's hand prior to their departure. Clearly, The hibernation had done little to quell the humiliation he felt. Yet, Viteli merely cast a nonchalant glance at him, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as if he were observing a petulant child. He stepped out of the hibernation pod without a word, deliberately ignoring the simmering fury emanating from Vegeta, and walked steadily towards the control area of the spaceship. Vegeta, thoroughly disregarded, let out an exasperated huff. His cheeks flushed with anger as his clenched fists made a creaking sound from the tension. Just wait. Once this mission is complete, I will make you pay. He seethed inwardly, transforming his humiliation into a stronger impetus for action. Within the control chamber, Raditz was already busy at the console, the screen displaying the complex atmospheric data and dense defensive network indicators of the planet Safar. Nappa clumsily squeezed himself into a spherical one-man spacecraft. Prince Vegeta, Viteli, you two are awake, Raditz called out, his tone tinged with barely perceptible nervousness. The spaceship can only dock in the safe orbit outside the atmosphere of Safar. The planet is fortified with a powerful defense system and automated turrets. A large vessel would be too conspicuous, and forcing entry would result in immediate concentrated fire. We must use the one-man spacecraft to enter. Vegeta's brow furrowed deeply, clearly displeased with such a stealthy approach. Can't we just land? It's merely a bunch of insects to exterminate. Must it be so complicated? Viteli also regarded the data on the screen with curiosity. Scions typically favored brute force assaults. Thus this tactical mission was indeed rare. Raditz hurriedly explained, this is detailed information provided by Frieza's intelligence department. Although the individual combat power of Safar is not strong, their technology is advanced, particularly their planetary defense systems. The one-man spacecraft emits a weak energy signal and is compact, making it the only viable option for a safe descent avoiding the main fire points. He operated the instruments, pulling up several preset landing coordinates. We must act swiftly. If we delay, their defense systems may adjust their scanning parameters. Watching Raditz adeptly switch between various interfaces and analyze the data streams, Viteli raised an eyebrow and joked, Raditz, I believe you have quite the aptitude for this. Perhaps one day, when Prince Vegeta no longer requires your protection, you might consider a career as a mechanical engineer or a technical developer. It may prove more promising than being a warrior. Huh. Raditz looked bewildered, his hands freezing mid-action. Wait, Viteli, I merely fiddled with the spaceship a bit. Are you suggesting my qualifications as a combatant are in jeopardy? He felt a peculiar insult had been hurled at him. Vegeta, however, paid them no mind. He was eager to set foot on that planet and unleash destruction to vent his intense dissatisfaction. Let us go. What are we waiting for? He snapped, turning and striding towards his spherical spacecraft, the hatch sealing with a hiss. Viteli shrugged and climbed into his assigned vessel as well. With a slight tremor and the low rumble of engines, the four metallic spheres swiftly detached from the mothership, transforming into streaks of light as they hurtled towards the beige-hued atmosphere of the planet Safar. On the surface of Safar, the Planetary Defense Command Center was already in chaos. Alert! Alert! High-energy response. Confirming breach of the outer defense network by Frieza's standard one-man spacecraft. Foreign number. Coordinates locked. Descending rapidly. The shrill sirens and flickering red lights filled the entire hall. The king of Safar paced nervously in the opulent yet panic-laden palace, his complexion paling to a ghostly white as a minister magnified the images of the spacecraft captured on the screen. The Frieza army. It truly is them. The minister's voice trembled with despair. Quickly, the king bellowed hoarsely, all ground troops. Robot legions. Highest alert. Shoot them down at all costs. As Viteli's spacecraft pierced through the clouds and descended into the designated clearing, he was met by the fully prepared forces of Safar and the glinting, cold metallic sheen of the robotic army. A torrential downpour of energy beams rained down upon him. Puff, puff, puff. The energy beams struck Viteli's formidable form like raindrops against rock, leaving not a trace behind, merely causing slight ripples. TSK, merely a tickle? Viteli scoffed, his gaze serene and unperturbed. He couldn't even be bothered to employ complex maneuvers. He casually raised one hand, fingers splayed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of white energy orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, erupted from his fingertips in a rapid-fire manner reminiscent of a machine gun, precise and efficient. Each orb seemed to possess a will of its own, accurately striking the core of a robot. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions coalesced into a blinding inferno, instantly clearing a radius of several dozen meters around him. Debris and charred fragments scattered in all directions. He turned his gaze towards the nearby Vegeta trio, who were also under siege but were flamboyantly unleashing their fury with a prince's combat style, their boisterous laughter indicating their enjoyment of this overwhelming sensation. He spoke calmly, his voice piercing through the cacophony of explosions. Vegeta, splitting up will enhance our efficiency. Leave these tin cans to me while you deal with the resistance in other areas. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his hand again, unleashing another rapid barrage of energy orbs towards a more distant cluster of robots, successfully drawing a substantial amount of fire towards himself. Simultaneously, he surged forward, transforming into a streak of azure light, racing away from Vegeta and his companions. A long trail of relentless robots in pursuit. Once he confirmed that he had lured the majority of the pursuing robots away from the main battlefield and into a complex area littered with abandoned factories, Viteli abruptly halted. He swiftly removed the latest model detector issued by the Frieza Force from his ear, with a firm grip. The detector instantly erupted into a burst of flames in his hand. Thus, the plan commences. Viteli's gaze sharpened, and with a measured grace, he spread his arms in a classic energy-gathering stance. The energy within him ignited like a dormant volcano. A formidable aura exploded forth, stirring up dust from the ground. He meticulously controlled his energy output, stabilizing it at approximately 5,000, the level corresponding to his disguised battle power at full capacity, accompanied by a low, thunderous roar. A massive energy wave, radiating blinding golden light, surged forth from his palms, like a golden torrent brimming with the might to obliterate all. It swiftly engulfed every pursuing robot within his line of sight. The deafening explosions resonated in unison, the blinding golden light consuming everything. Whether it was heavy alloy armor or intricate electronic components, they crumbled like paper under the impact of this pure energy. Within mere seconds, as the golden light dissipated, only a vast, smoking crater remained, alongside scattered remnants of melted and deformed metal. Hundreds of robots, along with the abandoned factories in that area, were utterly erased, leaving no trace behind. Viteli nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his control over the energy. He turned his sharp gaze towards the most magnificent cluster of buildings in the distance, the palace of Planet Sofu. His powerful perception informed him that a handful of entities with energy readings exceeding 1,000 were gathered there. It was time to attend to business. His body floated slightly above the ground before transforming into a streak of blue lightning, accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, as he shot towards the palace. Viteli descended upon the plaza surrounding the palace like a demonic deity, effortlessly swatting aside the approaching captain of the guard, as if swatting away a fly. The shrill alarm echoed through the air, signaling the last remnants of resistance deep within the palace, as those so-called elite warriors, barely reaching a battle power of 2,000, surged forth like moths drawn to a flame. Viteli, however, could hardly be bothered to move his feet. He merely raised his hand nonchalantly, fingers splayed. Countless small energy orbs, resembling a swarm of sentient bees, accurately targeted every incoming figure. There were no screams, only a series of dull explosions and the hissing sound of flesh vaporizing in an instant. In just a breath's time, the plaza of the palace fell silent, leaving only the acrid scent of blood and charred remains, along with sporadic flickers of flame. The prince's combat style is indeed remarkably effective, he mused softly, stepping calmly through the wreckage towards the grand, imposing gate that symbolized ultimate authority, now firmly shut. Meanwhile, on another scorched battlefield of Planet Sofu, Vegeta floated in midair, observing the disarray of the Sofu army below, which he had mercilessly bombarded into chaos, his previous frustrations evaporating. This absolute sense of dominance over his enemies was precisely the treatment befitting Prince Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz trailed behind him, their faces alight with envy as they watched the prince's display of power. His Highness is certainly enjoying himself. These feeble troops can't even muster a counterattack. Raditz couldn't help but exclaim. Just as Vegeta reveled in his triumph, the battle power detector at his ear suddenly blared an urgent alarm. Vegeta's arrogant smile froze, and his expression shifted dramatically. A vivid red number on the detector's screen was wildly fluctuating upward. 15,000, 18,000, 21,000, 23,300. Finally, the number stabilized at a blinding 23,300. A battle power of 23,000. Who could it be? Vegeta abruptly lifted his head, his crimson eyes locking onto the sky. An aura far more formidable than that of the Sofu army, tinged with a hint of malice, was descending at an astonishing speed. In the sky, a fireball tore through the light yellow atmosphere of Sofu, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it accurately plummeted towards Vegeta's location. The shape of the fireball was unmistakably that of Frieza's standard single-pod spacecraft. Frieza's people? Vegeta's brow furrowed, momentarily halting his slaughter of the troops below. Crossing his arms as he hovered in place, coldly observing the descending craft, Nappa and Raditz immediately tensed, assuming a defensive stance. With a hiss, the hatch of the spacecraft slid open, releasing a large and corpulent figure with a sickly pink complexion and an arrogant grin, clumsily emerging from within. It was none other than Dodoria, Frieza's most trusted subordinate. Dodoria landed with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His lewd little eyes scanned the three waiting warriors, lingering on Vegeta for a moment before erupting into a shrill, mocking laughter, his tone dripping with condescension. Oh ho ho. Is this not our esteemed Saiyan Prince? A pleasure to meet you. I am Dodoria, the most capable, loyal, and strongest aide to Lord Frieza. He paused, puffing out his hefty belly. I have come at the behest of Lord Frieza to assist you in this endeavor. Disgust and disdain immediately flickered across Vegeta's face. And he scoffed. Assist? Do I, Vegeta, require the assistance of a lackey of Frieza? Return to your spaceship. Out of respect for Frieza, I shall spare your life this time. Don't impede me here. Dodoria's smile remained unaltered, but a glint of coldness flashed in his small eyes. Casually adjusting the lens of his battle power detector, he cast a glance at Raditz and Nappa. Oh, a worthless waste with a battle power barely reaching 1500. He sneered at Raditz, who paled, involuntarily stepping back half a pace. And you, for 1300? Fairly average. His gaze finally settled on Vegeta, the detector emitting a sharper beeping sound. Ha ha ha. As for you, Prince Vegeta, Dodoria's forced grin froze on his face before vanishing in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. His voice soared an octave higher. 20,000 battle power. That's impossible. The intel indicated you were just over 3,000. How can this be? Huh? Vegeta raised his chin higher, his countenance radiating the arrogance of a prodigy. This prince is beyond your comprehension. A mere 20,000 battle power is but a starting point for me. Frieza's intel is woefully outdated. Go back and inform Frieza that the legendary Super Saiyan has emerged. That is I, Super Vegeta. Witnessing Vegeta's iconic brash gesture and audacious declaration, Dodoria's astonishment was swiftly supplanted by rage. Frieza despises the legends surrounding the Super Saiyan among the Saiyans more than anything. This insolent little monkey dares to provoke me. Ha ha ha, foolish Saiyan monkey. Dodoria let out a furious cackle, his corpulent body erupting with astonishing speed that belied his size. How dare such a lowly 20,000 battle power challenge the might of Lord Frieza? It seems Frieza's decision to send me to teach you a lesson is remarkably astute. Today, I shall make you understand the multitude of beings stronger than you under Lord Frieza's command. Before he could finish his words, his hefty fist, clad in a white glove, shot forth like a cannonball, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, striking Vegeta's haughty visage with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated, sending tremors through the very core of existence. Vegeta, caught completely off guard by such an abrupt and brutal attack, barely had time to tilt his head when that heavy fist struck his cheek with resounding impact. The terrifying force erupted instantly, sending Vegeta's diminutive body soaring like a kite severed from its string, shrieking as he crashed into a distant dilapidated structure, raising a cloud of dust. Prince Vegeta! Nappa and Raditz exclaimed in shock, their faces ashen. Yet, as they gazed at the glaring 23,000 on the scouter, their feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, paralyzed by fear. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Cough, cough, spit. Vegeta struggled to rise from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood, half his face swollen and throbbing with excruciating pain, igniting within him an unprecedented humiliation that fueled his fury. His crimson eyes seemed poised to unleash tangible flames. You wretched fool. Vegeta's voice contorted with pure rage, daring to ambush me, Vegeta. Just like that fool, Nappa. Ah! Accompanied by a primal roar, Vegeta completely lost control. The Saiyan blood coursing through him ignited in a frenzied blaze of humiliation and wrath. His hands flailed wildly, unleashing countless energy blasts imbued with terrifying power, forming a devastating barrage that enveloped Dodoria entirely. Mere trifles. While Dodoria was taken aback by Vegeta's explosive power, he relied on his superior battle strength, his hands moving like lightning to swat away or block the majority of the energy blasts, obliterating them mid-air. The explosions and shockwaves raged around him, yet he remained unscathed. The gap in power was indeed vast. A monkey is still just a monkey. Dodoria sneered, his corpulent form surging with astonishing speed as he closed the distance to Vegeta, delivering a colossal sidekick that struck Vegeta's chest with the force of a battering ram. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Ugh! Vegeta screamed once more as he was sent flying, the agonizing pain in his chest blurring his vision and making him feel as if his innards had been rearranged. Your Highness! Nappa and Raditz watched in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief, yet still dared not advance. Do you see? This is the disparity. Dodoria hovered in the air, gazing down at the struggling Vegeta, his tone dripping with cruel delight, in the face of absolute power. Your ridiculous dream of being a Super Saiyan is merely— His words were abruptly cut off, for from the ruins below, an energy far more ferocious, searing, and imbued with a sense of annihilation erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Boom! A white aura, as tangible as flame, surged upwards from Vegeta's diminutive form. His hair stood on end amidst the wild energy, and violent currents of power danced visibly around him. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area. Ah! Vegeta rose slowly amidst the white flames, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on Dodoria in the air, his voice hoarse like that of a demon from the underworld. You wretched fool! On the scouter, Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed uncontrollably. 21,000, 23,000, 24,000, 25,000. What? Dodoria's sinister grin froze, replaced by boundless horror. 25,000. This is impossible. Die. In his powered state, Vegeta's speed, strength, and reflexes surged to a new echelon. He transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before the still-shocked Dodoria in an instant. Bang! A punch infused with 25,000 battle power slammed into Dodoria's corpulent belly. Ugh! Dodoria's eyes bulged as gastric fluids mixed with blood erupted from his mouth. The searing pain bent him like a shrimp. Vegeta's assault was unrelenting. Using the momentum, he spun rapidly, delivering a kick infused with all his might. Cleaving the air like a battle axe, accompanied by a shrill whistle, striking Dodoria's horrified visage with tremendous force. Boom! The sickening crack of impact resounded. Dodoria's neck contorted at an unnatural angle, a spray of blood-stained teeth and saliva erupting forth. His massive body was sent hurtling like a pink comet, crashing into the ground far away, carving a deep trench over 100 meters long, and lay still. Dust billowed. Huff, 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 as the explosive state subsided. The white flames dissipated instantly. Vegeta hovered in the air, breathing heavily, his body battered and bruised, his chest aching, half his face swollen like a bun. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented, victorious arrogance. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The prince is incredibly strong. Nappa gaped, his jaw nearly scraping the ground. Eyes filled with fervor and awe. Could it be that you are indeed the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz, equally astonished, gazed at the now motionless Dodoria in the deep trench, murmuring, Is the legend of the Super Saiyan real? Vegeta laboriously descended to the edge of the trench, gazing at Dodoria, who lay bloodied and battered like a lifeless dog, his face contorted in pain, yet radiating satisfaction. He turned to Nappa, his voice hoarse yet commanding. Nappa, go. Dispose of this annoying trash. Bang. The heavy metallic door crumpled inward as if struck by an invisible hammer. Inside, King of the Planet Sorfler sat slumped on his opulent throne, pallid and trembling uncontrollably. As a guard attempting to report shouted, Your Majesty, flee. He was abruptly pierced through the heart by a sudden beam of light, collapsing lifelessly. Viteli's figure materialized at the doorway, resembling a grim reaper in the king's eyes. He gazed at the king, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, and revealed a smile that appeared devilish to the terrified ruler. You are the king of this planet? Why, yes. Yes. Noble lord, what business do you have with me? The king's voice trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming dread extinguishing all will to resist. Viteli nodded, evidently pleased with this display of prudence. He surveyed the surroundings, tearing off a decorative rope from the side, casually tying a noose around the king's neck. Lead the way. Viteli's voice left no room for dissent, to the location where your spacecraft is docked, under the king's puppet-like guidance. Viteli swiftly arrived at a concealed and heavily fortified spaceport behind the palace. Beneath the vast dome lay several sleek and uniquely designed starships, far more aesthetically pleasing than the mass-produced discs of Frieza's army. One ship instantly captivated Viteli's attention. It was entirely silver gray, boasting a streamlined hull that exuded a sense of power, with sharp wings extending from its sides and 4 massive main thrusters at the rear. Resembling the interstellar battleships from Earth science fiction, far more handsome than the vessels of Planet Vegeta. That one, Viteli pointed to the starship. Fill it with provisions. Top off the fuel, and set the destination to a planet called Earth. The scientists exchanged bewildered glances at the elegantly adorned king, uncertain whether to heed the commands of the imposing figure before them. Viteli cast a glance at the king, who immediately bellowed at a nearby group of engineers clad in uniforms. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Prepare as this noble lord instructs. Fill the fuel. Stock the food. Set the course immediately. Destination, Earth. The engineers, shaken from their stupor, scrambled to operate the controls. Viteli, holding the rope, guided the king aside, patiently awaiting the outcome. The engineers worked with remarkable efficiency. Soon, a sweating engineer rushed over to report, Noble Lord, the ship is ready. The fuel has been replenished. sufficient for continuous travel for over 25 years. Food supplies are ample. The cryopods are in perfect condition, with adequate energy to maintain long-term hibernation. The course has been set. Destination: Earth, the third planet in the solar system located in the northern galactic arm. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. However, noble lord, the distance from Sofu Star to Earth is exceedingly vast. At our ship's maximum speed, a one-way journey is estimated to take 2 years. He cautiously observed Viteli's expression. 2 years. Viteli frowned. This exceeded his expectations. He had assumed that the technologically advanced Sofu Star would possess faster starships. Do not be angry, noble lord. The lead engineer and the king nearly fell to their knees in fear. Our planet primarily focuses on robotics and automated defenses. Our interstellar navigation technology is, indeed, not top tier. The Royal Sofu is the best ship we possess. This 2-year journey is its fastest possible speed. The king fervently nodded in agreement, affirming the engineer's claims. Viteli remained silent for a few seconds, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. 2 years, while somewhat lengthy, is preferable to remaining on planet Vegeta. Moreover, enduring it in hibernation is not too arduous. Very well, 2 years it shall be. Are the cryopods reliable? Absolutely reliable, noble lord. The hibernation system is one of our few commendable technologies, highly mature and stable. As long as energy is maintained, hibernation for 100 years poses no issue, the engineer assured, thumping his chest. Very well. Viteli nodded, guiding the king to stand before the group of engineers who had completed their tasks, now anxiously awaiting further instructions. Observing their terrified expressions, Viteli displayed a hint of regret, yet his gaze remained as frigid as frost. I apologize, he murmured, as if merely stating a simple fact. No sooner had the words left his lips than his empty right hand shot up, palm directed at the engineers. Boom! A colossal, even more refined and terrifying golden energy wave erupted instantaneously. The blinding radiance consumed the faces of the engineers, who were engulfed in terror and despair. There were no screams, no struggles. Even the metallic ground beneath them was vaporized in an instant, leaving behind only a vast, smoothly edged molten pit and wisps of rising smoke. The king, witnessing this horrific scene, felt his trousers dampen, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly incapable of articulating a plea for mercy. Viteli released the rope around the king's neck, looking down upon him with an air of calmness akin to discussing the pleasantness of the day. Rest assured, I promised not to kill you, and I shall not go back on my word. However, he paused, casting his gaze over the expansive spaceport. I suggest you make haste to escape. You should be well aware of Frieza's methods. Their objective is to obliterate all life on this planet. Remaining here leads only to a dead end. Having said his piece, whether the king heeded the warning was inconsequential to Viteli. Farewell. With that, Viteli turned, striding purposefully toward the silver-gray warship. The heavy hatch slid open silently behind him, then closed. Onward. Set sail. As the engines roared to life with a deep, powerful hum, azure flames erupted from the rear. The massive warship glided out of its berth, automatically adjusting its course to face the profound starry expanse. In the next instant, the main thrusters erupted with dazzling brilliance. Boom! The ship soared like a silver leviathan breaking free from its chains, shrieking through the air at astonishing speed, penetrating the atmosphere of Sofu Star, transforming into a radiant meteor as it plunged unflinchingly into the boundless darkness. The king sat in a daze upon the cold ground, staring blankly in the direction of the ship's disappearance, Viteli's final words echoing like a haunting incantation in his mind. After a long pause, a surge of survival instinct overpowered his fear. He struggled to rise, hoarsely shouting into the empty port, "Someone, quickly, prepare my ship, immediately." Destination: the Galactic Police Headquarters. Meanwhile, Vegeta sat upon a large, charred rock, struck by energy blasts, munching on peculiar yet energy-rich local food scavenged by Raditz from a devastated town. His battle suit bore some damage, and his face bore scratches, yet his demeanor was exuberantly spirited. Despite the challenging nature of his recent battle with Dodoria, he emerged victorious. The moment his combat power surged to 25,000, the intoxicating sensation of that strength enveloped him. At that moment, he instinctively looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through the thin atmosphere, locking onto a nearly vanishing silver speck at the edge of the horizon, a ship rapidly escaping the planet's gravitational pull. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a strange sensation washing over him, as if something familiar resided within that ship, but he quickly dismissed the thought. What nonsense! How could Viteli possibly leave alone? Since the onset of the large-scale massacre perpetrated by Nappa and Raditz, countless spacecraft have ascended into the sky like startled flocks of birds, desperately attempting to flee the planet destined for annihilation. Nappa and his cohorts casually obliterated some of them, yet their sheer numbers rendered any attempts at interception futile, leading them to abandon the effort altogether. Humph, just another insect attempting to escape, Vegeta scoffed dismissively, turning his attention back to his fruit. After all, once they had eradicated the primary cities and resistance forces on the planet, that fellow Videl would inevitably reveal himself. At that moment, he would ensure to engage in a worthy contest to demonstrate who the true genius was. In the profound, silent, and frigid cosmos, Videl's spacecraft glided along its predetermined trajectory, akin to a solitary vessel in a vast sea, traveling steadily towards the distant solar system. Within the confines of the ship, the main control computer's indicator lights blinked rhythmically, meticulously logging the journey's data. Videl lay tranquil in a cryogenic pod filled with a pale blue nutrient solution. The transparent lid of the pod displayed a clear countdown. Awakening countdown. 1 year, 11 months, 29 days, 22 hours, 59 minutes. His breathing was steady and prolonged. His expression serene, as his body entered a profound state of physiological stasis, with cellular activity reduced to its nadir. As if time itself had come to a standstill around him, the spacecraft navigated smoothly through a relatively empty expanse of stars. Suddenly, the monitoring radar detected a faint signal. A minuscule fragment of meteorite, insignificant on a cosmic scale, was drifting towards them at a relatively slow pace, following a trajectory nearly perpendicular to that of the spacecraft. The interaction of their respective velocities resulted in an exceedingly minute, almost negligible intersection. Thud, a sound, imperceptible in the vacuum of space, echoed against the sturdy hull of the ship. The impact occurred on the side of the spacecraft, near an interface connected to the energy supply lines of the cryogenic pod. The force was so slight that it left no visible dent on the superalloy shell. However, at the moment of impact, an exceptionally delicate circuit node within the pod, responsible for receiving awakening commands, experienced an almost undetectable anomaly. This interference, akin to a single grain of dust disturbing the surface of a tranquil lake, triggered a series of cascading reactions within the intricate electronic circuitry. On the control panel of the cryogenic pod, the rhythmic countdown timer abruptly halted at 1 year, 11 months, 29 days. The countdown ceased. Videl remained ensconced in his profound slumber, completely unaware of the events transpiring outside the pod or the relentless passage of time. His expression remained calm, as if lost in a lengthy, beautiful dream regarding the acquisition of power and the future. The spacecraft faithfully executed its final commands, continuing towards its originally designated coordinates, its engines casting a steady glow in the eternal darkness. Yet, the countdown, symbolizing the return, remained forever frozen at the moment of departure. The ship continued its journey, sailing smoothly into the depths of the dark cosmos. Chapter 7. The Encounter with the Wealthy Girl Bulma. In the vast, boundless universe, at the edge of the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, a cerulean planet hung silently among the stars, resembling a forgotten gem. Earth, marked as a lower tier, valueless planet on the star maps of cosmic opportunists, found its insignificance to be a shield amidst countless interstellar conflicts, rarely affected by external storms, save for the occasional cosmic visitor that fell from the sky. West City, Capsule Corporation Mansion. Phew, finally finished. In a brightly lit laboratory, a girl with short aquamarine hair, Bulma, excitedly raised a uniquely shaped device aloft. 7 blinking dots were clearly visible on the grid map displayed on the screen. This was her newly developed Dragon Ball radar, painstakingly crafted to capture the electromagnetic signals emitted by the Dragon Balls. Ever since she discovered one of the 7 Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish in her father Dr. Brief's warehouse, Bulma's adventurous spirit had been ignited. She immersed herself in the laboratory, analyzing the unique signals emitted by the Dragon Balls, and today, she had finally transformed that concept into reality. Dad, Mom, my Dragon Ball radar is complete. Bulma burst out of the laboratory, her face radiating with youthful exuberance and excitement, eager to embark on a quest to collect them and realize her wish. With the support of her open-minded parents, Bulma's exploration plan was swiftly approved. She packed her belongings, stuffing an entire box filled with various supplies and essentials into her backpack, and selected a powerful vehicle from her father's extensive collection of gadgets. First stop, Bulma sat in the car and activated the Dragon Ball radar. On the screen in her hand, a dot to the east was closest to her, situated amid the vast wilderness east of Paris Town. To the wilderness on the outskirts of Paris Town, let us go. Amid the roar of the engine, the girl, filled with the thrill of discovery and an eagerness for the unknown, drove away from her familiar city, embarking on a legendary adventure. Beep, beep. The electronic sound, barely audible and almost swept away by the mountain breeze, echoed faintly in the deep valley. This area was dense with vegetation, vines intertwining, and scarcely trodden by human feet. In a hidden corner at the valley's base lay a sleek, silver-gray spacecraft, quietly nestled. Its elegant design clashed with the surrounding primitive jungle. Its hull overgrown with thick vines and moss, with only a few faint indicator lights desperately flickering, a testament to its lingering existence. The extent of its natural erosion indicated that it had lain dormant for a considerable amount of time. However, this silence was shattered today by the arrival of a young girl. Vroom vroom. The thunderous roar of the engine tore through the tranquility of the valley, startling countless birds and small creatures. Honestly, I was following the map. How did I get lost again? Where on earth is this place? Bulma, riding her beloved off-road motorcycle, struggled to navigate through the rugged, vine-choked valley. The bike bore noticeable scratches from sharp branches and leaves, causing her great distress. I can't keep this up. At this rate, my prized motorcycle will be ruined. Frustrated, Bulma stopped the bike and turned off the engine, pulling out a capsule filled with her multifunctional supplies. With a soft pop, her cherished motorcycle was encapsulated within. Just as she was about to retrieve the capsule containing her flying vehicle to leave this wretched place, a sound pierced her ears, halting her movements. What was that sound? She listened intently, her ears keenly detecting a faint yet rhythmic electronic noise mingling with the wind. It seemed to be coming from that direction. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Bulma pushed aside the tangled vines, cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound. As she laboriously parted the last large leaf obstructing her view, the sight before her left her nearly breathless. A massive, sci-fi-inspired silver-gray spacecraft lay quietly in the embrace of the valley, resembling a slumbering steel giant. The passage of time has rendered it nearly indistinguishable from the forest. Yet its distinctive, streamlined form and the occasional flickering of signal lights indicate that it has not succumbed entirely to decay. The sound of beeping emanates from within. Good heavens! Bulma, in disbelief, covers her mouth, her beautiful large eyes wide with astonishment. Could this be a spaceship? It must have remained here for over a decade. Remarkably, its energy source is still intact. Such energy storage technology is simply astonishing. She excitedly rushes forward, heedless of the red marks left by the rough vines as she fervently clears the foliage surrounding the spacecraft's hatch. Soon, a sealed door is revealed. This must be the entrance. Bulma's heart races, her emotions a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, she retrieves a compact pistol from her backpack, her other hand cautiously pressing a protruding button near the hatch. With a hiss, a rush of compressed gas escapes, and the heavy door slowly glides open, revealing a dimly lit passage filled with extraterrestrial technological allure. Wow! Bulma gasps, gripping her pistol tighter as she cautiously peeks inside to assess the situation. The interior is adorned with an array of unfamiliar instruments and pipes, pulsating with ethereal blue and soft green lights, the atmosphere eerily silent. After confirming that the vicinity presents no danger, she takes several deep breaths, steeling her resolve before stepping inside. This is the cockpit. Bulma swiftly locates the core area and is pleasantly surprised to find that the main control panel is still responsive. Tentatively, she presses a few buttons, and the screen illuminates. The autopilot mode is still operational. The energy reserves are low but sufficient for basic system functions. In an instant, Bulma forgets any potential dangers. As a prodigious young genius, her insatiable curiosity ignites, drawing her to the complex interface and a program labeled Cosmic Star Map, completely oblivious to her surroundings as she eagerly delves into her research. Uncertain how much time has passed, Bulma, satisfied after recording a wealth of information, suddenly recalls her intention to explore other areas of the spacecraft. Following the passage, she arrives at the living quarters at the rear of the vessel. A heavy metal door captures her attention. A cryogenic chamber? Bulma cautiously presses the activation button, and the door silently glides open. In the center of the room, a cylindrical pod stands quietly, its transparent cover topped with an electronic timer displaying 1 year, 11 months, 29 days. Though the countdown appears to have ceased, the numbers frozen in time. A cryogenic chamber. Could there still be an alien being inside? Bulma's heart skips a beat, her palm dampening around the gun, yet an overwhelming curiosity and an inexplicable intuition propel her forward. She circles the cryogenic pod, meticulously inspecting the external interfaces and indicator lights. The energy supply appears normal, and the life support systems are operational. She discovers a manual release valve, grits her teeth, and resolves to act. Summoning her courage, Bulma forcefully pulls down the valve. With a whoosh, a torrent of frigid white gas erupts from the pod's seams, filling the entire room. Startled, Bulma stumbles backward, her gun instinctively aimed toward the hatch. As the mist gradually dissipates, the door silently slides open. But inside, nothing? No. As the fog clears, Bulma's gaze falls upon a figure lying within, A remarkably handsome young man clad in a snug combat suit, his spiky black hair framing a strikingly attractive face. He lies with closed eyes, his chest subtly rising and falling, as though merely caught in slumber. A man, and what a handsome one at that. Bulma is momentarily entranced, nearly dropping her pistol to the ground. This dashing figure completely shatters her preconceived notions of aliens as grotesque beings. Viteli feels as though he is adrift in an infinite void, his consciousness hazy, even the sensation of time eluding him. Faintly, a voice seems to call to him. He furrows his brow, attempting to grasp that fleeting sound, but it vanishes, and his awareness sinks once more into oblivion. Suddenly, a gentle tremor courses through him. Accompanying the tremor is a crisp, curious female voice. Wake up. Hurry, wake up. Hey, are you alive? The darkness shatters, and fragmented memories surge into his mind. Suffoxing. Departure. Spaceship. Cryogenic sleep. Destination Earth. Earth. Viteli jolts awake. He abruptly opens his eyes, the weakness of prolonged slumber instantly eclipsed by a surge of vigor within. His muscles instinctively tense, the dormant energy erupting like a reawakened dragon. A powerful, invisible shockwave radiates from Viteli, causing the nutrient solution remaining in the cryogenic chamber to splatter, the sturdy metal walls groaning under the force. Bulma, positioned closest, feels an irresistible force push her away, and with a startled cry, she is hurled backward. Crashing against the wall, stars dancing in her vision, her recently retrieved pistol flung from her grasp once more. Viteli, like a leopard, catapults from the chamber, instantly adopting a combat stance. His piercing gaze sweeps the surroundings like a bolt of lightning. Still within the spacecraft, safe. The only source of danger is the blue-haired girl in the corner, grimacing in pain while clutching her backside. Earth? I've arrived on Earth. Vitali's taut nerves begin to ease as he takes a closer look at the girl he inadvertently injured. Blue hair, youthful appearance, this familiar visage. Ow, my backside. Bulma groans, rubbing her sore spot, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. When she meets Vitali's scrutinizing yet somewhat bewildered gaze, her fury swiftly eclipses both her pain and her admiration for the handsome stranger. Struggling to rise, she finds herself unsuccessful, ultimately resorting to pointing an accusatory finger at Viteli, exclaiming in a fit of anger, "Hey, what is the matter with you? Why so barbaric? I kindly rescued you, and you just blasted me away? Do you realize that had it not been for me discovering this rusty spaceship, you would still be sleeping in there for eternity? Truly an ungrateful extraterrestrial." Viteli gazes at the girl's flustered demeanor, particularly her iconic blue short hair and vibrant expression, and instantaneously recognizes her identity. Bulma, the central figure of the Dragon Ball universe. Undoubtedly a technological prodigy. Yet, it seems the timeline has encountered a slight anomaly. Judging by her appearance, she appears to be around 18 years old, though one need not inquire why 18. Has the narrative of seeking the Dragon Balls already commenced in the original storyline? Apologies. Apologies. Vitali's face softens into a perplexingly gentle smile, and he steps forward, extending a hand toward the seated Bulma. I just awakened and was still experiencing a bit of an adrenaline response. I mistook you for a threat. I sincerely apologize for your injury. His smile and apology alleviated much of Bulma's anger, especially as his long, knuckled hand reached out. After a moment's hesitation, she shyly placed her hand in his, and he effortlessly pulled her up. Humph, at least you have some conscience. Bulma brushed off the dust from her clothes, her cheeks still flushed with indignation. Yet her gaze could not help but wander to the strikingly handsome face of Vetril. Suddenly, she noticed a fluffy tail swaying gently behind him, unawares. Indeed, he was an alien, but a remarkably handsome one at that. Vetril observed the transformation of Bulma's expression from anger to curiosity, and then to a hint of infatuation. Secretly chuckling to himself, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he decided to take the initiative. Greetings, my name is Vetril. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. I am unable to repay this debt. He paused deliberately, watching her eyes widen in curiosity, a smirk gracing his lips. How about I pledge myself to you? Sure. Bulma blurted out almost without thinking, only to realize what she had just said, her face instantly turning crimson. Why, you rascal? Who said you could pledge yourself to me? Pervert. Scoundrel. Alien lecher. She stomped her foot in frustration, pointing at Vetril incoherently, yet gazing at his handsome face, which bore a smile devoid of malice, at least on the surface. Her anger dissipated, replaced by a racing heartbeat. All right, I was merely jesting, Vetril said, adopting a serious tone. I am Vetril. Once again, thank you for saving my life. Miss Bulma, may I inquire what year it is on Earth? How do you know my name? Bulma was taken aback, but her attention quickly shifted, and she puffed out her chest proudly. My name is Bulma, and I am 18 years old. I am currently enjoying my summer vacation. It is the year 749 of the age. However, as she mentioned repayment, A cunning glimmer sparked in her eyes. You just said you wanted to repay me, right? Vetral nodded, understanding dawning upon him. The year 749 of the age marked Bulma's first journey to seek the Dragon Balls, where she would encounter Goku. It seemed he had been asleep for far more than just 2 years. Over a decade had passed. He had set off in the year 731 of the age. This malfunctioning spaceship has landed far too off course. Perfect, Bulma exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. I am in search of the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. They are magical orbs that can grant any wish. This journey may be perilous, so since you wish to repay me, she appraised Vetral, recalling the immense power that had sent her flying moments ago. Why not become my bodyguard? Protect me while I seek the Dragon Balls, and that will suffice as repayment. What do you say? Vetral gazed at the vibrant young woman before him, contemplating her future prowess in technology, and without hesitation, he nodded. Done. Bodyguard Vetral, at your service. Miss Bulma. He slightly bowed, performing a gesture that a Saiyan would never typically execute. No joke. She was a long-term investment and his strongest logistical support. Only a fool would refuse. Yamcha? Who was that fool? I did not know him. As they exited the spaceship, Vetral surveyed the surrounding area, nearly engulfed by dense primordial forest. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him. This landing site was exceedingly remote. Had he not encountered Bulma, he might have remained entombed in that metallic coffin for an eternity. Bulma retrieved a universal capsule, and with a resounding pop, the enormous spaceship was neatly stowed away, leaving Vetral in awe. Universal capsules are truly convenient. The terrain is too treacherous. Let us depart in my flying vehicle, Bulma said, reaching for the capsule containing her aircraft. No need for such trouble, Vetral replied with a gentle smile, and to Bulma's astonishment, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Wait, what are you doing? Bulma exclaimed, her body suddenly lifting off the ground. Haha, hold on tight. If you fall, it's not my fault. Vetral laughed heartily as he held her securely, effortlessly rising above the treetops, soaring into the clear blue sky. The wind whipped through their hair and garments. Wow, we're flying. After the initial panic subsided, Bulma reveled in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air, her heart pounding with excitement. Incredible. Vetral, can all aliens fly like this? Vetral chuckled but did not respond to her inquiry. Lowering his head, he whispered in her ear, lead the way, Bulma. Where shall we search for the Dragon Balls next? Also, before he could finish, a thunderous rumble emanated from his stomach, so loud it drowned out the sound of the wind. I am absolutely famished. Is there anywhere to eat? Or should I hunt for some food? Bulma was amused by the exaggerated grumbling of his stomach. Haha, don't worry. I brought plenty of food. Just find a place to land, and I guarantee you'll eat until you're stuffed. Before long, they descended by a relatively flat riverside. Bulma confidently produced capsule after capsule, conjuring a splendid house and a table brimming with beautifully packaged earth delicacies and beverages. Dig in. Don't be shy, she declared with a grand gesture. Vetral's eyes sparkled at the sight of the array of earth cuisine before him. This was earth food. He had been exceedingly critical of the food on Planet Vegeta. Moreover, he had not eaten for over a decade. Without further ado, he dove into the feast with ravenous enthusiasm. His speed of consumption and sheer volume astonished Bulma, transforming her initial indifference into sheer disbelief. Burgers? 3 at a time. Sandwiches? 3 at once. A whole roasted chicken? Gone in a single bite, bones and all. Piles of rice balls, like pouring into a bottomless pit. Juice drinks? Chugged straight from the bottle, one bottle after another. The food on the table vanished at an alarming rate. Half an hour later, Vetral patted his satisfied belly, gazing at the now empty table and the discarded wrappers, smacking his lips in contentment. Quite delicious. Although the portions were a bit small, perhaps I am only 3/4 full. Bulma, do you have any more food? Bulma's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She mechanically pointed to the adjacent empty giant refrigerator that had once been filled with food, her voice dry as she stammered. And no, it's all gone. You ate it all. That was enough food for an ordinary person for a month. She watched Vetral's handsome face, now even more vibrant from the delicious meal, and recalled his terrifying strength and appetite, as well as that swaying tail. A thought uncontrollably sprouted in her mind. Heavens, is this the husband that heaven has bestowed upon me? So gluttonous, an ordinary person could never afford to feed him. Only I, Bulma, can sustain him. And he is truly so handsome. Bulma covered her flushed cheeks, gazing at Vetral, who was casually picking his teeth, her heart brimming with sweet, yet vexing satisfaction. Sighing, she lamented, however, it seems plans must change. Vetral, tomorrow we must first head to the nearest town to restock supplies. For tonight, you shall have to bear with it. Vetral nodded in understanding. With no food remaining, it seemed wise to rest for the night. At this moment, high above the Earth's highest point, atop the unattainable Kylenta Tower, Within the mysterious and ancient temple of the Celestials suspended in the sky, two figures stood silently in the expansive white square before the temple's entrance. Clad in a flowing white robe, the earthly celestial deity, with verdant skin, gripped his staff tightly. His expression grave as if foreboding a tempest. His penetrating eyes, capable of discerning the mundane, pierced through the layers of clouds. Fixated intently on two individuals in the distant wilderness below who had just concluded their evening meal. Specifically, his gaze was locked onto the young man with black hair and a tail, known as Viteli. Beside him, the silent attendant, Bobo, stood like a shadow, his expression unusually serious. After a lengthy pause, the celestial deity exhaled slowly, as though shedding an immense burden. He raised a trembling hand to wipe away the fine beads of cold sweat that had formed on his brow. The existence of such a terrifying power in the world was indeed astonishing. The deity's voice, tinged with a subtle dryness and shock, reverberated across the tranquil temple square. The overwhelming aura, akin to a volcanic eruption, nay, far surpassing it, was truly possessed by a living being. It was utterly unimaginable. His gaze shifted back downwards, observing Viteli, who was conversing with the blue-haired girl, Bulma, even assisting her in cleaning up debris, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. The deity's taut nerves began to ease slightly. Thank goodness, the celestial deity sighed deeply, addressing Bobo with a tone laced with apprehension. He appeared to harbor no malice, at least. It seemed so for the moment. Moreover, his aura had swiftly receded and stabilized after its eruption, exhibiting a sense of tranquility, even casualness. In his interaction with the girl named Bulma, Bobo, his eyes dark and deep as a bottomless pool, also gazed downwards, nodding slowly, his voice steady as he replied, "Indeed. My lord, I too have sensed it. The youth named Viteli possesses an aura so formidable it is unsettling. Yet, at its core, it is not malevolent. There is no brutality, no thirst for slaughter, but rather a sense of maturity born from the passage of time." The celestial deity leaned on his staff, peering into the distant sea of rolling clouds, his profound eyes filled with worry and resignation. "Let us hope so, Bobo. Let us hope that this sudden variable proves to be a blessing rather than a curse for Earth." He recalled the torrent of power that erupted the moment Viteli awakened. It was pure and potent, far exceeding his comprehension of life on Earth. It was akin to a meteor disrupting the calm surface of a lake, shattering the equilibrium of Earth's power system. Was the arrival of this extraterrestrial a coincidence? Or was it the turning of some unknown wheel of fate? The celestial deity sighed deeply once more, the wrinkles on his aged visage seeming to deepen. At this moment, the future of Earth appeared shrouded in an impenetrable mist. He could only place his hopes in Bobo's judgment, wishing that this powerful alien visitor, Viteli, was indeed as harmless as he projected. The temple square fell silent once again, save for the deity's sighs and the faint whispers of wind from below. Chapter 8. Finally enjoying the soft life. Amidst the roar of the engine, Bulma skillfully maneuvered her car along the winding, rugged mountain road. One hand firmly grasped the steering wheel, while the other intently monitored the flickering light on the Dragon Ball radar screen until it finally stabilized at a close distance, prompting a long sigh of relief. "Phew, I finally didn't get lost again." Habitually, Bulma grumbled, casting a glance toward the passenger seat. Viteli, his head tilted, was soundly asleep, breathing evenly, as sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on his sharply defined profile. "Hey, Viteli," Bulma irritably nudged him. "Wake up. Your role as a bodyguard is a tad too leisurely, don't you think? I'm the one driving hard here, and you are just snoozing away." Viteli jolted awake from his light slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and after a languid yawn, he glanced ahead, nonchalantly stating, "Focus on driving, don't look at me. Look at the road. There's a surprise up ahead." "A surprise? What surprise?" Bulma instinctively followed his pointing finger, her pupils dilating in shock. Before her lay a narrow mountain road where a child clad in tattered orange martial arts garb stood bewilderedly in the center, struggling to carry a wild boar larger than himself. The boar's tusks were nearly poking the front of the car. "Wow, get out of the way," Bulma screamed, her heart racing as she slammed the brakes to the floor. The screech of tires echoed through the valley as the powerful inertia propelled the car forward. Finally halting just shy of a meter from the child and the boar, Bulma flung herself against the steering wheel, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The child outside, startled by the sudden appearance of the steel beast, nimbly jumped back, his large, round eyes warily fixed on the car. The red stick he held instinctively raised in a defensive posture. "Hey, what kind of monster are you?" the child shouted, his voice filled with curiosity. Bulma, still shaken, clutched her chest, flung open the car door, and with hands on her hips, retorted angrily, "Monster? We're no monsters. We're human. Liar." Sun Wukong pointed accusingly at Bulma, his face resolute. You don't even have a tail? How could you be human? As he spoke, he proudly swayed his own furry tail, which was restless behind him. Huh, you have a tail too? Bulma exclaimed, her surprise shifting to Vitril, who had just exited the car. A playful smile danced on Vitril's lips as he approached Wukong, and without a word, his own tail snapped like a striking serpent, lightly tapping Wukong on the head. Ouch, that hurts. Wukong protested, rubbing the spot that had been struck, glaring at Vitril, resembling an irritable little creature. Why did you hit me? Bulma glanced between Wukong's swaying tail and Vitril's similarly relaxed tail, utterly baffled. What on earth is going on? Is this kid also an alien? Vitril nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze, pointing at Wukong. He, like me, hails from Planet Vegeta. We are both members of the warrior race known as Saiyans. His Saiyan name is Kakarot. No way. Wukong immediately retorted loudly, his face turning crimson, the veins in his neck bulging. My name is Sun Wukong. My grandpa gave me that name. I'm not Kakarot. All right. Wukong, Vitril shrugged nonchalantly, disinterested in arguing with the forgetful little brat. He reached into Bulma's satchel, retrieving the orange 2-star Dragon Ball and presenting it to Wukong. Kid, do you have anything like this at home? Wukong's eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with excitement. Huh? How come there's another grandpa? He instinctively touched the orange 4-star ball around his neck. Bulma facepalmed, feeling a wave of exasperation. Why is this thing your grandpa? It's a Dragon Ball. Whatever. Since you have one too, can your grandpa lend it to us? If we gather all 7, we can make a wish, and we promise to return it afterward. No way. Wukong immediately clutched the 4-star ball tightly, shaking his head like a rattle drum, insisting, Grandpa cannot be borrowed. Grandpa is simply Grandpa. Ah, how infuriating. You stubborn fool. Bulma, in a fit of frustration, ruffled her blue hair. Meanwhile, Videl observed the scene with amusement, crossing his arms and watching the spectacle unfold. Ultimately, after a fervent explanation from Bulma, accompanied by the allure of delectable food, and under Videl's occasionally dispassionate yet intimidating gaze that suggested it was best not to provoke him, Wukong reluctantly agreed to join their party, on the condition that he would bring his grandfather along, with Videl, a formidable human ally, now in their midst. The previously chaotic and comical quest to collect the Dragon Balls transformed dramatically, becoming alarmingly efficient, to the point that Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. Where was the promised thrill of adventure? Shortly after departing from the mountainous region, a dilapidated modified vehicle obstructed their path on a desolate wasteland. A young man clad in tattered leather, striking what he believed to be a cool pose, leapt from the vehicle to rob them, accompanied by a floating blue cat named Poir. Stop. This road is, Yamcha's trademark opening line was interrupted midway. Videl didn't even need to exit the vehicle. He merely rolled down the window and casually flicked his fingers toward Yamcha. Bang! An invisible yet overwhelming force struck Yamcha squarely in the chest like a battering ram. The arrogance on his face instantly froze, his eyes bulging in shock, unable to emit even a scream, as he was propelled away like a stone fired from a catapult, leaving behind only a lingering cry in the air. Yamcha, Poir, terrified, emitted a shrill meow before transforming into a bat and darting off at breakneck speed in pursuit of the vanishing comet. Inside the vehicle, Bulma gaped, her chips scattering across the floor. Wukong, perched on the window, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, he flew so high and far. Incredible." In a village shrouded in a sinister fog, it was rumored that a pig demon named Oolong was abducting the village's maidens. Fueled by a sense of justice, Wukong charged forth to confront Oolong, who had the ability to transform. However, upon rescuing the maidens imprisoned in a lavish mansion, they discovered the young women were impeccably dressed and leisurely sipping afternoon tea, ungrateful for their saviors and grumbling about the interruption to their pampered lives. A bruised Oolong, cradling his head in despair, lamented, "I just wanted to find true love. They chose to stay. I didn't force them." The trio of Videl, Bulma, and Wukong exchanged incredulous glances at the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. Eventually, Oolong, having suffered considerable losses, willingly relinquished his cherished 3-star ball. During a camping trip, Wukong rescued a lost giant sea turtle, inadvertently attracting the attention of Master Roshi, who, clad in a floral shirt, sunglasses, and leaning on a cane, exuded an air of disrespect for age. Master Roshi was astonished by Wukong's ability to ride the flying Nimbus. In gratitude for rescuing the turtle, he generously gifted Wukong the Nimbus. Yet, Roshi's eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, continually darted toward the seemingly unremarkable Videl, who leaned casually against the vehicle. His centuries of martial arts intuition were screaming alarms. This seemingly harmless youth harbored within him the slumbering essence of an ancient beast. Even the faintest hint of his aura sent prickles of discomfort across Roshi's skin, as if he were being pricked by invisible needles. As Master Roshi habitually eyed Bulma with a lecherous gaze, even contemplating the indecent proposal of glimpsing her underwear, Videl merely turned his head slightly, casting a nonchalant glance in Roshi's direction. Buzz, an oppressive and suffocating pressure, akin to the depths of the ocean, enveloped Master Roshi in an instant. The lecherous grin on his face froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks behind his sunglasses, while cold sweat drenched his floral shirt. With a sudden jolt, he straightened up, cleared his throat, and with utmost seriousness patted his chest, exclaiming, "Cough. I just recalled that the people of Fire Mountain are still suffering. Saving lives is paramount. This matter shall be my responsibility. Farewell." With that, he hastily mounted the sluggish turtle, vanishing at an astonishing speed that belied his age. As they continued their search for the Dragon Balls, they stumbled into the comically absurd castle of Emperor Pilaf, who sought to conquer the world. "Mwaha! Foolish humans! You have finally fallen into my trap. Surrender the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, you shall taste the wrath of my latest invention, the Super Ultra Destruction Robot No. 3. Pilaf cackled through a loudspeaker from the cockpit of the enormous robot. As the machine lumbered forward, its massive mechanical arms swung down toward their vehicle with a menacing clang. Videl sighed, nonchalantly raising his right index finger and lightly tapping the robot's most conspicuous energy core. Whoosh! A radiant golden beam pierced through the thick alloy armor, striking precisely at the core. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The colossal robot detonated like a powder keg, bursting forth with blinding flames and disintegrating into fragments. Burning metallic debris scattered like fireworks. Launch and Osh, dragging the dazed and charred Pilaf from the wreckage, fled in terror, crying out for their mothers. Videl leisurely exited the vehicle, effortlessly retrieving the remaining Dragon Balls from the still smoldering remnants of the robot. When the 7 shimmering orbs, glowing with a gentle orange light, were neatly arranged on an open patch of wilderness, Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Is this really it? She gazed down at the last Dragon Ball she had acquired, the 1-star ball, and then at the 6 others lying quietly on the ground. Feeling as if she were in a dream. The legendary 7 Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Wasn't the process a bit too smooth? Aside from the minor hiccups with Wukong and Master Roshi, everything else had felt like a picnic. Seeing Bulma's dazed expression, as if she couldn't comprehend how their adventure had concluded before it even began, Videl couldn't help but chuckle softly, ruffling her blue hair. "What's wrong? Is it too easy for you? With me around, do you expect to endure the classic tropes of being chased by dinosaurs, kidnapped by bandits, or nearly boiled alive?" Bulma swatted his hand away, shooting him an annoyed glance, but her inexplicable sense of disappointment had certainly lessened considerably. Taking a deep breath to suppress her chaotic thoughts, she nodded solemnly. "All right. The most important thing now is to make a wish." Following the method she had read about in a book, she carefully arranged the 7 Dragon Balls. "Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish." Bulma spread her arms wide, her voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. In an instant, the clear sky was engulfed by rolling, pitch-black clouds. Daylight turned to night. A fierce wind erupted. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted towering golden beams that pierced the heavens. A roar, echoing as if from ancient times, reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the very soul. A colossal dragon, adorned with verdant scales and exuding a divine aura, emerged from the swirling clouds. The massive dragon's head lowered slowly, gazing down upon the 3 diminutive figures below, its crimson eyes reflecting their silhouettes. "Speak. State your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it." The profound and resonant voice of the Shenlong reverberated like a thunderclap, echoing undeniably in the ears of all present. With an air of intrigue, Viteli gazed up at the legendary dragon, a hint of playful amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. Yet, a flicker of unease coursed through him as he mused inwardly. Could Bulma possibly be wishing for a white knight, or something equally fanciful? However, Bulma was transfixed by the dragon's colossal head, glancing sideways at the smiling Viteli, her petite face adorned with an unprecedented blend of confusion and turmoil. Biting her lower lip, her fingers fidgeted nervously. Wealth? She had that in abundance. Beauty? She brimmed with confidence. A perfect partner? It seemed he was already present. So, what wish could she possibly make? Her mind was a blank slate. After a prolonged pause, under the imposing gaze of the dragon and amidst the curious stares of Viteli and Goku, Bulma finally exhaled in exasperation, turning to Viteli with a look of helplessness. "Viteli, I don't know what wish to make." Viteli responded with a stunned silence. The Shenlong's enormous visage appeared to glisten with an invisible, colossal sweat trickling down its scales. In the divine hall, the deity anxiously observed Viteli, suddenly stumbling and landing squarely on the ground, nearly losing his staff. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the endless whispers of the wind across the wilderness. You. Viteli found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at Bulma with a mix of bemusement and incredulity. The Shenlong, seemingly growing impatient, slightly shook its massive head and issued another thunderous proclamation, this time laced with a barely perceptible urgency and exasperation. Speak your wish. I shall grant any desire you may have. Oh, Viteli's playful spirit ignited as he observed the dragon's plea for expedience, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Really? Any wish? Very well. Shenlong, heed my words. My wish is to instantaneously master the Ultra Instinct technique. Bulma blinked her large, curious eyes and tugged at Viteli's sleeve. Ultra Instinct? Is that a formidable martial art? Viteli chuckled, ruffling her hair without providing an explanation, instead turning his gaze skyward to the Shenlong. The celestial dragon fell silent, its immense crimson eyes widening in astonishment, its whiskers trembling involuntarily. Its gargantuan form shifted restlessly within the swirling clouds, seemingly grappling with the absurdity of the request. After a moment, a voice, tinged with evident embarrassment and even a stutter, emerged, devoid of its former grandeur. This exceeds my capabilities. Please, choose another wish, I implore you. Viteli, anticipating this outcome, chuckled lightly and acquiesced. All right then, let us settle for a lesser desire. I wish to learn the instant transmission technique mastered by King Kai. The Shenlong's enormous head drooped further, its voice growing even more somber, tinged with a hint of grievance. The secret arts of Lord King Kai are imbued with divine principles. I cannot access them. Please, choose another wish. Observing the Shenlong's dignity diminish to the brink of tears, Viteli decided to cease his jesting. He adopted a serious demeanor, turning to Bulma with earnestness. Bulma, do you truly wish to forfeit this opportunity? This dragon can grant any wish. Bulma met Viteli's gaze, then glanced at the pitiful dragon overhead, her expression suddenly transforming. With hands on her hips, she glared at Viteli, her voice laced with a barely concealed anxiety. I am giving up my wish for you. Viteli, you must, absolutely must, never break up with me. Do you hear? Otherwise, I shall curse you with the Dragon Balls. This sudden, naive threat from the bashful girl caught Viteli off guard, yet a warm feeling surged within him. He looked at Bulma, whose blue hair framed her shy yet fierce demeanor, and nodded solemnly, his eyes glinting with both mirth and sincerity. Rest assured, Bulma, a girl as remarkably intelligent, stunningly beautiful, and affluent as you, only someone deranged would contemplate separation. He then raised his gaze to the now seemingly relieved Shenlong, stating with gravity, thus, Shenlong, heed my true wish. Grant me the ability to teleport instantaneously to planet Yardrat. The Shenlong, as if finally liberated from its burden, proclaimed in the swiftest and most resounding voice, lest Viteli change his mind. Very well. Your wish is granted. Farewell. As the last syllable faded, the encroaching darkness that enveloped the world receded like a tide. Sunlight poured back onto the earth. The 7 shimmering Dragon Balls transformed into 7 radiant orange shooting stars, trailing long tails as they soared toward the farthest corners of the globe. A spark ignited in Viteli's eyes, his body vanishing as if by teleportation, reappearing moments later several dozen meters above, deftly catching the 4-star Dragon Ball that had turned to stone and was about to depart. He landed gracefully, tossing the stone back to Goku, who was still gazing at the shooting stars. Here, Goku, keep it safe. It will revert to its 4-star form in a year. Viteli smiled. Goku accepted the 4-star ball with a beaming grin, reattaching it around his neck and patting it affectionately. Goku, do you have any pressing matters? If not, how about joining Viteli and me at my home? Bulma invited, discreetly observing Viteli's reaction. Goku shook his head, declining Bulma's invitation. He had already made plans with Master Roshi to train after collecting the Dragon Balls. He waved energetically at Viteli and Bulma, exclaiming, Nimbus. The golden cloud appeared instantly. Leaping onto the Nimbus, Goku flashed a broad smile at the two. See you later. Bulma, Viteli. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. Clearly, Goku had been thoroughly bested by Viteli in recent days. After bidding farewell, the Nimbus transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly vanishing into the azure horizon. In the vast wilderness, only Viteli and Bulma remained. Bulma gazed at Viteli, her gem-like eyes seemingly brimming with unspoken words, her fair cheeks subtly flushed. Viteli, observing her bashful demeanor, extended his broad palm towards her, a gentle smile illuminating his face, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Then, Miss Bulma, may I rely on your companionship in the days to come? Bulma looked at the hand reaching towards her, then into Viteli's eyes, which sparkled with sincerity. In an instant, the last remnants of her apprehension were filled with sweetness. She smiled radiantly, akin to the most brilliant sunshine of spring, and without hesitation, grasped Viteli's hand firmly. Yes. Viteli, I look forward to our future together. Chapter 9. The Brief Family. In West City, the Capsule Corporation estate basked in the warm afternoon sunlight. The meticulously trimmed lawns, lovingly cultivated flower beds, and the enormous, futuristic mansion all reflected the wealth and prowess of the Brief family in the realm of technology. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Bulma's melodious voice shattered the tranquility of the garden. She entered the flower-filled sanctuary, her face beaming with joy from both newfound love and the comfort of home. Following closely behind her was the tall, handsome Viteli. In the garden, as Lady Brief leisurely pruned an ornamental plant, she lifted her head at the sound of footsteps approaching the door. Her eyes instantly sparkled with delight upon seeing the distinguished young stranger behind her daughter. Setting aside her gardening shears, she wore a gentle yet surprised smile. Ah, Bulma, you're back. Is this your boyfriend? Bulma immediately straightened her posture, a hint of pride illuminating her face as she enthusiastically nodded. Yes, Mom, this is Videl, my boyfriend. He is going to stay with us for a while. His abilities are extraordinarily powerful. She emphasized the last statement with particular intent. Lady Brief approached with warmth, scrutinizing Videl with a cheerful demeanor, her gaze lingering on his chiseled features and the well-defined muscles that were discernible even through his clothing. Ah, welcome to the Brief estate, dear Videl. What a handsome young man you are. Would you care to go on a little outing with me? Mom, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stomped her foot in indignation. What are you saying? Videl is my boyfriend. Caught off guard by Lady Brief's overly enthusiastic invitation, Videl felt an unusual flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He quickly bowed politely and formally introduced himself. Good day, Lady Brief. I am Videl, Bulma's boyfriend. Thank you very much for your hospitality during my stay. Lady Brief's amusement only deepened as she observed Videl's awkward attempts to maintain his composure. Waving her hand dismissively, she replied, Oh, dear Videl, there is no need to be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home. I'm sure Bulma's father will be thrilled that she has found such a wonderful boyfriend like you. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as they continued to assess Videl, causing him to feel a tad uneasy. He silently mused. Lady Brief's openness is quite overwhelming. It seems Bulma is far too reserved in comparison. Thus, Videl settled into the Brief estate. Through Bulma's introduction, he also met her father, Dr. Brief, the founder of the Capsule Corporation. This middle-aged man, with his tousled blue hair and white lab coat, radiated an aura filled with pure scientific fervor, making Videl feel more at ease. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Videl straightforwardly made his request. Dr. Brief, thank you for your hospitality. I possess a spaceship which I would like to offer you as a token of gratitude. Additionally, I hope you can assist me in constructing a specialized gravity room for training. He handed over the capsule containing the spaceship along with a list of specifications for the gravity room. Dr. Brief's eyes gleamed with excitement as he accepted the capsule, clearly more intrigued by the spaceship than by the prospect of gaining a son-in-law. A gravity room? Absolutely. Count on me. This is simply fascinating. He hurried into his workshop, forgetting to bid farewell. Meanwhile, Bulma pouted in displeasure, tugging at Videl's arm. Hey, Videl, what do you mean by that? I can help you with the gravity room too. Why do you have to ask my dad? Don't you trust my abilities? Noticing Bulma's sulky expression, a mischievous grin crept across Videl's face. Without hesitation, he swept her up into his arms, carrying her effortlessly on his shoulder as he strode toward her room. Ah, what are you doing? Put me down, you scoundrel. Bulma squealed in surprise, struggling against him, her little fists playfully thumping his back, though the force felt more like a display of affection. With a chuckle, Videl leaned closer to her ear and whispered in a tone only she could hear. It's not that I doubt your abilities, my dear Bulma. Rather, your time is currently quite limited. With me around, you won't have the opportunity to construct a gravity room. What are you talking about? Bulma's face flushed a deep crimson, her struggles weakening. With a thud, the door closed behind them, and muffled sounds of Bulma's playful protests filled the room, soon replaced by a more melodious and rhythmic symphony of youthful vigor and burgeoning romance. In the ensuing days, Videl's life became notably structured and fulfilling. In the mornings, he engaged in intense physical training in the expansive backyard of the estate. Lacking a gravity room, he relied on the ultra-heavy alloys procured by Dr. Brief for weight training and performed high-intensity sprinting and dodging exercises. Each session aimed to extract every ounce of potential from his body. The resounding clatter of metal often startling Lady Brief as she passed by. Afternoons were primarily devoted to Bulma. Sometimes he would accompany her in the laboratory, tinkering with her latest inventions. Other times, she would drag him to the bustling shopping streets of West City. Occasionally, he would simply sit beside her, watching her intently as she studied or conducted her research. Videl found Bulma's prowess in technology truly astonishing. The complex formulas and design schematics seemed to come alive in her hands. Their relationship blossomed in this environment of constant companionship, with Videl increasingly relishing the tranquility of life on Earth and the warmth Bulma brought into his existence. However, this serenity was abruptly shattered by Bulma's university enrollment notification. Ugh, how annoying. On the eve of the semester, Bulma complained while nestled in Videl's embrace. I've already self-studied all the material for university, and I even contributed to the textbooks. Why waste time attending classes? It's utterly pointless. She clung to Videl like an octopus, her face expressing sheer reluctance. Videl chuckled, his heart softening as he gazed at the pouting genius in his arms. Gently stroking her silky blue hair, he reassured her, "All right, Bulma, your education is important. It's a part of your life experience. Besides, the school is right in West City, so we will still see each other. Think of it as a chance to unwind and meet new friends." Humph, I don't want to meet any new friends. Those people can't even comprehend quantum mechanics. Neither can I. Bulma remained obstinate in her words, though her demeanor softened slightly. The following morning, at Bulma's insistence, Videl personally drove her to the university. Upon arriving near the campus, Bulma continued to dawdle, clinging to Videl's arm and murmuring softly, "You'll miss me, okay? Come pick me up early in the afternoon." "Of course, I'll be there early," Videl replied with a suppressed smile, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, finally allowing the lovesick genius to reluctantly step through the school gates. As he watched her glance back multiple times while disappearing into the campus, Videl leaned against the car door, shaking his head with a blend of exasperation and affection. "Ah, a girl in love can be quite demanding. Even a battle-hardened warrior like me is nearly melted by such charm." Yet, the feeling of being needed and relied upon was both novel and heartwarming for him. What to do next? Videl pondered. The Gravity Room project was still a work in progress with Dr. Brief, so he couldn't rely on that just yet. Conventional weight training had become increasingly ineffective given his current physical strength. It no longer produced significant results. He needed a place that could genuinely stimulate his physical potential. Oh, the Korin Tower. A thought flashed through his mind. Within its sacred heights lie the mystical sins of beings, the divine water, and that venerable cat sage who has lived for 8 centuries. The sins of beings, capable of instant healing and rejuvenation, would undoubtedly serve as a strategic resource in the battles to come. Thus, it is imperative to procure a stockpile of them in advance. Moreover, he yearned to witness the hallowed grounds of martial prowess on Earth. Without delay, he set his plan into motion, racing to the largest seafood market in West City where, with the assistance of Bulma's bank card, he purchased nearly every variety of fresh fish available, filling 2 entire universal capsules to the brim. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of vendors and passers-by, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the legendary Korin Tower. Guided by the map, at the summit of the towering Korin Tower, the cat sage, cradling its cherished wooden staff, dozed peacefully when, in an instant, its fur bristled with alarm. A formidable, pure aura, imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression, approached at an astonishing velocity from afar. This presence surpassed any human warrior it had ever encountered. Even the aura of the divine seemed mild in comparison. What? The cat sage nearly leapt in surprise, gripping its staff tightly, its wide eyes fixed on the sea of clouds below. Whose aura could be so potent? Was it friend or foe? Although Viteli had intentionally suppressed his own aura to approximately 500 combat power, to the life forms on Earth, especially to one so sensitive as the cat sage, it felt akin to a colossal flame in the darkness, laden with an overwhelming pressure. After a moment's hesitation, it ultimately abandoned the notion of concealment. No use in fleeing. This individual's intent was evidently directed here, and while the aura was formidable, it bore no discernible malice or intent to kill. Thus, it resolved to await the arrival of this uninvited guest. Taking a deep breath to steady itself, the cat sage assumed an enigmatic posture at the entrance of the platform, anticipating the visitor's arrival. Whoosh! A figure pierced through the clouds like a swift arrow, landing soundlessly upon the floor of the Korin Tower's summit. "Ah, greetings. You must be the guardian of the Korin Tower, the Korin sage, am I correct?" Viteli remarked, observing the plump, snow-white cat, its wooden staff in paw, eyes betraying a mix of nervousness and vigilance. A friendly smile graced his lips as he casually tossed the 2 capsules brimming with fresh fish towards the sage. "Here, a small token of our first meeting. Inside, you'll find a selection of fresh seafood I gathered from the West City market." The cat sage instinctively caught the capsule. Momentarily dazed. Fish. This certainly piqued its interest. However, the subsequent proposal swiftly clarified the purpose of this gift. "How about we trade these fish for some sins of beans and divine water?" Viteli suggested casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, as he spoke, he He sensed that his masked aura might not sufficiently convey sincerity, or perhaps he aimed to enhance the persuasive power of the transaction, deliberately allowing a hint of his true strength to seep forth, enabling the cat sage to perceive the immense power lurking beneath his calm exterior. Buzz. The cat sage was suddenly enveloped in an invisible pressure that rendered it nearly breathless. Its claws trembled around the staff, and its fur stood on end once more. It gazed at Viteli with a wry smile, its eyes seemingly asking, "Can I still refuse?" "Ah, of course, you can," it replied, striving to keep its voice steady. "Please, give me a moment." It turned, moving somewhat stiffly toward the designated area for storing the senzu beans. With deft motions, it retrieved a small clay jar, filling it to the brim with lustrous senzu beans, and cautiously presented it to Viteli. "Here are the senzu beans you requested. As for the divine water, I must be forthright, it is highly toxic. Are you certain you wish for it?" Viteli accepted the heavy jar with a nod of satisfaction. After pondering the sage's warning regarding the divine water, he ultimately replied, "Let us forego the divine water." He had no desire to suffer from a viral heart condition like Kakarot had. The exchange of senzu beans proceeded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. "Thank you, Korin Sage." He weighed the jar thoughtfully, recalling future events, and added, "By the way, I suggest you cultivate more senzu beans whenever you find the time. Trust me, they will prove invaluable in the times to come." He did not specify the nature of their future significance, but his tone was so resolute that the Korin sage could only ponder the implications. Having said his piece, Viteli did not wait for a response from the sage, nor did he cast a glance at the vaguely visible temple above the Korin tower. Instead, he leapt once more, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards West City, vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds in the blink of an eye. The cat sage stood there, holding the two capsules filled with fish, staring vacantly in the direction Viteli had departed. Glancing down at its claws, it murmured to itself, "Invaluable, you say? Just who is this individual?" Viteli's parting words and his overwhelming aura left it filled with confusion and an inexplicable sense of foreboding. In the temple's courtyard, the deity and Bubbles stood like two statues at the edge. The deity had his eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, his fingers whitely gripping the divine staff. Bubbles remained expressionless, yet his vacant gaze was fixed intently on the direction of the Korin Tower. The moment Viteli's aura manifested at the pinnacle of the Korin Tower, the deity's eyes shot open, filled with unprecedented gravity and a hint of fear. He has gone to the Korin Tower. Though he had deliberately restrained it, the essence of that aura was simply astounding. It was even more concentrated than during the awakening he sensed in the wilderness. "Bubbles, I feel he is stronger than before." The deity's voice quivered slightly. The slight release of Viteli's aura at the summit of the Korin Tower sent ripples through the serene atmosphere of the temple, akin to a stone cast into deep waters. Bubbles nodded steadily. "Indeed, my lord. His aura resembles that of a dormant volcano, the power within far exceeding our previous estimates. It appears the Korin sage engaged in a transaction with him." The deity felt his heart racing, acutely aware of the stirrings below, fully prepared to greet Viteli's potential visit, even bracing himself for the worst. However, the anticipated scene of a dramatic ascent to the temple did not unfold. Instead, after lingering for a moment, Viteli's aura abruptly turned, swiftly retreating towards West City. "He is leaving?" The deity was momentarily dumbfounded, his taut nerves unable to comprehend the situation, his wrinkled face betraying sheer astonishment. He had envisioned countless possible dialogues, even confrontations. Yet he had never anticipated that the other party would leave without even setting foot near the temple. Bubbles' dark complexion seemed to relax slightly. "Yes, my lord. He has departed. It appears he had no intention of disturbing the tranquility of the temple." The deity remained where he stood, gazing at the now serene sea of clouds below, his emotions complex. The overwhelming pressure had dissipated, yet the clouds of uncertainty in his heart only thickened. What could his true intentions be? Did he ascend to the Korin Tower solely for the senzu beans? What did his final words to the Korin sage truly signify? Viteli's behavioral patterns transcended the bounds of his comprehension. Could it be that he truly came to Earth merely for sightseeing and living? This notion struck the deity as utterly absurd, yet he found himself bereft of a more plausible explanation. Ultimately, he could only exhale a deep sigh, laden with confusion, as he silently retreated to the deeper recesses of the temple alongside Bobo. Viteli's existence loomed over him like an unassailable sword, inducing a sense of unease in the celestial guardian, who had long safeguarded the earth. However, at least the possibility of his counterpart breaking the seal and seeking to reign over the world seemed utterly impossible. This thought provided him with a modicum of solace. In the backyard of Brief Manor in West City, Viteli stood bare-chested, his skin glistening with a healthy sheen under the sun. As beads of sweat trickled down the contours of his sculpted muscles, he effortlessly lifted a massive alloy block, estimated to weigh over 5 tons, with a single hand, as if it were a mere foam toy, and continued to perform deep squats. Each descent and ascent possessed an aesthetic quality of strength, while the specially crafted alloy floor beneath him quivered slightly. After completing 10,000 squats, he set the alloy block down, producing a dull thud as it collided with the floor, scattering a few fragments. Wiping away the minimal sweat, Viteli cast a resigned glance at the metal that had begun to feel rather insubstantial in his grasp. Without the constraints of a gravity chamber, such conventional weight training had become almost negligible for him, whose combat power approached a staggering 100,000. It barely constituted a warm-up. He sensed that his strength was stagnating. His gaze drifted to another corner of the yard, where Dr. Brief was busily surrounded by several robots, working on a colossal metal pod that was just beginning to take shape. Various complex piping systems connected to it emitted a faint hum. That was the gravity chamber under construction. Viteli mused, hoping that the doctor could expedite his efforts. He understood that Dr. Brief was doing his utmost. Constrained by Earth's current technological limitations and his incessant urgings, this prototype gravity chamber reaching 300 times Earth's gravity was already a remarkable achievement. Yet for him at this stage, it sufficed. After all, he still had a considerable distance to traverse to reach his envisioned combat power. And 30 times the gravity of Vegeta would certainly allow him to experience the pressure of training and the joy of progress anew. Moreover, this was merely a transitional solution. He had unwavering faith that in the future, Bulma would create an even more powerful and technologically advanced gravity chamber for him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his regard for the Brief family deepened. Dr. Brief seemed to sense his gaze. He looked up, adjusting his glasses, and was taken aback by the sight of Viteli effortlessly lowering the colossal block. His mouth agape in astonishment. The wrench he held nearly slipped from his grasp. Oh my goodness, Viteli, that's incredibly exaggerated. That has 5.5 tons of solid alloy. What kind of alien boyfriend has Bulma brought home? Dr. Brief felt his cherished scientific worldview once again shaken, while simultaneously realizing that he seemed to be aging and struggling to keep pace with this rapidly advancing era. I'm back. A cheerful voice shattered the bustle of the backyard. To his surprise, Bulma, who should have been attending university classes, had returned at this hour. She flitted towards Viteli, who was replenishing his energy. With his cheeks stuffed with food, he looked up in astonishment at Bulma's sudden appearance. "Nee, why so gray and puffy?" Bulma proudly lifted her chin, hands on her hips. "Humph. With me on the case, what is there that cannot be managed? I've completed all my courses for this semester ahead of time, and I've earned all my credits. The professors were utterly impressed by my genius. So, of course, I could return early." She chuckled at the sight of Viteli's stuffed cheeks and greasy lips, and gently pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth clean. "And don't talk with your mouth full. Honestly, you're like a child." As she wiped, her gaze fell upon Viteli's handsome profile. Observing his slightly swollen cheeks from the food and his focused chewing, a flutter of emotion surged within her, prompting her to quickly tiptoe and plant a kiss on his cheek. Viteli was taken aback by this unexpected ambush. Bulma, beaming with delight, swiftly changed the subject. "Do you have enough to eat? You don't seem full. Should I go to the kitchen and whip up something for you?" Viteli regarded Bulma's generous and adorable demeanor, initially shaking his head to indicate that he hadn't eaten enough, then nodding in anticipation of more food. "Humph, just wait." Bulma playfully rolled her eyes at him, her spirits buoyant as she hummed a tune and briskly made her way to the kitchen. In the distance, Dr. Brief exchanged a knowing glance with Mrs. Brief, who was cheerfully observing the scene from a garden lounge chair. They both saw in each other's eyes a sense of satisfaction and a hint of amusement. Mrs. Brief even waved at Viteli from afar, gesturing towards the abundant food on the table, encouraging him to indulge without hesitation. This elderly couple truly has a refreshing outlook, Viteli couldn't help but reflect, thinking how in his previous life on Earth, parents of girls would have certainly interfered. Time flew swiftly within this warm, simple, and love-filled daily routine. Training, spending time with Bulma, and sharing dinners with the Briefs. Occasionally visiting West City to fully experience life in the Dragon Ball world, Viteli had never imagined that as a reincarnated Saiyan warrior, he could lead such a tranquil and pleasant existence. Bulma's intelligence, enthusiasm, and occasional whims made him relish every moment. The Briefs' open-mindedness and their unconditional acceptance of him, their extraterrestrial son-in-law, enveloped him in a long-lost warmth of belonging. Within this comfortable environment, a year slipped away like grains of sand through fingers. Dr. Brief's gravity chamber was completed and operational. Although it only exerted 300 times Earth's gravity, its effects were extraordinary. Viteli devoted nearly all his energy to training, with the exception of accompanying Bulma and dining, relentlessly honing his body and spirit under extreme pressure. Bulma also kept her promise amidst her studies. She had begun exploring ways to enhance the gravity chamber, aiming to surpass 500 times gravity or even higher. After a year of rigorous training, Viteli's combat power skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, though lacking precise measurements from a detector. Based on his mastery over his ki and the perception of his physical strength, he conservatively estimated that he had firmly surpassed the million mark in combat power. If he were to unleash his full potential, channeling all his strength, his combat power could approach or even exceed 3 million. 3 million combat power. Although reaching this level required a surge of fierce energy, it was sufficiently robust to serve as the foundation for transforming into a Super Saiyan. What he needed to do now was to strive with all his might to achieve a combat power exceeding 3 million in his regular state. Drawing from his past experiences, he was confident that he could complete this transformation without relying solely on extreme anger. He was acutely aware that he had never truly experienced the brutal battles at the precipice of life and death, and his strength still lacked sufficient refinement and practical testing. Nonetheless, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction to have reached this level. After all, in the early days of Dragon Ball, this was already power sufficient to crush everything in its path. He would dare to land a few slaps on Frieza. While a tranquil life is undoubtedly delightful, the innate Saiyan yearning for combat and validation occasionally stirs within him. Fortunately, there exists a stage on Earth where he could momentarily satiate this desire, the World Martial Arts Tournament. When Videl chanced upon advertisements for the grand opening of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament in newspapers and on television, a mischievous thought surged uncontrollably within him. The world's best martial arts tournament? Videl stroked his chin, gazing at the poster adorned with martial artists striking various formidable poses. A playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perfectly, his training had reached a bottleneck, and he craved fresh and exhilarating challenges. A flicker of nostalgia and a subtle hint of mockery danced in his eyes. It was time for these Earth martial artists to witness what true power truly entailed. Upon learning of his intentions, Bulma did not deter him. Rather, her eyes sparkled with excitement. You're going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? That is fantastic. Videl, with your strength, you are bound to win the championship. I'll be there to cheer you on, letting everyone see just how handsome my boyfriend is. She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness Videl shine on the stage. Thus, under the influence of Videl's mischievous spirit and Bulma's enthusiastic support, a new name quietly appeared on the registration form for the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Videl. Chapter 10. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Near Papaya Island, a once tranquil vacation spot now buzzed with life, the air thick with excitement. A massive banner announcing the World Martial Arts Tournament fluttered in the breeze as martial artists, combat enthusiasts, and curious spectators from around the globe crowded around the iconic circular arena at the island's center. The air was infused with the scent of sweat, popcorn, and an electrifying anticipation as countless faces glowed with exhilaration. The cacophony of conversations, cheers, and vendors' calls melded into a fervent sea, narrating the glory of this quadrennial martial arts extravaganza. In close proximity to the bustling registration area, a small bald-headed boy and a hedgehog-haired youth stood out conspicuously. Goku. Krillin tugged at his companion, who was clad in an orange martial arts uniform and bore the power pole on his back, his face radiating confidence and eagerness. Is that guy you mentioned, the one with a tail named Videl, really that strong? Remember, we endured hellish training under Master Roshi. He clenched his fists, showcasing his notably refined muscles. I feel incredibly powerful now. Goku scratched the back of his head, uncertainty flickering in his bright eyes as he replied, I'm not sure about now, but a year ago, he was so fast that I couldn't even see him before he subdued me completely. I couldn't move at all, and then I lost. Recalling that previous experience of utter helplessness left a bewildered expression on his face. That must mean you were just too weak back then, Krillin exclaimed, his confidence surging sky-high. He proudly placed his hands on his hips, grinning as he declared, things are different now. We're Master Roshi's prized disciples. After all this grueling training, my strength is formidable. If that Videl dares to challenge me, he'll be left searching for his teeth. He flashed a grin that exuded the confidence of an invincible champion. Oh, Goku nodded, his innocent demeanor oblivious to the potential reality of Krillin facing Videl. However, before he could utter another word, a long, powerful hand, with distinctly defined knuckles, unexpectedly reached out from the side, pinching his chubby cheek and maliciously pulling it from side to side. Ouch, 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 Goku yelped, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he futilely attempted to pry away the hand gripping his face. Startled, Krillin quickly focused his gaze. A tall, well-built young man clad in a black combat uniform had materialized beside them, with striking features and a playful smirk tugging at his lips. He scrutinized Goku and Krillin with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Behind him, a fluffy tail swayed rhythmically, leisurely. TSK, 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 ISNT this our little Goku? Vitel's voice dripped with exaggerated surprise and teasing. In just a year, you've transformed into the legendary disciple of the Turtle Hermit? Truly remarkable. He deliberately elongated his words, tightening his grip slightly. Let go. You scoundrel. Who are you? Release Goku. Krillin, both startled and enraged, rushed in to defend his friend, heedless of the imposing aura surrounding Vitel. In a moment of desperation, he even opened his mouth, revealing a set of small white teeth. As he made an attempt to bite Vitel's wrist, TSK. Vitel frowned, unwilling to get his wrist soaked by the bald boy's saliva. With a flick of his wrist, he easily evaded Krillin's advance and simultaneously released Goku's face. Goku immediately cupped his reddened cheek, glaring at Vitel while indignantly exclaiming, Vitel, you jerk, that hurt. Vitel? Krillin rubbed his slightly numb arm, his pupils dilating as he processed the name. He scrutinized the seemingly unremarkable yet instinctively dangerous man before him. You are that Vitel? If no one else is named Vitel, then that would be me. Vitel brushed off imaginary dust from his hands, a wild grin playing on his lips as he looked down at Krillin, regarding him as merely an inconsequential scion. Krillin's competitive spirit ignited by Vitel's arrogant demeanor. He stifled a flicker of unease, crossing his arms and puffing out his chest defiantly, directing his non-existent nostrils at Vitel. Humph, what with the mystery? I don't care who you are, but since you're here for the World Martial Arts Tournament, listen closely. If you encounter me and Goku in the arena. He paused, emphasizing his words. We won't hold back. Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up in tears. He attempted to veil his underlying trepidation with a fierce tone. Vitel regarded the bravado of the small, bald-headed boy, nearly bursting into laughter. With great effort, he contained his amusement, nodding as though appeasing a child. All right, understood. Thank you for the warning. I'll be sure to be cautious when the time comes. His tone dripped with playful sarcasm. At that moment, a melodious female voice cut through the clamor, reaching the ears of the trio. Vitel, how did you end up over here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Through the throng, Bulma deftly maneuvered her way, clutching her purse as she approached with alacrity. A delicate sheen of perspiration adorning her beautiful forehead. Dressed in a vibrant casual ensemble, her short blue hair accentuated her vivacity. Upon spotting Vegeta, she instinctively slipped her arm through his, affectionately leaning against him. Oh, Goku. Bulma's gaze was drawn to the two small figures beside Vegeta, her face instantly lighting up with delight. You're here for the martial arts tournament too? It's Bulma, Goku exclaimed, equally thrilled to see a familiar face. Momentarily forgetting the pain etched on his visage. Krillin and I came with Master Roshi, but he just said he wanted to see the sights and disappeared in a flash. That old pervert Roshi is here too? Bulma's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing as a chill swept across her features. Yet, upon seeing the two youngsters before her, her demeanor brightened once more, brimming with warmth. Perfect. I've booked the finest hotel on the island. Lunch is almost ready. Let us go eat together. My treat. She boisterously patted her bulging wallet. Really? That is wonderful. Goku's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, nearly drooling in anticipation. Krillin observed Bulma clinging to Vegeta like a little kitten, and the pair seemed like an inseparable match. Glancing at Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor, Krillin felt a twinge of discomfort. He smirked, muttering under his breath, convinced only he could hear. Humph, as martial artists, we should prioritize our craft. Being enamored with women will only hinder my speed in combat. The more he spoke, the more absurd his thoughts appeared, and though his voice was soft, it was as loud as a trumpet to Vegeta's extraordinarily keen ears. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his gaze. Oh, the little bald one is pretending to be lofty? Noted. I shall certainly grant your wish in due time. At noon, the luxurious restaurant, reserved by Bulma, became the stage for an unforgettable spectacle witnessed by all the staff and chefs. Vegeta exemplified the true essence of a Saiyant's appetite. His speed of consumption was akin to lightning, his movements unhurried yet astonishingly efficient. The food on his plate seemed not to be eaten, but rather devoured by some invisible force. Mountains of steak, whole roasted chickens, heaps of fried rice, and an endless stream of soups and desserts vanished into his mouth, which seemed to connect to a black hole. The chefs in the back were wielding their utensils with such fervor that they were nearly smoking. While the waitstaff struggled to keep up, their legs weary, yet Vegeta's plate continued to fill at a terrifying pace. Krillin stood agape, his chopsticks slipping from his grasp. Goku, too, was a voracious eater, but compared to Vegeta, he appeared utterly insignificant. Bulma wore an expression of knowing amusement, delicately savoring her salad, occasionally wiping the corner of Vegeta's mouth with affectionate care while directing the waitstaff. Bring 2 more of those roasted suckling pigs. Yes, the whole ones. And 5 more servings of that seafood risotto. After what could only be described as a lavish feast, the 4 of them, primarily Vegeta and Goku, returned to the tournament venue, thoroughly satiated. The preliminary draws were about to commence, and the massive electronic screen displayed the numbers in a rolling cascade. Vegeta casually drew a slip. Glancing at it, number 7. He nonchalantly tucked the slip into his pocket, surveying the eager competitors, some brimming with ferocity, while others exuded calmness. A faint smile playing on his lips. These minor contenders failed to pique his interest. His purpose in attending was twofold: to witness the youthful prowess of Goku and Krillin, the future Z warriors, and to indulge in a bit of showmanship. Indeed, the latter was merely a trivial amusement, a fleeting pleasure. In the afternoon, the preliminaries unfolded vigorously across several platforms. Vegeta found himself assigned to Group C. He languidly leaned against a pillar at the edge of the ring, arms crossed and eyes partially closed, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous cheers and the cacophony of fists colliding, as if he were merely napping in a distant realm. Only when a brawny contender, fervently hailed as the 8-armed King Chaba, made his entrance did he lazily lift an eyelid. The king, towering and muscular, unleashed a wild roar as he brandished his arms, his speed not lacking as he conjured a blur of punches before him, appearing somewhat formidable. Humph. Vegeta let out an almost inaudible scoff through his nostrils and resumed his repose. Such a display of speed was akin to watching slow-motion playback in his eyes, riddled with flaws and utterly tedious. As time passed, the referee's booming voice pierced the air. Group C, Match 7. Contestant number 7, Vegeta, against contestant number 11, XX. Only then did Vegeta leisurely open his eyes, striding onto the platform amidst Bulma's expectant gaze and Goku and Krillin's curious stares. His opponent, a robust man with a keen gaze, radiated the aura of a seasoned fighter, adopting a vigilant defensive stance, his focus unwavering on Vegeta. The referee dutifully announced, "Begin." With a roar, XX propelled himself forward like a cheetah, channeling every ounce of his strength into a swift and forceful right punch aimed at Vegeta's face. A strike that he believed transcended the limits of time and space. Yet, just as his fist was about to graze Vegeta's nose, Vegeta made his move. Without shifting his feet, he nonchalantly raised his right hand, as if swatting away an annoying fly, and with a flick of his wrist, dismissed the oncoming attack. There was no thunderous collision. Instead, an invisible yet overwhelming gust of energy surged forth. The air seemed to compress and tear apart in an instant. The fierce expression on XX's face was replaced by sheer terror, as he felt as if he had collided with a speeding train. An irresistible force slammed into his chest. Ugh! A brief, anguished cry escaped him, and he was flung like a marionette with severed strings, spiraling violently in a high arc. Crashing with pinpoint accuracy into the sand below the ring, a cloud of dust erupting as he lay unconscious. The entire area of the C Group arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. All shouts and discussions were abruptly silenced, as if a colossal invisible hand had stifled them. The audience gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, incredulous at the sight of the black-haired youth who had barely moved a muscle. What just happened? He merely waved his hand, and XX was sent flying? Was this sorcery? The referee, equally bewildered, stood frozen for a moment before stammering. Contestant number 7, Vegeta, wins." A moment of stunned silence was followed by a deafening uproar of astonishment and disbelief. My heavens, what was that? He just waved his hand. XX was a top 8 contender last year. Just like that, he yes out? A monster. This guy is undoubtedly a monster. Goku and Krillin, standing amidst the crowd, had their jaws nearly grazing the ground. With palpable excitement, Wukong fervently grasped Krillin's arm, exclaiming, "Krillin, did you see that? Incredible. Just as formidable as a year ago. No, he seems even stronger now." In stark contrast, Krillin appeared dazed, murmuring to himself, "What a joke." With just a wave of his hand. How can one even fight against that? The grandiose proclamations he had previously made now seemed utterly feeble and laughable. Amidst the throng of participants, Master Roshi, disguised as a contestant, removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that were filled with an unprecedented gravity and astonishment. He perceived the situation with greater clarity than others. What he witnessed was not merely a simple gust of energy. It was a tangible shockwave, born from the manipulation of ki. Moreover, the opponent's control was exquisite, striking just enough to knock someone off the stage without inflicting fatal harm. The mastery displayed, the sheer power, was unfathomable. Who exactly was this young man named Viteli? When did the martial arts world produce such a remarkable figure? Master Roshi felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. Subsequent matches, including those where Wukong and Krillin effortlessly dispatched their adversaries, paled in comparison to Viteli's astonishing display. Viteli, uninterested in further observation, took Bulma, still enveloped in excitement, by the hand and departed to indulge in their private world. The night on Papaya Island, accompanied by the sea breeze, was evidently far more captivating than witnessing mere novices sparring. As dawn broke, the sun's golden rays once again bathed the vibrant Papaya Island, and after a night of revelry, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and tension. The highlight of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the official matches, was set to commence under the watchful gaze of the multitude. The grand arena was already filled to capacity, a sea of spectators whose cheers crescendoed with fervor. In the competitors' lounge, the 8 formidable fighters who had emerged from the preliminaries were poised for action. Wukong and Krillin, a mix of nervousness and excitement, stretched and encouraged one another. The other competitors were also making their final preparations, their gazes sharp and spirits high. Only Viteli retained a languid demeanor, resembling a vacationer at the seaside, observing the fervent atmosphere of the audience with keen interest. In the front row, Bulma waved enthusiastically at Viteli, shouting with all her might, "Viteli, go for it. You must win. Show them your prowess." Turning at the sound of her voice, Viteli offered a reassuring smile imbued with unshakable confidence. "Silly girl. I actually wish I had the chance to lose once." At that moment, the announcer's booming voice reverberated through the loudspeakers, igniting the final spark. "Ladies and gentlemen, fighters from around the globe, thank you for your patience. The exhilarating moment has finally arrived. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Now, let the competition officially begin." With a resounding clang of the gong, the very ground of Papaya Island seemed to tremble. All eyes instantly fixed upon the immense arena that symbolized strength and glory. A breathtaking martial arts tournament was about to be unveiled by a scion hailing from beyond the distant stars. Chapter 11. The World's Best? The morning sun cast its radiant glow upon the polished stage, reflecting blinding light. The audience, a thrumming mass of enthusiasm, was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with excitement. After 2 days of fierce competition, the final 4 had emerged. "Ladies and gentlemen, martial artists, thank you for your patience." The host's fervent voice echoed through the venue, signaling the commencement of the pinnacle of the tournament. The first match featured Viteli, who had exhibited overwhelming prowess in the preliminaries. Amidst a modest round of applause and curious murmurs, Viteli strolled onto the stage with an air of calm. Clad in his black combat attire, he appeared lethargic, as if he had merely come to practice in the morning sun. He positioned himself, his gaze steady upon the entrance. His opponent was the formidable King Chappa, who had secured his place among the top 4 with his exceptional boxing skills and vast experience. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers at King Chappa's entrance. This robust man, muscles rippling like a coiled dragon, greeted the audience with a confident smile as he strode onto the stage with purpose. He stretched his shoulders and arms, the sinewy muscles flexing mightily. As he assumed the stance of his 8-hands fist, a flurry of punch winds materialized before him, prompting another round of thunderous applause. Standing across from Viteli, King Chappa looked down upon his seemingly drowsy opponent, his contempt growing. With a derisive snort, he declared, "Humph. Kid, don't think that your lucky wins yesterday mean you can strut around in front of me. King Chappa, facing me is your misfortune. Your tricks are utterly trivial compared to the true essence of my 8-hands fist." His chin raised high, his gaze condescending, he seemed utterly confident of victory. Viteli, however, could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids, entirely disinterested in such vacuous pre-fight banter. He remained in his relaxed stance, casually raising his right hand into a loose fist. As the referee's final syllable of start lingered in the air, Viteli moved. Without any build-up, no battle cry, and not even a discernible display of force. He simply threw a punch forward, as effortlessly as swatting away a fly. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, as if the very air had been shattered by the impact. A visible, white circular shockwave erupted from his fist. King Chappa, who had been boasting just a moment prior, felt his bravado freeze, overwhelmed by sheer terror. He could hardly comprehend how the punch had arrived. He only sensed an indescribable force, akin to a cataclysmic avalanche, crashing into his chest. A shriek, twisted and agonizing, tore through the air. King Chappa's robust form was struck as if by an oncoming freight truck. In an instant, he transformed into a blurred projectile, screaming as he soared through the air at an incomprehensible speed, like a tormented cannonball, straight into the sky beyond the ring. So swift was his ascent that a white streak trailed behind him in the sky. Within moments, the agonized cries and blurred figure vanished beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint, dissipating white trail and a profound silence enveloping the arena. The fervent fans who had rallied for King Chappa now wore expressions frozen in shock, their cheers silenced as if a pause button had been pressed. Their mouths hung agape, capable of housing an egg. The entire venue, filled with thousands, was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only the whisper of the wind and the distant sound of waves lapping against the shore broke the stillness. Wow, a shooting star. Krillin was the first to shatter the silence, excitedly pointing in the direction of King Chappa's disappearance, clasping his hands together in prayer, hoping for an overnight fortune. Wukong instinctively followed suit, wishing for endless meat to feast upon. The sight of the two boys making wishes by the ring seemed utterly bizarre and comical in the midst of the arena's profound quietude. The referee's hand trembled as he gripped the microphone. Swallowing hard, he summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the tremor in his voice. The winner is Viteli. His voice was dry, as though he had drained every bit of energy from his being. This time, there were no cheers, no applause. Only countless astonished gazes, akin to those reserved for a monstrous apparition, were fixated on the young man with ebony hair on the stage, who was slowly retracting his fist as though he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. One punch, merely a single strike. A contender of the top four had been sent flying like refuse, vanishing into the horizon. What a terrifying display of power. This had utterly transcended their comprehension of martial arts. In the afternoon, the draw results for the semifinals were announced. First match, Viteli versus Jackie Chan, Master Roshi. Second match, Sun Wukong versus Krillin. As the matches temporarily concluded, Viteli was preparing to accompany Bulma for a belated lunch. However, Bulma gently tugged at him, indicating towards the not-so-distant figures of Wukong and Krillin, who were rubbing their stomachs and eagerly eyeing the nearby food stalls. Shall we bring them along? I heard from Krillin that they came to the competition without much money. It seems the provided meals are insufficient for Wukong's appetite. Viteli cast a glance at the two young boys, particularly noting Krillin's forced composure as his stomach audibly protested. Considering the camaraderie they might share in future battles, he nonchalantly nodded. All right. Wow. Thank you so much, Bulma. Viteli. Upon hearing the prospect of a feast, Wukong erupted in joyous celebration, eagerly pulling along the somewhat shy and bashful Krillin. This time, Bulma selected a luxurious restaurant renowned for its seafood. The outcome, predictably, was another disaster that left the restaurant manager and chefs questioning their life choices. Viteli and Wukong behaved like two highly efficient food processors, rendering plates empty at an astonishing rate. Lobsters, king crabs, oysters, and mountains of sushi and sashimi vanished into the voracious maws of the two. Krillin, having learned from past experiences, wisely seized a large platter of his favorite dishes early on, retreating to a corner to silently wage his own battle. Witnessing the two consume at such an inhuman pace, he found his understanding of eating redefined. Amidst the restaurant owner's complex gaze, blending agony with appeasement, Viteli contentedly set down the last massive crab shell, savoring the moment as he leisurely picked at his teeth. Wukong emulated his actions, patting his round belly with a blissful hum. Bulma elegantly swiped her card for the bill, the lengthy string of numbers causing Krillin's eyes to widen, internally exclaiming, "Being wealthy is truly wonderful. I too wish to become rich." The afternoon semifinals were about to commence. The atmosphere in the main arena was even more tense and anticipatory than in the morning. The victors of this round would determine the two finalists, ultimately revealing the champion of the tournament. First semifinal, Sun Wukong versus Krillin. The two diminutive fighters engaged in a fierce duel upon the expansive stage. Their movements were agile, punches and kicks rapid fire, exchanging blows in a dizzying display of offense and defense. The solid foundation imparted by Master Roshi and their intensive training over the past year were vividly showcased in their exhilarating combat. The audience was entranced, showering the astonishingly skilled children with cheers and applause. Go, Wukong, Krillin, don't lose. Disguised as Jackie Chan, Master Roshi blended into the crowd, his eyes brimming with pride as he observed his two pupils, especially when he witnessed Wukong seize a fleeting opportunity amidst their intense struggle, suddenly retreating to create distance. His hands quickly drew together at his waist, striking a pose reminiscent of Master Roshi's iconic stance, the initiation of the Kamehameha. That is. Master Roshi's pupils constricted, his eyes widening behind his sunglasses. The Kamehameha? Impossible. I clearly have not taught them this. Could it be from that time at Fire Mountain? He remembered how he had utilized it to extinguish a blaze. Could this boy have learned it from just a single viewing? Haim. Wukong's youthful yet potent voice resonated, as a brilliant blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his palm, emanating an astonishing wave of energy. Krillin, momentarily stunned by Wukong's sudden withdrawal, recognized the familiar stance and felt the overwhelming aura of energy, his face going pale. He realized this was Master Roshi's ultimate technique. A wave of immense dread enveloped him. Evade. Too late. Block. With what? Kamehameha. With Wukong's furious shout, a dazzling blue energy beam surged forth, akin to a roaring dragon tearing through the air, instantly crossing the stage and striking the unsuspecting Krillin with devastating force. Krillin barely managed a short, anguished cry before being hurled like a marionette with severed strings by the violent torrent of energy, tracing a high parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the stage, his head tilting in unconsciousness. The impact created a small crater, sending dust spiraling into the air. The referee, momentarily stunned by the sheer power of the attack, took a few seconds to regain his composure before promptly raising his hand. Out of bounds. The winner of this match is Sun Wukong. Yay, I won, Wukong exclaimed, exuberantly leaping into the air, his face aglow with the joy of victory. Wow. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating this spectacular and formidable strike with fervent cheers. After a brief intermission, the host's animated voice rang out once more. Next up, the highly anticipated second semifinal, featuring the mysterious and powerful competitor Viteli against the experienced and enigmatic Jackie Chan. Viteli and Master Roshi, Jackie Chan, ascended the stage simultaneously. Master Roshi had removed his sunglasses, revealing his aged yet sharp features. His expression was grave, his focus entirely on Viteli. The previous scene loomed vividly in his mind. The pressure this young man exerted surpassed that which he had felt in the presence of the mighty Piccolo. Referee, begin. Viteli did not treat this match with the same casualness as he had with King Chappa. In the face of this martial arts deity, he extended the basic respect due. He adopted a simple combat stance and spoke solemnly. Come at me, Mr. Chan. Simultaneously, he subtly suppressed his own aura to a level comparable to Master Roshi's. However, he could not diminish his physical strength or neuroresponse time. Master Roshi inhaled deeply, recognizing that probing would yield no benefit. He let out a low growl, propelling himself with a sudden burst of energy, instantly vanishing from sight. Swift as a phantom, to the ordinary audience, he appeared as a blurred shadow lunging at Viteli. Master Roshi reappeared beside Viteli, delivering a powerful kick infused with all his might, accompanied by a deafening whoosh, aimed directly at Viteli's side. The angle was acute, the speed astonishing. Yet, in Viteli's perception, Master Roshi's lightning-fast strike unfolded in slow motion, akin to a scene from a film. He did not even require conscious thought. His body's instinctive reactions allowed him to effortlessly sidestep the attack. The kick grazed his clothing, the rush of air tousling his hair. Unperturbed by his missed strike, Master Roshi unleashed a flurry of punches, palms, fingers, and kicks, akin to a tempest. Each blow encapsulated the essence of martial arts. With cunning angles and a blend of feigned and real attacks, the stage became a whirlwind of movement, with fists howling through the air. Yet, what increasingly astonished Master Roshi was that regardless of how intricate his attacks were or how swift his speed became, Viteli consistently evaded each one by the slimmest of margins. As if he were preemptively predicting them, Viteli did not even shift from his original position. His movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with an indescribable rhythm, as if he were not in combat, but rather performing an elegant dance upon the stage. The Turtle Sage's formidable strikes, capable of shattering stone and splitting the earth, occasionally landed upon him with such force that he felt no inclination to evade them, as if they had sunk into the depths of the ocean. Failing to even jolt his body, a heavy sigh escaped Viteli's heart, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despondency. He had envisioned a contest where he could temper his strength and engage in a thrilling, evenly matched duel with this martial arts master to experience the pure collision of techniques. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. Merely relying on his instinctual reactions and mastery of the combat rhythm rendered him invincible. The opponent's attacks, in his eyes, were riddled with flaws. This was not a battle, but rather a one-sided farce. He attempted to forsake evasion, yet the Turtle Sage's power was insufficient even to elicit a tickle. The Turtle Sage, internally shaken to his core, felt the sweat drenching his back. He exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing his most profound skills. Yet the adversary stood like an immovable mountain. Each seemingly casual dodge he executed deftly navigated the gaps in the sage's assault. The absolute stillness of his body when absorbing blows underscored the unfathomable strength of his physique. What manner of beast was this young man? Just how formidable was his strength? It appeared that the desire for a serious battle on Earth would ultimately remain unattainable. Viteli was filled with resignation. The Turtle Sage abruptly stepped back, creating distance. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he tore off the upper portion of his training attire, revealing a lean yet powerful physique. He swiftly raised both hands before his chest. A surge of potent and tempestuous electrical energy began to coalesce around him, crackling with explosive sounds. Blue arcs of electricity flickered and danced, casting a grim aura upon his aged visage. Youngster, be wary of the next move. The turtle sage's hair stood on end as he bellowed, the earth-shattering palm. With a thunderous roar, as the turtle sage thrust his palms forward, a colossal net of chaotic blue lightning, imbued with a destructive essence and accompanied by deafening thunder, descended upon Viteli. The blinding electrical light compelled all spectators to instinctively shut their eyes. Viteli. Bulma's heart soared to her throat, unable to suppress her exclamation. Alas! On the stage, a clear yet resigned sigh escaped Viteli once more. Just as the terrifying web of electric energy was about to engulf him, he moved. There were no extravagant maneuvers, no preliminary buildup of power. He simply raised his right hand with an air of nonchalance and gently waved it towards the overwhelming electric net. A sharp crack resounded, akin to the shattering of glass. The formidable net of the earth-shattering palm, powerful enough to melt steel, collapsed under Viteli's casual gesture like a punctured soap bubble. The frenzied currents, akin to headless flies, darted about, emitting a few discontented hisses before dissipating entirely into the air, as if they had never existed. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The turtle sage remained in the posture of his attack, frozen in disbelief, as if turned to stone. His all-out strike had simply vanished. Viteli slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the turtle sage's stunned expression with calm, unwavering eyes, yet imbued with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down the sage's spine. I suppose I shall be a tad more serious now. Viteli's voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the arena. Be careful, don't die. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Viteli's figure vanished from sight. The turtle sage could only perceive a blur before him, an indescribable aura of death, as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him, enveloped him instantaneously. He scarcely had time to react. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Within the turtle sage's dilated pupils, he envisioned the entirety of his life, his childhood self, training diligently under Master Roshi alongside Crane Hermit, sweat dripping from their brows. His youthful eyes had been so pure, unaware of the allure of femininity. The despairing figure of King Piccolo, the ruthless determination of Master Roshi as he expended his life force to execute the evil containment wave. He recalled scaling the Korin Tower, utterly exhausted, only to see the cat hermit extending a paw with a Senzabine. The thrill of executing the Kamehameha for the first time. The embarrassing moment when he bled from his nose upon seeing a beautiful swimsuit model. The satisfaction of instructing Goku and Krillin. 3 centuries of life flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. So vividly clear. Was this a harbinger of death? A deafening boom jolted the turtle sage from his reverie. The anticipated agony did not follow. He snapped his eyes open, finding Viteli's fist halted less than an inch from the tip of his nose. The fearsome gale from that punch had not dissipated. It tore through the air like an invisible blade, surging towards the heavens. As the punch's wind sliced through the atmosphere, the thick clouds above parted as if cleaved by a colossal axe, revealing a vast vacuum channel that spanned dozens of meters, piercing the sky. Sunlight cascaded through this immense rift, casting a magnificent beam upon the arena, as if the heavens themselves had been breached by that singular fist. After a fleeting silence, a cacophony of astonished gasps and screams erupted, powerful enough to overturn the entire Papaya Island. All spectators rose to their feet, gazing up at the celestial scar torn across the sky, their faces etched with sheer shock and disbelief. Was this the power that humanity could possess? This was a miracle. The turtle sage stood rigidly, drenched in cold sweat, rivulets cascading from his forehead, his training attire thoroughly soaked. He stared at the fist hovering so near, then glanced up at the colossal wound across the heavens. In that fleeting moment, he truly glimpsed his past life. Had his opponent not shown restraint, the turtle sage would likely never gaze upon beauty again. Viteli slowly withdrew his fist, sighing with a hint of disinterest, as if all enthusiasm had evaporated. Without sparing a glance at the bewildered turtle sage, he turned towards the judge's table. His voice, though soft, pierced through the tumult of the arena. I forfeit. What? Bulma, Goku, Krillin, the turtle sage, the announcer, and the entire audience were left in a state of shock. They even questioned the reliability of their own hearing. Viteli announced his forfeit. Viteli chose to forfeit? The announcer's initial excitement faltered, stammering as he confirmed, Viteli, are you certain? You hold an absolute advantage. Viteli paid him no mind. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed upon the bewildered Goku below the stage, his eyes brimming with a complex hope. Do your best, Goku. Viteli's voice carried a subtle seriousness. You need to grow stronger. With that, he no longer glanced at anyone, striding down the stage to take Bulma's hand. Bulma regarded Viteli, not inquiring about his decision to forfeit nor where they were headed, but rather clasped his broad, warm hand tightly, tilting her face to offer him a gentle yet resolute smile. Yes, let us go. Viteli felt the warmth and trust radiating from her palm, nodding in acknowledgement. Hand in hand with Bulma, he disregarded the astonished and tumultuous arena behind them, ignoring the audience's bewildered and fervent gazes, and ambled towards the tranquil azure sea at the island's edge. Sunlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows. Behind them, the announcer's voice, as if awakening from a dream, echoed through the loudspeakers, attempting to rekindle the atmosphere of the competition. Due to Viteli's forfeit, the victor of this semi-final is Jackie Chun. Next, we shall witness the grand finale of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The competitors, Son Goku and Jackie Chun, are poised to clash. The true champion of the world is about to be revealed. Chapter 12. The near bankruptcy of Master Wutian. Papaya Island, once abuzz with the fervor of the World Martial Arts Tournament, has finally returned to its serene state as the last batch of competitors and spectators depart. The once crowded streets and bustling beaches now resonate only with the gentle rhythm of the waves lapping against the shore and the melodious calls of seabirds. The sun shines unabatedly upon the fine, white sands, casting a dazzling glow, while the air is infused with the briny yet refreshing essence of the ocean breeze. As if the earlier fervent festivities were but a fleeting dream. However, Viteli and Bulma choose not to conform to the exodus. For them, while the competition may have concluded, this moment marks the perfect opportunity to relish their time together. They cast aside the clamor of the event and decide to linger a little longer on this tranquil island. The sun is just right. On the delicate sands, Viteli and Bulma nestle together on a spacious beach chair, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Throughout the morning, a few enthusiastic tourists, having witnessed Viteli's astounding performance at the tournament, approach with eager requests for photographs. Viteli, displaying remarkable patience, greets them with a gentle smile. Bulma observes from the side, feeling not a hint of disturbance, but rather a swell of pride. Look, this is my man, Viteli. Isn't he handsome? As the crowd finally begins to dissipate, the sounds of the ocean and the occasional swoop of seagulls envelop them, creating an atmosphere where it seems the world consists solely of the two of them. Viteli takes a deep, contented breath, draining her chilled coconut drink with a satisfied sigh. She adjusts her position, instinctively wrapping her arms around Bulma's slender waist, drawing her closer into an embrace, and then relaxes back against the chair's support. The warm sun envelopes them, the gentle sea breeze caresses their skin, and the soft sounds of the waves and the calls of seagulls fill the air, all while holding her beloved. This idyllic scene brings Viteli an unparalleled sense of relaxation and comfort, so much so that she nearly drifts off into slumber. Yet, this tranquility is short-lived. Viteli, a bright and vivacious call pierces through the calm, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, instantly shattering the peace. Viteli reluctantly opens her eyes, her gaze locking onto the source of the voice. It is Goku, his ever-innocent smile beaming as he bounds toward them with an exuberant gait. With an exasperated sigh, Viteli silently laments, furrowing her brow as a look of resigned annoyance crosses her face. She muses to herself, why is it so difficult to enjoy a peaceful holiday? Someone always has to interrupt. Noticing Viteli's comically flustered expression, Bulma can't help but chuckle softly. She reaches out, affectionately tousling Viteli's unruly hair, as if soothing a petulant cat. Oh, come on, she says, her tone playful. He's just a big kid. Why bother getting worked up over him? Look at how eagerly he's running over. He must have something important to share. Viteli shakes her head, suppressing her irritation, straightens her posture, and turns her attention to the now approaching Goku. What is the rush? Did you need something from us? Goku skids to a halt before them, his small chest heaving with excitement, a rosy flush coloring his cheeks. Master Roshi said he's treating us to dinner. I came to find you too. He gestures animatedly in the direction from which he came, seeing the pure, unblemished delight on Goku's face. Particularly the fact that the prospect of a meal prompted him to seek them out. Viteli finds her momentary annoyance dissipating, replaced by a subtle warmth. She reaches out, gently pinching Goku's chubby cheek, her tone softening. Thank you, Goku. It's quite thoughtful of you to come tell us about dinner. Bulma, joining in the mirth, leans over to ruffle Goku's messy hair in praise. Exactly. You're such a good boy, Goku. Hey, don't mess with my hair. Goku protests, shaking his head like a reluctant little animal trying to escape their grasp, his face lit with a playful joy. Let us go. Master Roshi's already waiting for us at the restaurant. If we're late, the good food will be gone. At the mere mention of the restaurant and delicious food, Goku's eyes gleam with excitement, his mouth watering uncontrollably, which elicits amused laughter from Viteli and Bulma. All right, let us go. Viteli and Bulma exchange a knowing smile and quickly rise to their feet. They return to their hotel, swiftly changing out of their swimwear into comfortable casual attire. and then follow the ever-enthusiastic Goku to a well-decorated restaurant on the island. Upon entering the private dining room, they find Master Roshi, having shed his disguise, seated alongside his diminutive disciple, Krillin. The round table is laden with a feast of various dishes, the delectable aromas wafting through the air. Clearly, Master Roshi has spared no expense. Master Roshi, I've brought Videl and Bulma back. Can we eat now? Goku exclaims, his eyes fixated on the bountiful spread, nearly drooling with anticipation as he hastily pulls out a chair to sit. Master Roshi clears his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, attempting to present himself with the gravitas befitting an elder. Ahem, well, it's wonderful that everyone is here. Before we begin, however, before he can finish his sentence, Goku has already seized his chopsticks, exuberantly declaring, I'm starting. In an instant, he dives into the nearest dish with reckless abandon, cheeks puffing out like a little hamster. Witnessing Goku's complete disregard for anything but food, and observing Master Roshi's expression turn to one of shock as he appears petrified in his seat, Bulma can no longer contain her laughter, erupting in a melodic giggle that fills the room. Meanwhile, Krillin, well aware of Goku's insatiable appetite, acts swiftly. Having experienced Videl's equally bottomless stomach, he wastes no time. Seeing Goku's fervor, he quickly grabs the largest plate before him, deftly piling it high with meats and the most extravagant dishes, his movements a testament to his well-honed skills. His singular thought, the early bird gets the worm. If I don't act fast, there won't be anything left. Master Roshi gazes in bewilderment at the chaotic scene unfolding before him, Goku devouring food with reckless enthusiasm, Videl joining the fray with equal fervor, and Krillin frantically hoarding as Bulma laughs uncontrollably beside them. His carefully prepared speech is left unspoken, and with a sheepish grin, he abandons all pretense of decorum, seizing his own chopsticks to join the fray. If he doesn't hurry, he might not even get a sip of soup. Having witnessed Goku's legendary appetite firsthand, and knowing Videl's unyielding capacity, the outcome of this meal seems all but certain. Waiter, 2 more large plates of fried rice over here. The biggest you have. Bulma called out to the server, observing the rapidly emptying plate in front of Videl. And 2 large servings of pork chop rice as well. The largest portions, please, she added, her tone as casual as if she were ordering beverages. Master Roshi watched in disbelief as Bulma continued to add to the order without a hint of concern, glancing at the mountain of food on the table that was vanishing at an alarming rate. His expression slowly morphed into one of incredulity, tinged with a hint of fear. Unable to contain himself, he set down his chopsticks, his voice trembling. That's enough. Enough. Kids, it's sufficient to eat until you're 70% full. Healthy living should start young. Don't overdo it. However, Videl and Goku, the 2 main culinary champions, seemed to have transcended into a realm of gastronomic unity. With unwavering focus, they were oblivious to their surroundings, their chopsticks moving like shadows, intent on obliterating every edible item within their sight. For them, the only actions that mattered were chewing and swallowing, Master Roshi's admonitions fading into mere background noise. When the last piece of pork chop disappeared into Videl's mouth, and Goku polished off the final remnants of fried rice, this monumental feast finally reached its conclusion. As the waiter approached with the bill, the professional smile on his face bore a subtle twist of nuance. Master Roshi accepted the bill with an expression that was almost reverent, a mixture of anticipation and dread. However, when his gaze fell upon the staggering figure at the bottom of the bill, he felt as if struck by lightning. Leaping from his seat with a voice that soared an octave higher, filled with incredulity. How much? 1,300,000. His sunglasses nearly slipped from his nose as he pointed shakily at that astronomical figure, his eyes wide as saucers. Did you accidentally add an extra 0? The restaurant manager hurried over, donning a flawlessly professional apologetic smile, slightly bowing but speaking with unwavering conviction. I sincerely apologize for your astonishment, sir. However, your total expenditure is indeed 1,300,000, and the bill has been meticulously verified. Every figure is correct. His demeanor was respectful, yet his stance was resolute. But isn't that an outrageous price? Master Roshi exclaimed, his arms flailing as he sought a rational explanation. The World Martial Arts Tournament. That's an event that gathers the world's top fighters. The prize money for the champion is only 500,000. Why does a single meal here cost 1,300,000? Is that even reasonable? He attempted to appeal to logic. The manager maintained a decorous smile, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes, as if to say, surely you must understand. He chose not to argue further, merely stepping aside with a gesture that indicated, please, observe the facts, pointing to the vast expanse of empty plates and bowls behind Master Roshi. Turning in the direction the manager indicated, Master Roshi's confusion transformed into sheer shock. Behind him loomed a mountain of colossal empty plates and bowls, resembling a majestic range crafted from dishware. Each plate was astonishingly large, sufficient to hold an entire feast for an average household, while the soup bowls were bottomless, now merely glistening with remnants of grease. This silent testament to the ferocity and grandeur of their recent culinary battle conveyed a visual impact far surpassing any verbal explanation. Master Roshi gaped at the monument of excess created by Goku and his companions, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He finally comprehended how that figure of 1,300,000 had come to be. Trembling, with a sliver of desperate hope, he turned to the manager and asked in a dry voice, "Excuse me, might I settle the bill by washing dishes? Is that possible?" His tone was so humble, it bordered on pleading. Bulma, observing Master Roshi's expression of utter dismay, as well as Krillin and Goku's bewildered innocence, couldn't help but burst into laughter once more. She retrieved a sleek black card from her elegant handbag, waving it nonchalantly. "All right, let us charge it to my card." Turning to Master Roshi, whose face was a canvas of relief, she playfully winked and teased, "Master Roshi, you truly outdid yourself this time. We appreciate the gesture." Master Roshi's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly thanked Bulma, wiping the sweat from his brow, mumbling about being more mindful next time. His flustered yet grateful demeanor providing a humorous conclusion to this extravagant dining escapade. Bidding farewell to Master Roshi and the two youngsters, Videl and Bulma finally found themselves free of all distractions. Under the pristine sunlight of Papaya Island, upon the soft sands, and amidst the crystal-clear waters, they luxuriated in 3 days wholly devoted to their intimate world. No tedious training, no interruptions from others, only the sea breeze, the crashing waves, the starlight, and the sound of their laughter. Videl savored this rare relaxation, while Bulma embraced the vivacity and sweetness inherent to her youth. Yet, the fleeting joy of their 3-day holiday came to an abrupt end, as their return vessel gently descended onto the expansive helipad of the Capsule Corporation estate in West City. Videl inhaled the familiar scent of oil mingled with floral notes, a long-forgotten excitement surging through her veins. After spending so many days away, aside from the final 3 days of pure relaxation on Papaya Island, the preceding time had largely been consumed by competitions and leisure. With her rigorous training almost at a standstill, Videl felt a sense of unease coursing through her, as if a lingering restlessness had settled into the very marrow of her bones. It was an uncomfortable sensation born from the stagnation of her strength, a silent cry for the thrill of pushing her limits deep within her being. Gravity chamber, oh gravity chamber, Videl's heart silently roared, her gaze instinctively drawn toward the familiar colossal metallic structure nestled within the estate. "Without you, how could I, Videl, possibly thrive?" The joy of returning home was swiftly eclipsed by a pilgrimage-like urgency. Almost as soon as she stepped onto the estate's lawn, Videl found herself unable to contain her eagerness. She hardly paused to exchange pleasantries with Dr. Brief and his wife, hastily informing Bulma, "I'll head over first," before her figure transformed into a blur racing eagerly toward the gravity chamber. That urgency, that singular focus, was akin to a long-separated lover waiting just ahead. Bulma watched as Videl dashed away, both exasperated and amused, placing her hands on her hips and playfully chiding the air. "Hey, Videl, you lazy bum. Not even a proper goodbye. Truly a training-obsessed blockhead. What a cad," though she feigned annoyance with her words. The twinkle in her eyes revealed a deeper understanding and indulgent affection. She was all too aware of the gravity chamber's significance to Videl. It was an intrinsic part of her relentless pursuit of strength. Shaking her head, Bulma's mock anger swiftly transformed into a different expression, one of focus and excitement befitting a genius scientist. Her battleground awaited her return. "Humph, you stubborn head, just wait and see," she murmured softly, turning on her heel with a light yet determined stride toward her state-of-the-art, high-tech laboratory. She had solemnly promised Videl to develop a new generation of gravity chambers with even greater capabilities. This challenge filled her with fervor as well. By the glass-paneled window, Mrs. Brief held a delicate teacup, taking in the small complaints of her daughter, the warmth in her gaze as she watched Videl's retreating figure, and the subsequent determination as she rushed toward the laboratory, all unfolding before her eyes. She could not help but chuckle as she turned to Dr. Brief, who was also gazing outside. "My dear, look at little Bulma and little Vegeta. One is in pursuit of strength, while the other chases technology. Their fervent and focused demeanor is truly a perfect match." Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, observing the faint vibrations emanating from the backyard, signaling that someone had begun an intense training session. He glanced at the illuminated lights of his daughter's laboratory and nodded in agreement. Sipping his red wine with an air of calm, he remarked, "Indeed, they are full of vitality. Quite splendid." Life at the estate swiftly returned to its unique and vibrant rhythm, with the rumbling of the gravity chamber and the soft glow of the laboratory intertwining to create the most familiar background melody of their home. Chapter 13. The Strange Transformation Method, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Time flowed like sand slipping through fingers, and after several months had quietly passed, one sunny afternoon found Bulma enjoying a rare moment of leisure, seated in an exquisitely crafted wicker chair in the courtyard, cradling a steaming cup of fragrant red tea and relishing a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the faint sound of the heavy alloy door of the gravity chamber sliding open pierced the serenity. Bulma turned in surprise to see Vegeta emerging from within, wearing a rare expression of agitation mixed with resignation. Unlike his usual self, drenched in sweat and brimming with fervor for the next training session, he walked directly towards her. "Well, what a rarity, Vegeta!" Bulma exclaimed, setting down her teacup, her sapphire eyes wide with astonishment. "You didn't tea-train until dinner time today? Is the sun rising in the west? Or has the gravity chamber finally malfunctioned under your relentless training?" She half joked, though a tinge of concern crept into her heart. Vegeta plopped down beside her with an air of dejection, casually snatching her cup of tea and gulping it down without a second glance. He released a long sigh. His brows furrowed as he spoke. "Don't even get me started. It seems I've hit a bottleneck." His tone was unusually morose, devoid of the usual vibrant energy he exuded. "Even in your gravity chamber, it feels like I'm training in a pile of cotton. My strength seems to have stagnated, and my physical endurance is stuck as well. A bottleneck." Bulma straightened up, the light-hearted smile vanishing from her face. She knew Vegeta all too well. His greatest obsession and joy lay in his relentless pursuit of strength. The stagnation of his power was undoubtedly a matter of great significance that could severely affect his mood. What is going on? Is it the design of the gravity chamber that has reached its limits? Or is it something inherent to your body? She pressed eagerly, her mind racing through various technical parameters and biological knowledge. Vegeta shook his head, resting his chin on his hand as he fell into deep thought. His gaze became distant as he murmured to himself, "I don't know." Let me think. Memories of various methods of power enhancement from the Dragon Ball anime flickered through his mind. Training with King Kai? Accelerated time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Breaking through the brink of death? Even the potential development techniques from the Grand Elder of Namek. Could I seek out King Kai? He whispered this option but quickly dismissed it, shaking his head. Too troublesome, and besides, King Kai's training isn't particularly effective for me. Or perhaps I could consult with the Supreme Kai about borrowing the hyperbolic time chamber. The thought sparked a glimmer in his eyes, yet it faded swiftly. No, that place is too special. It's a trump card for critical moments, not to be squandered on merely breaking through this bottleneck. Observing Vegeta lost in profound contemplation, Bulma refrained from interrupting. She simply sat quietly beside him, her gaze gentle yet resolute. She believed in her beloved, and regardless of the method he ultimately chose, she would remain his staunchest support, providing him with all the assistance he needed, be it technology, resources, or unwavering trust. Time elapsed in silence. After a while, Vegeta suddenly stood up, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. He turned to Bulma and said, "I've thought of a method. I need to go out for a while. I might not be back for dinner, so don't wait for me." Bulma nodded. "All right, be careful." Without further ado, Vegeta propelled himself into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the distant KO tower that connected heaven and earth. His speed stirred up a whirlwind even in the courtyard. It was only when his figure vanished completely into the azure sky that Bulma snapped back to reality. Her delicate face suddenly etched with unprecedented seriousness. Vegeta had actually said he might not return for dinner. She murmured, her voice rising in pitch. "This is bad. He has lost interest in food." This was a monumental event for a Saiyan to lose enthusiasm for eating. The gravity of the situation was likely far more severe than she had initially imagined. Vegeta soared through the skies with unwavering purpose, arriving at the towering KO tower. He adeptly landed on the platform at the summit, casually waving to the white cat, KO, who was holding a staff and looking at him with a mix of wariness and resignation. "Hey, KO, same as usual. The fish is in the capsule. Have you prepared the senza beans?" He executed the exchange with the familiarity of a daily transaction. KO observed the capsule Vegeta tossed his way, then noted Vegeta's impatience. And with a resigned shake of his whiskers, he retrieved 10 plump green senza beans from a jar in the corner. Both parties felt they had gained from the exchange and were too lazy to haggle further. Vegeta stowed the senza beans and did not linger. Directly leaping through the invisible barrier at the tower's peak, soaring towards the Supreme Kai's palace suspended among the clouds. At the pristine white plaza of the palace, the Supreme Kai and his attendant, Bobo, stood like ageless sculptures, their expressions calm compared to when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, when they had regarded him with utmost caution. Over the past few months, Vegeta had made intermittent visits, ostensibly to deliver fish to KO, while occasionally stopping by the palace to admire the scenery. With repeated encounters, the Supreme Kai had transitioned from extreme vigilance to a habitual wariness. As Vegeta's agile form touched down on the immaculate floor of the palace, the Supreme Kai, with his green, wrinkled visage, displayed no emotion, yet his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon him. "What is your purpose in coming to Earth?" he asked directly. This question had been on his mind for quite some time. Although Vegeta's actions appeared benign, the unfathomable power he possessed remained the Supreme Kai's greatest concern. Upon hearing this, Vegeta rolled his eyes dramatically, wearing an expression of exasperation. He spread his hands, his tone tinged with both resignation and sarcasm. "What purpose could I possibly have on Earth? Am I here to exploit your weak planet? To take advantage of your outdated technology beyond the capsules? Or to bargain over the Dragon Balls, which you seem to negotiate with reluctance? Please, give me a valid reason for invading your Earth." He gestured to the palace beneath his feet. "Or perhaps I simply find this place serene, perfect for daydreaming?" This blunt and almost acerbic retort left the Supreme Kai momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, he realized that aside from the Dragon Balls, Earth truly held little of value for this powerful extraterrestrial. Yet, aside from that one occasion with his girlfriend, Vegeta had never actively sought out the Dragon Balls. Regarding beauty, the deity cast a glance at Viteli, whose handsome visage was marred by an expression that seemed to plead, "Do not disturb me." Silently, he suppressed the notion, which he deemed improbable. The deity paused momentarily, allowing the tautness in his demeanor to ease slightly, though vigilance remained. He shifted the subject, adopting a more tempered tone. "What brings you here today?" He observed that Viteli's demeanor deviated from his usual nonchalant wanderings, now imbued with a seriousness that hinted at a quest for answers. Viteli flashed a grin, revealing a row of immaculate teeth. "It's quite simple. I wish to inquire if there exists a particularly robust and resilient location here. I need to unleash my energy for an experiment. Down below, I'm concerned that a miscalculation might upheave tectonic plates, causing harm to both people and flora." The deity nodded slightly at his words, refraining from probing the reason further. He extended a slender, withered finger, gesturing towards the dazzling temple floor beneath their feet. His tone laced with a barely perceptible pride. "The material of the temple is composed of divine power and the most resilient substances found on Earth, capable of withstanding your might. Should you wish to demonstrate your strength, this is the place to do so." A playful arc graced Viteli's lips. His gaze tinged with mockery. "Oh, are you certain? Just to clarify, if anything gets damaged, I shall not be liable." He had preemptively shielded himself. The deity, maintaining his impassive expression, nodded. "No matter." He gestured for Bobo to step back, remaining rooted in his position, his murky eyes fixed intently on Viteli, as if silently urging him to commence. Viteli, ever one to seize an opportunity, sauntered to the center of the temple plaza and slowly closed his eyes. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, save for the whistling of the wind high above. He clasped his fists at his waist, his mind delving deep within, beginning to sense the colossal aura within him, guiding the dormant power, coursing like molten lava through his limbs and bones. By his own estimation, he had now surpassed 5 million in battle power. Theoretically, this figure had already reached the foundational threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Yet, transformation was not merely a numerical game. It resembled a genetic lock requiring a specific key or intense emotion to unlock. Viteli had never truly transformed, relying instead on vague memories and personal sensations to navigate his attempts. He first recalled the method taught by Vegeta to another universe's Saiyan in Dragon Ball Super, concentrating power at a certain point on his back, envisioning it as the source and switch of his strength. Focus, condense, envision it as a switch, activate it. Viteli intently chanted in his mind, striving to direct the wild energy throughout his body toward the area between his shoulder blades. He felt the energy coalescing behind him, the muscles of his back warming and swelling, a formidable sense of power brewing. Yet, it was just shy of the threshold. It felt as though a membrane, thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly resilient, obstructed him. No matter how he surged or directed, that world-shattering power remained shackled, unable to break free and undergo its qualitative transformation. It was akin to water reaching the boiling point, yet perpetually lacking that final degree to fully boil. Damn it! After countless futile attempts, Viteli could not help but curse inwardly, a profound sense of frustration welling up within him. In the novels he had read in his previous life, characters traversing into the Dragon Ball world either possessed systems that granted them strength or were born with Super Saiyan bloodlines, transforming with a mere shout. Why was it that for him, even the simplest transformation felt like an arduous struggle? He had to rely on his own strength, painstakingly honing his abilities. With a resigned sigh, he opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath tinged with grievance. There was no denying that the first method had failed. It seemed he could only resort to the most primal and classic means. Anger. Vitri's gaze sharpened, and he closed his eyes once more. He began to excavate the depths of his memory, seeking fragments that could ignite his fury. The only milk candy snatched away by the older children at the orphanage? At the time, he felt nothing but indignation, cried for a while, and then forgot. In retrospect, it seemed rather comical. The mockery from classmates who taunted him as a parentless wild child, bestowing upon him the unflattering nickname Erguzi? Oh, that individual later received such a beating that he scarcely recognized himself. The anger had long dissipated, replaced by a twinge of pride. The heartbreak of being callously dumped by his first love in college? Well, that sorrow lasted barely 2 days before he encountered a more beautiful and intriguing senior at the library. There was no anger to be found there. Being forcibly appointed as Vegeta's bodyguard on Planet Vegeta? Alas, how could one feel rage when Vegeta himself was so pitiable, and he had abandoned him to come to Earth? Damn it. The more he contemplated, the more stifled he felt, and the more stifled he became, the angrier he grew. Yet, this anger did not stem from those distant, long since reconciled memories, but rather from the predicament he faced at that moment. Why was it so easy for others to grow stronger? Signing in, soaking in hot springs. Why did he have to endure such grueling training? Even transforming was such an arduous task. Was this absurd transformation mechanism specifically targeting him? Huh, look at me. You little brat. The intense frustration arising from the difficulty of transformation, coupled with feelings of resentment and self-doubt, splashed like droplets into a cauldron of hot oil. Boom. Without warning, an unimaginable, ferocious golden aura erupted violently from within Viteli. It was akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons, suddenly erupting. The blinding golden light instantaneously engulfed his figure, morphing into a colossal beam that connected heaven and earth, soaring into the sky. The terrifying golden energy surged outward in a circular wave, as if a tsunami. Centered on Viteli, crashing forth. The deity and Bobo, standing not far away, barely had time to react, feeling an irresistible force slam into them. Ah! The deity could only emit a short gasp of surprise as his frail body was uprooted like a leaf in a tempest, crashing heavily against the distant temple wall before sliding awkwardly to the ground, his staff flung far away. Bobo, too, was not spared, swept up by the violent energy wave, tumbling through the air several times before crashing onto the hard ground. The entire grand and sturdy temple trembled under the sudden eruption of power that seemed capable of shaking the stars, emitting a deep, persistent hum as if it could not bear the weight. The pristine floor shook violently, dust cascaded from the dome, and the seemingly solid decorations of the temple swayed wildly. The temple of the deity appeared to be undergoing divine retribution. In the center of the light beam, Viteli's voice erupted in a roar, as if he were to rend the heavens with his fury and ultimate release. The golden aura surrounding him danced wildly, ascending, its form undergoing dramatic transformations. His once jet-black, hedgehog-like hair now seemed to be drawn upward by an invisible force, each strand standing on end, and in the golden light. It visibly shed its darkness, adopting a resplendent, pure gold hue. His tightly shut eyes flung open. The pupils vanished momentarily in the golden radiance, leaving behind only the terrifying whites of his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a coiling, furious dragon. Every muscle in his body swelled to its utmost limit beneath the golden light, bones cracking with explosive sounds. Damn it. Huh. Accompanied by this heart-wrenching scream, as if to shatter the very sky with his roar, Viteli's transformation finally reached completion. The blinding golden light receded slightly, yet continued to swirl around him like a raging flame, forming a tempestuous golden flame wave. His hair, standing defiantly on end, had transformed into a radiant golden blaze. The emerald green of his eyes crystallized once more, resembling two cold jade gemstones embedded in a visage that had become more angular and wild with the surge of power. An indescribable, formidable aura, imbued with a sense of oppression, swept through the entire temple like an unstoppable tempest. Super Saiyan Viteli. He hovered half a foot above the ground, gazing down in astonishment at his hands enveloped in golden flames, feeling an overwhelming force within him, surging like an endless ocean, exponentially more powerful than before. The bottleneck that had plagued him for so long crumbled before this newfound strength, as fragile as mere parchment. Elation overwhelmed him in an instant. Yet, amidst this ecstasy, a rather absurd thought emerged. He had succeeded in transforming. But the catalyst for his transformation into a Super Saiyan was his extreme frustration and anger at his previous inability to transform. What kind of logic is this? To be enraged by one's inability to transform, ultimately leading to a successful metamorphosis? This logic presented a perfect paradox. It could be deemed the most bizarre occurrence in the annals of Saiyan transformations. Suspended in midair, he reveled in the explosive power coursing through him. Golden strands of hair dancing in the fiery aura, his verdant gaze sweeping across the desolate temple square, finally landing on a distant figure, a divine being struggling to rise. Dirted and aghast, as though he had encountered a specter. A complex smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. This absurdity, that he had transformed due to anger at his own inability to be angry, this is simply ludicrous. Chapter 14, A Distressed Bulma. The moment Viteli completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan, an indescribable, terrifying aura surged forth like an invisible tsunami, centered around the divine temple atop Korin Tower, engulfing the entire earth. This aura was potent, ferocious, and laden with a sense of annihilating oppression. Within the turtle hermit's abode, perched upon the ocean, Master Roshi, in an exceedingly indecorous stance, leaned in closely to the television screen, entranced by the exhilarating highlights of the latest global aerobics competition. Suddenly, he felt an irresistible, violent energy bearing down upon him. His body uncontrollably lurched backward, landing with a thud, his sunglasses askew. Ouch! He exclaimed, struggling to rise. His previously sinister excitement swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He dashed to the window, his murky eyes fixated on the direction of Korin Tower, cold sweat soaking the back of his floral shirt. This aura, it belonged to that boy Viteli. How could it possibly be so terrifying? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The power Viteli had displayed at the martial arts tournament paled in comparison to this aura, like a firefly against the full moon. At that moment, Krillin burst through the door, proudly brandishing a bulging wallet. Master Roshi, my part-time job training is complete. The boss said I'm exceptionally quick and efficient at moving bricks. And he has given me 3 times the pay. Upon seeing Master Roshi's disheveled state and ashen complexion, he halted abruptly. Master, what has happened? Did you hurt your back again? Only then did Master Roshi manage to regain his composure from the aftershocks of the overwhelming aura. Taking deep breaths to steady his racing heart, shaking his head with a complex expression. And no, it's nothing. Just getting old, my legs aren't as nimble anymore. Accepting the wallet Krillin offered, he forced a smile. Well done, Krillin. Launch saved some food for you in the fridge. Remember to heat it up. Once Krillin left, still puzzled, Master Roshi returned his gaze to the seemingly tranquil sky outside, the shock lingering on his face. His fingers, resting on the windowsill, turned pale as he whispered to himself. So, that punch was far from your limit, Viteli. Just who are you, my boy? In a villa somewhere within the Crane School dojo, Master Shin elegantly swirled a glass of red wine, maintaining an air of superiority before his disciples, Tien and Kayat. Suddenly, his wrist faltered, causing the expensive wine to spill and stain the luxurious carpet. His face turned as white as a sheet, and the wine glass shattered with a loud crash. Master. Tien looked at his uncharacteristically flustered teacher, feeling the same soul-chilling aura, his expression grave. Master Shin's lips trembled as he struggled to swallow, his gaze towards Tien filled with unprecedented dread. Tien, this aura. It's too terrifying. Next time, at the World Martial Arts Tournament, perhaps we should refrain from participating? For the first time, he wavered in his ambitions. The owner of that aura was beyond human capability to contend with. Tien clenched his fists, the oppressive aura making it difficult to breathe. Yet the pride of the Crane School and his obsession with surpassing the Turtle School burned fiercely within him. He lifted his chin defiantly, his eyes sparkling with indomitable spirit. I'm sorry, Master. I still wish to participate. I want to prove with my strength that we, the Crane School, are absolutely superior to the Turtle School, no matter who the opponent is. His tone was resolute, laced with a sense of determination. Master Shun, observing the fire in his disciple's eyes, hesitated for a moment, then sighed, slowly nodding. Very well, since you have made up your mind, you must strive to claim victory, at all costs. His final words carried a hint of desperate resolve. Yes, Master, Tien replied solemnly, emanating a sharp, determined aura. Nearby, Kairatsu gazed up at Tien's steadfast profile, his little eyes filled with admiration, whispering repeatedly, Tien, so cool. In a nearby grove by Korin Tower, Goku was engaged in a fierce battle with the self-proclaimed #1 assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai's attacks were vicious and cunning, while Goku relied on his agility and ever-improving martial arts skills to hold his ground. Just as Goku seized an opening to counterattack, that violent aura struck his senses like a sledgehammer. Goku's movement halted abruptly. What an opportunity! The seasoned Tao Pai Pai would not let this fleeting chance slip by. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, Dodon Ray. The long-prepared lethal move sliced through the air towards Goku's vital points. In the nick of time, Goku instinctively utilized his power pole to block. Bang! The The sound echoed as Goku was knocked back several steps by the immense force, his arm numb. He quickly regained his stance, blinking as he looked at Tao Pai Pai, who was grinning triumphantly, filled with confusion. Was that sensation Vetris? Strange, why would I sense Vetris? At this moment, Goku had yet to learn the ability to sense others' auras, but soon enough, his opportunity would present itself. In the temple square, the golden light from Vetris' transformation began to slowly retract. Now a full-fledged Super Saiyan, Vetris hovered in midair, incredulously gazing at his hands engulfed in golden flames. Feeling the terrifying power within him surge like an unbridled tide, vastly exceeding his normal capabilities. However, after the euphoria, a strong, somewhat uncontrollable impulse for violence began to blossom deep within him. It felt as though a bloodthirsty beast had awakened within his heart, inciting a fervent desire for destruction and combat. The golden aura flickered uncontrollably, its potent presence crashing against the temple's protective barrier like tangible waves, emanating a deep, resonant hum. No, he thought, suppressing the turmoil within, his brow furrowed. I am not yet capable of mastering this power. The leakage of energy is far too severe. He understood all too well that returning to the surface in such a state would spell disaster, the mere escape of his aura enough to incite chaos. Resolutely, he descended to the temple's dilapidated plaza and sat cross-legged. His golden hair remained upright, yet the emerald depths of his eyes shone with a calm light. He closed his eyes, striving to collect his thoughts, attempting to harness the tempestuous power within him and quell the inner unrest. The deity, with the aid of Bobo, struggled to approach closer. His profound gaze fixated on Viteli's current form, the golden flames, the verdant pupils, and the chilling, formidable aura surrounding him. The wrinkles etched upon his aged visage displayed unprecedented shock and bewilderment, as he murmured repeatedly, "This power, it is astonishingly formidable. What manner of being is he?" Just as Viteli immersed himself in the endeavor of controlling his power, feeling the savage sensation akin to a parasite difficult to eradicate, a serene voice resonated beside him. "Your heart is far too tumultuous." Viteli snapped his verdant eyes open, astonished to see Bobo standing before him, expressionless and entirely unaffected by the earlier cataclysmic transformation. Ignoring Viteli's surprise, Bobo continued in his monotonous tone, "You should have already attempted to comprehend nature. But that is merely the beginning. Your spirit has yet to attain true clarity. There are too many distractions." He paused, seemingly analyzing the ebb and flow of Viteli's energy. "The aura within you appears mighty, yet it is akin to wild horses, not truly integrated with your essence, failing to reach a state of effortless mastery. After accumulating power to a bottleneck, you did not take the time to refine your foundation, instead hastily pursuing greater forms of strength. Your foundation now rests precariously upon sand. Unstable. Viteli found himself momentarily speechless by Bobo's incisive assessment, astonishment flooding his heart. This Bobo, who seemed to possess a faint presence in the original Dragon Ball, merely a backdrop, held such insight to discern the vulnerabilities within his power structure? Is this real? Who are you truly? Viteli couldn't help but probe further. His emerald eyes filled with scrutiny. "I am Bobo," came the simple, direct reply, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "a servant of the Divine Lord." Viteli felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. What a farce. A servant of a terrestrial deity possessing such insight and perspective? However, in that moment, he found little inclination to delve into Bobo's identity further. Bobo's words struck him like a bolt of enlightenment. Indeed, he had previously been too focused on the numerical growth of his strength, neglecting the cultivation of his inner state and mastery over that power. The myriad tales of cultivation from his past life had not gone to waste. He no longer hesitated. Casting aside distractions and seeking to attain a profound stillness as hinted at by Bobo's guidance. No longer fixating on suppressing the violent energy, he endeavored to achieve a unique resonance with it. He envisioned his spirit as a tranquil lake, reflecting the sky and all creation, allowing the golden power to caress him like a gentle breeze, without rippling the surface. Gradually, a subtle sensation began to rise within him. He felt himself truly merging with the expanse of the sky, the flowing clouds around him, and the blue planet beneath his feet. He was no longer merely a vessel for tumultuous power, but a part of nature itself. In this extraordinary state of unity with nature, the wild golden flames surrounding him began to soften, becoming subdued, ultimately fading away like receding tides. His once resplendent golden hair dulled back to a profound black. Viteli's aura settled into a profound calm, even more restrained than before his transformation. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had slipped by in quietude. Time passed unnoticed. The celestial cycles of the temple turning as the clouds churned. In West City, at the brief estate, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the temple's tranquility. Thick with anxiety, Bulma paced restlessly in the living room, her beautiful blue eyes bloodshot and shadowed with dark circles beneath. 3 days. A full 3 days. Viteli had vanished without a trace. Damn you, Viteli. Where on earth have you gone? What has happened? She abruptly grabbed an empty cup from the table with the intent to throw it, but recalling it was one they had purchased together, she hesitated, instead setting it down heavily with a clatter. She had exhausted all resources of the Capsule Corporation. Countless drones had been deployed like locusts, covering a vast area centered around Corinne Tower, with a radius of several thousand kilometers. Television and radio stations incessantly broadcasted missing person notices, the reward amount staggering. Online, the search information inundated the internet. Yet, every piece of feedback returned was uniformly negative. Target not found. Bulma grasped her phone once more, her fingers trembling as she opened the latest drone patrol report. The glaring words "target not found" made her head spin, her eyes brimming with tears. Viteli, she uttered, her voice tinged with desperation, collapsing onto the sofa. Where are you? Please don't scare me. Nearby, Mrs. Brief, holding an elegant teapot, leisurely poured perfectly brewed tea into a cup. Observing her daughter in despair, she sighed and spoke gently. Now, my little Bulma, do not fret too much. Young Viteli is exceptionally capable. He easily won the championship of that martial arts tournament. What trouble could he possibly find himself in? Surely, he has encountered something extraordinary and is simply unable to return at this moment. Perhaps she lifted her teacup, blowing gently upon it, with a certainty born from experience. He may very well return to us in a flash. Bulma raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her eternally graceful and composed mother. Her voice choked with emotion. How can that be, Mom? He hasn't come back in 3 days. We've searched endlessly, and there has been not a single word. How could he suddenly? I'm back, Bulma. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, a familiar voice echoed from above. In an instant, a figure descended as if teleporting, landing firmly on the carpet of the living room. It was none other than Viteli, who had been missing for 3 days. Bulma stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the weary yet unharmed man before her, the world around her seeming surreal. The next moment, Viteli, a cry, laden with grievance, worry, and uncontainable joy, shattered the tranquility of the living room. Like a startled rabbit, Bulma sprang from the sofa, propelled by overwhelming force as she leaped into Viteli's embrace. The tremendous impact caused Viteli to sway slightly, yet he immediately tightened his powerful arms around the girl in his embrace. Bulma clung to him like an octopus, burying her face deep into his chest, her shoulders trembling violently as the worries that had been suppressed for 3 days erupted in that moment. You bastard! Villain! Where on earth have you been for these 3 days? I thought you didn't want me anymore, she sobbed, her words a jumbled accusation. As she weakly pounded her fists against Viteli's back, tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string, instantly soaking the fabric of his shirt. Feeling the girl's tremors and the warmth of her tears, Viteli's heart ached as if it had been violently tugged. He tightened his grip, holding Bulma even closer, resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice laced with guilt and heartache as he repeatedly murmured apologies. I'm sorry, Bulma, I'm so sorry for making you worry. I went to the Temple of the Gods to train, attempting to master a new power, but unexpectedly entered a special state. What felt like just a moment turned into 3 days. I truly apologize, it was my oversight. His voice was deep and tender, tinged with caution, softly comforting the girl before him. He gently patted Bulma's back, allowing her to vent her emotions in his embrace. Nearby, Mrs. Brief elegantly sipped from a cup of now-cool red tea, watching the touching and impactful reunion unfold before her, a satisfied smile gracing her face, as if she were witnessing a splendid television drama. Ah, she murmured softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is far more captivating and delightful than any primetime drama. Chapter 15. The Arrival of Goku, A Turn of Fate. Since Viteli's return from the temple, a week had quietly slipped by. During this time, the atmosphere within Brief Manor had subtly shifted without anyone noticing. It seemed Viteli was determined to make up for the guilt of his 3-day absence. Aside from his unwavering morning training in the gravity chamber, he spent nearly all his time glued to Bulma's side. They indulged in romantic activities like ordinary couples in love, holding hands as they attended the latest sci-fi blockbuster, exchanging thoughtfully chosen gifts, and driving to picturesque mountaintops to watch the sunrise and sunset together. In the evenings, Bulma would pull Viteli to the elegantly arranged terrace she had decorated, where they would enjoy a candlelit romantic dinner. While the sweetness and warmth were undeniable, a week of nothing but dates took its toll. Not to mention, after their outings, Viteli found himself dragged into half the night's activities. One new morning, Viteli awoke early, carefully propping himself up from the warm, comfortable bed, cautious not to disturb the peacefully sleeping Bulma beside him. Her blue hair cascaded over the pillow, her sleeping face serene. He tiptoed out of bed, dressing in his combat suit with nearly silent movements. Then, like a thief, he crept out the bedroom door on tiptoe. Once he closed the door behind him, cutting off the tranquility within, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if shedding an immense burden. In the next moment, he dashed toward the gravity chamber in the backyard like a wild stallion, his speed leaving a fleeting shadow in the morning mist. With a heavy thud, he secured the alloy door of the gravity chamber from the inside. Training. I must train. Viteli pressed his back against the cold metal door, feeling the familiar oppressive space around him, a relieved smile creeping onto his face as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Heaven knows how mentally taxing a week of dates had been for a training fanatic like him. Accompanying his girlfriend on shopping trips and scenic excursions felt far more exhausting than performing 10,000 squats under 500 times Earth's gravity. Inside the gravity chamber, Viteli stretched his muscles, his gaze sharpening once more. He took a deep breath, his mind focusing. Golden light erupted. A violent yet concentrated golden aura enveloped his body instantly, his hair standing upright, transformed into a brilliant gold. While his emerald eyes glittered with a calm radiance amidst the golden glow, he intended to attempt gravity training directly in his Super Saiyan state, believing it would not only hone his strength, but perhaps also enable him to adapt to and master this form more swiftly, even touching upon the threshold of full power where the energy is contained and the consumption is minimal. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is stark. The 500 times Earth's gravity pressed down upon him like a tidal wave, yet upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, it felt as if he had merely donned a slightly heavy coat. There was no pressure, not even enough to count as a warm-up. TSK. Viteli pouted in exasperation, the golden aura dissipating like a receding tide, his hair reverting to black. As expected, there was no challenge. It was utterly insufficient compared to his normal state. Reluctantly, he returned to his base form, standing in the center of this high-pressure environment, reacquainting himself with the weighty burden akin to a mountain pressing down on him. Soon, the familiar sensations returned, the tightness of his muscles, the accelerated flow of blood, and the fulfilling feeling of power subtly increasing under immense pressure, eliciting a satisfied hum from him. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Bulma, who should have still been asleep, quietly opened her eyes. She listened intently to the almost inaudible footsteps outside, tinged with a sense of hurried escape, fading away until she heard the dull sound of the gravity chamber door locking behind. She couldn't help but chuckle, burying her face into the soft pillow, her shoulders shaking slightly. After a while, she lifted her head and rolled her eyes dramatically at the ceiling, muttering under her breath, Stupid man, training fanatic, stubborn blockhead." After her grumbling, she snuggled deeper into the covers, turning over to bask in the warmth left by Viteli, contentedly drifting back into slumber. The sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, gently illuminating the smile on her lips. Life seemed to have returned to its familiar rhythm, training, eating, and spending time with Bulma. However, amidst Viteli's routine of training, meals, and companionship, a new, regular extracurricular activity emerged: visits to the temple. To express his gratitude for Bobo's crucial guidance on power control, Viteli had gone to great lengths this time. He sought out the finest two-dimensional craftsmen in West City, commissioning the creation of a lifelike dragon model crafted from special alloys and materials, complete with intricate details. When he presented this shimmering gift to Bobo in the temple square, the usually expressionless deity's dark eyes seemed to glimmer slightly, though he maintained his usual blank demeanor and said nothing. The careful way he accepted the model and gently traced the dragon's scales with his fingers, along with his reluctance to part with it, silently proclaimed his immense satisfaction with the gift. Meanwhile, the god of the heavens observed Bobo's enamored reaction and then glanced at Viteli, who stood empty-handed, clearly not having brought a gift for himself, the wrinkles on the green face of the heavenly being tightened slightly. Finally, he let out a heavy huff, shrugged his shoulders dramatically, and, with hands clasped behind his back, strode away with a distinctly displeased demeanor into the depths of the temple. What's going on with the god? Viteli wondered, bewildered by this sudden display of disdain, casting a puzzled glance at Bobo. Bobo, still cradling the dragon model, merely shook his head silently, remaining mute. Viteli did not delve deeply into the matter, for he had another purpose for this visit. "Mr. Bobo, I have come to continue my training with you. I sense there remains much room for improvement in my mastery of power." Bobo finally lifted his head, his lifeless eyes gazing at Viteli for a moment before he slowly spoke in a flat, unvarying tone. "What I could teach you has already been imparted. The clarity of the mind, the harmony of power, the solidity of foundations, these are the paths you must tread alone. At present, there is nothing new I can offer you." With that, he embraced his cherished model and turned away, leaving the plaza to attend to his own affairs. Watching Bobo's short, stout figure vanish down the corridor of the temple, seemingly imbued with profound meaning, Viteli stood in the vast emptiness of the temple square, feeling the piercing cold wind from above. After a while, he let out a long sigh. It seems that the pursuit of mastery ultimately rests upon oneself. Time slipped away, and another tranquil and fulfilling year passed. On this particular afternoon, the sun shone perfectly. Bulma, clad in light summer attire, reclined comfortably beneath the enormous sunshade in the courtyard, perusing the latest technology magazine. Suddenly, a vibrant voice rang out from above. "Hello, is Viteli and Bulma here?" Bulma looked up at the sound to see a golden cloud hovering over the estate, atop which sat the long-missed son Wukong. He had grown a little taller, and some of the childishness had faded from his face, yet his eyes remained clear and bright, adorned with a familiar, innocent smile. "Hey, Wukong!" Bulma exclaimed in delight, sitting up and waving her hand toward the sky. "What brings you here? Come down." Wukong gracefully descended on his nimbus cloud, curiously surveying the exquisite estate. "Bulma, I finally found you," he greeted joyfully, then craned his neck to look around. "Is Viteli not living here? I can't sense his energy." Upon hearing that he was searching for Viteli, Bulma made herself comfortable again, lazily reclining back onto her sun lounger, and nonchalantly pointed toward the large metallic structure in the backyard. "You're looking for Viteli?" He asked, sporting a rather cool new hairstyle. His hair has turned golden. "He is inside training right now. Just ring the doorbell." "Golden hair?" Wukong scratched his head, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he approached the gravity chamber. He rang the doorbell, the crisp chime echoing distinctly in the serene courtyard. "Viteli, are you in there?" Inside the gravity chamber, Viteli was meditating in his Super Saiyan form. Suspended in midair, a golden aura enveloped him, burning softly like a gentle flame, his presence so subdued it nearly merged with the surrounding ambience. With his eyes closed, he was immersed in the subtle flows of power and the perfect coordination of his body. The sound of the doorbell and Wukong's familiar voice pierced through the heavy alloy door. "Kakarot?" Viteli slowly opened his emerald eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through them. "What brings this boy here?" With a subtle thought, he gracefully descended to the ground, the golden aura around him dissipating entirely. He approached the door, and with a soft hiss, the heavy alloy door slid open. "Wukong, what brings you to find me?" Viteli inquired, observing his younger Saiyan friend, who seemed to have grown a bit taller and more focused. Wukong's eyes instantly brightened like searchlights upon seeing Viteli. He keenly sensed the abyssal aura emanating from Viteli, and merely standing before him triggered an involuntary shiver, a physiological reaction of the weak in the presence of the strong. "Wow, you are so powerful, Viteli!" Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. Without a hint of fear, only pure fighting spirit and excitement. "I can't help but tremble just standing in front of you. How did you achieve this?" Viteli, observing Wukong's expression, playfully pinched his still chubby cheeks, shaking his head with a smirk. "Let us get to the point. When did you learn to flatter like this?" "Flatter?" Wukong grimaced, confused as he struggled against the pinch. "What is that? Is it some kind of meat?" Viteli, utterly defeated, released his grip and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Forget it, you little rascal. Just tell me, what is the matter? You didn't come all this way just to sing my praises, did you?" Wukong, rubbing his reddened cheeks, grinned broadly and declared with fiery determination, "I've come to invite you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I didn't get to face you in the last tournament, and it was such a pity. This time, I must defeat you." He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. "Oh." Viteli's lips curled into a teasing smile as he appraised Wukong. "You're quite confident, Kakarot." However, he extended a finger and lightly tapped Wukong's forehead. "At your current level, you're still far from it, you little brat." With that, he feigned another pinch at Wukong's face. "Ah, no, you can't pinch my face again." Wukong nimbly jumped back, protesting indignantly. Viteli chuckled, retracting his hand, and stated seriously, "I want to be participating in this tournament." "What? Why?" Wukong's excitement instantly deflated, replaced by disappointment. "Well, you all," Viteli shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of mischief, "are simply too weak. Do I need to explain? Fighting you would feel like bullying children." Seeing Wukong's eyes dim at his words, Viteli shifted his tone, a glint of amusement in his gaze. "However, since you exhibit such ambition, I can help you grow stronger. Would you like to give it a try?" I can become stronger." Wukong's eyes lit up once more. "What is the method?" Viteli turned and strode back into the gravity chamber, tossing over his shoulder. "Want to know? Follow me." "Hey, why did you come alone? Where's Wukong?" In the evening, Bulma looked at Viteli, who had just finished his shower, his hair still damp and looking refreshed beside her, and curiously asked, "Wukong, that rascal?" Viteli plopped down onto the sun lounger next to Bulma, unceremoniously taking a swig from her half-finished juice. He's busy training hard in the gravity chamber. Tell the chef to prepare a bit more for dinner. Let us say, 3 times my usual portion, or else there won't be enough for that kid. Oh, Bulma drawled, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips as she teased. Since Wukong has taken over your precious gravity chamber, what will you do? Should I bring out the first-generation gravity chamber that my father made for you? Though it's a bit outdated, it's better than nothing, right? Viteli leaned back comfortably in his chair, gazing at the brilliant sunset, and shook his head slowly. No need. His tone was calm and resolute. For me now, the distinction between having or not having a gravity chamber is negligible. Bulma keenly caught a slight pause in his words and turned to look at him. What has happened? Viteli turned his gaze to meet Bulma's concerned expression and candidly replied, I've encountered a bottleneck again. Bulma's expression shifted slightly, and she sat up straight, her voice tinged with anxiety. A bottleneck? You're not planning to disappear for several days without a word again, are you? Last time you went missing, it left me quite uneasy. Observing the sudden tension in Bulma's demeanor, Whiteley felt a warmth in his heart as he reached out to clasp her slightly cool hand. This should be fine for now, he said with a reassuring smile, attempting to ease her worries, though he added with a hint of uncertainty. However, one can never be too sure. Breaking through a bottleneck often requires a certain opportunity. He paused, gazing into Bulma's still anxious eyes, and revealed his plan. Tomorrow, I need you to assist me. Assist you with what? Bulma inquired. Gather a few renowned chefs and pastry chefs to the manor. Whiteley's expression turned serious, even tinged with anticipation. Chefs. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his intention. With a huff, her lips slightly pouted, she seemed poised to express her annoyance. This training fanatic, instead of wanting to spend time with her, was preoccupied with food? Yet, reflecting on Whiteley's usual indulgence and understanding towards her, her minor grievances swiftly transformed into a sense of resignation and indulgence. With a sigh, she tightened her grip around Whiteley's hand and, with a tone of acceptance, declared, All right. Who am I to deny the man I have chosen? If you want to eat to your heart's content. Whiteley chuckled as he pulled Bulma gently into his embrace. It's not for me to eat. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. I shall inform you of the results tomorrow. Bulma pouted playfully, nestling into his chest as they leaned against the spacious deck chair, gazing at the sky painted in golden-red hues by the setting sun. Whiteley rested his chin lightly atop Bulma's head, the verdant depths of his eyes reflecting the vibrant twilight and a hint of contemplation and anticipation for the unknown. I hope tomorrow goes smoothly, he murmured softly, his voice carried away by the gentle breeze. Chapter 16. An upset Bulma. The early morning at Brief Manor was enveloped in tranquility, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light upon the floor. Whiteley and Bulma were entwined in slumber, their breaths synchronized in a peaceful rhythm. For once, Whiteley refrained from rising early to train in the gravity chamber, savoring this rare moment of leisure. However, this serenity was short-lived. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent and forceful knocks resonated like firecrackers against the bedroom door. Whiteley, are you awake? Are you awake? Whiteley. Goku's exuberant voice boomed alongside his relentless knocking, piercing through the door and directly into their ears. Bulma, disturbed by the ruckus, furrowed her brow in irritation, mumbling discontentedly as she instinctively curled closer to Whiteley, burying her face in his chest. Whiteley was jolted awake, the remnants of sleep dissipating instantly as he noticed the irritation etched on his brow, the veins on his forehead twitching involuntarily. Carefully, he extracted his arm from beneath Bulma's resting head and, with light steps, sat up. Looking at Bulma, who was still groggy and frowning, he whispered, It's all right. Go back to sleep. I'll see what that rascal wants at this early hour. Bulma nodded sleepily, resembling a cat that had just awakened, pulling the blanket over her head and slipping back into slumber. Whiteley, with a palpable air of irritation, flung open the door. Outside, Goku's face, brimming with excitement, greeted him. Whiteley, I've become stronger. Your Iron Room is incredible. I feel. Goku could hardly contain his eagerness to share his training achievements, chattering incessantly. Without a second thought, Whiteley swiftly seized Goku's chubby cheek and gave it a firm twist. Ouch! Goku yelped in pain, yet his excitement remained undiminished, as if he were accustomed to Whiteley's unconventional greeting. What are you doing, you rascal? Why disturb my dreams so early? Whiteley growled in a hushed tone, his annoyance palpable. I've become stronger, Whiteley. Goku replied, unfazed by the pinch, his voice still resounding. Really, that Iron Room is amazing. Punching inside feels different. Seeing Goku's enthusiasm, Whiteley felt a throbbing in his temples. He simply grabbed Goku by the back of his shirt, hoisting him like an unruly puppy, and tossed him onto the couch in the spacious living room. All right. Be quiet. I need to wash up first. We'll talk after I'm done. Whiteley retorted, turning toward the washroom, muttering to himself, "Really? Is it necessary to be this excited over just a bit of strength?" Country bumpkin. He seemed to forget that he had once shared the same exhilaration upon gaining even a slight increase in power, albeit without a suitable confidant during his time on Planet Vegeta. As he entered the washroom, Goku's voice echoed after him. "Whiteley, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything since last night during training." Whiteley paused, rolling his eyes in exasperation, and shouted back towards the living room, "I know. Just wait." He then instructed the robotic butler via the smart home system to prepare a sumptuous breakfast before yawning and beginning his morning routine. Once he emerged from the washroom, refreshed and invigorated, he found Goku already seated at the massive dining table, launching an assault on the array of food before him. Observing the exaggerated manner in which Goku devoured the meal and the rapidly disappearing mound of food, Whiteley rubbed his stomach. Though he wasn't particularly hungry after just waking up, he muttered, "Well, since I'm here," and pulled out a chair to join the fray. The two feasted heartily, their ruckus attracting the attention of Mrs. Brief, who was tending to her flowers and small animals in the garden. She set down her gardening shears and curiously walked into the dining room. "Goodness, such an appetite so early in the morning, young Whiteley," Mrs. Brief remarked with a smile as she surveyed the impressive spread of food, her gaze eventually landing on the unfamiliar Goku. "And who is this adorable young friend?" Whiteley swallowed his food before introducing, "Good morning, Mrs. Brief. This is Goku, a friend I met while searching for Dragon Balls with Bulma." "Ah, so it's Goku." Mrs. Brief expressed with enthusiasm, approaching Goku and, unable to resist, ruffled his spiky hair. "How delightful. Make sure to eat plenty. There's more than enough food at home." With his cheeks stuffed, Goku replied with a muffled "Thank you, big sister." "Big sister?" Mrs. Brief was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter at the unexpected title. "Oh dear, what a sweet mouth you have. Such a charmer." Whiteley observed this exchange with a mix of surprise and admiration. What a clever boy. To be so perceptive. The astonishingly lavish breakfast finally came to an end. Whiteley led Goku to the gravity chamber in the backyard. "How much gravity can you handle now?" Whiteley inquired. Goku, counting on his fingers, replied earnestly, 5 times. Whiteley nodded, inputting commands on the control panel, Virum. The lights within the gravity chamber dimmed slightly, and an invisible pressure enveloped the space. For Whiteley, this level of gravity felt like a gentle breeze. He looked at Goku, who stood upright and maintained steady breaths, clearly having adapted to the 5 times gravity environment. "Not bad," Whiteley noted, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "To stabilize under 5 times gravity in a single day, impressive." Kakarot. Upon receiving praise, Goku immediately broke into a wide grin, eagerly rubbing his fists together. "Come on, Viteli. Let us engage in a contest. I wish to discern the extent of our disparity." "Very well then, let us commence." Viteli wasted no time, stepping into the center of the arena. Arms crossed over his chest, his chin slightly raised, perfectly mimicking the imposing demeanor of a future Vegeta that lingered in his memory. With a casual beckoning gesture towards Goku, he declared, "Show me your progress, Goku." Goku's expression sharpened, instantly adopting the classic stance of the turtle school. "Here I come." "Huh." With a thunderous shout, he surged forward, his fist aimed directly at Veteli's face like a bolt of lightning. Viteli remained steadfast, his form unyielding. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly captured Goku's rapid punch, and with a slight exertion of force, sent Goku flying like a ragdoll. "Reveal your true abilities. Do you still intend to hide your strength from me?" Veteli's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Goku executed an agile flip in midair, landing with a serious expression, replacing the earlier ease on his face. No longer probing, he unleashed a sudden burst of speed. Countless punches cascaded towards Viteli like a tempest, accompanied by the sounds of rapid strikes. Veteli's lips curled into a slight smirk. Now this is more like it. He stood his ground, his figure swaying like a phantom, his feet remaining utterly motionless. Every punch from Goku barely grazed his clothing, failing to even brush against him. Witnessing Veteli's effortless evasion of his full-force assault, Goku gritted his teeth and growled, "After-image technique." In an instant, 7 or 8 after-images of Goku encircled Viteli, all launching punches simultaneously. A dizzying array of illusions that would baffle any ordinary adversary. Viteli, however, couldn't be bothered to discern. His tone dripped with disappointment. "Is this truly your best effort, Goku? You think such trivial tricks can deceive me?" As he spoke, the real Goku had stealthily maneuvered behind him. With hands clasped, an exhilarating glimmer flickered in Goku's eyes. Seizing the moment while Veteli's focus seemed fixated on the front, he shouted, "Rock, paper, scissors." Huh. A powerful strike, infused with most of his strength, descended towards Veteli's nape. Yet it seemed Veteli had eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he casually tilted his head aside, allowing the fierce energy to whip past his ear. Simultaneously, his right leg shot out like a scorpion's tail, delivering a crushing kick straight to the unguarded Goku's abdomen. Oof. Goku barely had time to brace himself, letting out a cry as he flew backward, akin to a marionette with severed strings, rolling helplessly across the ground. Wow, he's incredibly strong. Goku clutched his throbbing head, grimacing as he rose unsteadily. Rubbing his painfully struck cheek, he found his resolve igniting further, crouching low once more. In an instant, he pressed down hard with his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly, launching himself at Viteli with renewed ferocity. Aya! A more relentless and powerful flurry of strikes rained down upon Viteli. Oh, is this the extent of your prowess, Goku? Viteli's voice remained unperturbed. This time, he made no attempt to evade. As Goku's punches approached, Viteli's hands darted out with butterfly-like precision, capturing both of Goku's wrists. In the same fluid motion, his right foot shot up like lightning, delivering a devastating kick to Goku's unprepared midsection. Ugh! Goku emitted a pained scream, his body hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding truck, curling up as he crashed heavily to the ground. He cradled his abdomen, unable to rise for a while, only able to emit pained whimpers. Observing Goku's struggle, Viteli chose not to pursue. He understood that this stubborn lad was far from his limits. Indeed, after a moment of labored breathing, Goku gritted through the agony, slowly rising from the ground. This time, he refrained from recklessly charging forward. Bowing his head, he quietly drew his hands to his waist, palms facing each other. A formidable energy began to coalesce between his palms, radiating a brilliant blue light. Kamehameha. Goku's voice was deep and resolute, imbued with a sense of desperation. Witnessing Goku's determined stance, a flicker of admiration crossed Viteli's eyes. He had no desire to simply dismiss Goku's ultimate technique with a casual wave of his hand, for that would be too disheartening. With a sigh, Viteli relinquished the notion of effortlessly countering this attack, slowly raising his own hands, palms forward at his chest. If it is a wave you seek, then let us proceed. Viteli's voice carried a note of anticipation. After all, a Kamehameha clash epitomizes the ultimate romance of a warrior. His palms similarly began to gather a heart-stopping white light. White hot. The air around them crackled with intensity, the overwhelming energy causing the atmosphere within the gravity chamber to warp. The brilliance intensified, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed every ounce of his strength, thrusting forth the Kamehameha wave that had reached its utmost limit. Flowing star. Viteli simultaneously unleashed his own. He deliberately suppressed the majority of his power, releasing only an energy equal to Goku's. Boom! The massive blue and white energy beams collided in the center of the gravity chamber like two roaring dragons clashing. An ear-splitting explosion erupted. The violent energy shockwave surged outward like a tangible tsunami. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The specially designed alloy walls of the gravity chamber groaned under the strain, instantly marred with a spiderweb of cracks. Sparks erupted from the control panel. The gravity field set to 5 times Earth's gravity became chaotic and collapsed under such ferocious energy impact. The entire gravity chamber resembled a bomb about to detonate. Booming. Terror rippled out from the brief residence, sweeping across several kilometers. The earth trembled violently, as if shaken in a sieve. Houses swayed, furniture toppled, and windows shattered. People on the streets screamed in horror, clutching their heads and fleeing in panic. An earthquake. It's an earthquake. Run. Within the estate, Bulma, having just taken a short nap, was jolted awake by the violent tremors and terrifying noises. Watching dust and decorations cascade from the ceiling and the cracks spreading across the walls, she turned pale with fright. What on earth is happening? Bulma shrieked, scrambling out of bed without a care for her appearance, instinctively diving beneath a sturdy wooden table. I thought this house could withstand a magnitude 10 earthquake. Help me, Viteli. In the garden, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, accompanied by a gaggle of household pets, crouched on the ground, hands clasped over their heads as they braced against the tremors of the earthquake. Inside the gravity chamber, Viteli sensed the impending danger the moment the energies collided. He had underestimated the destructive force that even his suppressed energy would unleash upon the surrounding reality. Upon witnessing the wall fracture and feeling the tremors of the earth, his countenance shifted dramatically. This is dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcibly retracted the searing meteor he had unleashed. Simultaneously, he braced himself against Goku's continuously unleashed Kamehameha, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he surged forward to stand before Goku. Bang! With lightning speed, Viteli executed a precise knife-hand strike to Goku's neck. So engrossed was Goku in channeling his energy that he emitted not a single sound. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, the energy wave he had conjured abruptly ceasing. Without even glancing at the unconscious Goku, Viteli immediately charged towards the direction of Bulma's bedroom, crashing through the cracked alloy wall to create a substantial hole, his heart racing with urgency. It was only after confirming that both Bulma and the briefs were unharmed that he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. The violent tremors had finally subsided. The surrounding populace of Brief's manor exchanged anxious glances, still shaken. Inside the manor, chaos reigned, resembling the aftermath of a tempest. So, this earthquake was inadvertently triggered during your spar with Goku. In the living room, Bulma, having changed clothes but with her hair still slightly disheveled, furiously tugged at Viteli's ear, her beautiful blue eyes ablaze with fury. Do you have any idea that I was nearly crushed by the ceiling? You scoundrel, Viteli! Why must you engage in such a fierce battle at home? Do you find our current residence tiresome and wish to seek a new one? Or do you think I am not beautiful enough and desire a new companion? Bulma's wrathful inquiries were abruptly silenced by a sudden, fervent kiss from Viteli. This kiss conveyed a profound sense of remorse and trepidation, accompanied by Viteli's gentle reassurance. Bulma struggled momentarily, but ultimately softened in his embrace. After a lengthy pause, they slowly parted. Observing the expression of earnestness and pleading on Viteli's face, Bulma recognized that she had almost uttered words she ought not to have said in her anger. With a heavy huff, she withdrew his hand, dismissing any further conversation. She promptly retrieved her phone and dialed the number of the construction company under Capsule Corporation, commanding them in an indisputable tone to dispatch the finest engineering team to rectify the aftermath and restore the manor. Following a flurry of decisive arrangements and admonishments, Viteli cautiously gestured towards the gravity room. It seems Goku is still inside, lying down. Bulma shot him an irritable glare and followed him to the now-ruined gravity room. Amidst the wreckage, they searched for a while before locating Goku, still unconscious and curled up in a corner, even emitting soft snores. Saw you too. Bulma gazed at the peacefully slumbering Goku, then glanced at Viteli, whose face conveyed profound remorse, and she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she continually reassured herself, "It's fine. No anger, no anger. He is the man I have chosen. What else can I do? I can only indulge him." She placed her hands on her hips and issued a final ultimatum to Viteli. From now on, absolutely, no fighting at home. And certainly no uproar that results in demolishing the house. Do you understand? Yes. Loyalty. I guarantee there will be no next time. Viteli immediately stood at attention, responding with unwavering conviction, his demeanor impeccably serious. Observing his earnestness, Bulma's ire was reluctantly subdued. She rubbed her temples and, surveying the disarray of the manor, lamented, "Honestly, we had arranged for several top chefs to come over for a lavish lunch at noon. Now look, the house is in such disarray that we cannot possibly entertain guests." After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly reached a decision. "Fine. Let us temporarily reside at the lakeside manor in the outskirts. The environment there is splendid, and it is spacious enough. I will instruct the chefs to bring the ingredients and equipment to gather there this afternoon." As she spoke, she began rapidly sending directives on her phone to arrange for the family's relocation. Viteli observed Bulma efficiently managing the chaos, and he felt a significant sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but silently commend. "Thank goodness I found someone like Bulma, a little heiress. The daughter of Capsule Corporation is truly a gem." His gaze then shifted back to the soundly sleeping Goku, recalling the character from the original story, tightly managed by Chi-Chi, and a sly smile crept across his lips. The trajectory of fate seemed to have subtly shifted under the influence of his butterfly's wings. Lifting the unconscious Goku as if he were a sack of rice, Viteli followed Bulma as she directed the robots and servants to gather the necessary belongings. The entire family boarded the spacious, luxurious aircraft, the engines emitting a deep rumble as they prepared to soar towards the picturesque lakeside manor. And as for Goku, he certainly had to come along. They couldn't simply leave him amidst the ruins. The aircraft ascended slowly, and Viteli gazed out the window at the Brief's manor below, resembling a battlefield post-disaster, rubbing his temples in exasperation. He had intended to summon Whis with delectable cuisine, he murmured to himself, his eyes drifting toward the horizon. Resigned to waiting until everything was settled in the afternoon or later, he hoped that the legendary angel was indeed the glutton he imagined, unable to resist the allure of fine food. Chapter 17 Departure, Bulma alone. In the outskirts of West City, a vast lake mirrored the azure sky and white clouds, resembling a brilliant gem set within emerald green. By the lakeshore, a grand manor lay nestled on the lush grass, backed by verdant mountains, its serene environment akin to a paradise beyond the mundane world. Viteli descended from the aircraft, carrying the still slumbering Goku, and surveyed the opulent manor, unable to suppress his admiration once more. Truly, Bulma, Even this temporary residence is extravagantly appointed. Bulma directed the robotic servants to swiftly enter the manor, and upon seeing Viteli carrying Goku, she waved her hand towards him. Hey Viteli, take Goku to the guest room and let him continue sleeping. Remember the time. Don't forget because of training. The chefs will be arriving soon with ingredients and equipment. Understood, don't worry. Viteli nodded, hoisting Goku as he followed the robotic servants into the manor, arriving at a spacious and comfortable guest room, where he placed Goku onto the soft bed. Observing Goku smacking his lips and rolling over to continue his slumber, Viteli let out a resigned sigh. That troublesome little brat. After ensuring Goku was settled, Viteli did not immediately return to the living room to find Bulma. The time was still early, and he decided to take advantage of the moment to train a bit. In the manor's backyard, the slightly outdated first-generation gravity chamber had been swiftly assembled by the robots. Viteli entered, expertly operating the control panel and setting the gravity index to the machine's limit, 300 times Earth's gravity. Buzz! An immense, invisible pressure enveloped him instantly. Viteli's body sank slightly. For someone of his current strength, 300 times gravity felt more like a means to awaken his physical vitality. A warm-up to maintain his combat instincts. Sweat quickly beaded on his forehead, his muscles trembling under the extreme pressure, providing a familiar and satisfying sense of fulfillment. He took a deep breath and began performing the most basic push-ups, each movement swift and powerful, completing hundreds in no time. Time flowed slowly amidst the sweat. Time slipped away unnoticed until the communicator embedded in the gravity chamber emitted a prompt sound. Vegeta halted his movements, rising to approach the control panel to establish a connection. Vegeta, Bulma's voice came through clearly. The chef team you requested has arrived, and the ingredients are nearly prepared. We're all in the dining hall, so you should come quickly. All right, I'll be there shortly, Vegeta replied before ending the communication. He deactivated the gravity system, and the heavy pressure that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a refreshing lightness. He hurried to the shower to wash away the sweat and changed into a clean, casual outfit before departing the gravity chamber, heading towards the lavishly arranged dining hall at the center of the estate. As he stepped inside, the rich and tantalizing aroma of delectable food greeted him. A grand long dining table displayed an array of dishes, each akin to a work of art. Exquisite appetizers, succulent roasted ribs, fragrant seafood risotto, a mountain of assorted sushi, and delicately adorned desserts studded with berries were all laid out. Top chefs from around the world were still in the kitchen, finalizing the plating and garnishing. In one corner of the dining hall, a now-awake Goku stared at the table, his throat convulsing in anticipation, a hint of drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Bulma was busy directing the servants to adjust the placement of the cutlery and the decorative flowers, ensuring the perfection of the scene. You're here, Bulma exclaimed upon seeing Vegeta. Is it time to eat, or is your secret matter about to commence? Her blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and a barely perceptible glimmer of anticipation that Vegeta failed to notice. Vegeta did not respond immediately, his gaze sweeping over the dining table with satisfaction. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Goku stealthily reaching for the nearest rib, attempting to pilfer it. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice resonated with exasperation. You little rascal. No stealing. It's not time to eat yet. Oh, Goku yelped, retracting his hand as if he had been scalded, his expression one of innocent grievance, yet his eyes remained fixated on the table. Vegeta, bemused, approached and playfully rapped Goku on the head. Ouch, that hurt, Vegeta. Goku whined, clutching his head. Good, it should hurt. Vegeta retorted gruffly. This feast is of great significance to me. It pertains to, well, something very important. Once my business is concluded, I assure you, you will feast to your heart's content. For now, behave. With that, he shoved the reluctant but compliant Goku toward Bulma. Bulma, keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. Bulma stifled a laugh, grabbing Goku by the back of his collar. Did you hear that, Goku? Behave yourself, or you won't get any food later. With Goku's unpredictable antics momentarily managed, Vegeta took a deep breath, picked up a plate of delicious dishes, and moved to the center of the dining hall, lifting it before him. Both Bulma and Goku's gazes were fixed on him, filled with curiosity. Bulma was eager to discover what he was up to, while Goku simply wondered when he would get to eat. Vegeta cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting to one of focus, as if addressing an audience. He seemed to gaze beyond the ornate ceiling of the estate, reaching toward the boundless starry sky. Whis. Mr. Whis, can you hear me? Here lies a meticulously prepared feast of the finest and most delectable delicacies in the entire universe. Mr. Whis, I have exceptionally delicious food that will surely make you leap with joy. Time trickled by, and Vegeta's calls echoed throughout the opulent dining hall. Aside from the occasional sounds emitted by Bulma and Goku, his voice was the only one reverberating in the room. The curiosity on Bulma's face gradually morphed into confusion as she crossed her arms, her delicate brows knitting together. Goku, meanwhile, grew increasingly impatient. He discreetly tugged at Bulma's sleeve and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "Bulma, do you think Vegeta has gone mad? I heard Grandpa say that some animals in the forest, when they go crazy, will just keep calling out to the sky or a big tree. Vegeta seems like one of them right now." Bulma nearly burst into laughter at Goku's analogy, quickly covering her mouth and shooting him a glare, whispering, "Sho, don't say such nonsense. Perhaps he is performing some sort of special, premial ritual?" She felt a bit ridiculous even saying it. Naturally, Vegeta had overheard Goku's comments, and a vein throbbed on his temple, yet he continued to call out with restrained determination. However, half an hour passed, and not even a whisper of an angel could be seen. Could it be that they truly hadn't heard him? Or was it possible that this Dragon Ball universe was not the main universe? That there were no gods of destruction or angels here? Was it a world line from GT? Or merely a parallel universe devoid of deities? Vegeta's heart sank slowly. If that were the case, he would have to seek a different path in his quest for a higher realm. With a sigh, he prepared to abandon this seemingly foolish endeavor. Turning around, he addressed Goku and Bulma, who were watching him with eager anticipation and bemusement. "Forget it. It seems no one is responding. Let us." Before he could finish his words, a sudden, almost imperceptible sound sliced through the air in the center of the dining hall. In an instant, a tall, slender figure appeared before Vegeta as if by instant transmission. He wielded a uniquely styled staff, his physique tall and upright. His skin possessed an unusual blue-green hue. And most striking of all was his thick, white, broom-like hair. Hoo. The newcomer emitted a series of unique and rhythmic chuckles, his voice gentle, almost soothing. He surveyed the somewhat stunned Vegeta, along with Bulma, who was wide-eyed, and Goku, who was utterly oblivious to the situation. "How rare indeed," he began. "I never expected that in the mortal realm, there would be individuals who remember my name and summon me in such an enticing manner. This sincerity is simply irresistible." Vegeta's pupils dilated as he recognized the visitor. Whis, the attendant of the god of destruction, Beerus, a being truly surpassing the god of destruction. He had really come. An overwhelming shock and subsequent exhilaration washed away all of Vegeta's previous doubts and disappointments. He suppressed his inner excitement, striving to appear calm, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his current emotions. Ahem, Vegeta cleared his throat, managing to form a polite smile. "Mr. Whis, it's a pleasure to receive your response." He gestured towards the massive dining table behind him, laden with the creations of Earth's finest chefs. The dishes shimmered under the carefully arranged lighting, their aromas wafting through the air as if tangible. "Shall we partake in this meal?" The moment Vegeta finished speaking, Whis' gaze was firmly locked onto the banquet spread before him. The curiosity that shimmered in his profound eyes was swiftly replaced by an indescribable radiance of purity, a fervent yearning and anticipation for exquisite flavors. With a light chuckle, Whis gently tapped his staff against the floor, producing a crisp sound. "What an utterly irresistible proposition this is. Forgive my impudence." No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure appeared instantaneously beside the head of the dining table. Without so much as a whisper of air disturbance, Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine, gaining a more visceral understanding of the angel's powers. He immediately gestured for Bulma and Goku to take their seats. Bulma suppressed her astonishment, guiding the somewhat bewildered Goku to sit at Whis' left. Vegeta occupied the other side of Whis. "Whis, please make yourself at home." Vegeta gestured invitingly. Whis inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the array of dishes, finally resting on a beautifully presented steamed fish that emanated a soft glow. With his slender fingers, he picked up the knife and fork that had been elegantly arranged on the table, deftly spearing a delicate morsel of the snow-white fish and bringing it to his lips. The moment the fish met his taste buds, Whis' typically languid and profound violet eyes suddenly sparkled. It was as though stars had erupted within them. He appeared momentarily frozen. Even the act of chewing paused for a fraction of a second. Subsequently, an indescribable expression of sheer delight and awe blossomed upon his serene face. He tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes as if savoring the flavors from the very dawn of the universe. A long, satisfied sigh, imbued with a tremor of ecstasy, escaped his lips. "This is astonishingly sweet." Whis opened his eyes, his violet pupils shimmering with delight. The fish was so tender it melted in his mouth, as if transforming into a crystalline spring on his tongue. The fish's unique fresh sweetness was perfectly awakened, devoid of any fishy odor, leaving only the pure aroma of ocean and fish harmoniously intertwined. Ho. I can't believe that a chef from Earth could craft such a level of cuisine. Truly remarkable." He generously bestowed the highest accolades, his knife and fork gracefully extending toward the next dish, a charcoal grilled rib, its exterior golden and crispy, the interior pink and juicy, drizzled with a secret sauce. As the rib, imbued with the essence of fruitwood smoke and rich meatiness, touched his palate, Whiss's expression transcended once more. He swiftly and elegantly sliced into his meal, his unique, melodic tone providing commentary. Oh, the aroma of the fat. It explodes in the mouth. The meat's inherent chewiness perfectly melds with the luscious fat. The complex flavors of the secret sauce unfolding in layers, with a slight acidity that beautifully balances the richness. Ho ho ho, this rugged yet refined flavor is utterly irresistible. Like the most devout and discerning connoisseur, he could pinpoint the essence and the chef's dedication with each dish he tasted. Though his movements seemed leisurely, his efficiency was astonishing. The dishes on the table diminishing at a visible rate. Bulma watched in awe, forgetting even her own salad. Finally, once Whis had sampled every dish laid before him, he elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. His deep violet gaze swept over the now empty, pristine plates, revealing an expression of pure, almost childlike satisfaction. He emitted a series of signature, delightful chuckles, his knowing gaze eventually landing on Vegeta. Such meticulous preparation and such a sumptuous feast, Mr. Vegeta. I suspect this is not merely about indulging me in Earth's culinary delights. His voice remained soothing, yet carried an undercurrent of insight that caused Vegeta's heart to quicken involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta recognized the pivotal moment had arrived. He stood, his demeanor earnest as he declared, "You are correct, Whis. I do indeed have an earnest request." He met Whis's gaze directly, articulating each word clearly. "I yearn to become stronger, to grasp the deeper essence of power. I seek your guidance in my training." Training? The satisfaction on Whis's face diminished slightly, replaced by a mixture of expected concern and mild perplexity. Teaching a mortal to cultivate their strength seemed rather burdensome. Whis tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with reluctance. It requires planning, progress monitoring, and timely adjustments. Furthermore, he cast a glance at Vegeta's immense aura, far exceeding that of an ordinary earthling. Teaching a Saiyan like you would likely demand even greater mental exertion. This is not a matter that can be resolved over a single meal. He gently shook his head, clearly disinterested in the request, prepared to suggest an alternative. "How about you, Whis?" A clear female voice interrupted, cutting through Whis's words. Bulma stood, her sapphire eyes sparkling with intelligence. She understood Vegeta's relentless pursuit of strength and recognized that the enigmatic figure before them held the key to that aspiration. Approaching Vegeta's side, she offered Whis a smile imbued with negotiation. "While guiding Vegeta in his training may be somewhat inconvenient for you, should you agree to this request, I can assure you that every few days, at your convenience, we will prepare a feast for you that rivals today's, if not surpasses it in care and quality. Whatever delicacies you wish to savor, we shall endeavor to present them to you. How does that sound?" Ho ho ho. Whis's eyes seemed to ignite at Bulma's words. The languid depths of his pupils erupted with a brilliance surpassing that of his earlier delight in the food. His staff even wavered slightly in his grip. A feast every few days that rivals today's, or perhaps even better. For the first time, a hint of wavering crept into Whis's voice. He instinctively licked his lips, as if relishing the unforgettable flavors from earlier. Bulma smiled confidently, knowing she had struck a chord in him. Whis's gaze flitted between Bulma and Vegeta several times. Ultimately, after what seemed like an arduous internal struggle, he sighed with a hint of resignation. "Ho ho ho, it seems I have no choice in the matter." Whis shrugged in exasperation, and considering the sincerity of this young lady, as well as the future, well, for the sake of our agreement, I shall reluctantly accept this troublesome task. "Wonderful. Thank you, Whis," Vegeta exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy as he immediately rose to express his gratitude. Bulma's face also broke into a relieved smile. "I want to go too, Whis. I want to train as well." Goku, having been unable to contain himself, leaped up excitedly at the thought of training alongside such an impressive individual. He pointed to himself, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Whis's gaze shifted to Goku, his violet eyes lingering on him for a moment, as if he had seen through to the very essence of his being. "Ha ha ha," Whis chuckled, gently shaking his head, an expression of mild disdain upon his face, as if to suggest that one trouble is quite enough. "Mr. Goku, you are still far from ready. Your journey has only just begun, and your foundations are still fragile. Venturing to that place now would be detrimental, and you might find yourself overwhelmed by the atmosphere there." His tone left no room for dispute. "Wait until you are as strong as your companion here." He gestured towards Vegeta, his voice tinged with a hint of mischief. "Only then should you contemplate such matters." Upon receiving the rejection, Goku's small face fell instantly, yet merely seconds later, that flicker of disappointment was cast aside. He patted his rumbling stomach, and his eyes sparkled anew. "Ah, that's right. I'm still hungry," Goku exclaimed, disregarding the earlier rejection as he dashed towards the kitchen like a gust of wind. The kitchen. There must be food in the kitchen. Observing his exuberant departure, both Vegeta and Bulma exchanged knowing smiles, while Whis looked on with a curious glint, seemingly amused by the innocent enthusiasm of the young warrior. With matters settled, Whis clearly had no intention of delaying further. He gracefully rose to his feet and inclined his head slightly towards Vegeta. Then, shall we depart? Just a moment, Mr. Whis. Vegeta interjected, turning towards Bulma. The smile on Bulma's face had faded, her eyes filled with reluctance, even tinged with a hint of grievance. She stepped forward, gently grasping Vegeta's hand. Is it time to go? Her voice carried a subdued tone. Vegeta took her cool hand in his other hand tenderly ruffling her blue hair. His gaze filled with reassurance. Do not worry, Bulma. Have you forgotten that I possess instant transmission? I shall return frequently, and you won't have to wait long. Once I understand the situation there, I will take you on a trip, and we can stay for a few months. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle at his last words, her sense of reluctance and grievance dissipating somewhat. She sniffed, attempting a fierce glare as she retorted, "Humph. If you dare take too long to return, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. All right, I must be off." Ultimately, she released his hand, not hindering his departure. Vegeta offered her a reassuring smile before turning to join Whis. Whis had already extended his peculiar staff, indicating for Vegeta to place his hand upon his back. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta cast a final glance at Bulma and their temporary home, then gently placed his hand on Whis' extraordinary garment. Without any grandiose display or gusts of wind, the crystal orb atop Whis' staff emitted a soft glow, enveloping the two figures in a radiant, gentle light. The luminescence was reminiscent of condensed stardust, dazzling yet imbued with an ineffable sense of sanctity. In an instant, the light transformed into a slender, comet-like streak, trailing a dreamlike tail as it ascended silently into the sky. To Bulma's sight, it was merely a beautiful flash cutting through the azure expanse, vanishing in the vast, infinite depths of the cosmos, as if it had never existed at all. The once lively dining area was now left in an abrupt silence, with Bulma standing alone. She tilted her head back, gazing longingly at the spot where Vegeta had disappeared. Now only a few wisps of white clouds drifting lazily. The afternoon sun streamed through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its warmth upon her. Yet it did little to dispel the sudden emptiness weighing upon her heart. From the direction of the kitchen came the cheerful sounds of Goku rummaging for food, accentuating the profound stillness of the space. "Fool," Bulma murmured softly, unsure whether she was directing her words towards Vegeta or herself. She sighed gently, ultimately retracting her gaze. Chapter 18. The Decree of the God of Destruction. In the depths of the universe, the realm of the God of Destruction seemed to experience a more languid passage of time. The air was saturated with an exquisitely pure energy, making each breath feel like a luxurious massage to the nostrils. The oracle fish floated contentedly in its tank, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility above a patch of grass. Its tiny mouth was busily munching on the treats it had cleverly hidden away to prevent Whis from claiming them. Isn't it quite peculiar that annoying fellow Whis has ventured out? The oracle fish mused contentedly, its fins leisurely gliding within the tank. Every time I manage to stash away something delicious, I cannot fathom how he always manages to find it. Whis, that scoundrel. Humph. As it quietly berated the angel it both revered and feared, a gentle, yet teasing voice floated into its ears like a specter. "Ah, oracle fish. Is this truly how you speak of me in my absence?" Gah! The oracle fish nearly spat out its snack in shock. It stiffly turned its head, only to find Whis standing beside it, having approached silently. Whis wore his signature warm smile, his violet eyes locking onto the bag of snacks that the fish had not yet had the chance to conceal. The fish's fins froze momentarily, then it sighed heavily, displaying an expression of reluctant acceptance. Slowly, it retrieved a more exquisite treat from an unknown place and timidly offered it to Whis with trembling fins. "Here, take it. Don't hold a grudge, okay? This is my last bit." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the fish flicked its tail and vanished in an instant, faster than even Vegeta could comprehend. "Ho ho ho," Whis chuckled with delight as he watched the oracle fish disappear, gracefully catching the bag of treats and tucking it away. He then turned to Vegeta, who stood behind him, utterly astonished. Such quick reflexes. No wonder the inhabitants of the God of Destruction's realm are so remarkable. Vegeta marveled sincerely. Even a fish in this realm was extraordinary. Ahem, Whis cleared his throat, his demeanor shifting back to one of a mentor's seriousness. "Now then, Vegeta, welcome to the realm of the God of Destruction. This will be your primary training ground for the foreseeable future." So Whis paused, his staff gently hovering. "Are you prepared?" "Absolutely." Vegeta's gaze sharpened, his muscles instinctively tensing as the energy within him stirred, ready to unleash itself. He anticipated that Whis' training would be earth-shattering. However, Whis merely smiled subtly, and the crystal atop his staff flickered faintly. Buzz! An unimaginable weight of pressure suddenly descended upon Vegeta without warning. This pressure did not emanate from the outside. It felt as though every cell, every bone, and every drop of blood within him had been magnified countless times. Ugh! Caught unprepared, Vegeta let out a muffled groan, his legs buckling as if struck by an invisible hammer. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. His face pressed against the grass, unable to lift even a finger. His entire body groaned under the unbearable burden. His blood felt as if it had thickened, and breathing turned excruciatingly difficult. The ethereal white aura surrounding him extinguished instantaneously, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, rendering the maintenance of his overwhelming energy a mere aspiration. This sensation was exponentially more terrifying than the gravity chamber engineered by Bulma, an absolute dimensional obliteration. Rest assured, Whis' voice remained soothing, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. This is merely the foundational adaptation training. It is not a fixed multiplier, but rather tailored to the current limits your body can endure. Now, with a subtle flick of his staff, a seemingly ordinary gray stone, approximately the size of a basin, materialized a short distance before Viteli's prone form. I require you to acclimate to your present condition and subsequently lift this stone, moving it at your discretion. Whis gestured casually towards the stone, his tone as relaxed as if assigning homework. You may commence now. Upon finishing his words, he turned gracefully, seemingly conjuring an exquisite tea set from thin air, and settled at a nearby stone table to leisurely brew tea, his gaze keenly observing Viteli with an air of anticipation. As if preparing for a performance, Whis. Viteli managed to force out through clenched teeth, sweat cascading from his forehead, neck, and back like a torrential stream, instantly saturating his battle attire. What is this gravity multiplied by? I can't even move a muscle. Whis, focused on pouring spring water into the teapot, replied without raising his head. Multiplier? I'm not certain. Didn't Ti mention? It's automatically tailored to your limits. Don't concern yourself with such trifles. What matters is the outcome. Dear Viteli. Internally, Viteli raged, yet his body was so exhausted that he scarcely had the strength to complain. He attempted to concentrate, summoning even the slightest flicker of power to lift the stone before him. However, let alone lifting it, he could not even manage to raise a single finger a millimeter off the ground. The stone loomed before him, akin to an insurmountable mountain for an ordinary human. In despair, Viteli relinquished the foolish notion of contending with the stone. He resorted to the most basic yet, in his mind, the most effective approach: push-ups. He gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength into his arms and core muscles. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat. With immense effort, he barely lifted his chest a few centimeters off the ground, his arms trembling violently. Yet he persevered. Once, twice, thrice. Each lift was excruciatingly difficult, and every descent sent his blood surging, sweat pooling on the grass beneath him. Whis sipped the fragrant tea, observing Viteli's arduous struggle with a smile of approval. Oh, Viteli, you are quite astute. You've swiftly discovered the correct direction. Just as Viteli completed a few grueling push-ups, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Hearing Whis' words, he nearly choked. He turned his head with great difficulty, casting a reproachful glance at Whis. Whis. I'm not a 3-year-old. There's no need for such sarcastic praise. He felt as if Whis' words were a mockery of him. Oh dear, Whis set his teacup down, waving his hand earnestly. I speak sincerely, Viteli. You must know, long ago, when I first began training Lord Beerus, Whis' expression turned nostalgic and slightly amused. He contended with a stone I conjured for a full 3 days, exhausting every conceivable method, even attempting to blow it apart, yet the stone remained utterly unmoved. It was only when he collapsed from fatigue that he comprehended the foolishness of seeking to eliminate obstacles without a solid foundation. Viteli could vividly imagine that scene, the irascible god of destruction unleashing chaos upon a mere stone for 3 days. The imagery was almost too delightful. He refrained from further words, committing Whis' advice to memory, and resumed lowering his head, casting aside all distractions to fully immerse himself in this primal and grueling foundational training. Once, twice, 10,000 times, 30,000 times, each lift and descent accompanied by the tearing and rebirth of muscle fibers. Time lost all significance in that moment, with only the sound of sweat dripping and Viteli's heavy, labored breaths resonating as the dominant symphony in this space. On Earth, in West City, within the brief residence. On the first day of Viteli's absence, she missed him. On the second day, she missed him, yearned for him. On the third day without Viteli, Bulma could scarcely recall how many days had passed. At this moment, she sat alone in the backyard on a wicker chair, The red tea on the small round table long since cooled. Her gaze became unfocused, fixated on the corner of the yard where the first-generation gravity chamber, an early creation of her father, Dr. Brief, stood. The weathered metal exterior glimmered softly in the setting sun. In her mind's eye, a scene unfolded. The heavy alloy door of the gravity chamber would suddenly emit a soft hiss, then slowly slide open. Subsequently, Viteli would emerge, enveloped in a refreshing mist. A towel draped casually over his shoulder, towel drying his wet, spiky hair. Flashing that signature blend of laziness and mischief in his smile, as he strode towards her, she abruptly shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic fantasy. Fool, she muttered under her breath, unsure whether she was cursing herself or the one far away in a corner of the universe. Realistically, she knew it was impossible. He had only just left. How could he return so soon? Rationality informed her that Viteli was training in the God of Destruction's realm and would not return in the short term. Yet, the profound longing and anticipation in her heart entwined like vines, preventing her from attaining true tranquility. Just then, from the direction of the gravity chamber, a soft hiss indeed sounded. The alloy door slowly slid open. Bulma's heart skipped a beat. She leapt from her chair, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Overwhelming joy almost spilling forth in a shout. However, the figure emerging was not the one she had longed for, but rather her father, Dr. Brief, with his unruly blue hair and a large wrench in hand. Dad. The surprise on Bulma's face froze, morphing into profound disappointment and confusion. How did you end up in the gravity chamber? Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and ambled over to his daughter, gulping down several large mouthfuls of her now cold red tea before letting out a long sigh. Phew, this old man is exhausted. The new gravity chamber you made for Viteli was damaged, wasn't he? He pointed the wrench towards the gravity chamber. I came to upgrade this old one, to see if I could enhance the gravity multiplier. Otherwise, when Viteli returns and finds no place to train, he'll surely complain about the gravity being insufficient. Bulma suddenly recalled that the gravity chamber, which had absorbed so much of her effort, had been completely destroyed during the match between Viteli and Goku, leaving the estate in ruin as well. A surge of complex emotions welled up within her, a strong impulse to express her thoughts awakened by her father's words. Suddenly, Bulma sprang up from her chair, hands planted firmly on her hips, her eyes ablaze with an indomitable spirit, as if infused with newfound vitality. There's no need to upgrade the old one, Dad. Bulma declared with unwavering conviction. That outdated design concept is simply too antiquated. Its limitations are far too constraining, and its energy efficiency is abysmal. I shall undertake a complete redesign. I am determined to create a groundbreaking gravity chamber for Vegeta. It must be more robust. The gravity multiplier must be higher. The energy must be more stable. Additionally, I will incorporate real-time life signs monitoring and an extreme protection system. Yes, just like that. Her excitement grew with each word, as if the blueprints were already unfurling in her mind. Dr. Brief was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's sudden fervor, but upon seeing the familiar spark of genius in Bulma's eyes, a proud smile crept across his face. He nodded slowly. Oh, is that so? Very well. Should you require any materials or technical support, do not hesitate to let me know. He sighed softly in his heart, gazing at his spirited daughter with a gentle expression, his thoughts drifting away. That girl, Ties, has scampered off into the cosmos to gather materials for her novel, supposedly to submit to a publishing house on a planet called Tomato. Bulma is the only daughter left at home, and when will that boy Vegeta finally propose to her? He and his wife have been eagerly anticipating a grandchild for quite some time. With her father's approval, Bulma dashed back to her dedicated research lab like a whirlwind. The enormous holographic screen flickered to life. Complex formulas, structural diagrams, and energy models cascaded forth like a waterfall. She became utterly engrossed, losing track of time, fatigue, and even her sense of longing. Her singular objective was clear: to construct a gravity chamber worthy of the universe's mightiest warrior. Time slipped away under the strain and sweat of the God of Destruction, amidst the unrelenting lights of Bulma's research facility. In what felt like the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Vegeta departed from Earth. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament took place as scheduled on Papaya Island. Without the extraordinary presence of Vegeta, this tournament seemed to revert to the pinnacle of mortal competition. Although Bulma received notifications from Goku and the others, the thought of attending the event alone, without Vegeta by her side, rendered it rather lackluster. Ultimately, she opted to watch the entire competition comfortably from her estate's living room, utilizing the most advanced remote streaming technology. The matches remained thrilling, showcasing the prowess of various skilled fighters. Tien and Kaiatsu, representing the Crane School, exhibited formidable strength, and Krillin also made rapid progress. Yet, in the end, the championship title was effortlessly claimed by Goku, who had frequently visited the brief estate to train in the gravity chamber, experiencing a meteoric rise in power. Tien, in the finals, poured every ounce of his effort into the battle, unleashing his full repertoire, even employing his new technique, the Kikaho. However, he ultimately succumbed to Goku's overwhelming strength, speed, and Kamehameha, conceding with a sense of respect. As the excitement of the tournament gradually faded, the world seemed to return to a state of tranquility. Yet beneath this serene surface, an evil force that had lain dormant for centuries was quietly awakening. A month later, on a desolate beach far removed from the city's clamor, King Pilaf and his two loyal subordinates, Mai and Shu, who had once been swiftly defeated by Vegeta during their quest for the Dragon Balls, without even having the chance to state their names, were now gathered around a seemingly dilapidated rice cooker, adorned with faded talismans, their faces etched with worry. Master Pilaf, Mai pointed at the rice cooker, her expression filled with dread. You must think this through. This is the vessel that seals the legendary Demon King Piccolo, who almost brought about the world's destruction. We absolutely cannot remove that talisman. If he were to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Our dreams of world domination have yet to be realized. We cannot afford to sacrifice ourselves. Mai, you're far too timid. Shu interjected vehemently, waving his claws. This is a golden opportunity, Master Pilaf. Just think, if we release the Demon King Piccolo, with his world-destroying power, we could negotiate with him. Let him conquer the world, and then we can make our demands. ISNT that far quicker than our arduous quest for the Dragon Balls. Opportunity knocks, but once master. Shu, you are playing with fire, Mai exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Mai, you are hindering Master Pilaf's ambitions. Shu countered defiantly. Enough. Pilaf, overwhelmed by their bickering, felt a throbbing headache building in his blue head. Unable to endure any longer, he thrust his hands out, attempting to silence the two. Both of you, be quiet. At that moment, in his fervor, his fingers inadvertently grazed the fragile edge of the talisman on the rice cooker's lid. The ancient talisman was instantly torn away. A deafening hum erupted as the rice cooker began to tremble violently. Countless blinding purple rays of light burst forth from the seams of the lid, and a suffocating wave of evil energy, filled with the essence of destruction, swept across the entire beach like a tsunami. Ah, Master Pilaf! Mai screamed in despair. With remarkable reflexes, she swiftly grabbed the stunned Pilaf with one hand and clutched the still-dazed Shu with the other, turning and sprinting away with unprecedented speed. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the air. The frenzied purple shockwave from the rice cooker surged forth, catching up with the trio, who had barely made it a short distance away. Wah! The three could only let out a piercing scream before being violently hurled away by the irresistible shockwave, transforming into three shooting stars that vanished into the distant sky. As the smoke and chaotic purple energy gradually dissipated, a figure with deep green, wrinkled skin stood resolutely at the center of the explosion. He looked down at his gnarled hands with bewilderment before raising his gaze to the long-forgotten sky. After a brief moment of dazed reflection, an indescribable joy and overwhelming hatred erupted within him like a volcano. Ah ha 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 ha! The Demon King Piccolo unleashed a thunderous laugh, brimming with boundless resentment and delight, his voice reverberating like thunder across the beach, startling countless seagulls from the distant sea. I am free. I have finally emerged. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world, flames igniting in his deep-set eyes. Master Mateto, you decrepit old fool. Did you truly believe that sealing me away could bring about my demise? Dream on. And you? He suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds to a point high in the sky. Coward. A coward who dares not perish alongside me. I, the Demon King Piccolo, have returned. He clenched his fists, an aura of terror rising to the heavens, stirring the clouds into a tumultuous churn. Tremble, world. Soon, the entire earth will be prostrate at my feet. I shall make you all taste a despair deeper than the centuries I spent sealed away. Ha 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 ha. High above, at the Korin Tower, shrouded in mist, the sacred temple awaited. The aged deity stood quietly at the edge of the temple, leaning on his cane, his murky gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric of space, vividly witnessing the scene of the Demon King Piccolo breaking free from his seal and roaring towards the heavens. There was no fear or anger on his weathered face, only a serene calmness, as if a great weight had been lifted. A faint, almost liberated smile graced his lips. That day had ultimately arrived. His voice was soft, imbued with the weight of worldly wisdom. It has come sooner than I anticipated. He slowly turned, casting his gaze upon the silent figure of Mr. Popo, who resembled a shadow behind him. Popo, the deity's voice was devoid of turbulence. After my demise, let the position of God be entrusted to Viteli. Lord Deity. For the first time, a pronounced wave of emotion flickered across Popo's dark face. a blend of concern and reluctance for a dear friend. He wished to urge against it. Sealing the Demon King Piccolo once more was not beyond possibility and did not necessitate the sacrifice of the deity's life. Yet, the deity seemed to anticipate his thoughts, gently raising a hand to halt Popo's impending words. No need for further discourse, Popo. My gaze is unwavering. This is fate. Piccolo and I are two sides of the same coin. His existence represents my gravest error and sin. Only through my death can his malevolence be extinguished, ushering in true peace for Earth. Sealing him is merely a temporary measure, and this day was destined to arrive. He slowly closed his eyes, silently whispering, Viteli. I hope my choice is not in vain. The future of Earth requires formidable strength, and I entrust it to you. In recent times, the deity had endeavored to sense Viteli's essence, yet that powerful aura seemed to have vanished entirely from Earth, leaving not a trace to capture. This incited a subtle unrest within him. Could it be that he has departed from Earth? Or has he ventured to a realm beyond my perception? A flicker of worry crept into his heart. If Viteli were absent or declined the divine position, then his plans. Popo, the deity reopened his eyes, his tone grave as he instructed, you must immediately journey to Capsule Corporation in West City and seek out Miss Bulma. Inquire whether Viteli still resides on Earth or where he might have gone. Ensure my message reaches him. He must come to the temple at once. The future of Earth and his girlfriend's family hangs in the balance. Yes, Lord Deity. Popo bowed deeply, refraining from further words. He turned and entered the temple, swiftly boarding a flying carpet, soaring down the Korin Tower towards the direction of West City like an arrow released from a bow. In the realm of destruction, Viteli was wholly absorbed in a spar with Whis. Yet, to call it a spar was to misrepresent the nature of the engagement. It was more akin to a one-sided exercise in extreme evasion. Whis moved like a specter, his staff seemingly striking at random, yet always managing to seal off every conceivable escape route for Viteli at the most cunning angles. Viteli concentrated his energy to its utmost limit, transforming his body into a streak of light, navigating through the illusionary remnants of Whis' staff with great difficulty. Suddenly, achoo! Without warning, Viteli let out a tremendous sneeze. This momentary distraction created a minuscule crack in his evasion rhythm. Oh ho ho! Whis' voice, laced with amusement, echoed at the same instant. You have let your guard down. Viteli-san. Thwack! A sharp sound reverberated. Viteli felt a jolt of pain at the crown of his head, stars exploding in his vision as he was gently knocked off balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ouch! He clutched his throbbing head, grimacing as he steadied himself, casting a reproachful glance at the still smiling Whis. Whis, you actually launched a surprise attack. No honor in combat. Bullying a young man who just sneezed. Oh dear, Whis covered his mouth, chuckling delightfully. Viteli-san, your words are becoming increasingly entertaining. No wonder Miss Bulma is so utterly devoted to you. Whis' mention of Bulma ignited Viteli's temper. You dare bring that up, Whis. You're despicable. Last week, we finally returned to Earth and brought back so many delicious treats from Bulma. You promised to keep them safe for us to share. And yet, when I finished training, not a single wrapper was left. You devoured them all, not leaving a morsel for me. You fiend. Viteli lamented, heartbroken at the thought of all the delectable Earth delicacies Bulma had prepared. Oh dear, a rare embarrassment flickered across Whis' face, his gaze momentarily drifting before he resumed his composed demeanor. Do not dwell on such trifles, Viteli-san. You see, I teach you to train, spar with you, and impart the secrets of the divine realm, collecting a mere morsel of food as a negligible fee for safekeeping and instruction. Is that not a fair and reasonable arrangement? Fee for safekeeping? Instruction fee? Viteli nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're outright robbing me. Fine, fine. I'll just eat a senzu bean. Enough talk. Let us continue our training. He retrieved a senzu bean from his waist, indignantly chewing it to regain his energy. However, Whis did not immediately resume training. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening intently, a look of understanding crossing his face. It seems it cannot be helped, Viteli-san. Whis smiled, shaking his head as he twirled his wrist, the magical staff appearing in his grasp. The crystal atop the staff glimmered, instantaneously projecting a luminous screen. To Viteli's surprise, the visage of Bulma materialized on the screen. She appeared to be in a setting resembling a laboratory, surrounded by a complex array of instruments and screens. Bulma? Viteli paused, his annoyance swiftly replaced by curiosity. Had she already missed him? It had not been long since he last returned to Earth. As the connection established, Bulma, upon seeing Whis' face on the projection, quickly exclaimed, Mr. Whis, please let Viteli speak. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Ho ho ho. It seems Miss Bulma is in a hurry, Whis noted with understanding, naturally handing the staff to Viteli. You may converse. After which, he leisurely returned to the stone table to continue brewing his tea, seemingly indifferent to the situation on Earth. Viteli took the staff, gazing at the charming Bulma on the screen. Bulma? What's wrong? What has happened? Viteli, it's not me looking for you. It's this person. Bulma quickly stepped aside to reveal a short, plump, and somewhat bewildered figure standing beside her. Mr. Popo, the servant of the deity. Mr. Popo? Viteli was taken aback. What are you doing here? What do you need from me? Chapter 19. The death of old Piccolo. Has the deity changed his mind? Viteli's heart sank. Popo had come bearing news from the deity. The Demon King Piccolo had broken free, and Goku was currently entangled in battle with him. The deity hoped Viteli would intervene to eliminate the old Piccolo and accept the divine position of Earth's deity. The news struck Viteli's heart like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves within him. Although he firmly believed that Goku possessed the strength to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo, his absence from Bulma's side left him with an undeniable sense of unease. What if the battle inadvertently affected West City? As for the position of the Earth's deity, he could hardly care less. Whis. Without hesitation, Viteli turned towards the elegantly tea-sipping Whis, his tone imbued with earnest urgency. I must return to Earth at once. I implore you to assist me. Chuckling softly, Whis set down his exquisite teacup, a gentle yet playful smile gracing his features. Viteli-san is truly concerned for Miss Bulma. ISNT. However, there seems to be a slight complication. His violet eyes subtly shifted towards the direction of the God of Destruction's palace. At that moment, Bulma's voice resonated perfectly through the staff's light screen, tinged with a seemingly casual frustration. Oh dear, it's quite the conundrum. ISNT it? With Viteli away, I inadvertently invited the world's finest chefs to the estate, and now they've prepared an extravagant feast. Everything from fugu sashimi to dinosaur ribs and rainbow pudding. Oh my, I can hardly remember all the names. How can I possibly eat it all alone? It would be such a shame if it's spoiled. Her melodious voice, each word meticulously polished, struck a chord deep within Whis' heart. His usually tranquil gaze sparkled with the fervor of a volcano upon hearing the mention of food. A minuscule crack formed in his composed demeanor, and he discreetly swallowed. With an even more eager chuckle, he sprang to his feet, twirling his staff elegantly in hand. Oh, indeed, Viteli-san is right. Matters on Earth are of utmost importance to you. As a mentor who cares for his disciple, how could I possibly remain idle? Let us depart immediately. The swiftness of his change in attitude and the grandeur of his reasoning caused Viteli to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bobo, with his dark visage, remained expressionless, though the corners of his eyes seemed to twitch, as if he had never encountered such shamelessness in an angel. Then, I shall leave the house in your capable hands, prophetic fish, Whis said amiably to the distant creature before swiftly departing with Viteli. As if reluctant to spare even a second. Hidden behind a rock, the prophetic fish overheard Bulma's clever manipulation of Whis' words, as well as Whis' insatiable appetite for delicacies. Rolling its eyes dramatically, fins on hips, it muttered disdainfully towards the direction of Whis' disappearance. Humph, such grandiose claims. Clearly, he was lured away by the allure of cuisine. Hypocritical. I wonder if he'll remember to bring me something delicious upon his return. Just as the prophetic fish began to harbor a flicker of anticipation regarding Whis' return and potential gifts, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the God of Destruction's palace. The entire realm of destruction seemed to tremble slightly in response to the resounding noise. The prophetic fish's expression of hope instantly froze, morphing into one of sheer panic. Oh no, Lord Beerus, why must he awaken at this very moment? With no time to spare for thoughts of gifts, it flicked its tail and vanished in an instant, leaving the realm of destruction in a chilling silence. In the boundless universe, Whis and Viteli traversed at speeds surpassing light itself. Stars trailed brilliant luminescent tails beside them, galaxies receding as if folded paper. Suddenly, Whis came to an abrupt halt without warning. The relaxed demeanor vanished from his face, replaced by a rare expression of mild exasperation. This. Whis furrowed his brow, sensing the familiar, tempestuous aura emanating from the core of the God of Destruction's realm. He has awakened at this time? Viteli, nearly losing his balance from the sudden stop, inquired with confusion. What is it, Whis? What has happened? He sensed the subtle shift in Whis' emotions. Whis did not respond immediately. Instead, he quickly weighed his options internally. Turning to Viteli with a hint of resignation, he said, Viteli-san, if I recall correctly, you possess a technique known as instant transmission, correct? One that enables you to teleport over vast distances by sensing an aura? Yes, indeed. Viteli nodded, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. Excellent. Whis' pace quickened as he spoke. We are not far from Earth in terms of physical distance. Given your current strength and mastery over Ki, you should be able to teleport there effortlessly. Please return to Earth on your own. Convey to Miss Bulma. Whis' expression grew serious. Those meticulously prepared dishes must be preserved. Shortly, I will bring a rather troublesome deity to sample them. This concerns the very survival of Earth. She must treat it with utmost gravity. Viteli's heart raced. A deity? Whis intends to bring Beerus to Earth. Instantly, he grasped why Whis urged him to leave first. It was because the aloof cat had awakened. He had previously assisted this god of destruction with changing his sheets. I understand. Whis. Viteli wasted no time. Immediately bringing 2 fingers to his forehead, his formidable perception expanding like a spider's web, precisely locking onto Goku's familiar aura. Then, I shall take my leave. Before his words had fully escaped, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the vacuum of space. Whis sighed softly as he watched Viteli disappear. Soon after, his expression of resignation transformed into a smile as he turned toward the realm of destruction, gently tapping his staff. Ah, it seems I must return to pacify that rather irritable deity. I hope Miss Bulma's culinary creations can temper his wrath. With a graceful turn, he transformed into a streak of light, swifter than before, retracing his path towards the realm of destruction to soothe the god of destruction, Beerus, who was in a foul mood upon awakening and finding his attendant absent. On Earth, amidst the battlefield between Goku and the demon King Piccolo, the azure brilliance of the Kamehameha illuminated Goku's youthful visage, casting a stark contrast against Piccolo's twisted green face, marred by fear and despair. Kamehameha. The colossal energy beam, a culmination of Goku's might, tore through the air with a roar of annihilation, hurtling towards the helpless Piccolo, who could not evade. In an instant, the shadow of death enveloped him entirely. Wait, you cannot kill me. I am one with the deity. If you slay me, the deity shall surely perish too. Earth will lose its god. This was his final gambit, his only hope to buy time. However, the only response he received was Goku's pure curiosity and an uninterrupted flow of energy. What is a deity? Can it be eaten? As Goku posed his question, he was met with no response. Instead, a surge of energy erupted, Kamehameha. The intensity of the light beam escalated dramatically. King Piccolo was engulfed in utter despair. This reckless youth, did he truly care nothing for the divine's fate? Just as he had barely escaped his previous entrapment, savoring the taste of freedom, he was now on the brink of annihilation at the hands of this inexplicably formidable junior? After centuries of imprisonment by Master Mateto, now his own disciples sought to claim his life? How profoundly unjust the world was to him. As he beheld the blue torrent capable of obliterating him approach with alarming proximity, the aged Piccolo resignedly shut his eyes. He was too old, too weak, to even muster the strength to lay an egg for his revenge. Yet, in this critical moment, a figure appeared as if conjured by a phantom, materializing before King Piccolo, fortuitously intercepting the trajectory of the Kamehameha. The timing and position of his arrival were laced with uncanny coincidence, as though meticulously calculated. Just as Viteli materialized, he had yet to survey his surroundings when a ferocious wave of energy crashed upon him. That familiar aura and technique rendered him momentarily speechless. Goku. This guy had just returned and was already bestowing such a grand greeting upon him? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, wondering if his absence from the god of destruction's realm had fostered some resentment, but his actions were swift. He casually raised his right hand, palm open, and with a flick as if swatting away an annoying fly, he deftly directed the roaring Kamehameha aside. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no violent clash of energies. The Kamehameha, powerful enough to raise mountains, was forcibly redirected upon contact with Viteli's palm. It veered at a sharp right angle, howling toward the distant horizon, ultimately pushing the moon aside in its far-off trajectory. He swore it was unintentional. Viteli stared, momentarily dumbfounded by the displaced moon, before turning back to the bewildered expression of King Piccolo, whom he had just rescued. Oh, Viteli raised an eyebrow, a hint of jest in his tone. Isn't this old Piccolo? Hasn't he seen you in a few days, and you've let yourself go? He instantly grasped the situation. It seemed he had inadvertently interrupted Goku's finishing blow. Viteli. Goku finally recognized the newcomer, his eyes widening in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you return so suddenly? You just effortlessly deflected my Kamehameha. That's incredible." He was oblivious to the fact that Viteli had saved his adversary, instead exhilarated by the display of power that surpassed his comprehension. Meanwhile, King Piccolo, having oscillated between despair and elation, finally regained his composure. He gazed upon the enigmatic young man who had so nonchalantly deflected a lethal strike, his aura inscrutable, and a fleeting astonishment was quickly supplanted by a euphoric ambition. Mwahaha! King Piccolo erupted into a more maniacal laughter than before, as if the despair he had just felt had never existed. I knew it. The great King Piccolo could never fall so easily. Fate has ultimately favored me. He strained to straighten his hunched back, casting a condescending glance at Viteli. As if bestowing a favor, he proclaimed, "Young man, though I know not who you are, your act of saving the great King Piccolo shall not be forgotten. If you eliminate this brat before you, once I ascend to rule this world, you shall be a figure of unparalleled authority." He envisioned his rise to power with fervor. Vittori regarded the old Piccolo as one would a fool, his expression a mixture of incredulity. Unable to restrain himself, he queried, "Hey, old man, have you always been this audacious? Who gave you the courage to speak to me so?" Liang Jingru. Huh. Vittori retrieved a green senzu bean from his capsule, tossing it casually. "Here, you recognize this, right? Eat it." Senzu bean. King Piccolo's murky old eyes ignited with avarice. He certainly recognized this item. Without hesitation, he seized the senzu bean and eagerly consumed it, chewing it down with fervor. Boom. An immense surge of life energy erupted within his withered, aging body. Cracked bones audibly rejoined, wounds deep enough to see bone healed at a visible rate. Even the wrinkles on his skin appeared to smoothen. Power. Infinite power returned. Ha! King Piccolo reveled in the torrent of strength coursing through him, his confidence swelling to unprecedented heights. The way he looked at Vittori transformed from gratitude to one filled with menace and arrogance. "Boy, though you have bestowed upon me a senzu bean, your earlier disrespect towards me," he sneered, raising both hands, gathering a terrifying energy, clearly preparing to retaliate while testing the sensations of his restored power. However, before he could finish his menacing words, Vittori's figure appeared before him in an instant. A hand, as formidable as an iron claw, swiftly clamped around his throat. Huh. All of King Piccolo's movements froze instantaneously. He was horrified to discover that his previously city-destroying power felt utterly impotent in the face of this hand. No matter how he struggled, no matter how he unleashed his energy, he could not budge those fingers in the slightest. A suffocating sensation and the chill of death flooded his heart. "Lay the egg." Vittori's voice was devoid of any emotion. Huh. King Piccolo emitted raspy sounds from his throat, eyes brimming with disbelief and terror. How did this young man know? "Lay the egg." Vittori applied slight pressure, and King Piccolo's eyes bulged, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He realized this was not a negotiation, but a command, a final ultimatum. Yet, the instinct for survival eclipsed all else. A flicker of madness and resentment ignited in King Piccolo's eyes. He raised his hands, channeling all the power he had regained. A formidable, destructive beam shot forth at point-blank range, striking Vittori's chest. Boom! The violent explosion engulfed both individuals in an instant. The raging purple energy wreaked havoc, carving out a massive pit in the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Goku anxiously shouted, "Vittori!" However, as the dust settled, Vittori stood unwavering, his posture unchanged. Even his hairstyle remained intact. The beam, capable of piercing mountains, had merely brushed against him like a gentle breeze. With his other hand still free, he casually grasped Goku's curious face amidst the chaos, instinctively giving it a playful rub. "Lay the egg." Vittori's voice rang out once more, cold and composed, as if the devastating explosion had never occurred. His hand remained firm around King Piccolo's throat. King Piccolo was plunged into absolute despair. This was not merely an opponent of a different caliber. This was a monster, an absolute monstrosity. Before such overwhelming power, all his plots, all his boundless hatred seemed laughably feeble. As he gazed into Vittori's unperturbed eyes, which seemed poised to crush his neck at any moment, King Piccolo finally broke. He relinquished his resistance, humiliated, and with great effort, nodded vigorously. Viteli finally released his grip on the throat of his captive. Yet his other hand remained firmly clasped upon the shoulder of his opponent, ensuring he could neither flee nor devise any tricks. Ha! The great demon King Piccolo gasped for breath, his eyes brimming with humiliation and resentment. Clutching his neck, he glared at Viteli with a venomous gaze, ultimately compelled by the threat of death to summon every last shred of strength and vitality from within. His abdomen writhed violently, swelling. Ugh! With a pained and vengeful roar, he forcibly expelled a massive magic egg enveloped in viscous liquid, shimmering with an eerie green light. The moment the egg separated from Piccolo's body, it seemed to possess a will of its own, instantly transforming into a streak of green light that shot towards the heavens, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Viteli cast a glance in the direction of the egg's disappearance. Knowing it likely heralded a future incarnation of Piccolo, one he had no inclination to pursue. "Well done, your task is complete," Viteli stated flatly, observing the now limp and aged form of the great demon King Piccolo, exhausted from the exertion. The demon king appeared to wish to voice something further. Viteli, however, afforded him no opportunity. He raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger coalescing with a golden radiance that swiftly transformed into a golden beam imbued with terrifying penetrative power. With a sharp sound, it pierced cleanly through Piccolo's forehead. The malice, resentment, and fear in his eyes froze instantaneously before fading into oblivion. This once formidable harbinger of darkness, now burdened with endless humiliation and confusion, was reduced to a cold corpse. Viteli withdrew his finger, as unperturbed as if he had merely crushed an ant. Turning to the still-dazed Goku, he smiled and said, "I must take my leave. Bulma is likely waiting for me with great anticipation. What about you? Will you accompany me to West City? Bulma has prepared a feast." Goku, coming to his senses, glanced at Piccolo's lifeless body and then at Viteli, scratching the back of his head before breaking into a wide grin. "Nah, Master Roshi and Krillin are waiting for me to return. I'll come to play with you another time. Make sure to save me some delicious food." Without further ado, he summoned the Nimbus and waved goodbye to Viteli before swiftly vanishing into a golden flash in the sky. Viteli, too, did not linger, his body soaring into the heavens at a speed far surpassing that of the Nimbus, racing towards the brief estate in West City. He had no time to waste. That dog, Beerus, was drawing near, and he needed to hurry back and prepare with Bulma. At the very least, he couldn't allow Bulma to confront the god of destruction as she did in the original Dragon Ball. Yet with his current mastery over divine energy, he felt confident that given a few more years of development, he would not only be able to hold his ground against Beerus, but potentially emerge victorious. At that point, well, he could hardly contain his excitement. In the celestial palace high above the clouds, the Supreme Kai had witnessed the entire process of Piccolo's demise unfold below. His wrinkled green visage was a tapestry of complex emotions: shock, bewilderment, a tinge of fear, and profound relief. "Is this truly resolved?" he murmured, feeling as though he were in a dream. The sacrificial, tragic end he had envisioned had not transpired. The once formidable Demon King Piccolo had been rendered as powerless as a mere puppet before the extraterrestrial, known as Viteli, his final resistance utterly futile. Even more alarming was Viteli's coercion of Piccolo to expel the egg. How could he possibly know that secret? The Supreme Kai was at a loss. Having never divulged the truth of his shared origin with Piccolo, this revelation deepened his understanding of Viteli. Upon returning shortly after Broly had arrived in West City, the Supreme Kai had confirmed one thing: Viteli was a devoted husband. Nevertheless, the greatest threat, the Demon King Piccolo, had been vanquished. Gazing at the egg that Piccolo had expelled in his final moments, disappearing into the horizon, the Supreme Kai's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of concern flickering across his face. He was all too aware of what that egg signified. The future would likely bring new tumult, but that was a matter for another time. The most pressing crisis had been averted, allowing the Supreme Kai to exhale deeply, as if shedding a burden he had carried for centuries. "Baba," he communicated telepathically, his voice imbued with unprecedented lightness. "Mr. Bu, the Demon King Piccolo has been dealt with by Viteli. You may return to the Divine Palace." After relaying this message, the Supreme Kai sighed, resolving to temporarily set aside his earlier decision regarding the succession of his position to Viteli. The role of the Supreme Kai. Gazing down upon the vast earth from the Divine Palace, a glimmer of unnoticeable affection passed through his murky eyes. Mr. Viteli was still too young, while powerful, his temperament, well, still required tempering. Moreover, he may not necessarily be interested in the divine office. A burden that concerns the very lifeblood of Earth should remain with this old man for a few more years. He quietly rationalized his own reluctance. Chapter 20. The arrival of Beerus. Beerus delighted, Beerus astonished. "I'm back, Bulma." Upon arriving home, Viteli was met with the most fervent welcome from Bulma. "Darling." Bulma's jubilant call resonated like the most enchanting melody. She leaped from her chair and precisely launched herself into Viteli's open embrace. He caught her effortlessly, savoring the warmth of her soft form and the unmasked longing and joy radiating from her. "Haha." Viteli laughed heartily, spinning Bulma around several times, eliciting her delighted giggles as her blue hair danced in the air. Only when she playfully smacked his shoulder did he finally set her down on the plush sofa in the spacious living room, adjusting his position to ensure her comfort in his embrace. "I'm back," he murmured, lowering his forehead to hers, his voice deep and tender. Bulma's face glowed with a radiant blush of happiness as she nodded emphatically. After a few moments of tender intimacy, Bulma finally spoke. "Were you just dealing with the matter of the Demon King Piccolo?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. Clearly, her attention was far more captivated by her beloved who had finally returned home than by the world-threatening Demon King. "How did you know it was me who dealt with it?" Viteli inquired curiously. "Fool, it was live-streamed," Bulma replied with a hint of exasperation, before her sapphire eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as a thought struck her. "Did Mr. Bu really say what he did?" That the Supreme Kai truly wishes for you to succeed him? To become the new Supreme Kai of Earth? You? Viteli paused, momentarily taken aback, then looked at Bulma, who appeared as if she had just won the lottery, and rolled his eyes dramatically. You can't seriously want me to take on that Supreme Kai position, can you? Of course I do. Bulma nodded vigorously, shaking his arm with glee, her eyes shimmering with dreams. That is the Supreme Kai, the legendary Kami-sama. It's a figure from stories. Don't you feel thrilled? Just imagine, if you become the god of Earth. I could brag to my girlfriends about it. How impressive it would be. Viteli decisively shook his head, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he playfully pinched Bulma's excited little face. Oh, come now, my dear. The position of god of Earth is hardly as glorious as you might envision. He embraced Bulma, adopting a serious demeanor as he continued. Let us set aside all else for a moment, and consider this. If I were to truly ascend to the role of Earth's deity, I would essentially be bound to this planet. My duty would be to safeguard it at all times. What if, one day, Miss Bulma whimsically decides to venture into outer space to observe comets, or desires to explore other planets? Would I allow you to navigate a spaceship all alone, adrift in the vastness of the cosmos? What do you think? Viteli's depiction caused the excitement on her face to freeze momentarily, as vivid images of his words flooded her mind. The thought of piloting a spacecraft alone, confronted by the cold, infinite night sky, with no one by her side, an overwhelming sense of isolation sent shivers down her spine. Ugh, Bulma gasped, her mind suddenly alert. You're right. That simply won't do. Absolutely not. She instantly shook her head fervently like a rattle, clinging tightly to Viteli's arm. Forget it. I shall not be a deity. Let whoever desires it take on that role. Our shared adventures are far too precious. Seeing that Bulma had been successfully intimidated, a mischievous glint flickered in Viteli's eyes. He tightened his embrace around her waist, continuing to smile as he spoke. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether our illustrious deity is even willing to honor his previous promise of passing the mantle to me. Bulma tilted her head in confusion. Viteli's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He intended to abdicate in favor of me, fully aware that his time was short, planning to sacrifice himself to eradicate the demon King Piccolo, thus requiring a formidable successor to protect Earth. However, now, he elongated his words. With Piccolo vanquished by my hand, his demise has been temporarily averted. Do you think a man who has barely survived, having held the title of deity for centuries, would readily relinquish his position of power and authority to someone who, in his eyes, might be somewhat unpredictable? He added with a chuckle, though, I suppose he himself is an alien. Bulma blinked her large eyes, attempting to comprehend the implications of Viteli's words, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. Her mouth fell slightly agape. Are you implying that the deity is an alien, and that he is likely to retract his offer? Not just likely, but highly probable. Viteli shrugged. Yet, it matters not. We have no interest in such matters. Let that old fellow continue to toil, while we relish our leisure. Noticing that Bulma still appeared preoccupied with thoughts of the deity, Viteli sought to divert her attention from these trivial concerns. By the way, there is something more significant I must inform you. What is it? Bulma's focus was successfully redirected. Viteli's demeanor turned serious. Please wait a moment. The god of destruction, Beerus, will be visiting us shortly. God of destruction? Beerus? The name was unfamiliar to Bulma, though it seemed she had heard it mentioned by Whis on occasion. The title stirred within her the realization that this situation might not be trivial. Indeed, Viteli nodded. He is the deity served by Whis, possessing the power to effortlessly obliterate planets and even entire galaxies. That fellow has a notoriously volatile temperament, extremely so, and is quite capricious. If he arrives and speaks harshly or appears arrogant, and you find it displeasing, Viteli paused, locking eyes with Bulma. Do refrain from acting impulsively. If it can be avoided, do not confront him directly. At present, I am not yet his equal. While I can protect you, should matters escalate into a confrontation, I would be at a disadvantage. Bulma, taken aback by his words, initially froze before rolling her eyes dramatically, her expression a blend of indignation and amusement. She poked Viteli's chest with her slender finger. Hey, do you really think I am that impetuous, lacking the decorum to discern the gravity of the situation? I am not foolish. Knowing he is a formidable figure, why would I confront him? I would rather serve him well with hospitality. Though her nature was straightforward. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, she understood basic social etiquette and the nuances of such relationships. Viteli, however, merely chuckled and shook his head, grasping her finger and allowing a sudden chill to sweep over his gaze, his demeanor growing icy and sharp. An invisible aura of danger seemed to emanate from him. No, Bulma, you have misunderstood. I am not advising you to suppress your feelings or cower before him. He met her gaze, his voice resolute and unwavering. What I mean is, if he truly provokes you, if you feel offended or wronged, you need not fear him. Speak your mind. If you feel the need to confront him, Do so without hesitation. Why? Bulma was astonished, questioning if she had misheard him. Just moments ago, he had claimed he was not a match for Beerus. Yet now he encouraged her to speak freely? Viteli's eyes sparkled with determination. I will not allow my Bulma to suffer indignities. If it comes to it, I shall confront him. Although my overall strength may not yet rival his, if I am pushed to the brink and compelled to give everything, I am confident I can deliver a fierce blow. He must understand that there are consequences for crossing the boundaries with my beloved. Even if he is a god of destruction, that does not exempt him. Viteli's words were resolute, imbued with an undeniable conviction and a hint of madness. He was not jesting. He was utterly serious. For Bulma's sake, he would dare to strike a god. Bulma felt her heart stirred. Enveloped in an indescribable warmth and sense of security, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, suddenly, a chilling, indifferent voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated unexpectedly in their ears. Oh, is that so? The voice was soft, yet it carried a disquieting aura. Instantly, both Viteli and Bulma felt their hair stand on end. At the moment the voice echoed, the air in the center of the living room shimmered like rippling water. A radiant stream of light, akin to a rainbow, materializing out of thin air, coalescing into form. As the luminescence dissipated, two figures emerged. Standing before them was none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. The newcomer was indeed Beerus, accompanied by his attendant, the angel Whis. Beerus, diminutive in stature, donned a peculiar garb adorned with purple patterns, his skin a pale lavender, devoid of hair, his head resembling that of an elegant yet aloof hairless cat. His golden, slitted eyes now scrutinized Viteli with keen interest, a playful smirk gracing his lips, exuding an aura of suffocating, all-consuming destruction. Standing half a step behind Beerus was the ever-graceful Whis, staff in hand, elegantly covering his mouth with his hand, his crescent-shaped purple eyes shining with unabashed glee. Evidently having overheard Viteli's fervent declarations of confrontation in their entirety. Young man, Beerus's golden eyes locked onto Viteli, a wide grin revealing sharp teeth. His smile imbued with the predatory essence of a hunter. Upon hearing your earlier remarks, it appears you possess quite the confidence in your own abilities, do you not? The atmosphere in the living room instantaneously thickened. Bulma instinctively tightened her grip on Vegeta's arm, her palms subtly dampening with perspiration. Vegeta's heartbeat skipped a beat. Yet the formidable mental fortitude he had cultivated over the past months enabled him to swiftly regain his composure. He gently patted the back of Bulma's hand to reassure her, then rose with an unhurried grace, his face adorned with a perfectly polite smile. Lord Beerus, Master Whis, welcome to the brief residence. Vegeta inclined his body slightly, his movements fluid and natural, as though he had not just been caught making bold statements. Bulma quickly regained her bearings, rising to her feet with a warm, appropriate social smile. Welcome, welcome. You two must have had quite the journey. The luncheon is ready, featuring the finest delicacies from Earth. How about we dine and converse simultaneously? She deftly diverted the topic, shifting the focus of tension onto the culinary delights. Beerus's golden slit pupils roamed back and forth between Vegeta and Bulma, an invisible pressure seemingly lowering the temperature of the room. After a prolonged moment, he emitted a deep, disdainful grunt. Umph. Culinary delights? Let it be known. Should the flavors fail to satisfy my palate? Beerus's gaze swept over Vegeta and Bulma before settling on the vibrant skyline of West City outside the window. His tone frigid. I shall not hesitate to obliterate both you and this utterly worthless planet. Such a blatant threat caused Bulma's smile to falter momentarily. Yet she swiftly adjusted her demeanor, restoring her expression to normalcy. Vegeta, however, appeared impervious to the threat, instead responding with a confident grin. Laced with a hint of jest, rest assured, Lord Beerus. As for the flavors of the food, I can only say. He deliberately paused, then emphatically declared, it's exquisite. Bulma adeptly guided the two deities towards the lavishly prepared dining room. The grand table was already laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Just as Bulma had inadvertently revealed earlier, the fugu sashimi was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the light. The dinosaur ribs, perfectly charred on the outside yet succulent within, filled the air with an intoxicating aroma of rich meat intermingled with fruity wood smoke. The dreamy rainbow pudding resembled a work of art, its 7 layers radiating an alluring sweetness. Additionally, countless other meticulously prepared dishes filled the table, their aromas intertwining in a tantalizing symphony. Beerus's gaze fell upon the bounty, his golden pupils narrowing slightly, and his nostrils subtly flared with barely perceptible anticipation. Whis's eyes lit up, his face betraying clear excitement. Then, the moment arrived. Once Beerus and Whis began to eat, Vegeta truly comprehended the divine speed of their consumption, an impeccable blend of hungry ghosts reborn. Gone was the cold demeanor and authority Beerus had exhibited moments before. He devoured the food as if he hadn't eaten in centuries, his movements swift as lightning. The knives and forks in his hands became mere blurs. Expertly spearing the largest rib and shoving it into his mouth without deigning to spit out the bones, swallowing it after merely a couple of chews. The sashimi vanished as if swept away by a current, and the pudding was devoured spoonful by spoonful, leaving the bowl empty in the blink of an eye. He even disregarded basic table manners, cheeks bulging, producing sounds akin to a contented feline. The crunch of food echoed as he chewed. Whis, while maintaining an angelic elegance, did not lag in pace. He consistently anticipated Beerus's next target, skillfully maneuvering to claim the most delectable portions for himself, then leisurely yet efficiently sending them to his mouth. It was as if they were engaged in a silent competition for the finest morsels, the plates rapidly emptied before their eyes. Observing the destruction god fighting over mere scraps of meat, Vegeta couldn't help but twitch his lips, internally lamenting. Seriously, guys? Is it really necessary? Just asking, is it? You are gods, after all. Could you not exhibit a semblance of divine decorum? Yet, despite his complaints, witnessing the swift disappearance of the food ignited a sense of urgency within Vegeta. If he didn't act soon, he might not even secure a drop of soup. He promptly joined the fray, fervently shoveling food into his mouth. In an instant, the dining room was filled solely with the clattering of utensils and the sounds of chewing and swallowing, the atmosphere charged with intensity. Bulma, observing the trio devouring their meals like ravenous wolves, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She found herself unable to intervene, instead directing the robotic servants with urgency. Quick, bring 2 more portions of ribs. More fugu sashimi. Is there any of that dreamy pudding left in the kitchen? Make 2 more. Hurry, hurry, like a logistics commander. She busily orchestrated the chaos while also ensuring that Vegeta received dishes he couldn't reach. After all, in the presence of the professional contenders Whis and Beerus, Vegeta's speed at snatching food was somewhat lacking. The so-called divine feast concluded at a whirlwind pace. The table now a mountain of empty plates bearing witness to the ferocity of the earlier battle. Aside from the ever-busy Bulma, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis sprawled languidly across the plush chairs, each with a toothpick dangling from their mouths, hands resting on their noticeably distended bellies, contentedly belching, lacking the strength to lift even a finger. The air was thick with the remnants of the meal and a profound sense of languor. Vegeta, reveling in the fullness of his stomach, turned his head slightly, wearing a teasing smile as he addressed Beerus. So, Lord Beerus, how did you find the meal? Were you satisfied? Beerus, with his golden feline eyes narrowed in contentment, responded with a lazy hum upon hearing the question. However, this time, the sound carried none of the previous coldness or menace. Instead, it exuded a sense of post-feast satisfaction and, perhaps, a hint of pride in having succumbed to the culinary delights. He even rolled his eyes at Vegeta, not out of disdain, but simply due to overindulgence. Time drifted by in a state of pleasant satiation. As the food gradually digested and the heavy feeling in their stomachs eased, Beerus's golden pupils opened once more, rekindling a lively spark. He straightened his posture, cracked his neck with a satisfying pop, and fixed a sharp gaze upon Vegeta. Kid, Beerus tossed aside the toothpick, his tone laced with playful challenge. I heard you mention earlier that when serious, you could give me a good fight? Now that I'm full, it's the perfect time to stretch my limbs. What do you say? Shall I grant you the opportunity to test your mettle? Upon hearing this, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Vegeta's eyes. He sprang from his chair, excitement clearly radiating from his countenance. I couldn't ask for anything more, Lord Beerus. He had longed for an authentic battle to gauge the fruits of his arduous training in the realm of destruction. Whis' power was too unfathomable for him to consider at this moment, but Beerus, standing right before him, was undoubtedly the ideal benchmark. Let us go. Beerus grinned, his form transforming into a streak of purple light that pierced through the dining room's ceiling, soaring into the heavens. Vegeta followed suit, becoming a golden flash, hot on his heels. Hey, I want to join too. Wait for me. Bulma hurriedly dashed into the courtyard, retrieving a universal capsule, which with a resounding pop transformed into a small aircraft that she promptly boarded, ascending rapidly in pursuit. Whis, in contrast, floated leisurely, as if weightless, beside Bulma's flying machine, casually shielding her from the chaos of battle while wearing a relaxed smile, as though he were an observer at a grand spectacle. In the outskirts of West City, amidst a desolate expanse of barren land, Viteli and Beerus faced each other from several hundred meters apart, the fierce wind rustling their garments. Below lay the vast, desolate ochre-colored terrain, devoid of life, a perfect stage for an all-out confrontation. Beerus stood with his arms crossed nonchalantly, exuding an air of languor. Yet his golden vertical pupils were fixated intently on Viteli. He beckoned with his right hand, a smirk of provocation curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on, kid. Make the first move and show me your full strength. Let me see what Whis has taught you these past few days. Viteli paid no heed to Beerus's taunt, refraining from an immediate transformation into Super Saiyan. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, melding with the howling winds around him. He stood still, as if in meditation, his presence fading from the realm. To the ordinary observer, he had vanished entirely. Yet, beneath this profound tranquility, an invisible storm was brewing. Suddenly, as if ignited by an unseen force, the air around Viteli thickened, becoming dense and heavy. An intangible field of energy rapidly expanded outward. In an instant, Viteli's tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing pupils that shimmered with the brilliance of silver starlight. An indescribable, sacred, and vast aura erupted forth like a dormant volcano awakening. Buzz. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light. Instead, a thin, almost transparent layer of luminescence, radiating a soft silver glow, enveloped Viteli's form. Beerus, who had been waiting for Viteli to make his move, felt his pupils dilate in shock, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at him. As if confronting a monstrous entity. Unconsciously, he murmured in a deliberate tone, Ultimate. Self. Mastery. Chapter 21. As he ascended to divinity? The languor and playful demeanor vanished from Beerus's lavender feline face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. His golden vertical pupils locked onto the thin, swirling silver glow surrounding Viteli, and he ceased to appear nonchalant, instead adopting a serious combat stance. The terrifying pressure of the god of destruction enveloped the atmosphere, making even the wind feel as though it had solidified. Come forth. Beerus's voice resonated, deep and laden with the weight of a formal declaration of war. Viteli, his silver-white pupils unruffled, reflected the profound depths of the galaxy. Without a flicker of hesitation, he moved with the swiftness of thunder. His figure blurred for an instant, and in the next moment, he precisely materialized directly in front of Beerus. Viteli's movements transcended mere speed. They were imbued with an ineffable grace and rhythm, as if he had become one with the very fabric of the universe. His fist, cloaked in the faint silver glow, appeared gentle, yet contained a power capable of piercing through space, striking with a cunning angle towards Beerus's face. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Though Beerus raised his hand to block just in time, the meticulously honed force still coursed through his arm, the overwhelming impact causing him to stagger uncontrollably, executing an awkward somersault in midair before regaining his balance. Oh! Beerus shook his slightly numbed arm, the gravity on his face dissipating instantly, replaced by an expression of surprise and a hint of relief, as if he had discovered a new toy. He grinned widely, revealing sharp teeth, his golden vertical pupils glinting with insight. So, you're merely a novice. Ha! Quite amusing. So merely a novice? He discerned the truth. While Viteli had successfully summoned the silver brilliance of ultimate self-mastery, this power was as insubstantial as a leaf upon the water, sluggish and unsteady, indicating he had yet to achieve true mastery. It was far from the genuine ultimate self-mastery, more akin to a mere touch at the threshold through relentless practice and innate talent. Yet, this novice state, combined with Viteli's formidable foundation, was enough to thrill and excite Beerus. Bang! 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 The two ceased their banter, transforming into streaks of light, colliding fiercely once more. This time, the intensity of the battle far exceeded their previous skirmishes. The sky was devoid of clear figures, only two flickering lights, colliding, separating, and intertwining in an instant. One radiated a dangerous purple glow, the god of destruction, while the other flowed with silver brilliance, the Saiyan. The violent sounds of their clashes echoed like thunder rolling across the heavens. Each impact unleashed visible shockwaves, shattering the clouds high above, the barren land below. Succumbing to the terrifying sonic booms and residual energy, felt as though it were being plowed by an invisible giant plow, fissures spreading across the ground, while dust was swept thousands of meters into the air, creating a storm that obscured the sun. Good lad, though merely a novice, you've passed. Beerus' boisterous laughter rang clear amidst the cacophony of clashes. You've proven yourself. Ha! Having long since forgotten how long it had been since he had fought earnestly, Beerus laughed heartily. As he spoke, they collided once more at a speed that transcended the limits of vision. A spark flickered in Beerus's eyes, and at the moment their fists met, his left hand darted out like a specter, precisely grasping Viteli's wrist as he threw a punch. Humph! Beerus grunted, channeling his power, swinging his arm mightily. Viteli felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his body instantly losing control, akin to a stone hurled from a catapult, being violently flung away. Whoosh! His silhouette traced a long silver arc through the air. Yet, Beerus's speed surpassed his own, vanishing from sight as he flung Viteli away, and in the next heartbeat, he appeared with pinpoint accuracy behind Viteli's trajectory. Smack! A resounding crack echoed, sharp enough to produce a sonic boom. Beerus wore a mischievous grin, delivering a powerful, calculated kick directly to Viteli's unsuspecting backside. Ow! Viteli gasped in shock, the sudden pain not merely a physical sting. More critically, this unexpected assault, utterly unbecoming of a deity, disrupted his painstakingly maintained state of tranquil mastery. The silver glow enveloping him surged violently, nearly dissipating entirely. Viteli struggled to steady himself, clutching his stinging rear. His silver-white pupils filled with incredulity, embarrassment, and fury as he glared at the innocent-looking Beerus in the distance. Beerus, are you incapable of playing fair? A god of destruction resorting to kicking someone's backside? Ha! In battle, as long as you win, what's the rule against kicking someone's rear? Beerus shrugged his shoulders, displaying a demeanor of unfazed nonchalance. Whitley, consumed by frustration, ceased his futile chatter. With fervent urgency, he danced his hands before him, conjuring countless silver energy orbs, compressed to their utmost limits, which descended upon Beerus like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, his own figure concealed within the tempest of energy. He charged forward once more. Beerus, however, maintained his calm demeanor, transforming his hands into a blurred violet barrier that swatted away the incoming orbs with precision. As if swatting flies, his golden slit pupils remained firmly fixed on the figure that followed closely behind the barrage of energy. Whitley's previously fierce expression, marked by embarrassment and fury, subtly shifted to a barely perceptible smile as he neared the last energy orb, preparing to engage Beerus in close quarters. Suddenly, Whitley concentrated his hands at the sides of his forehead, palms wide open, aimed directly at Beerus's piercing golden gaze. Solar fist, he bellowed, the sound reverberating like thunder. In an instant, an indescribably blinding golden light erupted between Whitley's palms, engulfing Beerus's vision without warning. The brilliance was so intense it seemed to transmute the very sky into a golden expanse. Below, amidst the chaos of their battle, Bulma, confined within her aircraft, lamented, "Oh no, I can't see anything like this." With a gentle chuckle, Whis stood beside Bulma's vessel, casually flicking away a few energy orbs that Beerus had sent flying, which could potentially affect her. Upon hearing Bulma's complaint, he elegantly waved his staff, and a clear projection of their battle materialized within Bulma's cockpit. The scene depicted Whitley and Beerus's confrontation, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, akin to a slow-motion replay, allowing Bulma to discern every intricate detail. "Wow, thank you, Whis," Bulma exclaimed with delight, her gaze riveted on the projection. However, calamity soon struck. The projection played back just as Whitley unleashed the golden light from his palms. Even in slow motion, the solar fist caught Bulma off guard. "Ah, my eyes," she cried out, hastily shielding her eyes with her hands. Following Beerus, she too fell victim to the blinding solar fist. In the sky, that cataclysmic golden light flashed and quickly dissipated. Beerus, eyes tightly shut, felt a tear escape from the corner of his eye, a testament to his frustration. He vigorously shook his head, striving to dispel the lingering spots and dizziness. As a god of destruction, his eyes were not truly harmed, yet the sudden blindness inflicted upon him was an unprecedented source of vexation. Whitley hovered nearby, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he observed Beerus's disarray, a glint of mischief in his silver pupils. "Oh dear, what seems to be the matter, Lord Beerus? Even a noble deity can be affected by a mere mortal's trick?" he enunciated, emphasizing the word noble with particular weight. "Damn it," Beerus shouted as he abruptly opened his eyes, still somewhat disoriented, flames of fury igniting within them. "That rascal! Is it wrong to take offense at a mere kick? How brazen can one be?" Buzz. The very fabric of space seemed to warp momentarily, although Beerus remained rooted in place. Another version of him appeared before Whitley without warning, as if through instantaneous teleportation. His speed transcended Whitley's capacity to perceive, and with fingers poised like blades, Beerus struck with a devastating blow aimed directly at Whitley's chest. This strike was fueled by the fury of being toyed with by Whitley and bore the weight of his true power. Whitley's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He barely had time to evade. Yet, before his mind could issue commands, his arms instinctively crossed in a lightning-fast reflex to shield his chest. The divine energy he had cultivated surged instinctively within his arms. Boom! The sound resonated with a heart-stopping intensity. Whitley felt as though he had been struck head-on by a high-velocity, celestial body. Pain radiated through his arms as his bones groaned under the strain. The sheer force propelled him like a cannonball, sending him hurtling away, blood spilling from his mouth. Beerus showed no signs of hesitation. His form blurred as he instantly pursued the retreating Whitley, appearing above and beside him. This time, Whitley's body failed to respond in time. Bang! A powerful fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck Whitley squarely on the left side of his face. Ugh! Whitley's vision darkened. The searing pain accompanied by a violent wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. His body spiraled out of control, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the earth below. Crash! Whitley's body crashed into the desert like a meteor, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a massive crater. Whitley! Bulma's heart leapt into her throat, momentarily forgetting the sting in her eyes, her gaze fixated on the projection. As the dust gradually settled, within the depths of the crater, Whitley knelt on one knee. His right hand pressed against the ground as he gasped for breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his left cheek bruised and swollen. Yet his silver eyes remained sharp, unwaveringly fixed on the god of destruction above. Beerus descended slowly to the edge of the crater, looking down upon him with a mix of lingering anger and solemnity. "Good job, Whitley. Quickly, counterattack," Bulma urged, sensing that Whitley was not gravely injured, her fists pumping in quiet enthusiasm. "Not yet, Miss Bulma," Whis replied, having elegantly retrieved a snack and munching on it, his purple eyes gleaming with excitement. "Next, Lord Beerus will surely become a tad more serious. And for you, Whitley, your true battle may just be beginning." Boom! As if to affirm Whis's words, an even more terrifying violet aura erupted from Beerus. No longer hovering, he forcefully propelled himself from the ground. The desert shattered beneath him like brittle cookie dough, fragments scattering in the wake of his immense power. A colossal sonic boom echoed behind him as he transformed into a cataclysmic violet meteor, hurtling towards Whitley in the crater with an unstoppable ferocity. "It's coming." Whitley's pupils contracted, his body instinctively sensing the terrifying force that could obliterate him. He gritted his teeth against the pain, summoning his energy to surge within him. In a flash, he chose not to withstand but to ascend to the higher skies. Racing towards the stratosphere of Earth, Beerus scoffed, trailing behind Whitley. The two figures soared through the clouds, breaking into the edge of Earth's atmosphere. Here, the air was thin. Sunlight poured down unobstructed, the arc of the blue planet visible below, while the vast, unfathomable cosmos stretched above, standing thousands of meters apart. They hovered at the edge of the near-vacuum stratosphere, where the turbulent winds and remnants of their fierce battle had diminished to a whisper. The purple aura enveloping Beerus gradually receded, yet the devastating pressure he emanated became even more concentrated. His golden, slitted eyes regarded Whitley with an absence of the previous mockery and fury, replaced instead by a hint of appreciation. "You possess quite the talent." Beerus's voice resonated clearly through the thin air, reaching Whitley's ears. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if contemplating a decision, his lips curving into a tempting smile. "Consider this. Would you care to become the apprentice destroyer of Universe 7? Whitley was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his silver-white pupils. He had envisioned that Beerus would continue his assault, mock him, or even unleash more formidable techniques. But he never anticipated that amidst the battle, Beerus would extend such an olive branch. "Apprentice destroyer?" Whitley almost hesitated but then slowly shook his head. "I must decline." His voice was calm and resolute. What need had he for the role of a destroyer? What he sought was the pinnacle of his own power, the elusive mastery of the Ultra Instinct. Once he fully grasped the profound art of Ultra Instinct, what significance would a mere destroyer hold? Beerus seemed to have anticipated this response, letting out a cold snort and falling silent. The battle intent in his golden, slitted eyes blazed even more fiercely. "If you refuse to be a destroyer, then let your strength testify to your path." No more words needed. Whitley's gaze sharpened as the silver radiance surrounding him surged once more. This time, he initiated the assault. His figure transformed into a silver lightning bolt that tore through space, hurtling toward Beerus. The purple light surrounding Beerus flared intensely, morphing into a wave of destructive violet energy to meet him. Boom, 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 boom. This battle had truly reached a fever pitch. No reservations remained between the two. The stratosphere erupted as if countless nuclear bombs had detonated. Each clash of fists and feet unleashed energy storms tenfold more horrifying than before. Enormous shockwaves spread like tangible rings, spiraling into the vastness of space and the atmosphere below. The earth wailed. The people screamed. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the cities below felt the fierce tremors. Windows shattered. Buildings swayed uncontrollably. Countless individuals fled in terror to open spaces, instinctively looking up at the sky. Above, the clouds churned violently, creating vast voids as blinding light flickered within, resembling the onset of apocalypse. In the core area of their collision, the fabric of space cracked like fragile glass, leaving behind intricate fissures. This was the mark of torn space. A fierce gale swept down from the heights, forming a terrifying superstorm at the ground level. Finally, after yet another earth-shattering clash, the two were simultaneously sent flying apart, standing several thousand meters apart in a tense standoff. Both their auras were slightly disordered, yet their battle intent burned at its zenith. Kid, Beerus's voice held a hint of amusement, yet it brimmed with recognition. I concede that you are quite impressive, if you can withstand this strike. He placed his left hand behind his back, slowly raising his right hand, with an index finger pointed skyward. Buzz. An aura of destruction that sent chills through the soul coalesced instantaneously. A deep purple energy sphere, as profound as if it could devour all, materialized at the tip of Beerus's finger. Within the energy sphere, purple light danced furiously, exuding an aura of annihilation. Mere existence of its pressure caused the silver radiance around Whiteley to fluctuate violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. If you withstand this, then this battle will be deemed your victory. Beerus's voice was cold and flat, carrying the weight of divine decree. Destruction. With these words, Beerus gently flicked his finger. That energy sphere, infused with a fragment of his destructive power, moved soundlessly yet at a pace that transcended time and space, instantly spanning thousands of meters to appear before Whiteley. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space was dragged into an inky blackness, leaving behind a trail that would never heal. Whiteley positioned his palms, bracing for the incoming destructive energy. A blazing white light, imbued with terrifying heat, was compressed and gathered frantically between his hands. Yet the overwhelming pressure of the destructive energy had already altered Whiteley's expression before they even made contact. His body felt as if crushed by an invisible mountain. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain. This power far exceeded what Beerus had unleashed before. The white light in his hands was compressed desperately, but the speed of his gathering was far too sluggish. It could not keep pace with the approaching destructive energy sphere. This is bad. A flicker of panic crossed Whiteley's silver-white pupils for the first time. He had insufficient time to charge up a white-hot flash powerful enough to counter this strike. Was he truly destined to fall? To be reduced to ashes under this final blow? No. A fierce, primal resistance and fury erupted from the depths of Whiteley's Saiyan bloodline, akin to a volcanic explosion in his heart. I will not yield. A mere destroyer. How could I possibly lose? In this life-and-death moment of crisis, Buzz, the once dim, sluggish silver radiance enveloping Whiteley suddenly erupted into a dazzling brilliance akin to a supernova. The silver hue that had merely kissed the edges of his pupils expanded to its utmost limit. The profound blackness receded like a tide, transforming his entire gaze into a pure silver white that seemed to reflect the truths of the universe. An indescribable sensation flooded Whiteley's entire being. Time appeared to slow at this instant. His thoughts sharpened with unprecedented clarity. Every cell within his body rejoiced. He felt it. The faintest movements of the gentle breeze high above. He felt the pulsating vitality of the planet beneath his feet. He felt the profound and boundless tranquility of the cosmic void above. He could even sense the internal energy flow of the destructive energy that harbored annihilation's intent. Recognizing every node of its energy circulation, he felt as if he were no longer merely a combatant, but had become a part of the very fabric of existence. He transformed into the flowing breeze, the pulsating earth, the tranquil void, and even the cosmos seemed to cheer and encourage him. No need for thought, no need for control. His body moved freely. His will flowed with thought. This was the true essence of ultra instinct. In that moment of enlightenment, the white-hot flash that required charging in Whiteley's hands accelerated exponentially under his newfound comprehension of energy's essence, compressing, condensing, transcending, all in one fluid motion. His movements underwent a miraculous transformation. Facing the impending destructive energy sphere, Whiteley's posture shifted from two-handed bracing to a single hand extended forward. His fingers spread wide, his palm directly facing the purplish sphere of annihilation. His actions flowed like water, instinctively graceful, devoid of any hint of struggle, yet imbued with a wondrous rhythm. Just as the destructive energy sphere was about to engulf him, Whiteley's pupils, now a pure silver, reflected the violet light of destruction, his expression calm and undisturbed. His lips moved slightly, and a serene voice drifted into Beerus's keen ears. White-hot, flash. Buzz. A beam of pure white light, condensed to an unfathomable degree, erupted instantaneously from the palm of Vetrodon. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no violent energy dissipating. The beam pierced the core of the destructive energy sphere with unparalleled precision, akin to the sharpest sword and the purest light. With a soft hiss, there was no explosion, only a gentle sound reminiscent of a hot knife slicing through butter. The destructive energy, potent enough to obliterate a planet, encountered this white light, which encapsulated Vetrodon's entire power and the essence of ultimate freedom. As if it had met its nemesis. In an instant, it was penetrated and disintegrated. Not even a trace of excess fluctuation managed to escape. The white beam surged forward unabated. After shattering the destructive energy sphere, it continued relentlessly towards the suddenly pale-faced Beerus. For the first time, disbelief and horror flickered in Beerus's golden vertical pupils. He had never anticipated that Vetrodon could undergo such a transformation in an instant, unleashing such an unbelievable force. In a moment of panic, he could only shout, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. A deep hum reverberated as an overwhelming torrent of purplish destructive divine power surged forth, swiftly coalescing into an immensely thick energy shield before him. Boom! The pure white beam collided fiercely with the purple shield. This time, it was an earth-shattering explosion. Terrifying energy turbulence erupted like a boiling ocean, thoroughly shattering the thin gases of the stratosphere. Dazzling light illuminated half of the earth, which was engulfed in darkness. Moments later, the surging tide of energy began to recede, akin to a retreating wave. At the center of the explosion, Beerus remained suspended in place, his crossed arms trembling slightly. His priestly attire marred by numerous tears and scorch marks, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, his aura remained formidable, evidently unscathed by any substantial injury. However, his feline visage was filled with astonishment, gravitas, and a hint of complexity born from profound shock. Vetrodon maintained his outstretched hand, calmly suspended at a distance. The silvery radiance enveloping him swiftly receded like a tide, his silver pupils reverting to a deep black. He gazed placidly at Beerus, whose expression fluctuated between light and shadow, his lips moving slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of weakness after exertion. Beerus, I have won. No sooner had the words left his lips than the last flicker of brilliance in Vetrodon's eyes dimmed rapidly, his body collapsing backward as if devoid of all support. Vetrodon! Bulma screamed sharply from the aircraft, startling Whis beside her. Tears cascaded from her eyes. Desperately controlling the craft, she aimed to rush forward and catch him. But the distance was too great, far too late. Whis, quickly save him. Bulma shouted towards the angel beside her. Roar, what a feast! Whis's voice, laced with mirth, accompanied a gentle flick of his staff as his figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside the rapidly descending Vetrodon, performing a small maneuver while effortlessly grasping the back of his collar. Like a kitten being lifted, he materialized next to Bulma's craft and gently set Vetrodon down beside her. Vetrodon! Vetrodon, wake up! Bulma cried, rushing to his side, her heart shattering at the sight of his pale visage and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Frantically, she searched his body, remembering the Senzu beans. She recalled that Vetrodon habitually kept universal capsules in his combat suit. After a few frantic searches, she finally found a capsule marked with the Senzu bean label on the inner side of his waist. Bang! Bulma swiftly pressed the button, and several plump, emerald green Senzu beans appeared in her hand. Cautiously, she pried open Vetrodon's mouth and inserted the beans. Upon ingestion, a massive surge of life energy coursed through Vetrodon's entire being. His pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, his injuries healed instantaneously, and his chaotic aura stabilized rapidly. Vetrodon's eyelids fluttered a few times before slowly opening. Upon his gaze met Bulma's tear-streaked face, filled with worry. Bulma? Vetrodon began to comfort her, only to suddenly feel a chill enveloping him. Looking down, he exclaimed, What the hell? Where did my familiar black combat suit go? In its place was an extremely familiar outfit, deep blue in tone, adorned with intricate purple patterns and golden trim, strikingly similar to Beerus's divine attire. However, it was slightly simplified in detail and a touch darker in hue. Vetrodon immediately erupted in fury. He shot up, glaring angrily at Beerus and Whis, who had just landed beside the craft. Who changed my clothes? What are you planning? Beerus, arms crossed, looked down at the fuming Vetrodon with a hint of smugness and undeniable authority in his golden vertical pupils. He swiftly raised a hand and flicked Vetrodon's forehead with a sharp, resounding snap. Ouch! Vetrodon clutched his forehead, glaring daggers. Enjoying yourself, are you, kid? Beerus huffed, a satisfied expression adorning his face. In all these millennia, I have never actively sought out an apprentice destroyer. You, Vetrodon, are the first. Consider it an honor. He gestured to the divine attire adorning Vetrodon, declaring, This uniform of the apprentice destroyer is a symbol of your identity. Henceforth, you shall be the apprentice destroyer of our seventh universe. Vetrodon. He was utterly bewildered. What apprentice destroyer? Who consented to this? Are you not afraid that Vetrodon will seek vengeance upon you, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired with a chuckle, covering his mouth. Afraid of him? Beerus scoffed dismissively, his golden pupils narrowing as they regarded Vetrodon with the arrogance unique to a destroyer. Do I, Beerus, need to fear his brilliance? He then turned his attention to the indignant Vetrodon, shifting his focus to Bulma. Earlier, I overheard you promising to treat Whis to a meal. When does this begin? Bulma looked at Vetrodon, who had just been knocked unconscious and was now forcibly donned in a work uniform, seething with rage, then glanced at the unapologetic destroyer before her. Letting out a deep sigh, she truly couldn't comprehend how this shameless destroyer's personality had developed, especially after he had just assaulted her husband. However, as her gaze fell upon Vetrodon's peculiar, yet inexplicably authoritative and mysterious divine attire, and then on his exasperated, yet helpless expression, a strange sense of pride and satisfaction at her man's ascension surged within her. Fine, she conceded, pulling out her phone to dial the manor's number. Hello? It's me. Prepare the banquet immediately. Yes, all ingredients must be of the finest quality. Assemble the entire culinary team. Additionally, she paused, glancing at Vetrodon, who was still glaring daggers at Beerus, a smile creeping onto her lips. Let's consider it a celebration for Vetrodon, being promoted. She reassured herself. The wife of an apprentice destroyer? Although it sounds a bit odd, at least I'm the wife of a god. Not a bad deal. Miss Bulma's husband is a deity. If I were to tell my friends, how impressive would that be? Although this god seems quite eager to give his superior a sound thrashing. Viteli observed Bulma as she began to orchestrate the banquet, glancing at Beerus, whose expression radiated an air of self-satisfaction, and at Whis, whose smile suggested he relished the unfolding spectacle. Ultimately, he could only scratch his head in frustration. Lowering his gaze, he tugged at the uniform that symbolized his status as a trainee god of destruction in the 7th universe, letting out a resigned sigh. What sort of predicament is this? Chapter 22. Beerus, who eats and runs. The lavish banquet at the Brief Estate's dining hall had once again drawn to a close. The mountain of empty plates and bowls upon the table silently testified to the ferocity of the recent altercation, the gruesome scenes rivaling the previous clash between mortals and deities. Beerus languidly slouched in his broad, comfortable chair, his golden eyes squinting in satisfaction, his long tail rhythmically tapping the chair's surface, producing soft, intermittent sounds. Whis maintained his characteristic elegance, though his hand cradling a teacup appeared unusually languorous, a contented smile gracing his face. Indeed, the culinary delights of Earth never cease to impress me, Whis remarked, stifling a pleasant belch with a hand over his mouth. Lord Beerus, Viteli, we should be on our way. At this, Viteli promptly interjected, Beerus, Whis, I may need to remain on Earth for a few more days. He paused before elaborating. My instant transmission cannot directly sense the energy of Earth from the realm of the gods of destruction. I wish to refine it. Perhaps making a wish with Earth's Dragon Balls to see if I can evolve this ability, or alternatively, set a coordinate between the two planets for easier travel in the future. His desire to linger with Bulma for a few more days was all but evident on his face. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that suggested the matter was trivial. Is there a wishing orb on Earth? What you propose is entirely unnecessary. When I have the time, I can take you to the Kaioshin realm, where the Kaioshins can personally teach you a more advanced form of instant transmission. This would be far superior to your current method. Viteli's face immediately reflected unmasked exasperation as he retorted sharply, a beautiful idea, but reality is rather unforgiving. As far as I know, the current Kaioshins. He deliberately fixed his gaze on Beerus, eager to witness the god of destruction's reaction. They probably do not even recognize you, the god of destruction who has been asleep for decades, do they? What? Beerus shot upright as if his tail had been stepped on, his golden slit pupils wide with astonishment and disbelief. They do not know me? How is that possible? I am a god of destruction. How could those Kaioshins not recognize me? Viteli, feeling no inclination to explain the generational gap among the Kaioshins or the predicament caused by Beerus sealing the former Kaioshin, merely shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea about the specifics. It's just hearsay I happened to overhear on another planet. It seems the current Kaioshin is rather young. Beerus squinted at Viteli for several seconds, fully aware that the latter was likely fabricating. However, having just indulged in a meticulously prepared feast by the girlfriend of this insufferable trainee, he, Beerus, the god of destruction, could occasionally overlook such impudence. Yet, today's meal had been so satisfying that he was disinclined to engage in conflict. Still, Viteli's words lingered ominously in his mind. The Kaioshin, after all, were significant deities intrinsically connected to the existence of the gods of destruction. Although he had employed certain unique methods to circumvent the risks of shared fate, the Kaioshin's presence was vital for the balance of the universe. Should it indeed be true that the current Kaioshin was an inexperienced youth, entirely unaware of their theoretical divine counterpart, that would not bode well. Humph, nonsense, Beerus finally grunted, temporarily suppressing his concerns. This matter will reveal itself in due time. In any case, your status as a trainee god of destruction is set. You cannot escape it. Upon hearing that Viteli was about to depart once more, Bulma's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Her sapphire-like eyes quickly brimmed with tears as she clutched Viteli's arm tightly, gazing up at him with watery eyes. How long have you just returned, and now you are leaving again? How long will you be gone this time? Seeing Bulma in such a state softened Viteli's heart almost instantaneously. He hesitated, glancing at Whis and Beerus, and then earnestly requested, Whis, Lord Beerus, could we bring Bulma along? She can bring an abundance of delicious food, and her cooking is truly exceptional. She is quite wealthy. To bolster his case, Viteli unhesitatingly uttered a white lie. Both Whis and Beerus discerned his insincere words, though neither seemed to care. Beerus had no objections. After all, the realm of destruction was sparse, and adding one more person was inconsequential, as long as she brought ample delicacies. However, he pointedly remarked, You want to bring her? Boy, do you wish for her demise? The environment in the realm of destruction is not something an ordinary human can withstand. Not to mention, the gravity there is at least several hundred times that of Earth. If not more. She would be crushed under her own weight the moment she arrived. Viteli suddenly recalled this crucial detail. He had been so focused on being with Bulma that he overlooked the fundamental issue of environmental adaptation. His own formidable strength rendered him less affected by gravitational changes. But Bulma was merely an ordinary earthling. He turned to Beerus pleadingly, his eyes filled with a desperate hope for a solution. Beerus awkwardly scratched his lavender cheek, diverting his gaze elsewhere. While he excelled in combat and destruction, matters requiring delicate manipulation and specialized knowledge were beyond his expertise. Such matters fell within the purview of angels. Whis, observing Beerus's rare display of helplessness, stifled a few light chuckles. He waved his staff, and a gentle yet mysterious stream of energy swiftly emanated, silently merging with Bulma's being. All done, Miss Bulma, Whis smiled. You need not worry about the environment of the realm of destruction any longer. This power will protect you, allowing you to automatically adapt and counteract any adverse environmental factors, be it gravity, atmospheric pressure, or radiation. You can now live safely in the realm of destruction, much like you would on Earth. Bulma immediately felt an overwhelming lightness envelop her, an indescribable sensation of comfort coursing through her body. She leaped in delight and promptly wrapped her arms around Viteli's neck, planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. This is amazing. Viteli, we can go together. Yet she quickly recalled something and released Viteli, addressing Beerus and Whis in rapid succession. Please hold on just a moment. Just a moment. I need to prepare some things. Personal items, change of clothes, my research equipment, and computer. Beerus's patience waned. Humph. Foolish woman. Do you not realize how disrespectful it is to keep a mighty deity waiting? Whis, make her move. Before he could finish his command, Bulma seemed to remember something and quickly added, right. I've also arranged a special box of premium tuna, just for you, Lord Beerus. There is plenty of it. Beerus's words faltered instantly, the command he had at the tip of his tongue abruptly redirected, his tone shifting. Yes, go fetch it. Waiting for you is acceptable. After all, tolerance and patience are indeed virtues that a great deity ought to possess. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if the impatient individual just moments ago were not himself. Whis could no longer contain his amusement, covering his mouth with his hand as his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Viteli quickly lowered his head to stifle his laughter, but his shoulders still quivered, and a muffled chuckle escaped. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at the two behind him. He crossed his arms and attempted to project an air of authority, yet the slight quiver of his nostrils and his instinctive gaze toward the kitchen betrayed him utterly. Bulma moved swiftly, like a gust of wind, darting back to the bedroom and storage room. Before long, she emerged dragging two large backpacks that appeared quite heavy and stuffed to the brim. Viteli, gazing at the enormous bags, couldn't help but chuckle. Bulma, you certainly come prepared. Bulma beamed as she handed a particularly heavy backpack to Viteli, exclaiming, Most of this is filled with universal capsules, containing my 3 laboratories, 2 houses, various tools, and a plethora of ingredients, along with a vast array of ready-made delicacies for you and Lord Beerus. This should last us quite a while. Viteli smiled indulgently, resigned to the weight of the heavy backpack as he secured it on his back, then clasped Bulma's hand tightly. Whis finally managed to suppress his laughter and promptly waved his staff. Now, everyone, please prepare yourselves. With one hand holding Bulma's and the other resting on Whis's shoulder, Viteli stood ready. Beerus approached and placed his hand on Whis's other shoulder. Let us depart. Whis, Beerus commanded. Whis nodded, the gem atop his staff glowing softly, enveloping the 4 of them in a warm light. In an instant, with a flash, the living room was left devoid of their presence, save for the disarrayed remnants of their gathering in the empty room. Moments after their departure, a cheerful doorbell chimed at the entrance of the brief mansion, accompanied by a series of knocks. Hey, Bulma, Viteli, I've come to play. Son Goku stood outside the closed door, clad in a somewhat tattered martial arts uniform. Scratching his head in puzzlement. Is anyone home? After waiting for a moment, he leaned in to listen, but the mansion remained eerily silent. Today, Dr. Brief and his wife were also absent, leaving only a few patrolling robots in the wake of Viteli and the others' departure. How strange, Viteli had just returned, Goku mumbled, deciding to leap effortlessly over the tall wall into the estate's lawn. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared, and several security robots emerged from the shadows. Their red lights flashing as they surrounded Goku, their cold gun barrels aimed at him. Startled, Goku quickly assumed a fighting stance. The robots' red lights scanned Goku, and upon confirming his whitelist identity, the alarm ceased immediately. They emitted a mechanical acknowledgement before retracting their weapons and returning to their original positions, standing by. What is going on? Goku sighed in relief, scratching his head in confusion. He strode into the main house, calling out, Bulma, Viteli, are you there? The living room, dining area, and kitchen were devoid of human presence, save for a horde of robots busily tidying up. They're not home, Goku said, somewhat disheartened. But as he slipped into the backyard, his eyes widened in disbelief. There, in the open space of the yard, stood a massive, futuristic silver metal structure, adorned with the Universal Capsule Corporation's emblem. Wow, is this Viteli's new gravity chamber? Goku's curiosity was instantly piqued, momentarily overshadowing his search for his friends. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he located the switch on the door and pressed it. With a hiss, the airtight door slid open, revealing a spacious, technologically advanced training area. Hee, let me give this a try. Goku darted inside, and the airtight door slowly closed behind him. The vast gravity chamber soon resonated with a deep, powerful hum, heralding the commencement of yet another arduous training session. Almost simultaneously, light years away in the God of Destruction realm, the vibrant colors dissipated, revealing Viteli, Bulma, Beerus, and Whis in that familiar yet peculiar land. The air was thick with an intoxicating aroma, and the distant outline of the God of Destruction's palace loomed grandly under the strange celestial light. Wow, Bulma exclaimed, her first true encounter with alien soil instantly captivating her with the surrounding oddities. Plants radiating a soft glow, peculiar yet gentle creatures. The soil beneath her feet seemingly infused with energy, and the sky above, a breathtaking spectacle akin to the aurora borealis. Everything here thrilled the brilliant scientist within her. This is an extraterrestrial planet. How marvelous. What is the mechanism behind the luminescence of these plants? The atmospheric composition appears entirely different from Earth. And that creature, its biological structure. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to whip out her instruments for immediate study. Beerus, who had been complaining to Whis, remarked, Whis, have you slowed down recently? I recall you traversing the same distance in just 1 minute and 45 seconds, yet this time it took nearly 2 minutes. Were you too busy searching for delicacies in the universe while I was napping? However, upon hearing Bulma's exclamations, he turned his head, lifting his chin slightly, and with an air of superiority, addressed her. Hey, woman, this is the realm of Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. It cannot be compared to those planets you refer to as extraterrestrial. Bulma, crouched down to examine a glowing plant, looked up, blinking her cerulean eyes with pure confusion. But isn't this just another planet located outside of Earth in the universe? Isn't it still an extraterrestrial planet? Beerus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, stifled by her utterly correct yet blunt logic, his desire to boast evaporating. Agitated, he flicked his tail, feeling a communication barrier with this Earth woman. After lazily stretching, he turned to Viteli, his purple aura flickering as his imposing God of Destruction attire transformed into a comfortable brown pajama set, complete with a nightcap. Stifling a yawn, he sleepily remarked, well, after a hearty meal, I feel drowsy. Since you've become a trainee God of Destruction, you can handle the cleanup of those useless garbage planets from now on. I just had a big meal, so I need to take a nap for a decade or so to regain my energy, As he yawned and waddled deeper into the palace, his voice grew softer. As for the methods of destruction, let Whis teach you, Zizi. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished in a flash, evidently having returned to his quarters. Whis and Viteli exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, their expressions reflecting exasperation. This guy is truly hopeless, Viteli muttered under his breath. Whis resumed his serene demeanor, smiling as he gazed at Viteli. So, Viteli-san, do you intend to commence your new training immediately, or would you prefer to take a moment to rest? Personally, I suggest we indulge in a cup of afternoon tea. As he spoke, a delicate teapot and several teacups materialized in his hands. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the nearby woods, a small notebook in hand, feverishly jotting down notes. Upon hearing Whis's words, she eagerly raised her hand and exclaimed, leave the tea brewing to me. I just happened to bring a variety of exquisite teas from Earth, and am curious to see how they taste brewed with the local water. However, Viteli shook his head, his gaze turning serious as he looked at Whis. Let's save the tea for later, Whis. I wish to begin training right away. When do you plan to teach me the ways of destruction? Although he felt quite displeased with the position forcibly thrust upon him by Beerus, he resolved to master this power as swiftly as possible. After all, it was a formidable strength. Whis handed the teapot to Bulma, a cryptic smile gracing his features. Viteli-san, in fact, you have already begun to learn. Viteli was taken aback, his face a canvas of bewilderment. I have. When did that happen? How was I unaware? Whis, unhurriedly placing down his teacup, explained, it was precisely when you inquired about how to cultivate destruction. Observing Viteli's puzzled expression, he continued, destruction is not merely an energy. It is a manifestation of divine authority. Previously, your heart did not accept the identity of a trainee god of destruction, subconsciously rejecting it, thus rendering this authority dormant for you. However, by actively asking how to train in destruction, you demonstrate that your heart has embraced this new identity and duty, allowing you to truly contemplate issues from the perspective of a trainee god of destruction. This acceptance is the key to unlocking your authority. Moreover, your arduous training in the alternate dimension has equipped your body and spirit with sufficient divine power. You merely lack guidance and explicit acknowledgement. Whis tapped gently on Viteli's chest and added, now, your task is not to learn specific techniques, but to continuously refine and cultivate your inner self, ensuring that your will and understanding genuinely befit this power of destruction. When your intentions align perfectly with those of the god of destruction, utilizing this power will become as instinctive as breathing. Viteli fell into contemplation as he absorbed Whis's words. I have begun to learn to align my heart with this power. He recalled the sensation he experienced when confronting Beerus's destructive energy, remembering the surging, annihilating divine power within him. He seemed to grasp a vague direction. Just then, Whis interrupted his thoughts with a gentle, yet somewhat ominous expression. However, Viteli-san, I must remind you that you have approximately 3 months to familiarize yourself with and effectively wield the power of destruction. Viteli snapped out of his reverie, his face a mask of resignation. More tasks? I did not skimp on assisting you during my training in the god of destruction realm. He recalled the time Whis had randomly teleported him to a distant corner of the universe, expecting him to return on his own. Whis shook his head, his tone still gentle, but his content sending a shiver down Viteli's spine. Rest assured, Viteli-san, this time it is not about running errands or delivering items. It is simply that Lord Beerus has not attended to his duties for quite some time before his slumber, leading to a considerable backlog of planets requiring destruction. Well, it is not an insignificant number. He extended a slender finger and gently tapped the air, conjuring an invisible list. Since Lord Beerus has entrusted this responsibility to you, and with his current slumber, it falls upon you to manage these tasks. In 3 months, if you have not mastered destruction and begun executing your duties, the overall assessment of our 7th universe may decline, and it could be quite challenging to explain to the Omni King. Viteli's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, I am merely a trainee god of destruction. I have only just been appointed, not even an hour ago. I haven't even completed my probation period. And you expect me to start working already? Isn't that a bit absurd? Whis smiled reassuringly. Oh, come now, Viteli-san, there is no need to rush. You still have 3 months to prepare and practice. I am confident in your talent. You will manage just fine. Viteli glanced at Whis's encouraging expression, then at the towering stack of planets awaiting destruction, and finally let out a deep, exasperated sigh. I knew it. This whole trainee god of destruction thing is a trap. Bulma, watching her boyfriend's distressed yet helpless demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. She approached and patted Viteli on the back encouragingly. Hang in there, darling. For the sake of our universe's ranking and prosperity, let's work hard. Her tone was filled with both excitement and unwavering confidence in him. As Viteli looked at his wife's radiant smile, then at Whis, who was elegantly sipping tea yet exuding an air of cunning, and finally thought of the true god of destruction, who was currently deep in slumber. Leaving all the mess for him to handle, he inhaled deeply the fragrant yet burdensome air of the god of destruction realm. Life as a trainee god of destruction was proving to be far more tedious than he had anticipated. Chapter 23. The Visit from Beerus. Truly, Bulma is remarkable. Viteli stood atop a solitary peak, the setting sun casting a molten golden hue across the majestic mountains of the god of destruction realm. He had donned his former black battle attire once more, and under the sunlight, it shimmered with a warm orange glow. Viteli gazed at the colossal orange star radiating warmth, slowly descending towards the distant horizon, as the sky transformed into a breathtaking crimson tapestry. Yet, the night in the god of destruction realm did not arrive as expected. Just as the sky was about to be engulfed by the profound darkness of the universe, From the east, a younger and more vibrant white star began to rise. Its cool yet intense light promptly filled the void in the sky, ensuring that this world remained perpetually bathed in eternal brightness. However, the tone and temperature of the light subtly shifted. Viteli followed the ascent of the white star, a silvery gleam appearing in his deep-set eyes. He slowly raised his hands in front of him, palms together, and concentrated on feeling the immense power within him. After a moment, he began to separate his hands at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if bearing an immense weight. As his palms parted, a dark purple point of light, exuding heat and a sense of annihilation, suddenly emerged in the space between them. Initially the size of a grain of rice, it pulsed with a terrifying energy. As Viteli continued to separate his palms, this dark purple energy began to swell dramatically. Viteli's temples glistened with fine beads of sweat, clearly indicating that the destructive energy he was attempting to control imposed a considerable strain on his body. Yet, in that moment, a flash of silver ignited in his eyes. Instead of discarding the energy like Beerus, he uttered a low growl. Not enough. To his astonishment, he began to forcibly infuse this already volatile destructive energy with the characteristic of his own searing, incandescent technique. Instantly, the dark purple energy sphere appeared as though it had been ignited, its core erupting with a blinding white radiance. An indescribable heat radiated outward in an instant, causing the surrounding space to subtly warp. The starkly contrasting energies of dark purple and blinding white clashed violently and intertwined, emitting a grating hiss that suggested imminent chaos and explosion. Viteli gritted his teeth, allowing the not-so-ample divine energy within him to pour forth unreservedly, forcefully suppressing and guiding these rebellious forces. His control was painstakingly meticulous, his mind intensely focused, as the two energies danced precariously upon the edge of a blade. At last, with a muffled roar, the energy sphere stabilized once more. It was no longer merely a pure dark purple. Its core and surface now swirled with a glimmer of blinding white, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all and incinerating everything. Viteli exhaled deeply, a weary yet profoundly satisfied smile gracing his face as he gazed upon the newly fused energy in his hand. Finally succeeded. Let us call it destructive flash, shall we? It feels oddly familiar. After 17 days and nights of relentless contemplation and experimentation, he had fully grasped the essence of the god of destruction's power, merging it with his own unique attributes through sheer control and creativity, culminating in an ultimate technique unlike any he had previously conceived. Perhaps it was the subconscious influence of memories from a past life or a habit fostered in the harsh environment of Planet Vegeta. But he harbored a deeply ingrained fear of inadequacy and firepower, always feeling that mere destruction was insufficient without infusing it with the extreme heat he excelled at. Oh, a gentle voice tinged with awe floated from behind him. You truly succeeded, Viteli-san. The audacity and control you've exhibited in merging these two distinct powers is truly commendable. Wisid silently appeared, his customary smile gracing his face, though a glint of astonishment and admiration sparkled in his purple eyes. Viteli did not turn. Instead, he continued to observe the slowly dissipating destructive flash in his hand and the dominant white sun in the distant sky. After several minutes, once his breath had fully steadied, he turned to face Whis and spoke in a calm tone. I have nearly mastered the power of the god of destruction. Regarding the task of clearing those garbage planets, when do you deem it appropriate to set off? He directly addressed the matter at hand. Having acquired the power befitting a god of destruction, he would not shy away from the responsibilities that accompanied it. Whis' expression brightened with a more playful smile as he teased, Oh, I never anticipated that Viteli-san would become so diligent and reliable. Just half a month ago, someone was quite dismissive of the position of god of destruction. If only Lord Beerus could exhibit such dedication to training and work, I dare say our 7th universe would be far ahead in the rankings. He feigned a wistful sigh, as if genuinely concerned for the laziness of his own god of destruction. Viteli, unbothered, turned away with a stoic expression and proceeded towards the residence Bulma had constructed at the foot of the mountain. Whis naturally followed suit, continuing to chatter about recent happenings. Bulma-san has been quite industrious during your seclusion for the past few days. Your little girlfriend is truly a rare genius in the field of science. Her mobile research lab has been completely set up and is remarkably efficient. Moreover, I hear she plans to establish a plot in the god of destruction's realm to experiment with cultivating some crops unique to Earth. Viteli halted, astonished. Cultivating here? Given the soil of the god of destruction's realm and this planet's outrageous environment, how could that even work? Whis chuckled lightly, continuing, and that's not all. She also intends to design and construct an unmanned spacecraft to transport embryos of resilient and high-quality livestock from Earth, attempting large-scale artificial breeding in the god of destruction's realm. Breeding? Viteli was genuinely taken aback. imagining raising cattle and sheep in the god of destruction's realm. The mere thought was too surreal for him to grasp. The gravity issue alone seemed insurmountable. Ordinary animals would instantly. Ha ha ha, was covered his mouth, laughing. Bulma-san also mentioned she plans to build a large anti-gravity ecological simulation chamber to address the environmental adaptation issues for cultivation and breeding. Such a creative idea. Viteli was thoroughly impressed, shaking his head in resignation. His girlfriend truly was a genius capable of remarkable feats, attempting to bring high-tech agriculture and livestock farming into the domain of the divine. Yet, the prospect of potentially enjoying fresh earth vegetables and barbecued meat in the god of destruction's realm left him feeling a hint of anticipation. As they conversed, they arrived at the modern house that Bulma had created using her universal capsule. This structure appeared somewhat out of place in its surroundings, yet oddly harmonized, presenting a peculiar blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics. "Bulma, I'm back," Viteli called out as he pushed open the door. However, the figure that emerged was not the lively blue-haired girl he had envisioned. Standing at the entrance was a tall, graceful woman, her skin a shade of bluish-green akin to Whiss's, and her silver hair tied back in a sleek high ponytail, with 2 strands cascading down her forehead. Clad in attire reminiscent of Whiss's, but tailored to accentuate her exquisite figure, her face was beautiful, yet bore an innate chill and aloofness. Holding an angelic staff in her hand. At that moment, this angelic figure regarded Viteli with her calm, golden eyes, a hint of a playful smile gracing her lips that sent an inexplicable chill through him. Viteli froze, his pupils dilating slightly, his inner thoughts racing. No way? Why is the angel from Universe 6, Vados, here? Whis stepped out from behind him, greeting the angel with familiarity. "You haven't returned yet, have you, dear sister?" Vados nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but kept her gaze fixed on Viteli. "I've heard that the 7th universe has an exceptionally rare apprentice god of destruction. Lord Kampa is currently unable to leave Universe 6, but is quite concerned and has sent me to assess the situation." She emphasized her concern, clearly suggesting that the portly god of destruction was more driven by curiosity and a competitive spirit. Taking a step closer, she scrutinized Viteli meticulously, leaving no detail of his appearance unexamined. Her gaze seemed to penetrate all, making Viteli feel as if he were an observation specimen under a microscope, causing him to feel quite uneasy, with goosebumps rising on his skin. Just as he was on the verge of speaking, Vados finally withdrew her penetrating stare. The corners of her mouth deepened into a smile, and a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Indeed, her presence exuded a refined aura, a solid foundation. And within a short span, she could grasp destruction preliminarily, even innovate. She commented, her tone neutral, yet imbued with approval. Clearly, she was far more reliable than a certain deity of destruction who only knew how to eat and sleep. "You are quite impressive." Viteli quickly nodded in acknowledgement, responding awkwardly. "Thank you for the compliment, Miss Vados." He then practically fled, darting past her and swiftly into the room. The imposing aura and gaze of this elder sister left him overwhelmed. Behind him, Vis chuckled openly. "Hee sister. It seems your scrutinizing gaze has frightened our apprentice deity of destruction." Upon hearing this, Vados immediately turned her cold gaze toward Vis, expressing mild discontent. "Vis, rather than concern yourself with others' reactions, you should first attend to your own. I've sensed that your aura has slightly regressed since our last meeting. How long has it been since you practiced earnestly?" Vis's smile instantly froze, as if his tail had been stepped on, and he dared not tease his stern sister further, hastily offering an excuse with a laugh. Well, there are many matters to attend to in the universe." As he spoke, he quickly slipped into the room to find Viteli and Bulma. Vados sighed lightly, watching her brother's somewhat hasty retreat. She resolved to pass through Universe 7 more frequently, determined to keep a closer watch on this exceptionally gifted, yet increasingly lethargic brother. Such a promising angelic talent must not be allowed to be assimilated by Beerus. Viteli found Bulma in the studio on the 2nd floor. The room was cluttered with various instruments and design blueprints, and Bulma was seated before a massive computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The screen displayed intricate three-dimensional diagrams and an overwhelming flow of data. Her expression focused to the extent that she did not notice Viteli's entrance. "Have you missed me, Bulma?" Viteli said softly with a smile. Bulma abruptly snapped back to reality, and upon seeing Viteli at the door, her face instantly lit up with joy, leaping from her chair into his embrace. "Darling, you've finally finished your training. Did you succeed?" Viteli laughed heartily, steadying her as he wrapped his arms tightly around her soft form, showering her with kisses on her smooth cheeks and forehead until she let out a sweetly exasperated complaint, prompting him to release her. He took a seat in front of the computer, allowing her to comfortably sit on his lap, and curiously glanced at the peculiar spaceship design on the screen. Everything went smoothly. What are you busy with? Is this the unmanned transport ship that Vis mentioned?" Indeed, Bulma exclaimed excitedly, her blue eyes sparkling with intelligence and enthusiasm. I've basically sorted out the anti-gravity technology module. Now, I'm primarily tackling the miniaturization of the hyperspace engine and the durability of the energy core. Once I resolve this, I can establish a regular unmanned cargo route from Earth to here. Not only can we transport various seeds and livestock embryos, but we can also bring over countless delicious and useful items from Earth. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, unconsciously gesturing with her hands. Then I can cultivate vegetables and fruits on a large scale in the anti-gravity ecological simulation room, raising various creatures like cows, chickens, and fish. This way, you won't have to eat those unappetizing alien foods or stockpiled Earth supplies every day. You can enjoy the freshest Earth delicacies anytime. What do you think? I'm quite impressive, aren't I? As Viteli listened to his girlfriend passionately describe her plans for transforming the deity of destruction's domain, he was filled with immense gratitude and pride at the sight of her confidence and thoughtfulness shining in her eyes. He embraced Bulma tightly once more, burying his face in her fragrant blue hair, his voice somewhat muffled, yet brimming with sincerity. Thank you, Bulma. Thank you for doing so much for me. How fortunate he was to encounter such a beautiful and intelligent woman, one who was willing to use her brilliant mind to warm both his stomach and heart. Sensing the shift in his emotions, Bulma gently returned his embrace, her voice soft. Silly, you are the man of my life, Viteli. Who else would I think of? After a moment of tender closeness, Bulma gently pushed him away, pointing to the computer screen. All right, you should go downstairs to eat. The robots you brought should be ready by now. I just need to finalize a few parameters, and I'll be down shortly. Viteli playfully tugged at her, chuckling. It can wait until after we eat. Let's go together. Be obedient, it won't take long. Bulma insisted, pulling him up from the chair and gently nudging him toward the door. Hurry up, hurry up. After training for so long, you must be starving. Unable to resist her, Viteli smiled and complied, heading downstairs. As he heard his footsteps fade at the stairway, Bulma's gentle smile transformed into a mischievous, triumphant grin. Like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish, she playfully waved a fist in the air, whispering to herself in a tone only she could hear. Humph. Our earnest Viteli. Now he can't escape me any longer. Hee hee, little Viteli, so easy to handle. With that, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, satisfied as she returned to her computer, humming a light tune while diving back into her interstellar logistics venture. For her, ensuring that her beloved lived a better life was the ultimate subject worth dedicating her research to. Chapter 24, Cleanup and the Unexpected Discovery of Namek. In the universe, distant stars twinkled incessantly, yet here, silence reigned as an eternal theme. However, this stillness was abruptly shattered today by a magnificent streak of light that appeared out of nowhere. As the light dissipated, it revealed two figures, Viteli clad in black battle attire and Vis, the angel of Universe 7. Viteli did not wear the apprentice deity uniform assigned to him, as he felt it was rather unappealing. Fortunately, Vis had informed him that there were no strict regulations regarding this. He could dress as he pleased. The attire of other deities of destruction was merely for recognition, intended to minimize unnecessary disturbance. Naturally, Viteli preferred not to wear it, as he could handle any disturbances with ease. They found themselves in an extraordinary location, directly before a colossal black hole, so immense that it could instill a sense of trepidation in an ordinary person. Its gravitational pull distorted the surrounding space and all light, creating a swirling abyss that consumed everything. Remarkably, a planet with a dim surface stubbornly orbited in close proximity to this cosmic graveyard. Viteli gazed at the paradoxical yet magnificent spectacle before him, unable to suppress his awe. This world is truly wondrous. It is indeed astonishing that planets can exist near black holes, which symbolize void and obliteration, and that life has even evolved there. The resilience of life is truly beyond imagination. Hearing this, Weiss displayed an elegant smile and spoke in a relaxed tone. This is actually not remarkable at all, Vetril. Lord Beerus and I once visited a planet orbiting a neutron star, where the life forms were exceptionally peculiar, entirely composed of a single type of crystal, thriving by absorbing radiation energy. Thus, your experience of the cosmos is still rather limited. You require more exposure. Vetril chuckled, casting aside his momentary reflection. After all, given the day's agenda, it was hardly the time for musings. Well, we shall undoubtedly encounter more bizarre phenomena in the future. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Weiss nodded, his staff gracefully pointing into the void. A gentle luminescent screen unfurled before them, clearly displaying detailed information about the planet ahead, Rajali Star. Weiss read aloud the information. Due to its location within the strong gravitational influence of a massive black hole, the planet has developed life forms that are exceedingly primitive and chaotic, generally exhibiting strong aggression and tendencies toward destruction. The planet's assessment is null, with developmental potential approaching 0. Overall judgment, no reserve value. Destruction recommended. He retracted the screen and looked at Viteli, his smile remaining, yet his tone taking on a more formal note. Very well. Viteli, you may commence. Remember, to ensure a thorough eradication, the destructive energy must permeate the planet's core to guarantee complete annihilation. We cannot emulate Lord Beerus, who sometimes, out of convenience or good humor, only destroys half, leaving a mess behind. Understood, Viteli nodded, slowly raising his right hand towards the distant, seemingly insignificant gray planet against the backdrop of the black hole. Dark purple destructive energy coalesced instantly in his palm, the waves of annihilation causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. For him now, obliterating such a planet required little effort. A mere gentle push would suffice. There was no cataclysmic explosion or scattering debris. A deep purple flash flickered, and in an instant, the massive planet, weighing over a dozen times that of Earth, began to disintegrate and vanish. Within mere seconds, it transformed into the most primordial dust in the universe, subsequently devoured entirely by the nearby black hole's immense gravitational force, as if it had never existed. Viteli lowered his hand, feeling the momentary release of power, yet his gaze turned toward the ever-consuming black hole. Hey, Weiss. This black hole seems rather troublesome. Should we tidy it up as well? Weiss, pulled from his reverie about what delectable dishes Miss Bulma might prepare that evening, coughed lightly to mask his distraction. He glanced at the massive black hole and shook his head, a serene smile of understanding gracing his face. No need, Viteli. Every existence has its rationale. This black hole has already consumed and fused several smaller ones, accumulating a considerable mass. Keeping it will allow it to become a seed for a new star system after the passage of countless years, as gravity will once again coalesce the surrounding matter. Destruction and creation are often merely a thread apart. All right, you are the expert. I shall defer to your judgment. Viteli shrugged nonchalantly. Let us move on to the next target. We must quicken our pace, lest we return too late and find your sister, who lingers, has devoured all the dinner. The thought of his sister smiling while rapidly consuming the feast caused Weiss's perpetually calm demeanor to shift momentarily. He immediately donned a serious expression, his staff held firmly as he earnestly declared, "You speak truly, Viteli. Efficiency is indeed a virtue of an outstanding angel like myself. It is time to accelerate our progress." Viteli, witnessing Weiss's rare urgency, couldn't help but smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. All right, let's go. There are still over a dozen worthless planets on today's list that need to be cleared, and we do not have the luxury of time to dawdle. The ensuing process became somewhat monotonous, Weiss precisely locating and Viteli executing the destruction. One by one, planets rendered devoid of potential due to extreme environments, misguided civilizations, or cosmic disasters quietly transformed into the most fundamental particles of the universe under the violet glow of Viteli's power. Finally, after yet another planet, rife with magma and toxic gases, was obliterated, Weiss glanced at the list displayed on his staff. All right, Viteli, this is our final stop for today. A brilliant stream of light flickered once more, and their forms instantly appeared near a binary star system. This system was significantly larger and younger than the solar system, featuring a mature yellow star and a very young, massive blue star entwined in a gravitational dance. Their gazes turned toward the immense blue star, its youthful and intense brilliance emanating an unsettling sense of instability. Weiss's staff projected another screen. This is the giant blue supergiant known as Helisphere. Weiss explained. It forms an unstable binary system with the adjacent orange star, approaching once every 80 years, with extreme gravitational disturbances. More critically, the core fuel of this blue supergiant is nearing depletion, and intense internal changes are already underway. If left unaddressed, calculations suggest that it has over a 90% probability of evolving into a new black hole within the next 500 years. Given its immense mass, the resultant black hole would possess tremendous destructive power, capable of swallowing the entire binary system and causing catastrophic effects on the surrounding star regions for dozens of light years. He paused, looking at Viteli with an air of challenge. There are two options for handling this. The first is to annihilate it entirely with destructive energy, requiring precise control and sufficiently strong output to ensure its core collapses instantly. Otherwise, if an uncontrollable energy explosion occurs, the consequences could be more severe than its natural collapse into a black hole. With a smile, Weiss gazed at Viteli, a playful tone emerging as he introduced the alternative option. Alternatively, if you feel uncertain about destroying it in one go, you may choose to use powerful energy to push it away from its current orbit, banishing it to the desolate void of space, allowing it to evolve on its own. This is the simplest solution. This will be your final lesson. Good luck, Vetril. Ah. Vetril stared at the massive, turbulent blue star before him, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. From the Destruction God's handbook he had been studying, he learned that dealing with such large celestial bodies was the most troublesome. A slight miscalculation could trigger a chain reaction leading to a cosmic disaster spanning light years. The safest approach would be to request assistance from the Supreme Kai to stabilize the space, or to let Weiss intervene and cover for him. However, glancing at Weiss, who appeared perfectly at ease, wearing a look of someone merely observing the situation, he realized that Weiss had firmly decided against intervening. Regarding the young Kaioshin of this universe, Vetril harbored doubts about his capacity and experience to navigate such a grand scenario. For a moment, he found himself lost in contemplation. Observing Vetril's pensive demeanor, Weiss jestingly inquired, "Shall I contact Bulma-san to cheer you on, Vetril-san?" Vetril, momentarily taken aback by the sarcastic tone, waved his hand in dismissal, signaling not to interrupt his thoughts. Approaching the situation with brute force seemed perilous, yet merely pushing it away would require an astronomical amount of time. Not to mention the challenge of ensuring the direction was precise enough to avoid colliding with something else. Weiss, setting aside his thoughts on the star, pointed to several other planets within the binary system and the distant twinkling of other galaxies, asking, "What is the situation with those planets? Are there any nearby civilizations worth noting?" He intended to gather more information, perhaps leading to a more effective approach. Weiss shrugged and gracefully waved his staff, swiftly compiling and displaying the information from the surrounding star regions. The planets within this binary system exhibited harsh environments, with no signs of intelligent life detected thus far. However, if they could effectively handle the dying blue giant star, the remaining yellow star was stable, and the probability of life evolving on the planets within its habitable zone remained quite high. As for the nearby galaxies within 10 light years, Wiss's gaze swept across the display. Well, there are two worth mentioning. One galaxy harbors a planet named Yardrad, whose civilization, while not particularly advanced technologically, has gained some renown in the development of peculiar techniques, some of which are quite intriguing. The other galaxy, Weiss paused, seemingly surprised. He examined the data from his staff more closely, then spoke with a hint of bemusement. The other galaxy has detected a life-bearing planet called Namek. How fascinating. According to the records, the civilization on this planet has the rare ability to create Dragon Balls. What? What did you just say? Namek and Dragon Balls? Vetril exclaimed, nearly jumping up in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he would hear this familiar name at such a moment in this manner. Let us head to Namek. Perhaps I have a plan now. Meanwhile, on Namek, light years away from Vetril, vast landscapes dotted with immense lakes and peculiar circular dwellings spread across the land. Within a grand, archaic structure at the planet's zenith, the elderly Grand Elder lay in deep slumber. His massive form rose and fell gently, breath steady and long. Suddenly, his colossal body jolted, awakening from a profound dream. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his wrinkled green face, swiftly replaced by a profound sense of relief. He murmured softly to himself, his voice laden with history, "It has come. The trajectory of fate has shifted dramatically. Fortunately, it is benevolent, having sensed it in advance." With some effort, he adjusted his immense form to sit upright and called out toward the door, "Neru, come in." Shortly after, a well-proportioned, composed young Namekian warrior entered briskly. He respectfully bowed before the Grand Elder on his throne, his tone brimming with reverence. "Grand Elder, what is your command?" The Grand Elder tilted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick roof, reaching into the infinite depths of the starry sky. He remained silent for a few moments before instructing in a slow, deliberate tone, "Neru, my child, immediately contact the elders of all tribes and request that they gather the Dragon Balls they are safeguarding, to be brought to the plains by you." Neru's face briefly showed confusion. "Grand Elder, what is this for?" The Grand Elder lowered his gaze slowly, his eyes deep as he regarded Neru. "Do not question. Simply do as I say. Soon, 2 esteemed guests will arrive on our Namek. If they request to use the Dragon Balls, you shall assist them in summoning Purunga, doing all we can to fulfill their wishes." Neru was taken aback, unable to fathom the notion of such esteemed guests using the Dragon Balls. Yet, his absolute trust and obedience to the Grand Elder quelled all his doubts, and he bowed respectfully once more. "Yes, I shall comply with your will, Grand Elder. I will attend to it immediately." With that, he swiftly turned and exited the Grand Hall. Just as Neru hurried away to execute the command, Weiss, who was preparing to embark with Vetril, suddenly uttered a soft, curious sound, his perpetually serene expression revealing a hint of surprise, soon transforming into a playful smile. How intriguing, such a rare gift. To perceive the actions of angels and destruction gods across such vast distances is quite exceptional, though the interpretation may be somewhat crude. This innate sensitivity ranks among the elite in this universe. Vetril, poised to urge Whis to hasten to Namek, inquired curiously upon hearing his words. What is happening? What has occurred? Who sensed us? Whis shook his head, refraining from a direct answer, his smile deepening as he elegantly waved his staff. Do not be so hasty, Viteli-san. Maintain an air of mystery and anticipation. You shall soon find out. A brilliant stream of light enveloped them once more, and in the blink of an eye, their figures materialized in a completely new star domain. A magnificent, beautiful emerald green planet floated serenely in the cosmos. Its surface was adorned with vast lakes and orange land masses. The atmosphere thick and tranquil. Here lay Namek. Gazing at the familiar planet, Vetrel's emotions became complex. He could not help but recall the Dragon Ball anime he had watched in his past life, chuckling softly to himself. Ah, Namek. I wonder if that legendary Grand Elder might unlock some of my potential as well. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, he chuckled and shook his head. Setting aside the fact that he was already a deity, his life form and energy essence had long transcended the realm of ordinary beings. Even without this divine role, his immeasurable combat power in his current state would likely render any potential that the Grand Elder could awaken to be minuscule, hardly worth mentioning. After all, Vetrel had absolute confidence that even in the face of perfect Cell, his normal state combat power was sufficient to assert dominance. Meanwhile, on a vast plain of Namek, Neru had swiftly, leveraging the Grand Elder's authority and his own efficiency, gathered all 7 colossal Dragon Balls. They were neatly arranged on the ground, each adorned with a different number of star markings. Neru stood beside the Dragon Balls like a statue, his sharp gaze unwaveringly fixed on the azure sky, filled with vigilance and uncertainty. The Grand Elder's previous instructions and his gaze toward the heavens led him to speculate that the so-called esteemed guests might very well hail from beyond the stars. This thought filled him with anxiety. Could they be insurmountable foes? At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. Is it possible that the Dragon Balls have already been gathered in advance, so neatly arranged? Could it be that you have been waiting for us here? Neru was instantly taken aback. With his combat prowess, he had failed to detect anyone approaching. Moreover, he had not sensed any presence nearby. Almost instinctively, he spun around, his muscles tensed, and his energy surged to its peak as he assumed a combat stance. Warily gazing towards the source of the voice, not far in front of him stood 2 figures who had quietly materialized without his notice. The one in front was a remarkably youthful man with black hair, clad in a simple black battle suit. His handsome features complemented by sharp eyes that glimmered with curiosity and amusement as he scrutinized both Neru and the Dragon Balls on the ground. Behind him loomed a tall, slender figure with bluish-green skin, holding a staff, his countenance adorned with a serene smile that seemed to hold profound wisdom, exuding an even more inscrutable aura. The newcomers were none other than the trainee god of destruction, Vetrel, and the angel, Whis. Noticing Neru's tense demeanor, Vetrel flashed a grin and said, "No need to be on edge, I am not a villain." His smile, however, only heightened Neru's apprehension. Large beads of cold sweat trickled down Neru's forehead, and under the pressure of the moment, he instinctively prepared for battle against the two. Observing this, Whis, eager for a bit of mischief, prodded, "Vetrel, it seems this Namekian wishes to spar with you. Are you not going to show some respect?" At this scene, Vetrel shot Whis an exasperated glare, as if to say, "Could you please refrain from speaking? Can't you see how tense our friend over there is?" Chapter 25. Doubts of Existence and Beautiful Aspirations. Vetrel, observing Neru on the verge of a breakdown, sighed in exasperation at Whis, who was still grinning and stirring the pot. "Fear not, we are not villains." "Ah, I nearly let slip a villainous line there." He quickly corrected himself with a cough. "We mean you no harm. Our arrival on Namek is merely coincidental. I trust your elder has informed you of our presence?" Gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls, which were already prepared on the ground, and recalling Whis's earlier mention of being sensed, Vetrel deduced that the elder of Namek, possessing extraordinary foresight, had orchestrated this entire encounter. Upon hearing Vetrel's words, the wariness in Neru's expression lessened slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he fully retracted his combative stance. As he approached the two, poised to speak, Neru suddenly froze, as if receiving some form of communication, remaining motionless for several seconds. Subsequently, his expression shifted rapidly to one of deep respect as he bowed deeply to Vetrel, exclaiming, "I greet you, Lord of Destruction. I am Neru, a warrior of the Elder Guardian of Namek." Vetrel, perceiving the situation, understood that the Elder was likely communicating with Neru from afar. He nodded, speaking in a calm tone, "No need for such formalities. I am but a trainee god of destruction. I encountered some difficulties while dealing with a colossal star on the brink of annihilation and unexpectedly discovered that I was quite close to your Namek. Hence my visit to borrow the Dragon Balls." He gently patted Neru's shoulder, adding, "I apologize for any trouble this may cause." Neru maintained his respectful demeanor and quickly replied, "No, it is our honor to assist you, Lord of Destruction." Meanwhile, Whis observed the 7 radiant orange Dragon Balls with keen interest and, upon hearing Vetral's intention to borrow them, interjected with a playful smile that belied his mischievous nature, "Oh my, Vetral." Utilizing the wish orbs to exercise the authority of a god of destruction could be considered cheating. If the Omni King and the Grand Minister were to find out, there would be repercussions. Vetral shook his head, clarifying, "Rest assured, I shall not directly use the Dragon Balls to fulfill a god of destruction's duties. That would be inept. I merely require them to resolve a technical issue." He turned to Neru, saying, "Neru, would you kindly summon the dragon?" "Yes, Lord Vetral," Neru responded respectfully. He approached the Dragon Balls, facing them with his arms outstretched, and began to chant the incantation in the unique Namekian language to summon the dragon. "Arise, Purunga. Now, grant my wish." As the rhythmic incantation echoed, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The bright sky, with its 3 suns, suddenly plunged into darkness. As if the eternally sunlit Namek had been enveloped in night, dark clouds gathered and rapidly expanded. The light dimmed sharply, and within mere breaths, the area spanning several kilometers transformed from daylight into a deep, night-like obscurity. This rare spectacle drew many Namekians from their homes, curious about the sky that had been suddenly shrouded in darkness. Boom! A resounding thunderclap erupted, accompanied by a powerful surge of golden light that shot skyward from the 7 Dragon Balls, piercing the cloud-laden heavens. Amidst the brilliance, a colossal, muscular, entirely green form rapidly coalesced. The Namekian dragon, Purunga, spiraled through the air, casting an enormous shadow as its piercing red eyes scanned the diminutive figures of the 3 below. Intoning in a deep and solemn voice, "Speak. State your wishes. I can grant you 3, no matter what they may be." Vetral gazed up at Purunga, whose imposing presence far surpassed that of the Earth Dragon, and, amused by its grand proclamation of fulfilling any wish, spoke with a hint of jest. "Oh, is that so? Then for my first wish, I desire the ability to teleport across the universe at will, akin to that of the Kais attendant, Jebet." His words held a probing quality, as he sought to ascertain the limits of the Namekian Dragon Balls, especially since the Earth Dragon had once declined to assist against formidable Psiots. Neru cast a glance at Vetral, perplexed by this wish, yet he faithfully relayed Vetral's desire to Purunga in the Namekian language. Purunga fell silent for a moment, its enormous red eyes flickering as if assessing and preparing to fulfill this wish. Just as Vetral anticipated that Purunga might echo the Earth Dragon's reluctance to comply, Purunga spoke up, its voice steady. "Your wish is too profound. I cannot fulfill it entirely. However, you may now teleport throughout the universe without restriction, provided you can sense the precise energy of your destination or possess its coordinates." "Wait, what? I was joking. You actually granted it." Vetral was genuinely astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Instinctively, he raised his hand, forming a sword-like finger on his forehead to concentrate. In an instant, his perception seemed to breach an invisible barrier, extending infinitely into the depths of the universe. As long as he knew the precise coordinates, he felt he could traverse this universe at will. However, he was uncertain whether other universes would afford him the same freedom. In the absence of coordinates, he could still rely on his perception of ki to teleport, just as he had done before. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Vitral joyfully set his hands down. He felt that the Dragon Balls on Earth paled in comparison to those from Namek. They were utterly inferior. Currently, the Dragon Balls from Namek were decisively superior to those from Earth, earning Namek the MVP title. He would have to request a detailed cosmic star map from Bulma upon his return. He immediately recalled the spaceship he had piloted back from the planet Sorfu, which should contain a fairly complete set of interstellar coordinates. After briefly experiencing this novel and convenient ability, Vitral momentarily suppressed his excitement and continued to speak to Neru. "Please have Purunga grant the second wish to transport the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe, Shin, to Namek. If direct teleportation is unfeasible." He paused, considering that since the Supreme Kai was a deity, forcibly transporting him might not be practical. "Then let him be informed. Just say that the trainee destroyer, Vitral, has important matters to discuss with him, and request his immediate presence on Namek." Nera hesitated slightly, but ultimately relayed Vitral's second wish to Purunga. Whis, observing the scene with a smile, felt a flicker of satisfaction in his violet eyes. He was pleased to see Vitral proactively seeking out and engaging with the Supreme Kai. After all, the Destroyer and the Supreme Kai were supposed to be complementary partners, working together to maintain the balance of the universe. However, Lord Beerus had almost completely severed ties with the realm of the Supreme Kai due to past issues with the Elder Supreme Kai, which was certainly not beneficial for the 7th universe. Now, Vitral's willingness to mend this relationship and even seek collaboration would undoubtedly enhance the Seventh Universe's overall reputation. It seemed that the ranking of the Seventh Universe was finally poised for an improvement. Ho ho ho, Whis thought joyfully, casting an increasingly approving gaze at Vitral. After Neru conveyed the wish, Porunga fell silent once more. His enormous crimson eyes flickered slightly, as if traversing the vastness of space to communicate with the Supreme Kai. As Vitral had surmised, directly transporting a deity was no simple task. It was likely that Porunga was merely acting as a relay. After a considerable time, Porunga's eyes flashed with a red light, and his grand voice resounded once more. Your wish has been granted. The message has been conveyed. Almost instantaneously after Porunga's words, two figures appeared without warning on the open ground not far from Neru. The visitors were none other than the Supreme Kai Shin of the Seventh Universe and his attendant, Kibito. Clearly taken aback by the sudden communication, the two immediately adopted a defensive stance, standing back to back, scanning their surroundings warily. Shin's gaze swept across the scene, quickly landing on the extraordinarily composed Whis, staff in hand, followed by Neru and Vitral. Sensing the profound and sacred aura emanating from Whis, combined with the bizarre summoning and the current environment, he hesitated briefly before cautiously approaching Whis alongside Kibito. His tone serious as he inquired, "Is it you who summoned us to this planet, claiming to be the destroyer?" Vitral, taken aback, pointed at himself and then at Whis, whose identity had been mistaken, his expression becoming quite animated. Whis could not help but stifle a chuckle, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he laughed. Ho ho ho, Supreme Kai, you must have mistaken the person. I am merely a humble attendant serving the destroyer. He gracefully gestured aside to Vitral, who was standing there in utter disbelief, and cheerfully introduced, the true destroyer you seek is this one. The atmosphere fell into a peculiar, awkward silence. Following Whis' indication, Shin turned to Vitral, his face flashing with astonishment and disbelief. It seemed difficult for him to associate the title of destroyer with the relatively youthful man clad in a plain battle uniform before him. A faint blush crept onto his already red skin, clearly embarrassed by his misidentification. Observing Shin's somewhat flustered yet composed demeanor, Vitral gently cleared his throat and stepped forward with a polite smile. Ahem, it is a pleasure to meet you, Supreme Kai Shin. I am Vitral, the trainee destroyer of the Seventh Universe. Shin scrutinized Vitral, his eyes narrowing slightly, his suspicion unabated. Seventh Universe? Destroyer? Who exactly are you? In all my years as a Supreme Kai, I have never heard of any deity known as a destroyer in the universe. His tone was rife with skepticism. Suddenly, Shin seemed to recall something exceedingly dreadful. His expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively stepped back several paces, increasing the distance between himself and Vitral. His voice rose, filled with wariness and hostility. Wait. Are you, perhaps, a minion of that sinister sorcerer Babidi? Is that villain setting a trap, luring me here under this unheard-of title? Kibito, prepare for battle. Immediately, Kibito responded, unleashing his energy and adopting a combat stance, glaring intently at Vitral. Vitral, observing their apprehensive demeanor as if he were the villain, could not help but raise a hand to his forehead. He sighed deeply, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Are you two imbeciles? What is Babidi to me? He felt utterly drained. Even if Majin Buu stood before me, I could easily subdue him with a single slap and have him begging for mercy. Have you truly not heard any rumors or historical accounts regarding the destroyers? Does the realm of the Supreme Kai lack even a shred of relevant documentation? Did not your predecessors leave behind some records? Upon hearing this, Shin scoffed derisively, as if he had found a flaw in Vitral's argument. Humph. Even Majin Buu is known. Yet you claim not to be associated with Babidi. Are you trying to deceive us with honeyed words? Kibito, attack. Yes, Supreme Kai, Kibito responded, immediately rushing forward at full speed, transforming into a streak of light hurtling towards Vitral. Simultaneously, Shin raised his hand, seemingly preparing to unleash some form of Supreme Kai technique for a supportive attack. Sigh, what a futile endeavor. Vitral shook his head, feeling immensely frustrated by their inability to communicate without resorting to violence. He did not even change his stance, casually addressing Whis beside him. Whis, please seal this space to prevent this Kibito fellow from escaping with instant transmission. At your service, Vitral-san, Whis replied with a smile, nodding as he lightly tapped his staff. An invisible barrier enveloped the area, completely severing the connection between the inner and outer spaces. After completing this, he leisurely encouraged Vitral, and perhaps stirred the pot. Do your best, Vitral-san. If it truly becomes overwhelming, choosing to retreat is entirely understandable. Vitral felt as though he might burst from exasperation. Me? Vitral? Must we really evade the brilliance of those two novices? Whis, you rascal. All you do is throw around your cryptic remarks. He truly could not comprehend this angel who relished in the chaos. At that moment, Jebet had already charged forward. His fist, imbued with power, aimed squarely at Viteli's face. In the meantime, the god of destruction, Shin, had also conjured a peculiar energy orb in his hands. Viteli had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. He merely raised his right hand with nonchalance. Slap, slap. The sharp and resonant sounds of two resounding slaps echoed almost simultaneously. Jebet, propelled back with even greater speed than he had approached, spun through the air several times before crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap, a clear handprint swelling on his face. Shin, who was poised to unleash his technique, was bewildered. He barely caught a glimpse of the action before feeling a solid strike to his cheek, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. The energy he had gathered dissipating instantaneously. Both were left dazed, seated on the ground with their faces covered, eyes filled with shock and confusion, overwhelmed by the sheer speed and force that had surpassed their understanding. Viteli flicked his hand, as if merely swatting away a couple of flies. He approached the two, looking down upon them from a height, and could no longer refrain from lecturing them, pointing an accusatory finger. I say, you too. Did you not grasp a single word of what I just said? Huh. I tried to explain that the god of destruction should be documented in your realm, yet you insisted I am merely Babiti's subordinate. Let me tell you, it is but a mere slap for me, a god of destruction, to deal with Majin Buu, a testament to my identity and strength. Yet all you remember are those 4 words. Majin Buu, correct? Huh. Speak. Look into my eyes. Viteli was genuinely exasperated. How could a god of destruction feel as though both intelligence and insight were lacking? Why was he reduced to squabbling with such simpletons? Observing Shin and Jebet, who were nursing their bruised faces and questioning their very existence, Whis had finally had his fill of the spectacle. He cleared his throat softly, stepping forward with grace to intercede between Viteli and the god of destruction. All right, Viteli-san, calm down, calm down. With an impeccable smile and a gentle tone, he continued. Lord Shin lost his family at a young age, growing up almost entirely alone. As an orphan, he had little opportunity to learn about the gods of destruction. It is only natural, so please, show him some understanding and forgive this uninformed deity. Upon hearing this, Viteli turned to Whis with astonished eyes. Truly, it was you, Whis. He mentally scoffed. Your words, my goodness, such a master of subtlety. Ultimately, following Viteli's physical persuasion and Whis's artful diplomacy, Shin and his guardian Jebet, gingerly cradling their still stinging cheeks, reluctantly accepted the existence of a being known as the god of destruction, one of their own caliber, yet seemingly formidable. However, the flickering in Shin's eyes indicated that deep down, he still did not fully believe Viteli. He was merely compelled to compromise for fear of the other's unfathomable strength. Recognizing Shin's demeanor, Viteli understood that without demonstrating something truly substantial, he could not entirely earn his trust. He sighed, deciding to unveil his trump card. Does your realm of gods of destruction not possess the legendary god sword? Shin's heart jolted, his expression shifting, but he quickly composed himself, feigning ignorance as he replied, the god sword? I do not know what you are talking about. He felt a rush of anxiety within. That sword was the ultimate treasure of the god realm, said to contain unparalleled power, a secret that must not be revealed to outsiders. Viteli chuckled, directly piercing through his pretense. Do not feign ignorance. That god sword is embedded somewhere within your realm. There is a long-held legend that whoever can draw that sword shall gain immense power, is there not? He observed the sudden paleness of Shin and Jebet's faces, and with amusement, continued, in truth, the legend is not entirely incorrect. That sword indeed amplifies one's strength, but not due to the sword itself. He paused, gazing at the two, who were curiously fixated on him, and continued leisurely. Rather, it is because within that sword lies sealed the spirit of your ancestor, a god of destruction from many, many years ago, sealed for reasons unknown. What? An ancestor from countless generations ago, sealed within it. Shin and Jebet exclaimed in unison, their faces a canvas of disbelief. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking, utterly overturning their understanding of the god's sword. Viteli was finally satisfied with their reaction, grinning as he addressed them. When I have the opportunity to visit your realm and personally draw that sword, you will undoubtedly come to understand. But for now, I truly have serious matters to discuss with you. Viteli proceeded to elaborate on the formidable dilemma he encountered, how to safely handle a highly unstable blue giant star that could collapse into a black hole at any moment, potentially causing catastrophic disaster. He emphasized that he currently lacked the ability to destroy it perfectly without affecting the surrounding star systems, and thus required the assistance of the god of destruction. However, as a novice in divine cooperation, he turned to the most knowledgeable individual present, Whis, signaling for him to elaborate. Upon receiving Viteli's glance, Whis did not provide a direct explanation, but instead smiled gently. He elegantly raised a finger towards the heads of the gathering, as well as towards Neru, who was anxiously waiting nearby, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet daring not to speak. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Ah, Viteli-san. We can discuss the specifics of our cooperation in detail later. But now, should we not fulfill the last wish? I feel that Barunga-san may not hold on much longer." At Whis' reminder, Viteli suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked up to see the enormous Barunga hovering in the air, still maintaining its regal form. Yet its massive green body seemed to tremble slightly. The crimson glow in its eyes appeared less stable than before, and one could even discern a hint of strain and urgency etched across its face. "Ah, my apologies." Viteli felt a pang of embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile to Barunga and Neru as he said, "I was so caught up in conversation that I completely forgot about you. I truly apologize for the wait." Both Barunga in the sky and Neru on the ground exhaled in unison, relieved. The two moved in perfect synchrony, pulling out handkerchiefs to wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Viteli gazed at the weary Barunga, stroking his chin as he rapidly pondered what his final wish should be. After a lengthy deliberation, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him, and a sly smile crept across his face. Clearing his throat, he called out to Barunga, "Listen well, Barunga? My third wish is, restore my girlfriend Bulma to her youthful state at 18, both in health and appearance." What? As soon as the wish was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. Every individual present, including Whis, was struck by a singular thought. "Are you serious?" Viteli observed the bewildered face of the Supreme Kai Shin and the seemingly relieved expression of Pokelin, who appeared ready to conclude his duties. At that moment, Viteli was consumed by one desire: to hastily complete his tasks and return home without delay. Chapter 26. The Heart of Martial Arts, the Surprising Bulma. On the vast plains of Namek, the extraordinary phenomena brought forth by Pokelin had long since dissipated, and the sky regained its usual brilliance, illuminated by 3 radiant stars. The Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Jebet stood nearby, the marks of a slap still visible on their faces, their expressions lingering with shock and a subtle hint of reverence. Nairu stood respectfully to the side, awaiting Viteli's command. Having successfully concluded his preliminary communication with the Supreme Kai, Viteli had no intention of lingering in this place any longer. The restless blue giant, Risfi, awaited his attention, and he sighed as he glanced at Whis, who seemed to be drifting off into thoughts of dinner. If he didn't hurry back, he might find himself missing out on the leftovers. Though at first glance, Bado's appetite appeared modest. Once she let loose, she devoured with abandon. Turning to the ever-watchful Nairu, Viteli spoke in a calm tone. "We are about to take our leave. Please extend my regards to your grand elder." Nairu immediately bowed in response. "Yes, Lord Viteli. I shall convey your message." Nodding in acknowledgement, Viteli turned to approach Whis, ready to bid farewell to the Supreme Kai duo. However, just as he took 2 steps, Nairu's slightly anxious and tense voice called out from behind, "Please wait a moment, Lord Viteli." Viteli halted, turning back to find Nairu's expression wavering before it solidified with determination. "What is it? Is there something else?" Nairu took a deep breath and stepped forward, bowing deeply once more with a fervor characteristic of a martial artist. "Might I request a spar with you, Lord Destroyer? I wish to ascertain if I possess even a modicum of strength against a being of your caliber. I yearn to truly feel the extent of the gap between myself and a true powerhouse." Whis, poised to depart, instantly halted, producing a delightful package of exquisite snacks with a flourish. "Viteli, isn't that the snack from the prophetic fish?" A playful expression adorned his face, clearly eager not to miss out on this sudden spectacle. Viteli raised an eyebrow in surprise, a smile breaking across his face as he regarded the Namekian warrior. "You dare challenge a deity? It seems you are indeed a most earnest martial artist, Nairu." He glanced sidelong at Whis, who was crunching away on his snacks. Whis shrugged, his smile unwavering as he casually remarked, "There's still some time, but we cannot tarry too long, Viteli-san. It would be disastrous to miss dinner." Viteli nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to Nairu, who had assumed a combat stance, his energy beginning to coalesce. Nonchalantly waving a hand, he said, "You've heard him. I'm in a hurry, so come at me with all your might." "Huh!" Nairu let out a fierce cry, his white aura erupting forth. The sheer force of his energy caused the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Fully aware of the entity he faced, he held nothing back, launching his attack with utmost fervor. His figure became a blur, transforming into a streak of white light that surged toward Viteli at astonishing speed. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body morphed into a lethal weapon, unleashing a tempest of strikes upon Viteli. Yet, in the face of this ferocious onslaught, Viteli did not even shift his stance. He simply raised his right index finger with calm composure. Bang, crack, bang, bang. A series of sharp, clear sounds resonated as Nairu's formidable strikes, capable of shattering mountains, were effortlessly deflected by that seemingly delicate finger. That finger seemed to contain boundless power and absolute precision, each gentle touch perfectly neutralizing the most potent points of Nairu's assault. Nairu's expression shifted in an instant, cold sweat beginning to bead at his brow. He felt as though each attack collided with an impenetrable, invisible wall, all his strength easily dissipated, even causing a numbing sensation in his arms. Just a single finger? A tempest of disbelief surged within Nairu. Is this the power of a deity? A powerful sense of defeat and unwillingness flooded his heart. Yet his pride as a warrior forbade him from conceding so easily. Abruptly halting his nearly futile close-range barrage, he utilized the momentum from a collision to execute a series of rapid backflips, distancing himself from Viteli. As his feet landed steadily on the ground, Nairu quickly gathered his hands before his chest. A soft purple energy began to coalesce, radiating a dazzling light and an astonishing wave of energy. He was preparing to unleash his most potent energy wave to determine the outcome. Seeing this, Viteli shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Alas, I am uncertain how much force to employ to repel you without causing harm. If you were to be injured as a result, I would sincerely apologize. Despite his casual demeanor, he pointed his raised index finger toward Nairu, whose face was turning red as he concentrated his energy. A white energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball and seemingly innocuous, materialized at his fingertip. Meanwhile, Nairu's ultimate technique was ready. Please be cautious, Lord Viteli. My strongest strike, explosive shockwave. Nairu roared, unleashing all his energy in a tremendous purple beam that roared forth, carving deep trenches into the ground. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Viteli merely flicked his finger lightly. Whoosh! That diminutive white energy sphere shot forth silently, meeting Nairu's devastating strike head-on. The next moment, a scene unfolded that left Nairu utterly astonished. The small white energy sphere not only survived the collision with the massive purple beam, but effortlessly tore through it. Splitting it apart, the white energy sphere surged upward, maintaining its speed. As it traversed its path, the purple energy beam disintegrated and vanished, utterly negated in a manner that was nothing short of outrageous. What? Nairu's pupils dilated, his face a canvas of disbelief. He strained with all his might to maintain his energy output, only to realize it was utterly futile. The destructive power contained within that tiny energy sphere was astonishingly immense, far beyond his comprehension. Seeing Nairu stubbornly attempting to endure the onslaught without evasion, Viteli was momentarily taken aback. He quickly shouted, "Hey, are you an idiot? Get out of the way. You can't just take that hit." However, Nairu clenched his teeth, unleashing the remainder of his energy in an explosive outburst, resolutely determined to endure to the very end. Aya! Nairu let out a desperate roar. Under his hopeless gaze, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire plane with a violent tremor. A ferocious wave of energy swiftly radiated outward, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. As the dust began to settle, a massive pit, over several hundred meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, emerged where Nairu had once stood. The edges of the crater formed a perfect circle, as if it had been struck head-on by a small asteroid. Scorching air waves continued to surge from the depths of the pit, distorting the surrounding atmosphere with their heat. Viteli felt a sudden pang of foreboding. He quickly dashed to the edge of the crater, peering down, but the bottom remained obscured by thick smoke and boiling vapor, rendering everything indistinct. Huff! Viteli anxiously exhaled, a powerful gust of wind sweeping away the smoke and dust within the crater. The scene at the bottom became vividly clear. Nairu's body was half buried in the scorching earth, his upper half charred and blackened, the arms that had previously fought valiantly now completely absent. Only some scorched remnants clung to his shoulders. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breath was faint to the point of being nearly undetectable. He appeared to be on the brink of death. This is bad. Vitali's expression changed, and he frantically rummaged through the pockets of his battle suit. Where did I put the Senza beans? King Kai Shin approached, and upon witnessing Nairu's tragic state at the bottom of the pit, a look of shock and compassion crossed his face. Though he had not completely trusted Viteli, he recognized that the Namekians were a race that cherished peace. Seeing one of their own on the verge of death due to a sparring match, he could not simply stand by. Jebit, Shin called out. Yes, Lord King Kai. Jebit immediately understood, and the two leaped into the deep pit together. Shin used a fraction of his divine power to carefully extract Nairu from the searing soil and stone. Jebit assisted alongside him, and together they brought the barely conscious Nairu back to the crater's edge, laying him flat beside Viteli. Seeing Nairu's almost imperceptible breaths and faint signs of life, Viteli finally managed to pull a Senzu bean from his pocket. Quickly kneeling down to pry open Nairu's mouth and insert the bean. Please, let this work. Otherwise, I'll wake up tonight cursing myself for being such a fool. Viteli watched anxiously, and as he saw Nairu's throat twitch slightly, swallowing the Senzu bean, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. While sustaining minor injuries during training was usually inconsequential, the thought of accidentally killing someone would fill even a merciless warrior like him with guilt. Fortunately, the effects of the Senzu bean were instantaneous. Nairu's grievous wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid rate, the charred skin shedding and rejuvenating itself. Even more astonishingly, the flesh at the site of his severed shoulders writhed vigorously, with two brand new arms nearly regrowing within mere moments, restoring him to his prime condition. Cough, cough. Nairu abruptly coughed a few times before opening his eyes, instinctively performing a graceful roll to rise from the ground. He moved his newly formed arms, his face a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Seeing this, Viteli finally released a long-held breath, his anxious heart finally at ease. He then reproached Nairu. You could have avoided that. Why didn't you dodge? Even though I held back, it was still not something you could withstand. Hearing this, Nairu's face flushed with shame. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his tone complex. I don't know. At that moment, a voice kept telling me that if I wanted to become stronger, to truly protect Namek, I could fail or even die when facing an overwhelming force, but I could not lose my courage to confront it. And then I just. He seemed at a loss for words to accurately convey that impulse. Viteli couldn't help but feel exasperated, internally criticizing. Are you trying to cosplay Zoro or something? However, looking at Nairu's expression of remorse mixed with a warrior's stubbornness, he refrained from further admonishment. With a sigh, he shook his head. Honestly, what a mess. He quickly walked over to the still snacking Vis and said to King Kai Shin and the attendant Jebet, come here. Place your hands on Vis's shoulder. We must depart. King Kai Shin appeared to be lost in thought, still contemplating Nairu's recent words about strength and protection. Jebet, standing beside him, swiftly reminded him in a low voice, Lord King Kai. Shin snapped back to reality, casting a complex glance at Nairu before looking at Viteli. Together, he and Jebet stepped forward, placing their hands on Vis's shoulder. Viteli finally addressed Nairu, who seemed to be still reflecting on that brief, yet impactful battle. Consider this a favor I owe you. When your Namek faces an insurmountable enemy someday, you may call out Vis's name. He will notify me. At that time, I will lend my aid. Vis smiled and nodded in agreement, interjecting, no problem notifying you, Viteli-san. As for the price, how about a serving of fine roasted beef? 3 portions, just like we usually eat. Viteli was momentarily speechless, utterly exasperated by the gluttonous angel who was always thinking about food. Deal, he replied, somewhat begrudgingly. A brilliant flash of light enveloped them, and in an instant, the figures of the group vanished from the plains of Namek. Left behind on the desolate plain, Nairu stood alone, gazing complexly at the spot where they had departed. The pride he held as the mightiest warrior of Namek had nearly evaporated in that moment. The sensation of helplessness brought by that single finger, that minuscule energy wave, was profound. Just then, the ancient and gentle voice of the Grand Elder echoed in his mind, Nairu. Nairu immediately focused his mind, closing his eyes to respectfully respond within his thoughts. Yes. Grand Elder, please give your command. Do not be overly disheartened, my child. The Grand Elder's voice conveyed comfort. You must understand that within this vast, boundless universe, countless planets exist, and the number of powerful beings born upon them is beyond reckoning. You are still young, and your path ahead is long. As long as you diligently train and continuously surpass yourself, one day you shall become even stronger than you are now. Nairu opened his eyes, the confusion and discouragement in them gradually replaced by a determined light. He clenched his newly formed fists and resolutely replied, Yes, Grand Elder, I understand. From now on, I will strive harder to grow stronger, ensuring that I possess enough power to better protect you and the safety of Namek. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist asking the Grand Elder in his heart. However, esteemed Elder, do I truly possess the chance, in the distant future, to catch up with that young god of destruction? The voice in my mind fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond in a manner that would neither dampen Nairu's enthusiasm nor mislead him. After a considerable pause, the Elder's voice, imbued with wisdom, gradually resonated with 3 simple words, do your utmost. It appeared that he was genuinely concerned about missing the dinner hour in the realm of destruction. For Whis' spatial traversal this time was remarkably swift. The surrounding cosmic stars transformed into elongated streaks of light as they sped past, and in a mere 5 seconds, the scenery before them abruptly stabilized. The colossal, tumultuous blue giant star, Lisfi, re-emerged before their eyes. Its vast size dominated the field of vision, and the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from its core resembled a colossal bomb on the verge of detonation, exuding an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Supreme Kai, Shin, gazed at the immense star, feeling the searing and destructive energy, momentarily lost in thought. He instinctively swallowed hard and cautiously addressed Whis. Is this the star you mentioned that needs to be dealt with? The magnitude and energy level of this star surpassed his imagination, particularly the intense fluctuations from its core, teetering on the brink of collapse, which left this young Supreme Kai feeling somewhat unnerved. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real challenge lay in the plan devised by Whis. The intention was for Whis to destroy this star, after which Shin, the Supreme Kai, would exert all his strength to stabilize the space and mitigate the potential terrifying energy aftermath that could engulf the surrounding star systems. This task seemed excessively daunting. After all, he was merely a young Supreme Kai, only a few tens of thousands of years old. He had barely scratched the surface of the advanced divine techniques bequeathed by his predecessors. Shin looked at Whis, who was gazing at him with eager anticipation, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and difficulty. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke earnestly. I am truly sorry, Mr. Whis. I fear I may not be able to accomplish this. Huh. Whis's expression reflected surprise. Are you not the Supreme Kai of creation? Isn't it your specialty to handle energy fluctuations and stabilize space? How could you possibly be incapable of such a task? From what he had gleaned about divine knowledge in the realm of destruction, the Supreme Kai's powers should be perfectly suited for this endeavor. Shin's face turned even more awkward, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. He sheepishly murmured, in theory, that is indeed correct. However, I am still quite young and have not yet mastered many advanced divine techniques regarding energy stabilization. If the Grand Supreme Kai and the other esteemed predecessors were still around, they would undoubtedly manage this with ease. But they have all fallen victim to the demon Bu. As he spoke of the painful memories, Shin's expression shifted to one of sorrow and melancholy, clearly recalling the tragedy that had nearly decimated the Supreme Kai realm. Observing Shin's demeanor, Whis fell momentarily silent, allowing the irritation born from the young Kai's previous blunders to dissipate. He sighed softly, approached Shin, and gently patted his shoulder, his tone unexpectedly softening as he offered consolation. All right, let bygones be bygones. When the time is right, I shall assist you in dealing with that demon Bu. So you need not remain suspicious of everyone, fearing they are allied with Babidi. Shin quickly wiped away the hint of tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes and looked up at Whis with genuine gratitude. Really? Thank you, Mr. Whis. Just a small favor. Whis waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to Vados, who appeared to be casually admiring the beauty of the starry sky, his tone abruptly becoming stern. You see, Vados? Enough of your idleness. It is your turn to take action. The young Supreme Kai is currently unreliable. Vados let out a gentle sigh, donning an expression of resigned disappointment, and spoke with a tone of earnest instruction. Mr. Whis, this approach is not acceptable. As a god of destruction, one must learn to independently navigate various unforeseen circumstances and challenges. If you continually rely on an angel, what will you do when faced with situations requiring your own judgment once you become a full-fledged god of destruction? This is a valuable opportunity for growth. Watching Vados speak so persuasively, as if considering everything on his behalf, Whis could not help but let out a sardonic laugh, directly exposing his laziness. Vados, care to guess why the Omni King and the Grand Priest assign each god of destruction an angel as a companion? Is it merely to cheer them on and spectate? Cough. Vados was momentarily taken aback, lightly coughing to mask his embarrassment, and seamlessly shifted the topic. With a graceful flick of his staff, an invisible wave radiated outward, enveloping the blue giant star and the surrounding space. All right, Mr. Whis, I have temporarily reinforced this area of space. However, the effect will only last 3 minutes. So make haste. Vados' face regained its usual smile, as if the earlier attempt at idleness had never occurred. Whis found himself both amused and exasperated, gaining a newfound appreciation for the audacity of this lazy angel. It was a task he could effortlessly handle with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet Vados insisted on creating such a convoluted scenario to prompt him into action. Without further ado, Whis raised his hand, directing it toward the restless blue giant star. As deep, dark violet destructive energy coalesced in his palm. Go. At his low utterance, a concentrated beam of dark violet light shot forth, piercing directly into the core of the blue giant star. A colossal, silent display of fireworks unfolded before their eyes. The immense blue star seemed to implode like a punctured bubble, disintegrating silently from within. Its vast mass and terrifying energy rapidly transformed into the most primordial particles under the influence of the destructive power, ultimately vanishing into the cosmos. A faint ripple of energy surged within the spatial barrier Vados had erected, only to quickly subside. A potential cosmic catastrophe capable of obliterating star systems across light years had been effortlessly averted. Whis withdrew his hand, sensing the fleeting power that had been released, and then swiftly retracted. He turned to Vados with a sardonic smirk and remarked, "From now on, your nickname will be Lazy Angel. I find it rather fitting." Vados, maintaining a smile, elegantly objected, "I must decline this rather unrefined title, Mr. Whis. Rejection is futile." Whis huffed, unleashing his trump card. "If you wish to continue enjoying the delectable cuisine from Earth, such as hot pot, barbecued meats, and ice cream cakes, you shall have to accept this moniker." Vados' smile faltered, clearly caught in a monumental struggle. On one hand, there was the dignified title of an angel. On the other, the exquisite delights of Earth. The choice was indeed a challenging one. After several moments, a look of compromise crossed Vados' face, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Whis, regarding this nickname, I believe we can negotiate further. If Miss Bulma were to regularly provide those exquisite meals, then perhaps being called Lazy Angel would not be entirely unacceptable." With a gaze filled with astonishment, Viteli turned to him, exclaiming, "No way? I was merely jesting. Are you really willing to sacrifice your principles for a morsel of food? You cannot be serious." Without missing a beat, Weiss adopted a solemn expression and replied earnestly, "Viteli-san, you are still young. There are certain pleasures in life, oh no, in divine existence, that you have yet to comprehend. The joy derived from exquisite cuisine, especially that transcendent experience of taste, surpasses mere nomenclature in my heart." Viteli was utterly astounded. Nearby, the god of destruction, Shin, observed their interaction, a flicker of envy betraying his usually composed demeanor. Though he was accompanied by the ever-dutiful Jebbet, the latter maintained an unwavering respect, never daring to engage in the playful banter or light-hearted teasing that Weiss shared with Viteli. This relaxed and harmonious rapport was something he had not experienced in a long time. With a hint of wistfulness, he remarked, "You two share quite the delightful relationship." Instantly, both Viteli and Weiss turned their heads in unison, responding almost in chorus, "Shin, are you serious? Arara, are you truly sincere, god of destruction-san?" Following their exchange, they shot each other a disdainful glare. With an awkward chuckle, Shin realized he might have misspoken, as the two before him appeared to be on the verge of another playful quarrel. After resolving the stellar crisis, Shin and Jebbet took their leave, returning to the realm of the gods of destruction to digest the vast amounts of information they had assimilated that day. Meanwhile, Viteli and Weiss, amidst their customary bickering and mutual teasing, transformed into fleeting lights as they returned to the realm of destruction. In the realm of destruction, within the modern abode constructed by Bulma using the versatile capsule, a sudden, resounding scream of shock erupted from the upstairs bedroom, startling Viteli as he stepped into the living room. "Oh!" Bulma, clutching a small mirror, widened her azure eyes in disbelief, her expression fraught with incredulity as she examined her reflection from various angles. Darling, I've shrunk." Upon seeing Viteli return, she bounded towards him like a startled rabbit, brandishing the mirror with an excited, albeit somewhat incoherent, tone. Viteli was initially taken aback, but soon a mischievous grin spread across his face. With practiced ease, he wrapped an arm around Bulma's waist, his other hand playfully wandering, as he feigned misunderstanding her words. "Where have you shrunk? Let me take a look. You appear unchanged, still as alluring as ever. Pervert, where are your thoughts wandering?" Bulma's face flushed, and she swatted away his wandering hand, pouting, "I meant my age. Age? You foolish husband with a mind steeped in unwholesome thoughts. Why is it that after just a brief afternoon nap, I've become so youthful? My skin looks so much better. This is even better than when I was 18. Suddenly, a realization struck her as she gazed intently at the smugly grinning Viteli, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Did you do this, darling? You made this happen, right?" With an expression of pride, Viteli nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed. While working with Weiss today, we accidentally ventured to Namek, the home of the dragon gods. Their Dragon Balls are far superior to those on Earth. I made a wish for you to return to your 18-year-old self. How about that? Surprising, isn't it? Are you happy?" Overwhelmed with joy at the revelation that it was Viteli's wish that had granted her this transformation, she leaped into his arms, her legs encircling his waist, as she excitedly peppered his face with kisses. "This is such a delightful surprise. You are the best, darling. Moi? Moi?" However, after her initial excitement, she hesitated slightly, her expression shifting to one of concern. "But is this truly all right? Using the Dragon Balls for such a wish? Could there be any consequences or side effects?" And she touched her smooth, taut cheek, feeling a bit strange, as if she had stolen a significant amount of time. Viteli, cradling her, chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, the power of the Dragon Balls from Namek is immense, and side effects are impossible. As for the cost, He smirked. The price is that your husband must work even harder in the future to be worthy of my beautiful and charming wife. With that, he effortlessly lifted Bulma and turned towards the bedroom. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. What else? I must personally verify the miraculous effects of the Dragon Balls. Let us see if it is truly possible to revert to being 18. Come, let us go inside and investigate. With a playful grin, Viteli carried the giggling Bulma, their figures swiftly disappearing around the corner of the staircase. Meanwhile, in the adjacent house's dining area, another fervent scene unfolded. Weiss and his sister, Vados, were engaged in a swift, silent battle over a freshly cooked, aromatic plate of roast beef. Their chopsticks clashed in midair, moving so quickly that only afterimages remained. Arara, sister dear, I spotted this exquisite Wagyu beef first. Arara, Weiss. There is no room for modesty when it comes to fine cuisine. May the best one win. Clearly, for these celestial beings, the enjoyment of culinary delights always took precedence. For not everyone could be like Viteli, who only required a single Sinza bean to instantly restore all his vitality. Chapter 27. The competitive spirit of Beerus in the realm of destruction, eternal, gentle light, cascaded down, as if bestowing a sacred glow upon this divine domain. Viteli stood outside, instinctively rubbing his lower back, reflecting on the unexpectedly intense retaliation sparked by Bulma's slight grievance the night before. A resigned yet affectionate smile crept onto his lips. In recent times, in his quest to swiftly acclimate to the duties of a god of destruction, he had spent each day traversing the cosmos with Weiss, tirelessly purging celestial bodies deemed worthless or harmful. At times, they would even need to stay on planets with peculiar environments for several days to conduct thorough evaluations. This relentless schedule had inadvertently caused him to neglect Bulma. Upon his return yesterday, he had been met with Bulma's piercing blue eyes, which glimmered with a hint of grievance, but predominantly with cunning mischief. She had practically dragged him into the bedroom. After several hours of vigorous interaction, even this superhuman scion found himself feeling somewhat fatigued, requiring a brief respite. Yet Bulma, brimming with energy, had sprung up as if electrified and dove back into her research on the logistics and cultivation plans for the realm of destruction. Her exuberance left Viteli both bemused and deeply impressed. Good morning, Viteli-san. Weiss appeared as usual, silently greeting him with that perpetually gentle smile. Glancing behind Weiss and noticing he was alone, Viteli curiously inquired, Weiss, where is your sister? Is she still asleep? By the way, do angels also require sleep? He had always been somewhat curious about this. Weiss gently shook his head and explained, there is no need for that, Viteli-san. Angels do not require sleep to rejuvenate like mortals do. We typically restore our energy through profound meditation, which is far more effective than slumber. As for Lady Vados, she has already returned to the sixth universe. He paused, casting a glance toward the palace where Beerus was resting, smiling as he continued. I have heard that Lord Kampa seems to have completed some of his tasks and is incessantly pestering to visit Lord Beerus. Lady Vados has gone back to persuade him, shall we say? Viteli immediately shot him a skeptical look, accurately retorting, you were definitely thinking of training just now, weren't you? You little black-clad angels have finally let your true colors show. Wiss's smile faltered slightly, his gaze drifting elsewhere, yet he elegantly countered, that is simply not the case. It must be that your ears are deceiving you, Viteli-san. What are your plans for today? Are you intending to wrap up the remaining tasks? Or shall you continue your training? Viteli scoffed, rolling his eyes at Wiss. Work? What utter nonsense. He had already been laboring tirelessly for days. If he completed every task, what would be left for Beerus to do? It would be better to continue his training. He could not afford to pause his cultivation, especially after gaining new insights into the state of Ultra Instinct during his recent spar with Wiss. Work could wait until Beerus retired. For now, it was time to train. A glint of silver flashed in Viteli's eyes as his fighting spirit surged with excitement. Let us go, Wiss. Sparring training. Wiss stood cheerfully in place, casually waving his staff as he smiled and replied, as you wish, then let us commence, Viteli-san. Unlike before, Viteli did not recklessly charge in. He was acutely aware of Wiss's unfathomable strength. Relying solely on brute force and speed would yield no victory. He would be lucky to even graze Wiss's clothing. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and focused, striving to clear his mind of distractions. A powerful aura began to circulate within him in a natural and fluid manner, a silvery sheen of energy flowing across his body like quicksilver. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils and hair instantly shimmering with a radiant silver hue, exuding an ethereal, yet formidable presence. I'm coming. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his form vanished from sight like a wraith. It was not merely a matter of speed. He seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding currents of air. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wiss without warning. delivering a seemingly casual yet lightning-fast jab directly aimed at his opponent's face. Whis maintained a relaxed smile, merely tilting his body slightly to narrowly evade the fierce strike. His movements were so graceful that it resembled a dance rather than a fight. With the first attack missing its mark, Viteli pressed on relentlessly, his offensive unfolding like an unending tide. The trajectories of his strikes were unpredictable and chaotic, driven solely by his instinctive combat prowess. Meanwhile, Whis kept his hands clasped behind his back, evading with the slightest shifts of his form and footwork. In the confined space, he dodged each of Viteli's tempestuous assaults with ease. As their speed increased, they ultimately transformed into two indistinct blurs. Across the expansive lawn, the two moved at high velocity, their fists and feet clashing against Whis' staff, only to quickly separate again. To any onlooker, the battle would be nearly impossible to perceive, even the energy signatures eluding detection. Only the occasional sound of their strikes breaking through the air attested to the intensity of this extraordinary clash. Quite impressive, Whis remarked, his tone steady yet tinged with admiration, to have so adeptly utilized the preliminary state of ultra instinct within such a brief period. Your instincts for evasion and defense have become remarkably refined, seamlessly integrated into your very being. As he effortlessly dodged Viteli's attacks, he would occasionally tap his staff to indicate vulnerabilities in Viteli's offense, urging him to adjust. Viteli-san, your punches could be more fluid. Your subconscious still harbors thoughts of how to strike and where to attack. You must relax and trust your body more. Viteli remained silent, his entire being absorbed in this harmonious state of natural unity. His body seemed to possess an independent consciousness, adeptly evading Whis' seemingly casual yet pinpoint strikes with minimal effort. Whenever an attack was unavoidable, his body instinctively blocked or tensed, minimizing any potential harm. His evasive maneuvers and defensive techniques grew increasingly proficient. Yet he still lacked that final touch of spontaneity in his offensive approach. Whis commented, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. If Viteli-san could rectify this final flaw and fully perfect ultra instinct, reaching the pinnacle of its realm, then. He deliberately elongated his words, chuckling. Perhaps you would be able to formally challenge Lord Beerus, wouldn't you? Of course, even if you mastered perfection in ultra instinct. Defeating Lord Beerus would still be nigh impossible with your current level of power. Thus, the two became engrossed in their high-speed training, time slipping away unnoticed. Viteli could distinctly feel his comprehension and mastery of ultra instinct deepening at a visible pace under such intense pressure. Not only was his elusive instinct for evasion improving, but his foundational strength, speed, and energy were also being rigorously honed and enhanced through their sparring. With a sudden crack, the door to the house burst open. Bulma peered out, having grown accustomed to the cacophony of their combat. Placing her hands around her mouth in a makeshift megaphone, she called out to the seemingly empty lawn. Hey, how long are you two going to keep fighting? It's time for lunch. Her voice acted as a switch, instantly dispersing the once fierce energy. Whis deftly executed a seemingly slow yet unavoidable maneuver, gently tapping his staff against Viteli's blocking arm, sending him several meters away with a subtle force. He then immediately withdrew, adopting an utterly serious expression. Viteli-san, while training is indeed vital, Bulma-san's lunch is even more important. I must take my leave. Having said that, he turned without a hint of remorse, jogging cheerfully toward Bulma, continually showering her with compliments. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma-san. What delicious meal have you prepared today? Viteli inhaled sharply, rubbing his slightly numb arm as he watched Whis' indifferent retreat. He called out, exasperated, Hey, you. All those seemingly even battles before were just to amuse me, weren't they? That last move was absolutely unavoidable. Whis turned around, a flawless innocent smile adorning his face. No, dear Viteli, you have misunderstood me. Truly, your strength is formidable, and your progress astonishingly rapid. That last display was merely an extraordinary feat born of desperation. Ordinarily, I could never achieve such a thing. I am utterly at a loss when it comes to you. Viteli quipped, do you really think I would believe that? Your words are little more than an attempt to deceive me, akin to trying to fool Beerus. What are you trying to deceive me about? A voice, laden with sleepiness and discontent, suddenly emerged from behind them. It was Beerus, who had apparently awakened at some point. Standing a short distance away in his tattered pajamas, looking utterly dazed, clearly drawn in by the aroma of food and the commotion nearby. Oh, how rare it is to see you, Lord Beerus. Whis immediately donned a look of surprise. You've only been asleep for less than a month, haven't you? What has roused you? Did you have a nightmare? Beerus let out a tremendous yawn, ignoring Whis' teasing. Viteli couldn't help but chuckle at Beerus' disheveled appearance. I must say, Beerus, can you not change into a different pair of pajamas? How long have you been wearing that tattered ensemble? You are a deity, after all. Shouldn't you maintain a certain image? Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced down at his pajamas and huffed in discontent. With a flicker of divine energy, his shabby sleepwear transformed into his godly attire. He couldn't be bothered to engage in banter with these two, instead taking a deep sniff of the air, his eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. I smell it. It's the aroma of roasted fish. Without sparing Whis or Viteli a glance, he strode purposefully towards the dining area. Viteli and Whis exchanged knowing glances and shrugged in unison, quickly following suit. Dining with Beerus necessitated promptness, otherwise, one might indeed face hunger. In the dining room, Bulma had already orchestrated the robots to lay out a grand feast of dishes that were a delight to the senses. Upon noticing Beerus's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed her face before she promptly instructed the robots to prepare even more food. After all, the appetite of this god of destruction rivaled that of Viteli and Goku. The atmosphere at the table grew lively as chopsticks and forks flew about in a fervent display of feasting. While Viteli endeavored to snatch a succulent piece of roasted fish from Beerus's grasp, he seized a moment to inquire of Bulma. By the way, Bulma, how are preparations for that route and spaceship coming along? Bulma wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, flashed him an okay sign, and deftly added a generous helping of food to his plate before replying. Rest assured, the plan is progressing smoothly. I've coordinated with Dad via the communicator, and Mom has already begun acquiring top-quality farms and seeds on Earth. Dad is in charge of constructing the large cargo spaceship. I may need to return to Earth soon to finalize some key technical parameters and equipment. She paused, recalling something. By the way, I had Dad thoroughly examine and decode the navigation system of that spaceship you brought back from Sofuxing. The cosmic star maps stored within are remarkably complete and detailed. Didn't you mention needing the star maps for instant transmission? I can bring back the backup data when I return. At her words, Viteli's eyes lit up, and he quickly swallowed his food. Thank you, Bulma. With detailed star map coordinates, traveling will be much easier. He pondered for a moment before adding. Once you finalize the timing, let me know, and I'll accompany you back to Earth via instant transmission. You know the coordinates for Earth, right? Bulma cheerfully leaned in, planting a kiss on Viteli's cheek, and giggled. Thank you, darling. Having you as my driver is just too convenient. The sumptuous lunch concluded at a whirlwind pace. Beerus leaned back in his chair, contentedly belching, his demeanor relaxed as he leisurely picked at his teeth with a toothpick. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he rubbed his seemingly rounder belly and muttered, at this rate, am I going to gain weight? No, Whis, we must arrange a schedule. I need to get to work and stretch my legs. Upon hearing this, Whis erupted into his signature laughter, tinged with a hint of mockery. Lord Beerus, you're actually considering working? This is truly a rare occurrence, akin to the sun rising in the west. He paused, pride creeping into his tone as he continued. However, there is hardly any work left. The planets that required attention are merely scraps at this point. Beerus, feeling slightly embarrassed by the laughter, shot a glare at Whis. Stop rambling. I distinctly recall you saying there was a mountain of planets awaiting cleanup before I fell asleep. How could it suddenly all be gone? Wait. Could it be his expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a terrifying realization, and he sat bolt upright, his eyes widening in alarm? Could it be that Lord Zeno sent someone to clean up for me? Is he blaming me for not being proactive enough and planning to erase me and replace me with someone else? He hesitated, acutely aware of Whis' rapid learning ability, which had brought him to the threshold of mastering Ultra Instinct. Did they truly intend to replace him? Observing Beerus frightening himself, Whis finally ceased his teasing. With a gentle laugh, he explained, Oh dear, where has your mind wandered? Lord Beerus, during your slumber, Viteli and I have efficiently cleared nearly all the backlog of work. What remains is merely a handful of inconsequential targets located in the far corners of the universe, which could be monitored for a while longer. The central star systems have been thoroughly managed by Viteli and me. Beerus let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew. So it was merely a matter of work being completed, scaring me for a moment, but in the next instant, he suddenly registered the implications. His voice rising in disbelief as he turned to Viteli, who was leisurely sipping tea like Whis. What? You completed the cleanup for me? Wait. Have you truly mastered the art of destruction to such a degree? Viteli calmly set down his teacup, his tone as serene as if discussing a trivial matter. Indeed, I have grasped the essence of the god of destruction's power. While it may not be perfected yet, it suffices to manage the cleanup tasks. Mastery is not far off. Beerus' expression was a tapestry of astonishment, frustration, and incredulity, tinged with a touch of bitterness. He recalled the countless trials he had endured to master this destructive energy. It had taken him several hundred years. How long had this brat been training? Not even a year, and he was already on the cusp of surpassing years of his own hard work? No, this could not continue. A potent sense of crisis surged within Beerus. If he remained this lax, it was entirely possible that one day he would indeed be surpassed by this young man. Where would his face be then? His eyes darting, he suddenly clasped his belly, a pained expression crossing his features. Ahem, well then, since there are no pressing matters that require my personal attention at the moment, I shall retreat and rest for a while. I feel as though I hastily consumed my meal earlier and am now experiencing a slight discomfort in digestion. Viteli, you are still youthful, and the road ahead is long. Remember to temper your pride and impatience, and continue diligently honing your skills. I shall undoubtedly pass on the mantle of destroyer to you in the future. But not just yet, he added silently. Without waiting for a response from the two, he vanished in a flash, hurrying back to his quarters. He needed to search for the auxiliary equipment he once used during his training years, to see if they were still functional. It was imperative that he recommenced his practice. Viteli observed the hasty retreat of Beerus, finding himself at a loss for words as he turned to Whis and remarked, "Does he truly not gain weight with such a lifestyle of eating and sleeping, and occasionally waking to binge? Does the destroyer not possess any metabolic issues?" Whis, of course, discerned Beerus's little secret, yet merely smiled knowingly and replied calmly, "Rest assured, Viteli-san, Lord Beerus has his own sense of moderation." After lunch, Viteli accompanied Bulma for a brief respite. Upon awakening, he sought out Whis once more, immersing himself in the cultivation of Ultra Instinct. He could distinctly sense that the perfect realm he aspired to was but a thin veil away. Each battle with Whis served to thin that veil further. If he continued his methodical training, it would not be long before he could effortlessly master Ultra Instinct. After that, he could enhance his foundational strength and attain the power to confront Beerus directly. Viteli was filled with unwavering confidence. During dinner, the atmosphere was comparatively tranquil. At the table, Viteli and Whis discussed their upcoming itinerary. "Whis, I wish to visit the King Kai's realm tomorrow," Viteli stated. "Oh, is it regarding the matter you promised King Kai-san?" Whis responded, understandingly. "Indeed," Viteli nodded. Having pledged to resolve the issue concerning Majin Buu, he could not afford to be untrustworthy. Besides, it would also provide an opportunity to rescue the old King Kai, who was sealed within the King Kai's sword. He stroked his chin, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. "I have heard that the old King Kai possesses the ability to unlock potential. Perhaps he could assist me in developing my own. Who knows, I might even unlock a mysterious form." He was curious to explore whether this so-called mysterious form was indeed, as he speculated, perhaps a simplified or truncated version of Ultra Instinct. In any case, a visit could yield no detriment. Viteli concluded. Whis elegantly wiped his mouth in agreement. "A splendid arrangement, Viteli-san. Restoring the relationship with the King Kai's realm will prove beneficial for the future of Universe 7. I shall prepare the itinerary for you." After a day of rigorous training, Viteli felt both his body and spirit were thoroughly satisfied. He intended to enjoy a good night's sleep to rejuvenate himself for tomorrow's expedition to the King Kai's realm. However, just as he embraced Bulma and began to succumb to drowsiness, she suddenly became restless in his arms. A pair of soft hands began to trace gentle circles on his body, her warm breath brushing against his neck with a teasing allure. "But we have important matters to attend to tomorrow," Viteli murmured, eyes closed, striving to maintain his composure. "What could possibly be more important than me?" Bulma's voice bore a hint of playful indignation, her movements becoming bolder. "You disappear for over 10 days and expect to make amends with just one return?" Viteli felt a surge of frustration rising within him. He had intended to rest peacefully, yet this teasing little sprite clearly had other plans. Impudent creature, Viteli abruptly rolled over, pinning Bulma beneath him, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous and fervent light. "In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tonight, you shall witness the prowess of a monk. You shall assist me in my training." Bulma gasped, only to erupt into peals of delighted laughter. Far from being frightened, she eagerly embraced the challenge. "Who is afraid of whom? Watch how I deal with you." Thus commenced a harmonious and exquisite moment of respite. Chapter 28. A visit to the King Kai's realm. The presence of an old friend. The King Kai's realm, a magnificent and colossal celestial sphere amidst the vast expanse of countless stars, is home to the deities known as the King Kais, who wield the wondrous power of creation. When the life force in the universe begins to wane, they unleash their divine energy to forge new planets suitable for life, sowing the seeds of existence. As for the trajectory of life once it emerges, whether it flourishes or falters, largely lies beyond their direct influence. Of course, exceptions do arise, such as the emergence of a certain Black Goku in the future. Typically, the King Kai's realm is an exceedingly tranquil and harmonious place, characterized by sprawling emerald plains, crystalline lakes, majestic yet gentle mountains, and various peculiar and docile creatures that enjoy a serene existence. The King Kais often integrate themselves within this idyllic setting, cohabiting with these little beings, all basking in the aura of peace. However, today, this long quiet land was graced by a rare commotion. Ah, he's moving. Viteli-san is moving, King Kai-Shin exclaimed, pointing at Viteli with astonishment, his tone resembling that of an exuberant child. Startled by the unexpected outburst while exerting every ounce of strength to unsheath the sword, Viteli nearly lost his breath. Almost straining his back, he shot a glare at Shin, correcting him. Silence. It is not I who is moving, it is the sword. Can you not articulate properly? This fellow, despite being a King Kai, often exuded an air of unreliability. Shin shrank back, scratching his head sheepishly. My apologies, my apologies. I was simply too excited. Please, continue, Viteli-san. Meanwhile, Whis maintained his signature serene smile, as if the unfolding scene were entirely unrelated to him. He had somehow produced a package of exquisite snacks, munching contentedly, embodying an image of detached leisure as he reveled in the spectacle. Viteli, disinterested in the antics of the two, refocused his energy. Gripping the hilt of the King Kai's sword once more, he inhaled deeply, unleashing a powerful aura that surged forth, his muscles taut as he began to exert himself. Lift. Viteli emitted a low, strained grunt. The seemingly ordinary stone sword proved unexpectedly heavy, as if it were firmly anchored to the very earth of the King Kai's realm. He exerted nearly 80% of his strength, and only then did the sword slowly begin to rise from the ground, accompanied by a cumbersome sensation, as if it were breaking free from its constraints. Why is it so heavy? Viteli pondered in astonishment. This shouldn't be the case. With my current level of power, can I truly be outmatched by Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form? This revelation added a layer of intrigue regarding the peculiar nature of this sword. At long last, with a crisp and melodious sound, the entirety of the King of All Gods sword was decisively extracted by Viteli. The blade was fully revealed, emanating an aura of ancient mystery. Exhaling a long breath, Viteli placed the weighty sword with a resounding thud upon the grass before him, flexing his somewhat sore wrist. Viteli, my lord. King of All Gods Xian cautiously approached, his gaze flitting between Viteli and the sword on the ground, his face a canvas of anticipation and trepidation. What of our ancestor, my lord? Did you not say that upon withdrawing this sword, our sealed ancestor would emerge? His eyes were filled with inquiry. Fearing the shattering of his hopes, Viteli smiled softly, bending down to lift the King of All Gods sword once more, casually weighing it in his hand, reveling in its extraordinary heft. Do not fret, Xian. I recall that you, as the King of All Gods, possess the ability to conjure objects from thin air. Do you not? Why not manifest a piece of the universe's hardest metal first? Xian, puzzled, responded, I can indeed, but what do you require such metal for? Are you wishing to craft a sheath for this divine sword? I could merely conjure a perfect sheath instead. In his view, handling the sword that sealed their ancestor ought to be approached with greater solemnity. With an air of exasperation, Viteli waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with the trivialities. Just conjure it. I have my reasons. Very well, Xian acquiesced, though still filled with questions. He extended his hand and gently pointed towards the open space ahead. Suddenly, light coalesced in the air, and a massive block of metal, gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, crashed down upon the soft grass with a thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly upon impact. This is the hardest alloy known in the universe. Its structural stability and strength. Xian's words were abruptly cut short as the ensuing scene caused both him and his companion, Jebet, to widen their eyes in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Without warning, Viteli swung the King of All Gods sword as if it were a mere stick, carving a powerful arc through the air as he struck down upon the so-called hardest metal. Ah, Viteli, my lord. What are you doing? Xian exclaimed, covering his face with both hands, emitting a sharp cry of alarm. With a resounding crack, the sword, which had withstood countless ages and appeared indestructible, shattered cleanly in two upon contact with the metal. The upper half of the blade spun away, clattering to the ground not far off. Silence enveloped the scene. Xian stood frozen, his entire being petrified as he stared at the severed sword on the ground, color draining from his face. Trembling, he sank to his knees as if the sky had fallen, frantically attempting to cast a restoration spell to mend the sword, his voice thick with emotion. The sword. The King of All Gods sword, broken. How could this be? Our ancestor is lost. Observing Xian's apocalyptic despair, Viteli could only chuckle helplessly. Hey, I say, would you care to look behind you? At that moment, Xian was far too engulfed in his turmoil to heed such words. His mind was consumed with guilt over the destruction of the sacred artifact and the shame of disappointing the ancestors. He remained oblivious to Viteli's remarks, desperately trying to piece the broken blade back together. However, his attendant Jebet, though equally shocked, managed to hear Viteli's words. Struggling to turn his rigid neck, he cast his gaze behind Xian. Upon doing so, his eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, and his mouth gaped open as if to accommodate a light bulb. The king of all gods. You behind you. Look behind you. Jebet's frantic reaction pulled Xion back from the brink of collapse, granting him a sliver of rationality. He raised his head, eyes brimming with tears, questioning Jebet with confusion. What is it, Jebet? Behind me, is it not Lord Weiss? As he spoke, he instinctively turned to look. To his astonishment, not far behind him on the grass stood an elderly figure clad in the garments of the king of all gods, adorned with peculiar earrings. With hands clasped behind his back, the old man observed the gathering with a mix of seriousness and curiosity. Ahem. Noticing that Xion had finally acknowledged his presence, the elder deliberately cleared his throat, adopting an air of gravitas as he began to introduce himself. I am the king of all gods from 15 generations past. You may refer to me as the old king of all gods or ancestor. His gaze first fell upon Viteli, who was still smiling at Xion. Young man, I thank you. You have rather, well, uniquely dispelled the bothersome seal upon that sword, freeing me. Clearly, he had witnessed the events that had just transpired. Then, he shifted his gaze to the side, spotting Weiss, who was still snacking. A look of surprise and respect crossed his features as he quickly bowed toward Weiss. Oh my, is that not Lord Weiss? My apologies. I did not expect your esteemed presence in the realm of the king of all gods. Might I inquire about Lord Beerus? As he spoke, he glanced around, seemingly searching for the destroyer god who was often seen in Weiss's company. Weiss elegantly swallowed his snack and replied with a smile. Ho ho ho. You are too kind, my lord. Lord Beerus is currently resting in the realm of destruction. Is there something pressing you wish to discuss with him? I could convey your message. The old king of all gods paused, a flicker of relaxation passing over his face. He breathed a sigh of relief, silently grateful that he need not confront the ill-tempered destroyer immediately upon his release. Yet, he soon queried, well, there is no urgent matter. Pray tell, Mr. Weiss, what brings you here today? He did not assume that Weiss had come solely to celebrate his liberation. Weiss elegantly gestured toward Viteli, introducing him. This is Viteli, the newly appointed apprentice destroyer of the 7th universe. I am currently accompanying and assisting him in his endeavors. Oh, an apprentice destroyer? The old king of all gods' face expressed surprise as he turned to scrutinize Viteli more closely, his gaze seemingly possessing an uncanny penetrating quality that made Viteli feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment, the elder slowly nodded, a look of admiration gracing his features. Indeed. Quite impressive. A solid foundation, refined aura, and an extraordinary transformation of life levels. Even more remarkable is the fact that, he suddenly inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, for it seemed Viteli had even brushed against the threshold of the ultimate mastery of freedom, not merely glimpsing its doors, but having ventured into a realm of profound depth. Who would have thought that such a brilliant talent could emerge from our 7th universe? At last, Xion, having recovered from his shock, scrambled to the old king of all gods, babbling incoherently, Ancestor, you truly emerged from the sword. When Viteli told me, I dared not believe him. I am truly a fool. His face was etched with remorse and self-reproach, as he recalled his previous doubts regarding the motives of Viteli, and a wave of profound shame washed over him. The old Supreme Kai gazed at this descendant with a mix of disappointment and frustration, shaking his head slightly. After a deep sigh, he spoke in a didactic tone. You young ones, I have been sealed within that wretched sword for countless millennia, longing for a truly exceptional Supreme Kai to uncover the secrets of the blade and break the seal. Who would have thought that after all this time, the successors would become increasingly inept? As your generation of Supreme Kai nears extinction, it seems we must rely on outsiders to discover and resolve the issues. Thankfully, this god of destruction has appeared. Otherwise, if a significant crisis were to arise in our universe, the 7th universe would find itself in dire straits. Upon finishing, he turned to Viteli and bowed earnestly, saying, regardless of everything, I sincerely thank you, young god of destruction. I shall remember this favor. Viteli waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. It was but a trifling effort. Old Supreme Kai, you need not be so concerned. In truth, my visit to the realm of Supreme Kais is not solely to fulfill my promise to Xion. I also have a request. Oh, the old Supreme Kai responded readily. I have heard that you possess a unique ability to awaken the dormant potential within a person. Viteli stated his intention directly. I wish for you to assist me in unlocking the hidden potential within me, to fully awaken it. Upon hearing this request, the old Supreme Kai shook his head decisively, revealing a hint of regret upon his countenance. Logically speaking, as you are my benefactor, I should not refuse such a request. However, his tone shifted as he pointed at Viteli. You have already embarked upon the path of the ultimate state of freedom. And it is evident that you are not merely dabbling. You have truly entered the realm of mastery and reached the pinnacle of the dog stage. Mere moments away from the perfect ultimate state. He made a gesture with 2 fingers that would have enraged those from the land of the stick and continued. Do you realize that the ultimate state of freedom itself is the deepest excavation and release of one's potential? The old Supreme Kai looked at Viteli with unwavering conviction, stating, each time you enter the state of ultimate freedom, every moment you follow the instincts of your body in battle and comprehension. Your potential is continuously awakened and transformed into tangible power. Have you not felt it? Ever since you began practicing the ultimate state of freedom, your rate of power enhancement has far surpassed that of mere physical training. Viteli was suddenly lost in thought. As he reflected on his recent training, he realized that this was indeed the case. He had initially attributed his rapid growth to exceptional talent or the benefits of becoming an apprentice god of destruction, unaware that the true root lay here. The ultimate state of freedom was, at its core, a colossal potential developer. I understand now. Viteli nodded in realization. It appears I have been overly greedy. However, the old Supreme Kai interrupted him once more. Hold on, young Viteli, do not rush. Viteli looked at him in confusion. The old Supreme Kai stroked his long beard, a mysterious smile gracing his face. While I cannot employ that ritual to unlock your potential, perhaps I can offer you some minor assistance in comprehending the realm of the ultimate state of freedom. Oh, Viteli was genuinely astonished. You can even provide guidance on the ultimate state of freedom? This old fellow is indeed remarkable. No wonder he has remained sealed in that sword for so long, without fading away. I know a thing or two, just a thing or two. The old Supreme Kai feigned humility, yet confidence sparkled in his eyes. After all, having lived for such an extensive period, he surely possessed some hidden talents. Come now, young one, follow me. Under the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, Viteli arrived at a breathtaking cliff that overlooked vast plains. The gentle breeze, melodious bird songs, and fragrant blossoms created an atmosphere pure and tranquil, indeed a perfect sanctuary for focused cultivation. Sit down, relax your mind, and attempt to enter that state of ultimate freedom. But do not delve too deeply. Maintain a faint connection, the old Supreme Kai instructed. Viteli complied, sitting cross-legged and slowly closing his eyes, striving to empty his thoughts and immerse his consciousness within, seeking that instinctual sensation that transcended thought. Gradually, a brilliant silvery radiance began to emanate from his being, the tips of his hair gradually shimmering with frost-like silver. Upon successfully entering the Jog state of ultimate freedom, he refrained from fully immersing himself, instead maintaining an external appearance of that state. The old Supreme Kai observed closely, nodding appreciatively. Remarkable. At such a young age, you have grasped the Jog stage to such an extent, with your energy flowing almost seamlessly. Truly impressive. Then, in the astonished gaze of the accompanying Supreme Kais Xian and Jebet, who looked as if they might burst from disbelief, this seemingly venerable old Supreme Kai began to perform a series of exceedingly peculiar, dare I say, indescribable movements around the meditative Viteli. He danced with wild gestures, the postures reminiscent of an ancient ritualistic dance, humming incomprehensible chants. Then, as if invoking spirits, he circled Viteli, stomping his feet, clapping his hands, and making various strange gestures towards the sky and earth. Xian and Jebet were left crimson-faced, digging their toes into the ground, wishing fervently for a fissure to swallow them whole. The image was too beautiful for them to bear. Even Whis, who maintained a smile, momentarily paused his snacking, a subtle glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Though Viteli kept his eyes closed, striving to maintain his state, the intense visual and auditory disturbances from the outside world were inescapable, disrupting his focus. He felt as if he were on the verge of an embarrassing breakdown, relying solely on his formidable willpower to resist the urge to leap up. While he was already aware of the eccentricity of the old Supreme Kai's methods, this was truly something else. This spectacle of what could only be described as spiritual pollution persisted for a full 5 hours. When the old Supreme Kai finally ceased his frenetic movements, panting heavily as he gingerly collapsed onto the grass, both Viteli and the onlooking Xian and Jebet exhaled in relief, as though they had just emerged from a grueling battle. Ah, well, young one, the old Supreme Kai gasped, his voice trembling from exhaustion. You should assess your current state now. I have truly exerted all my hidden talents. Upon hearing this, Viteli immediately gathered his focus. With a slight mental shift, he endeavored to enter the complete state of ultimate freedom. In the next instant, an extraordinary event unfolded. With no warning or buffer, a resplendent burst of silver light erupted from within him. It was no longer a gradual illumination, but an explosive radiance. The silvery aura enveloped him like tangible flames, burning brightly and emanating a divine essence far purer, more ethereal, and significantly more potent than before. This is... Vetrali was left in a state of shock. He could distinctly sense that his ability to enter the state of effortless mastery had accelerated exponentially, far surpassing his previous pace, almost reaching the level of instinctive action. Not only that, but his foundational strength in a normal state, as well as the upper limits of power he could harness upon entering the state of effortless mastery, had surged dramatically. It felt as though he had been peering at the world through a thin veil of mist, which had now been completely lifted. At that moment, the voice of Whis chimed in, laced with his characteristic teasing tone. What remarkable progress, Vetril. It seems you are but a step away from Lord Beerus's realm. When you next compete with Lord Beerus, do remember to show some restraint. Vetril, his aura subdued, cast a deadpan look at Whis. Show restraint? Please, Whis, do be reasonable. Choose someone else to indulge in such folly. I am well aware of how much power Beerus truly conceals. With a resigned sigh, Vetril noted that since encountering Whis, his size had notably increased. Ignoring Whis, he turned to the old Kai, who was slumped on the ground, and offered a formal bow. Thank you, old Kai. Regardless of how awkward the process was, the results are undeniably astounding. The old Kai waved his hand weakly, signaling that no further courtesy was necessary. Subsequently, Vetril addressed Kaioshin Shin, broaching the serious matter of Majin Buu. Shin, when do you intend to deal with Babidi and Majin Buu? Upon hearing this, Shin's face betrayed a hint of difficulty. It seems we may need to wait a while longer. Although faint signals of Babidi and his minions' activities can occasionally be detected throughout the universe, he is exceedingly cunning and elusive, never revealing his precise location. Without his voluntary appearance, pinpointing Majin Buu's hiding place will prove challenging. Vetril stroked his chin and dropped a bombshell revelation. Majin Buu is on Earth. What? How do you know this? Shin's expression morphed into one of shock as he abruptly lifted his gaze to Vetril. The news was utterly staggering. Earth? That seemingly unremarkable low-level planet. You need not concern yourself with how I know. The fact remains that I do. Vetril certainly could not admit that he learned this from a comic. Should I directly intervene and eliminate him on Earth? We could resolve this matter once and for all. Shin's face reflected profound struggle and hesitation at this suggestion. After a lengthy contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. Vetril, that would not be wise. He explained solemnly. Majin Buu is the ultimate creature crafted by Babidi with immense effort. If we were merely to destroy Buu without thoroughly eliminating Babidi, given his capabilities, it would take him but a few hundred years to amass sufficient energy and resources to create an even more formidable Majin Buu. We must eradicate the root cause. Therefore, it would be far more prudent to wait for Babidi to reveal himself, ascertain his hiding place, and then request your assistance in capturing them all at once. Until then, I shall employ the powers of the Kaioshin to vigilantly monitor any anomalies in the vicinity of Earth and its neighboring star systems. After hearing this, Vetril found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Very well, handle this as you see fit. I will abide by your arrangements. Just ensure that when the time comes to act, you do not hesitate to inform me. In his view, sometimes it was more effective to confront challenges head-on rather than to scheme endlessly, a classic Scion or transmigrator mentality. Vetril then expressed his gratitude once more to the old Kai and bid farewell to Kaioshin Shin and Jebit, preparing to return to the realm of destruction. Whis waved his staff, and a brilliant glow enveloped the two, instantaneously transporting them beyond the speed of light. However, during their flight, just after traversing several star systems, Vetril's formidable perception suddenly detected a remarkably familiar aura in the distant starry expanse. Whis, hold on, Vetril suddenly exclaimed. Whis immediately ceased their movement, and they hovered in the desolate vacuum of space. Whis, slightly intrigued, turned to Vetril. What is it, Vetril? Have you suddenly remembered to request a reward from the two Kaioshins? There is still time to return. Vetril couldn't help but chuckle. What reward? I was merely lending a hand. Besides, didn't the old Kai already express his gratitude in that peculiar manner? Though he had grown stronger, the memory of those 5 hours of mental torment lingered in his mind. His gaze drifted towards a distant point in the starry sky, seemingly piercing through light years of distance. A mischievous smile crept across Vetril's face. Whis, you may return to the realm of destruction by yourself. I believe I have sensed the presence of an old friend not far beyond a few star systems. I shall greet him and should return before dinner. Whis paused momentarily, his staff hovering in the void, leaving a final remark before swiftly vanishing in a flash of light. In truth, Vetril, even if you return after dinner, it would pose no issue at all. I shall explain to Miss Bulma that you were conducting important neighborhood visits. Hee. Vetril chose to ignore the cunning angel. He raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, gently pressing them against his forehead, concentrating to pinpoint the exact location of that familiar aura. It has indeed been a while, he murmured to himself, his smile growing ever more mischievous. Prince Vegeta, In the next instant, his figure vanished from the icy void of space, leaving only the distant stars continuing their unceasing twinkle. Chapter 29. I am Super Vegeta. In the northern galaxy, on a desolate planet riddled with red rocks and swirling dust, the night had just fallen, and a biting cold wind swept through, carrying grains of sand. A campfire flickered defiantly beneath a windbreak of rocky outcrops, serving as the sole source of warmth on this barren world. Over the fire, a peculiar extraterrestrial creature sizzled, releasing mouth-watering aromas that wafted into the frigid air. Seated around the fire were three battle-hardened Saiyans, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Raditz gazed into the dancing flames, his face a mask of anxiety and trepidation. With a shaky voice, he reiterated, "Vegeta, are you truly resolved to confront Lord Frieza? This is far too risky." Nappa immediately cast a derisive glance at Raditz, his voice gruff as he retorted, "Raditz, you coward. Are you really going to back down now? To face an enemy, and yet refrain from throwing a punch? Do you even deserve to call yourself a Saiyan?" Raditz shrank back at the reprimand, struggling to muster a defense but failing to find the words. Suddenly, Vegeta raised a hand, silencing Nappa's onslaught. He slowly turned his head, his piercing eyes illuminated by the flickering firelight, appearing exceptionally profound. He regarded Raditz with an indifferent tone, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "Raditz, I recall that you have a younger brother who was sent to another planet before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Am I correct?" Raditz's heart tightened, fearing that Vegeta would confront him about his fears. However, upon hearing this inquiry, he breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, indeed, Your Highness Vegeta. My father, Bardock, sent my brother Kakarot away in a small spacecraft prior to the planet's explosion. If memory serves me right, he should have been dispatched to a low-level planet known as Earth." "Earth, you say?" Vegeta murmured, the name rolling off his tongue as he narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in distant reverie. He recalled many years ago when he first departed from Planet Vegeta to undertake a conquest mission on a planet called Sofu. That mission had been executed with remarkable ease, the Sofu people offering no resistance whatsoever. Yet it was there that he lost to a high-ranking warrior named Viteli, who had previously bested him. Despite that warrior's combat power being significantly inferior to his own, and his skills appearing utterly mediocre, it was precisely such an individual who effortlessly, almost mockingly, defeated the proud Vegeta. The humiliation of that defeat remained indelibly etched in Vegeta's psyche. Later, as he shot down the luxurious vessel belonging to the king of Sofu, he recalled the enemy murmuring something in their final moments, words that hinted at a destination toward Earth. A cold, cruel smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. "Viteli, back then, you fled to that remote planet out of fear of my wrath, didn't you? How laughable." He abruptly rose, the flickering flames of the campfire casting a long shadow of his diminutive yet formidable figure. He decisively issued orders to Nappa and Raditz. "It is settled. We shall disregard that scoundrel Frieza. We are setting off for Earth immediately." "To Earth? Now?" Raditz exclaimed in horror, his fear momentarily forgotten as he hastily attempted to dissuade him. "Your Highness Vegeta, the Frieza Force's reconnaissance ships are undoubtedly still scouring the outer territories for our traces. If we activate the spacecraft now, our energy signatures will surely be detected. If Frieza himself shows up, we will undoubtedly perish." Before he could finish, he noticed Vegeta slowly turning his head, his eyes now brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. "Raditz," Vegeta's voice was dangerously low. "If you lack even the courage to break through, then you, worthless fool, have no value in continuing to exist." With that, he turned his back and strode towards the nearby circular single-pod spacecraft. As he approached the hatch, he did not pause, coldly issuing a command. "Nappa, eliminate him." Nappa's robust frame trembled slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He glanced at Raditz, whose face had turned ashen and whose body was beginning to shake. But, Prince Vegeta, we Saiyans are on the brink of extinction. Raditz is also a Saiyan." Vegeta abruptly pivoted, unleashing an aura of terrifying intensity that bore down on Nappa like a tangible force. "Nappa, do you wish to die as well?" The icy malice in Vegeta's voice rendered Nappa instantly silent, all pleas for mercy caught in his throat. Gritting his teeth, he displayed a moment of struggle before resolutely raising his powerful arm, palm directed at the despairing Raditz. "I am sorry, Raditz," Nappa said in a low voice. A searing energy wave erupted from Nappa's hand, hurtling towards Raditz, who stood frozen, seemingly having surrendered any will to resist. The blinding radiance of the energy engulfed Raditz, the sound of a massive explosion reverberating as the shockwave sent debris soaring. Am I to die? In that final moment before the energy struck, Raditz's mind went blank. He seemed to glimpse a vague, yet towering figure standing before him, a silhouette that gradually overlapped with the indistinct image of his father from memory. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, whispering almost inaudibly, "Is that you, father?" Boom. The energy wave detonated spectacularly, smoke and energy currents swirling chaotically. However, as the explosive shockwave began to subside and the surrounding dust gradually cleared, both Nappa and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. To their astonishment, Raditz remained unscathed, even his clothing intact. It was as if the destructive energy wave that could have flattened a small mountain had merely been a figment of their imagination. Nanny, how is this possible? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this inexplicable scene. Vegeta furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he summoned a fierce gust of wind that completely dispersed the lingering dust and energy remnants. Only then did they perceive that an unexpected figure had appeared before Raditz. A young man clad in a black battle suit, with black hair and eyes, wore a playful smile as he casually stood there, as if he had always been present. "Who are you?" Nappa shouted, uncertainty lacing his voice as he instinctively assumed a combat stance. Yet as Vegeta recognized the face before him, his pupils dilated in shock. A torrent of mixed emotions surged through him, extreme disbelief, astonishment, and unbridled fury. He almost spat the name through gritted teeth, syllable by syllable, Vittel. "Oh, it has been quite some time, Your Highness Vegeta," Vittel greeted with a disarming smile, as if nothing were amiss. His gaze swept over the dazed Nappa before resting on Raditz, who remained bewildered, staring at Vittel's back. With a teasing smile directed at Raditz, he quipped, "I must say, Raditz, it's been a while. Have you developed a peculiar taste for calling those who rescue you father?" Only then did Raditz snap back to reality, comprehending what had just transpired. Upon recognizing Vittel's appearance, his face flushed crimson as he leapt up, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, vehemently retorting, "And no, that is not it. I misread the situation. I misread it. Vittel, you scoundrel. How dare you show up here?" Observing Raditz's flustered demeanor, Vittel's grin widened. He deliberately elongated his tone, playfully responding, "Oh? So it was a misunderstanding, huh? All right, I'll take your word for it." After a pause, he added in an annoyingly teasing tone, "But hey, while it's fine to fool your friends, don't deceive yourself, okay? You." Raditz's forehead throbbed with veins, nearly choking on his anger. "Die, Vittel. Huh." At this moment, Vegeta could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. The rage erupted from his being, and he roared as he lunged at Vittel like a cannonball, his fist, imbued with terrifying force, aimed directly at Vittel's cheek. "You scoundrel! How dare you appear before me? Vegeta, die!" In the face of Vegeta's furious onslaught, Viteli merely raised his hand nonchalantly, as if swatting a fly with a gentle flick. Crack! A soft sound echoed as Vegeta was sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing that of his initial charge, tumbling on the ground like a ragged gourd for several rotations before finally coming to a halt, dust swirling around him. "Gah!" Vegeta violently expelled a mouthful of bile, his chest heaving with agonizing pain, his face etched with horror and disbelief. Viteli, casually shaking his hand, donned an exaggerated expression of astonishment and, in a slightly flamboyant tone, remarked, "Wow, how terrifying, Prince Vegeta. That punch nearly obliterated me. Truly, the esteemed Saiyan Prince is formidable to a somewhat alarming degree." These scathing words only fanned the flames of Vegeta's ire. Struggling to rise from the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage, he fixed a fierce glare upon Viteli, his voice trembling with incredulity and indignation. "How could this be? How have you grown so powerful? How is it possible that you surpass me, Vegeta-sama? I refuse to believe it. This is utterly impossible." With a renewed surge of energy, Vegeta erupted once more, his aura swelling with intensity, transforming from a brilliant white to a soft golden hue, his hair standing on end, his power escalating dramatically. "Humph, do you think Lord Vegeta would not be your match? You are mistaken, Viteli." He pointed his right thumb at himself, a fervent and confident expression illuminating his face. "As of now, I am Super Vegeta." With that proclamation, Vegeta charged forward with unwavering confidence once again. However, Viteli effortlessly swatted him aside, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string. Vegeta struggled to emerge from the rubble, falling into a contemplative silence. He began to mutter incoherently, "How is this possible? I am Vegeta, the noble Saiyan Prince. How could I possibly be outmatched by you, a mere elite warrior? This must be an illusion. Yes, it's all just a mirage." Observing the fallen prince, who seemed to be grappling with existential doubt, Viteli shook his head, uninterested in further engaging with the pitiful royal. He approached the still-dazed Raditz, gently lifting his jaw, which had dropped in astonishment, and closed his mouth with a chuckle, teasing, "So, how does it feel? Do you have any regrets now? I told you long ago that with your intellect, pursuing a career in research would be far more promising than being a warrior. Look, You ignored my sage advice and now suffer the consequences, don't you? Raditz slowly regained his composure from the immense shock, a complex smile crossing his face upon hearing Witri's words. After a moment of silence, he quietly replied, "Had I truly heeded your advice and become a researcher, I would have perished alongside Vegeta when Planet Vegeta exploded. As a combat member, at least I could accompany the prince on missions, allowing me to survive until now." Coughing awkwardly, Witri scratched his nose and chuckled. "Well, let us not dwell on those details." He quickly shifted the topic to the nervously sweating Nappa beside him. "And you, Nappa, how have you been? It's been a while. You seem to have grown taller." Nappa anxiously rubbed his smooth head, momentarily at a loss for words in the presence of this unfathomable figure who could effortlessly overpower Prince Vegeta, managing only to muster a smile that resembled a grimace. At that moment, Vegeta began to emerge from his self-doubt. Despite the overwhelming pain coursing through him, he staggered to Witri's side, though thoroughly defeated. His eyes remained defiant and proud. He opened his mouth, exuding that familiar air of obstinate arrogance. "Damn it. How did you manage to achieve this?" Witri smiled at him, feigning ignorance. "Achieve what?" Vegeta's face flushed with fury, his complexion resembling that of a liver, as he nearly shouted, "Of course. Your ridiculous level of power. How on earth did you cultivate it? I am Super Saiyan Vegeta. Yet, I couldn't withstand even your casual strike. This is utterly unreal." Witri sighed, observing his blend of childishness and inability to accept defeat. Suddenly, he reached out, pinching Vegeta's cheek with a playful grip, relishing the sensation as if kneading dough. "TSK, not as good as Kakaroto's. You dare." Vegeta was momentarily stunned, but then his rage ignited. This was a profound insult. In a fit of indignation, his golden aura blazed uncontrollably once more. All right, I know you're a Super Saiyan now. That's impressive. Very impressive. No need to be so worked up." Witri waved his hand dismissively, before responding earnestly, "You must have already known how I became stronger, so why ask?" Vegeta was unconvinced by this explanation, retorting furiously, "Stop using the gravity chamber to brush me off. I've completely adapted to the 30 times gravity of Planet Vegeta. I refuse to believe that you, the one who was known for slacking off, could possibly excel in gravity training more than I." Witri shook his head in resignation, suddenly delivering a light punch to Vegeta's head. "You fool, is that all you see? Let me ask you, is it not possible that sometimes, just sometimes, laziness can be more beneficial than relentless training?" Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. He waved his hand dismissively, adamantly denying, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could laziness lead to strength? I refuse to believe your nonsense. If you don't wish to explain, then so be it." Fuming, he turned away, deliberately avoiding Witri's gaze. He then addressed Raditz, who was cautiously observing him, in a commanding tone. "Raditz." "Yes, Prince Vegeta." Raditz quickly stood at attention. "Since Witri has saved your life, today I shall spare you. From this day forth, you are no longer a combat member of our team. Your new role is to serve as a researcher under my command, tasked with, well, whatever you wish to study." Nappa, present. "Nappa, your responsibility is to ensure Raditz's safety. Let him pursue whatever research he desires." Vegeta ordered. Both Nappa and Raditz were taken aback, then immediately knelt respectfully, responding, "Yes. We shall obey your command, Prince Vegeta." They understood that this might be Vegeta's awkward way of giving Witri some credit. Witri chuckled at the scene, glancing at Vegeta, who, despite harboring perhaps different thoughts, still feigned pride by refusing to look at him, and inquired, "Did you not just mention wanting to go to Earth?" Vegeta snorted disdainfully, raising his chin even higher. "So what? As the prince of the Saiyan race, do I need to report to you while I search for my scattered subjects?" His tone remained confrontational. Whis, however, was unfazed and leisurely replied, "But I currently reside on Earth." This statement struck Vegeta like a thunderclap, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He whipped around, glaring at Whis with fury, as though he had found a target for his ire. "I knew it. Back on planet Sorbet. That worthless king babbled before his demise, claiming you headed towards Earth. I scoffed at the notion. Who would have thought you actually hid in that backwater place?" As Vegeta began to spiral into another tirade, Whis interjected calmly, all right, let's maintain our composure. I went to Earth back, then to seek opportunities and methods for becoming stronger. Why are you so agitated?" He paused, noting Vegeta's slightly softened expression before continuing. "I never said I wouldn't share methods for strengthening or prevent you from going to Earth." Vegeta huffed again, skepticism written all over his face. "Humph, trying to trick me into slacking off during training? You're as cunning and deceitful as you were back then." Whis, weary of the verbal sparring, reached out and grabbed Vegeta by the collar of his battle suit, motioning for Nappa and Raditz to come closer. Once the two were within earshot, Whis's demeanor turned serious. His gaze swept over the three as he spoke in a low voice. Let me make this clear. I can take you to Earth, but, once there, if you cannot control your tempers and resort to senseless violence and destruction. Before he could finish, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from him. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz turned pale before this overwhelming presence. Vegeta managed to stand, yet his body trembled involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Nappa's legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. The weakest among them, Raditz, fell to the ground, crushed by the invisible force, struggling to breathe. I will ensure you meet your end without a burial place. Whis' cold voice echoed in their ears like a final judgment. Do you all understand? As the immense pressure receded like a retreating tide, the three gasped for breath, eyes wide with an unprecedented mixture of fear and reverence. Seeing them nod stiffly, Whis returned to his relaxed demeanor. He seized the collars of both Vegeta and Nappa, then lifted one foot to rest on Raditz's back, who remained prostrate on the ground. Let's go? In the blink of an eye, the four vanished from the desolate planet, leaving behind a smoldering campfire and some charred meat on the grill. After a while, several uniquely designed single-pod spacecraft descended with a roar onto the barren planet. The hatch opened, and several oddly shaped figures emerged. They swiftly assembled, striking an extremely embarrassing pose that would make any onlooker squirm with discomfort. We are the Ginyu Force. X5. Once the pose was struck, a few members promptly scattered as commanded, darting towards various corners of the planet to conduct searches with remarkable speed and professionalism. Only Captain Ginyu approached the abandoned round spacecraft left by Vegeta and the others, pressing a finger to his ear-mounted communicator and reporting respectfully. I report to Lord Frieza. We have only discovered the abandoned spacecraft of Team Vegeta on this planet. The three of them are nowhere to be found. I've instructed Jisoo, Berta, and the others to search the surrounding area thoroughly, ensuring we miss no corner of this planet. After a brief silence, Frieza's voice, laced with politeness yet dripping with malice, came through the communicator. Hoo. Thank you for your efforts, Captain Ginyu. Please ensure you uncover the hiding place of those Saiyan rodents. Once found, do not act rashly. Contact me immediately. I will come personally. Yes, Lord Frieza, Ginyu replied promptly, but hesitated before adding. However, Lord Frieza, the task of dealing with traitorous teams like Vegeta's is more than sufficient for my Ginyu Force. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. Frieza let out a cold chuckle on the other end of the communicator, his tone seemingly soothing yet utterly unyielding. I know, Captain Ginyu, that you wish to alleviate my burdens. How considerate. However, it is unnecessary. I must personally crush those damned Saiyan monkeys to find peace. And do not forget, once you find them, you must notify me at the earliest opportunity. The emphasis on earliest opportunity sent a shiver down Jinyu's spine, prompting him to bow respectfully and respond. Yes, I understand. I will absolutely comply with your orders, Lord Frieza. As the Ginyu Force continued their extensive search, back on Earth, Vegeta and the others, under Whis' guidance, embarked on their first task, eating. Gazing at the mountain-like pile of dishes and the robots steaming with the rapid service, Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and remarked, no doubt. Friends brought by Whis are just as ravenous as he is. Chapter 30. A super warrior born from benevolent lies. In the realm of the god of destruction, the unchanging gentle sunlight warmly cascaded over modern homes. Bulma had meticulously organized her intricate research instruments, blueprints, and personal items. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and retrieved a capsule marked for miscellaneous items from her multifunctional capsule box, tossing it lightly forward. With a pop, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and the mountain of items vanished in an instant, all contained within that small capsule. Whis, watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, no matter how many times I see it, this device is incredibly convenient. The technology of space can achieve such feats. Bulma proudly lifted her chin, declaring, of course, this is our Capsule Corporation's greatest invention, bar none. However, she shifted the conversation, her eyes gleaming with confidence. In the future, I will surpass this technology and develop inventions that will astonish everyone. Whis smiled but did not respond, silently thinking. The time machine you will invent in the future will indeed leave everyone in awe. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Taking Bulma's hand, they stepped onto the lawn outside. Beerus and Whis were leisurely seated at a table, enjoying their afternoon tea. Ever since Whis had nearly cleared the universe of troublesome planets, Beerus had been living a life of utmost relaxation, akin to a retired official. Except for the mornings when he is elusive, one can generally find him either leisurely savoring treats and red tea or dozing in a recliner, emitting faint snoring sounds. Were it not for his identity as the god of destruction, Viteli might almost mistake him for an extraordinarily lazy and temperamental pet cat that he and Bulma had taken in. Lord Beerus, Whis, we are preparing to return to Earth. Viteli announced. Beerus cast a languid glance in his direction and grunted in acknowledgement. Whis, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. Wishing you a pleasant journey, Viteli-san, Bulma-san. Do remember to bring back some of Earth's culinary specialties next time. After confirming that the two had no intention of accompanying them to Earth, Viteli nodded. Then, we shall take our leave. Whis and Beerus synchronized their movements lazily, raising a hand and waving it in farewell. Their uncanny coordination elicited a chuckle from Viteli. With a swift motion, the instant transmission activated. In an instant, the surroundings transformed from the bizarre scenery of the God of Destruction's realm to the familiar landscapes of Earth. In West City, at the entrance of Dr. Brief's estate. At last, we're back, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, inhaling the familiar air of Earth and eagerly tugging Viteli's hand as they rushed home. Dad, Mom, we're back. The Brief residence seemed frozen in time, retaining its warm yet slightly chaotic ambience. Dr. Brief, with his tousled blue hair, sat leisurely in the front yard sipping red tea while perusing the newspaper. Mrs. Brief was, as ever, busy in the garden, tending to her beloved flowers and various small pets. Mom, Bulma chirped like a delighted little bird, dashing over to embrace her mother. Oh my. Mrs. Brief stumbled back slightly, but wore a beaming smile. Gently patting Bulma's back, she playfully admonished, Goodness, little Bulma is already a young lady. Why are you still so impulsive? You must be more composed. Raising her gaze, she instantly brightened upon seeing Viteli entering behind Bulma. Ah, little Viteli has returned as well. How wonderful. How long do you plan to stay this time? By the way, when do you and our dear Bulma plan to tie the knot and start a family? It felt so lonely here with just Bulma's father and me while you two were away for 2 months. Faced with Mrs. Brief's overly direct and enthusiastic inquiries, Viteli felt an overwhelming wave of discomfort wash over him. He could only manage an awkward smile, at a loss for how to respond to her questions. Fortunately, Bulma came to his rescue. She linked her arm with her mother's and led her toward the house, playfully saying, Mom, what are you talking about? We're still so young. Marriage and children are far off. Really? Mrs. Brief, still being pulled along, couldn't help but glance back at Bulma, suddenly exclaiming, Oh? Little Bulma, why do I feel like you seem younger and more beautiful? Your skin looks so much better. Tell me, have you been using some new skincare products? Or did little Viteli find some magical beauty secret in the universe? The mother and daughter chatted joyfully as they gradually walked away, their conversation swiftly shifting from marriage to beauty care. Viteli sighed in relief and took a seat beside Dr. Brief. Setting aside his newspaper, Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and calmly nodded in acknowledgement, stating in a measured tone, You've returned. Yes, I'm back, Doctor, Viteli replied politely. The two exchanged little more than pleasantries, soon delving naturally into discussions about Bulma's interstellar logistics and ecological simulation project. Viteli shared insights about various ecological environments he had encountered in the cosmos, while Dr. Brief contributed novel ideas regarding the structural design of large spacecraft and the optimization of anti-gravity systems. Although Viteli struggled to comprehend the technicalities, the two enjoyed a stimulating conversation. After lunch, as afternoon descended, Viteli sensed two familiar yet intensely clashing presences in the distance. Could it be Goku and Vegeta? They were actually fighting? This piqued his curiosity. After informing Bulma, Viteli vanished from the estate in an instant. In the outskirts of West City, amidst a desolate expanse of barren land, Vegeta hovered in midair, his expression dark enough to rain. Suppressing his fury, he bellowed at the youth standing below, Kakarot. Listen clearly. You are a warrior of the Saiyan race, not a feeble earthling. Why won't you join me in conquering planets and expanding our dominion? Have you no pride as a Saiyan left? Months had passed since Viteli's journey to the God of Destruction's realm, and Goku had matured from a boy into a more robust young man. He scratched his head, responding with pure bewilderment. Why would I invade others? That's wrong. And I'm an earthling. My name is Son Goku, not Kakarot. Why do you and that Viteli guy always refuse to call me by my name? You. The veins on Vegeta's forehead throbbed. He found it utterly impossible to communicate with this thick-headed fool. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered his last ounce of patience and coldly issued his ultimatum. Kakarot, this is your final chance. Join my ranks, and together we shall slay Frieza and avenge Planet Vegeta. Then, we will use our power to conquer one planet after another, restoring a new Planet Vegeta for our race. This is your inherent duty as a Saiyan. Upon hearing this, Goku furrowed his brow, glaring at Vegeta with indignation. I've told you I'm not a Saiyan. Your vengeance is your own affair. Why must you drag me into wrongdoing? Are you a villain? At this moment, Raditz could no longer contain himself and shouted, Kakarot, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not be disrespectful to Prince Vegeta. Nappa, with a cruel smile etched across his rugged face, cracked his neck with a series of ominous sounds. He turned to Vegeta, suggesting, Prince Vegeta, this weakling is not worth your time. Allow me to teach him a lesson, so he understands who truly cares for him. Vegeta, gazing down at Goku's expression of defiance, felt the last threads of his patience snap. He snorted heavily, his voice laced with lethal intent. Since you insist on betraying your bloodline and siding with these inferior earthlings, you no longer deserve to live. Nappa, proceed. Let him die in agony. Hee, as you command. Prince Vegeta. Nappa grinned maliciously, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Goku. Kakarot, prepare for a symphony of screams. I shall show no mercy. Before the words had fully left his lips, Nappa's imposing figure charged toward Goku like a tank, his fist, large as a cooking pot, slicing through the air with a roaring wind, aimed directly at Goku's face. However, the ensuing events took both Vegeta and Raditz completely by surprise. In the face of Nappa's ferocious assault, Goku merely sidestepped with a slight movement, effortlessly evading the blow. In an instant, he retaliated with a punch, striking Nappa's abdomen with astonishing speed. Ack! Nappa felt an unimaginable force surge through him, as if his very organs were displaced. With a pained cry, his massive body uncontrollably curled into a shrimp-like shape. Goku, undeterred, followed up with a swift uppercut that connected squarely with Nappa's chin. Crack! The sound was excruciatingly sharp. Pwah! Nappa screamed as he was sent flying. A few bloodied teeth mixed with saliva erupting from his mouth, crashing heavily onto the distant sandy ground, unable to rise for a while. At that moment, Whis arrived via instant transmission, witnessing Goku's brutal assault on Nappa. He couldn't help but click his tongue in sympathy, shaking his head. TSK. To arrive and see Goku beating Nappa, how unfortunate for him. Observing Nappa, who lay groaning on the ground, missing several teeth, Whis swiftly appeared beside the visibly displeased Vegeta. Curiously, he inquired, have you finally succumbed to the urge to stir up trouble? Vegeta, wholly engrossed in watching Goku, whose power exceeded his expectations, was in no mood to engage with Whis, merely emitting a discontented grunt from his nose. Raditz, noticing Vegeta's demeanor, quietly explained to Whis, Vegeta detected Kakarot's energy and intended to recruit him to bolster our strength. Yet, Kakarot not only refused his offer, but also insulted him. And now he has injured Nappa. Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled with a hint of mischief in his tone. So, you're suggesting that it's all Kakarot's fault? Raditz, unsure of how to respond, fell silent. At that moment, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Nappa's humiliating defeat left him feeling utterly disgraced. With a swift motion, he descended onto the battlefield, impatiently barking at the still struggling Nappa. Useless waste. Get out of the way. Don't embarrass yourself here. With a kick, he sent Nappa sprawling aside. His icy gaze fixated on Goku, who was already braced for battle, emanating a dangerous aura. Kakarot, don't think that just because you managed to defeat this worthless Nappa, you have the right to act arrogantly before me. My power far exceeds your imagination. Goku flicked his wrist, a gleeful smile of excitement lighting his face as he sensed a formidable opponent before him. Is that so? Perfect. I can sense you are different from them. Come on, let us have a proper fight. Huh. The two unleashed their energy simultaneously, their forms vanishing from sight in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The intense clash of fists and kicks resounded like a rapid drumbeat across the desolate expanse, the gusting winds whipping up clouds of sand and debris. Their speeds were astonishing, leaving countless afterimages in the air and on the ground. Vegeta's combat style was fierce and relentless, seizing an opportunity. He delivered a brutal side kick that landed squarely on Goku's face. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, rolling several times on the ground before finally stabilizing. He rubbed his rapidly swelling cheek, his spirit ignited with the thrill of battle. You are truly strong. He could feel his blood beginning to boil. With a furious roar, Goku's speed surged once more, his figure suddenly appearing beside Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's cheek. Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Is that all you've got? Smack! The arms collided with a muffled thud. Vegeta seized the opportunity, gripping Goku's wrist, channeling his strength to swing Goku violently toward the ground. However, Goku reacted with remarkable quickness, using his other hand to grasp Vegeta's arm. Leveraging Vegeta's motion to execute a nimble flip, ensnaring Vegeta's neck with his legs, and exerting tremendous force. Hiya! Goku shouted, utilizing his agility and explosive power to unbalance Vegeta. Simultaneously, he adjusted his position in midair, delivering a heavy kick directly to Vegeta's face. Boom. This time, it was Vegeta who was sent flying, carving a long trench in the earth before coming to a halt. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Vegeta rose, his hand brushing against his stinging cheek. His gaze toward Goku growing increasingly fierce and wrathful. You bastard, I will not let you off easily. In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. These energy spheres shot toward Goku like a torrential storm, covering every possible escape route. This was Vegeta's signature move, commonly referred to as the Prince's Technique. Goku's expression shifted as he swiftly began to move at high speed, desperately dodging amidst the barrage of energy blasts. Yet, the sheer density of the blasts was overwhelming, and several struck him, erupting in flames and causing him immense pain. Goku was ignited with fury, his energy exploding outward, forming a powerful shield around him. As he barreled through the onslaught of energy blasts, charging directly at Vegeta. Vegeta, seeing this, let out a cold laugh, halting the futile barrage and advancing to meet Goku head-on. Once again, they clashed with the ferocity of stars colliding with the earth. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of their bodies became lethal weapons, each collision unleashing tremendous energy shockwaves. Overall, the more experienced and viciously skilled Vegeta began to gain the upper hand, gradually overpowering Goku. Kakarot, face reality. Vegeta taunted, his relentless assault continuing. Your denial is futile. Your bloodline determines who you are. You are a Saiyan. Conquest and battle are our destiny. Seizing a moment when Goku's defenses faltered, he unleashed a devastating hook punch straight into Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku gasped, his body bending in agony. Yet, gritting his teeth, he pressed through the excruciating pain, retaliating by fiercely grasping Vegeta's battle suit. My name is Son Goku. With a fierce roar, he yanked himself toward Vegeta, delivering a brutal knee strike that connected solidly with Vegeta's stomach. Goh! Vegeta felt as though his bile was about to erupt, the excruciating pain rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Kamehameha. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku swiftly gathered his hands at his waist, azure energy surging wildly. Point-blank Kamehameha fire. Boom! The blazing blue energy torrent slammed into Vegeta's chest, the terrifying force erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. Wah! Vegeta emitted a piercing scream, his body flung like a broken kite, crashing violently into a distant rock wall, sending shards of stone flying. After a considerable time, he struggled to emerge from the human-shaped crater. Half kneeling on the ground, he coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest charred, and his battle suit severely damaged. He lifted his gaze to the front, where Goku, though panting, maintained an unwavering determination, poised and ready for him to rise. The fury and humiliation within him, along with an incredulous sense of being wounded by a lesser warrior, erupted like a volcano. How dare you? Vegeta's voice trembled with extreme rage. You, how could you, a lowly warrior, possibly defeat me? He gradually stood up, his aura becoming exceedingly unstable, an indescribable and terrifying energy surging within him. You cannot defeat me. Vegeta's head lowered, his voice deep and hoarse. The golden aura began to uncontrollably spill from his body, growing ever more vigorous. I am. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with fury, and unleashed a deafening roar. I am Super Vegeta. Ha! Boom! The golden aura erupted from Vegeta's body like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the sky. The immense energy wave caused the very ground to tremble violently. The air around him warped under the weight of this terrifying energy. Vegeta's hair stood on end within the golden flames, its color flickering intensely. Ultimately, amidst a blinding golden light, it solidified into a dazzling and resplendent gold. This magnificent and stunning transformation, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that crushed everything in an instant, caused the expressions of all present, save for Whis, to shift dramatically. What is this? Goku's pupils constricted sharply, his face revealing an unprecedented shock and disbelief. He sensed an unparalleled sense of overwhelming pressure and lethal threat emanating from that aura. Vegeta ceased his roaring and slowly lowered his head. At this moment, his hair was a golden spike, his eyes transformed to a vivid green, surrounded by a boiling golden aura, his body brimming with immense power. He wore a proud and arrogant smile, his right thumb defiantly pointing at himself. With a gleaming gaze directed at the warily poised Goku, he declared, "This is me, the Super Saiyan Vegeta who has transcended the limits of the Saiyan race." Having completed his transformation, Vegeta merely stood there, his presence rendering Goku breathless. I will undoubtedly win. Gritting his teeth, Goku summoned all his strength to unleash a white aura, recklessly charging at Vegeta. However, this time, the situation was entirely different. Goku's fists, kicks, and all his attacks were effortlessly blocked and swatted away by Vegeta, who didn't even bother to dodge. Vegeta's casual counterattacks, each punch and kick, contained terrifying power that sent Goku flying backward with ease, blood constantly spilling from his mouth. The gap in their strength was insurmountable. In this battle, Goku saw no hope of victory whatsoever. Hovering in the air, Whis observed the scene, stroking his chin as an exceedingly mischievous thought crossed his mind. He swiftly flew above Goku, who was desperately struggling against Vegeta's onslaught, and shouted down with an urgent and pained tone. Goku, this is bad. Hearing Whis' voice, Goku instinctively looked up, managing to force a smile through his pain. This is great. Whis, you are here. Whis did not allow Goku to finish his sentence. His face was filled with rage and sorrow as he interrupted in a near shout. Goku, those people, Vegeta's subordinates. While we are engaged in battle, they secretly dispatched individuals to attack the Turtle Hermit's house. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Launch. They have all been killed by those cruel fiends. What? Vegeta, who was about to continue his assault, suddenly froze at these words. Suspended in midair, he stared blankly at Whis, internally berating. When did we kill anyone on Earth? And who went to murder Master Roshi? Was it that fool Nappa? Disregarding Whis' warnings to act on his own? No, Nappa wouldn't be so daring. Raditz is even less likely to do so. Below, Goku was struck as if by lightning. His expression instantly froze. How could this be? Whis. Goku suddenly looked up at Whis in the sky. His voice trembled, tinged with the last vestiges of hope. You're lying, right? You're just deceiving me, aren't you? Master Roshi and the others couldn't possibly. Whis' face contorted with immense pain and guilt, shaking his head firmly, as though bearing an unbearable sorrow. I'm sorry, Goku. By the time I sensed something was amiss and rushed over, it was already too late. They are all. Goku abruptly stood frozen in place. He lowered his head, obscuring his expression. The world seemed to fall silent. Only the sound of the wind wailed through the desolate plains. He felt as if something profoundly significant within him had shattered. Memories of the past surged uncontrollably into his mind. Master Roshi patiently teaching him martial arts, taking him to tournaments, buying him new clothes, always silently caring for him despite the rigorous training. Krillin, his best friend, training together, sharing meals, playing, who would jump in fury when he heard was bullying him, thumping his chest, and vowing to avenge him. Launch, the girl whose personality changed with a sneeze, gently mending his training GI, preparing all sorts of delicious food for him and Krillin, always smiling as she watched them play. These warm and precious memories, at this moment, cut through his heart like the sharpest of knives. Vegeta furrowed his brow as he observed Goku below, whose aura had suddenly become exceedingly unstable. He was about to say something. Hey, Kakarot, do you really believe? But he could not finish his words. An indescribably colossal and heart-stopping aura suddenly erupted from Goku's body. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. Countless stones floated as if gravity had ceased to exist, centered around Goku. The ground cracked inch by inch, forming a vast, web-like pit. You will not escape. A deep, hoarse voice, laden with boundless pain and rage, emerged from the depths of Goku's throat. Goku slowly raised his head. Vegeta, upon seeing his face, felt a jolt in his heart. Goku's face was already streaked with tears, yet his eyes no longer held their usual clarity and brightness. Instead, they were filled with endless sorrow and a frenzied wrath that sought to obliterate everything. My friends have all been killed by you, haven't they? Goku's voice trembled, each word seemingly laden with animosity. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden aura surged forth from within him like a tsunami, momentarily engulfing him. His once ebony pupils began to flicker, gradually succumbing to a vibrant emerald hue. Each strand of his black hair stood upright, wildly oscillating between shades of black and gold. I will never forgive you, Vegeta. Accompanied by this cry, imbued with unrestrained fury and sorrow, Goku's aura erupted in its entirety. The dazzling golden radiance stabilized completely, his hair transformed into a resplendent gold, standing aloft like flames. Within his emerald pupils blazed a cold, fiery wrath. The clouds began to fracture, and the earth gradually emitted a mournful wail. At this moment, the legendary super warrior, Super Saiyan, Son Goku, was born. Chapter 31, Goku. When Goku slowly lifted his head, his pupils now entirely emerald, devoid of their former clarity. In their place simmered only a chilling rage. Firmly fixated on Vegeta amidst the heavens, under the weight of that icy gaze, Vegeta felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Yet, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged from within, swiftly drowning out that flicker of fear. He, Vegeta, the noble prince of the Saiyans, a genius among the Saiyans. How could he, of all people, feel daunted by the gaze of a lowly warrior? What a farce! Kakarot! Vegeta bellowed in anger, attempting to dispel the turmoil within with his voice. Even if you have transformed into a Super Saiyan, so what? I am the strongest Super Saiyan. I am Super Vegeta. With a fierce shout, Vegeta fiercely summoned the energy within him, and his golden aura surged once more. In a flash, he appeared before Goku like a golden meteor. His fist, imbued with terrifying power, tore through the air as it hurtled towards Goku. However, in the face of this swift strike, Goku merely tilted his body slightly. His arm raised with prophetic precision. It blocked the trajectory of Vegeta's punch with impeccable timing. Crack! The sound of the block resonated sharply. Not only that, but in that instant, Goku's body had naturally adjusted to the optimal position for counterattack. As his other elbow thrust forcefully into Vegeta's chest, propelled by Vegeta's forward momentum. Ugh! Vegeta felt a surge of immense force. His chest heaving as he was uncontrollably sent flying backward. Witnessing this scene, Whis' eyes lit up. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Oh, this is getting interesting." Goku seems to have received some guidance from Mr. Popo at the temple, perhaps? In all of Earth, I cannot think of anyone else who could hone Goku's reflexes and combat intuition to such a degree. "Goku!" he shouted, as he instantly pursued the airborne Vegeta. A fierce side kick struck Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force, propelling him into the sky like a mere ball. Vegeta spun several times in the air before barely stabilizing himself, his internal energy roiling violently. Yet before he could catch his breath, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air from behind sent his expression into turmoil. Damn it! Goku had somehow appeared above him. Hands clasped together in a hammer-like form, raised high, and with a weighty force descending like a colossal axe. Boom! Aya! Vegeta had no time to evade, his back taking the brunt of the heavy blow, pain radiating throughout his entire being. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, dust soaring into the sky. Vegeta's body crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Goku descended slowly, hovering above the chasm, his golden aura burning steadily, his emerald eyes coldly scrutinizing the pit below. He began to speak, his calm voice carrying immense pressure. "Did you not claim to be Super Vegeta? Is this truly all you are capable of?" Within the depths of the crater, Vegeta struggled to rise, his body trembling in fury at Goku's words. His clenched teeth nearly drew blood. Humiliation, rage, and unwillingness surged within him like a tempest. "If this is truly all you can do." Goku's voice suddenly intensified. "Then today, you shall be defeated here." Huh! Goku erupted once more, his golden aura blazing even brighter. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, trailing a long tail of fire, fiercely diving towards Vegeta in the pit below. Vegeta, sensing the impending threat, felt his pupils constrict. He clenched his fists tightly, forcing himself to remain calm. "Kakarot, to think you can defeat me, Vegeta, you are sorely mistaken." Vegeta unleashed a defiant roar, his hands rapidly moving as he fired dozens of energy blasts towards the descending Goku, attempting to disrupt his trajectory. Concurrently, Vegeta's form darted swiftly to the side and ascended higher into the sky. He gathered his hands tightly at his waist, his body curling, as energy began to converge at an unprecedented speed in his palms. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sending shivers down the spine. "This is my final strike. Kakarot." Vegeta's voice, distorted by the extreme concentration of energy, revealed a massive, swirling purple orb of destruction forming between his hands. Seeing this, Goku immediately halted his pursuit, landing atop a towering peak. His expression shifted to one of gravity. As he planted his feet firmly and swiftly gathered his hands at his waist, a brilliant blue light beginning to coalesce rapidly in his palms. "Here it comes." A classic moment. Whis placed a hand on the tense and rigid Raditz shoulder, while the other seemingly searched for something, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he murmured, "We're about to witness it. How could that fool Vegeta be on the left? TSK, I should have brought some snacks. What a blunder." In the center of Goku's hands, the energy of the Kamehameha surged and concentrated, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. High above, Vegeta infused all his power into the colossal purple orb, the volume and intensity of the Gallic gun escalating rapidly. Both warriors reached the pinnacle of their energy accumulation, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, with only the hum of concentrated energy sending chills through the air. Nappa, lying on the ground, and Raditz, standing beside Whis, held their breath in tense anticipation, eyes fixed upon the two destructive energies poised to collide in the sky. They fervently prayed for Vegeta's victory. Yet, gazing at Goku's unwavering demeanor below, a sense of unease crept into their hearts. At last, both warriors reached the apex of their power. Kamehameha. Gallic gun, unleash. A colossal beam of energy, one blue and one purple, surged forth, embodying the full might of both combatants, resembling two roaring dragons as they collided with a resounding crash. The thunderous echo reverberated, exploding into a cacophony that shook the very earth. A terrifying shockwave radiated in circular ripples, sending waves of soil cascading upwards, while massive boulders were effortlessly torn asunder, scattered like mere paper. The airborne debris and dust pummeled the distant spectators, including Videl, yet they remained transfixed, their gazes locked on the epicenter of the energy clash. After a brief stalemate, the tide of battle began to shift. Goku's Kamehameha wave, inch by inch, steadily, yet resolutely, pushed back Vegeta's Gallic gun. What? Vegeta's confidence faltered, morphing into sheer disbelief and horror. How is this possible? Your strength surpasses mine. I have ascended to Super Saiyan. I cannot lose. I refuse to accept this. No matter how vehemently Vegeta howled or strained to extract the last vestiges of energy within him, he could not halt the relentless advance of Goku's Kamehameha. Amidst the thunderous roar and Vegeta's anguished cries, the azure wave ultimately engulfed the violet beam, subsequently crashing down upon Vegeta with unyielding force. Vegeta's form was instantaneously consumed by the vast tide of blue energy, screaming as he was propelled into the sky, ultimately vanishing like a blue star on the horizon. As the tumultuous aftermath of their clash subsided, only desolation and the howling wind remained. Goku panted heavily, his arms dangling in exhaustion. The golden aura surrounding him dissipated rapidly, his hair and eyes returning to their natural black. He gazed towards the direction Vegeta had vanished. Fatigue notwithstanding, a smile crept onto his face. This battle I have won. Suddenly, Videl appeared beside Goku, laughing heartily as he patted Goku on the shoulder. Well done, my boy. You truly are remarkable, Goku. Goku intended to respond with a smile, but suddenly recollecting something, his grin vanished. A shadow of sorrow and despondence replaced it. He looked up at Videl, his voice low and heavy. Videl, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Launch, have they truly all been killed by Vegeta's forces? His eyes bore a glimmer of faint hope, fixated on Videl, as if yearning to hear a denial. Although he knew the Dragon Balls could bring them back, the mere thought of his friends enduring the agony of death weighed heavily on his heart. Videl, observing Goku's expression, felt his own smile fade. He sighed, donning a grave and solemn demeanor, and firmly clasped Goku's shoulder, speaking in a sorrowful tone. I was lying to you. Goku instinctively nodded, maintaining his sorrowful visage as he murmured, I'm fine, and there's the Dragon Balls, right? In the next moment, he froze abruptly. His mind seemed to stall, slowly turning to gaze blankly at Videl. After a long pause, he croaked out a dry syllable, huh? Videl, unable to suppress a chuckle at Goku's bewildered expression, finally broke into laughter, stifling his mirth as he addressed Goku. I was just kidding. No need to thank me excessively. I merely helped you out since you were stuck in your form. Just remember to treat me to a few meals later. Goku, still dazed, blinked as he processed this overwhelming revelation. He hesitated, cautiously confirming, so, that means Krillin and the others are actually safe? Everyone is all right. Videl offered no further reply, merely turning away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, before he began to walk off. Goku's expression shifted as realization dawned. His eyes widened, eyebrows raised, fury igniting within him. Videl, he shouted, charging forward, attempting to seize Videl's clothing. I trusted you completely. How could you deceive me with the safety of everyone at stake? Ha. Sorry, Goku. Just a little joke. Videl laughed heartily, dodging Goku's grasp, his figure flickering as he distanced himself. Forgive me, Goku. I promise this is the last time. I won't trust your nonsense. Goku shouted in exasperation, disregarding his fatigue as he chased after Videl. The two figures, one pursuing and the other evading, rapidly faded into the horizon, leaving only Goku's furious shouts and Videl's raucous laughter echoing across the desolate landscape. Meanwhile, Raditz and the barely risen Nappa exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, Raditz spoke up. Nappa, why not fly up and check on Prince Vegeta? Nappa shook his bald head vigorously, lowering his voice. I'm foolish, but not stupid. If I fly up and see the prince in a sorry state, he will surely kill me to keep me silent. Do you wish to end my life? Raditz pondered Nappa's reasoning, recognizing its soundness given Vegeta's temperament. Thus, the two Saiyans remained rooted in place, gazing skyward, silently praying. Prince Vegeta, may you be safe and please come down soon. Standing here staring at the sky feels rather foolish. Chapter 32, A Wish to Fulfill All Desires. The atmosphere in the brief residence's living room was somewhat charged. Goku, looking aggrieved, akin to a child reporting a grievance, animatedly recounted to Bulma how Videl had deceived him. Bulma initially raised an eyebrow in surprise, then shot an irritated glare at Videl, who was attempting to feign interest in the scenery. After hearing Goku's account, she commanded the robotic butler, prepare the most lavish feast, with plenty of meat. Then, with precision, she tugged Videl's ear and twisted it. Ouch! Easy there, darling. Videl winced, grinning sheepishly. I mean you. How could you deceive someone as simple-hearted as Goku? Do you find joy in seeing him upset? Bulma scolded, if you're so idle. Come help me with errands. What could Videl do in the face of his wife's demands? He could only nod repeatedly, wearing a sheepish smile as he acquiesced. Indeed. It is my fault, my fault. You require assistance, do you? Not a problem. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Before long, a lavish feast, replete with an array of sumptuous dishes and tantalizing aromas, was presented upon the table by robot servants. A whole roasted lamb, golden and crispy, succulent cuts of dinosaur meat, and an assortment of exquisite delicacies graced the table. Goku, upon beholding this opulent spread, swiftly dismissed any lingering grievances, his mouth watering in anticipation. His eyes sparkled with joy, yearning to dive into the feast at once. However, Viteli interjected, let us hold off on the feasting for a moment. I shall summon that fellow Vegeta. He is not so bad. Really, just a tad prideful, a bit foul-mouthed, somewhat diminutive, and a touch rigid in his thinking. Ahem, in any case, you might just find yourselves becoming quite good friends in the future. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately ceased his drooling over the food, nodding in agreement. Indeed, since you, Viteli, were the one who misled me about the earlier matters, and Vegeta did not send anyone to eliminate us, he cannot be a villain. Viteli chuckled softly at Goku's words, murmuring under his breath, isn't he a villain, though, for nearly eliminating you? Truly, you are something else, Goku. With that enigmatic remark lingering in the air, Viteli vanished from the dining hall in an instant. On a peak of a snow-capped mountain somewhere on Earth, the biting wind howled as Vegeta stood alone at the summit. Arms crossed, his tattered battle suit flapping in the chill. The scars from his battle with Goku had yet to heal, and some minor wounds still oozed faintly. His expression was dark, his gaze lost in the rolling sea of clouds, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Suddenly, Viteli appeared behind him without a hint of forewarning. Ah, Vegeta, he greeted cheerily. Care to join me for a meal? My home has prepared an abundance of delicious treats. Vegeta's body stiffened slightly, yet he did not turn around, merely responding with a frosty snort from his nose. Humph. In his heart, he seethed at the thought of Viteli, that scoundrel who had resorted to fabricating slanders to provoke that fool Kakarot into transforming and defeating him, thus inciting a humiliation he would etch into his memory for all eternity. Viteli, unfazed by Vegeta's cold demeanor, approached him with a grin, casually throwing an arm around his shoulder. This gesture caused Vegeta to tense up once more. Viteli instinctively compared their heights, noting that Vegeta's head barely reached his chest. Unable to contain himself, Viteli burst into laughter. Vegeta whipped around, fixing him with a furious glare, the flames of anger igniting in his eyes. What are you laughing at? You imbecile. Viteli quickly raised his hands in mock surrender, feigning an insincere apology. My apologies, I simply could not help it. It's your fault for being so short. By the way, Kakarot and I have been steadily growing taller these past few years. What about you? Have you hit a growth spurt yet? Standing at a height of precisely 6 feet, while Goku measured around 5 feet 9, Vegeta, by comparison, was likely barely 5 feet 5. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as though someone had stepped on his tail. He practically shouted, I am a Saiyan, the proud prince of the warrior race. My stature may not be towering, but my combat power is. Viteli, you scoundrel, do not laugh at me. With that, he swung a fist towards Viteli's face in a fit of rage. Viteli, finding amusement in Vegeta's flustered state, only laughed harder, his shoulders shaking, completely ignoring the punch that landed on his cheek, which felt like a mere tickle to him. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, but this is just too funny. Vegeta's expression darkened, as if he were confronting the murderer of his family. If looks could kill, Viteli would have been a goner. Finally, after laughter had subsided, Viteli rubbed his eyes dry and patted Vegeta's shoulder, half jokingly, yet half seriously remarking, So, Vegeta, who do you consider your rival? Kakarot? He just defeated you. Or do you think you can best me? Should I simply stand here and allow you to attack me for 10 minutes without defending myself? To see if you can breach my defenses? Vegeta's previously softened expression flared up again, his face turning red with fury. He huffed and puffed, finally managing to retort through gritted teeth, Kakarot's victory was due to unfair means. You interfered in my battle with him. Otherwise, I would never have lost. Viteli shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, it's all my fault. Now, noble Prince Vegeta, are you joining us for a meal or not? If you decline, Kakarot and I shall begin without you. With such a feast before us, are you truly certain you will not partake? Vegeta's face contorted in an internal struggle. On one hand, he was loath to grant the insufferable Viteli any semblance of satisfaction. Yet on the other, the intensity of his hunger, having endured a rigorous battle, compelled him. He had also developed a taste for the delectable cuisine of Earth. Ultimately, hunger triumphed over pride. He let out a heavy sigh, turning away, and declared in a tone befitting a warrior, "Humph. I shall go. You will witness my prowess. While I may not be your match now, at the dining table, you shall certainly not prevail against me, Vegeta." Viteli smirked inwardly, bemused by this peculiar sense of rivalry. "Very well then, the dining table's champion shall be you. Let us proceed." He placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. In a flash, their figures vanished from the frigid mountaintop, only to reappear in the warm, inviting dining hall of the brief residence, filled with the enticing aroma of food. Upon arrival, Vegeta shrugged off Viteli's hand with disdain, as if it had touched something filthy. Without sparing Viteli a glance, he marched over to the table, finding an empty seat where he plopped down, arms crossed, chin held high, striving to maintain an air of superiority. Yet, his tattered battle attire and visible wounds rendered it difficult to uphold that facade of arrogance. Goku, who had been staring longingly at the spread of food, immediately brightened upon seeing Vegeta's arrival. "Hey, Vegeta, you made it." Vegeta, too proud to acknowledge him directly, merely huffed coldly and firmly declared, "In our next battle, I will be the victor." Without allowing Goku a chance to respond, he seized a fork and knife, launching an audacious assault on the banquet before him. The speed and ferocity of his eating resembled that of a fierce battle. Seeing this, Goku couldn't help but panic, shouting, "I will not lose." Then he immediately joined the fray at the dining table. Viteli observed as the two gluttons voraciously devoured their food, occasionally exchanging provocative glances. And he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "These two are truly fated to be together." Watching the two of them, their faces flushed from overeating. He was far too sensible to compete with these famished souls for sustenance. Instead, he turned and strolled into a nearby small dining room to indulge in his meal. After all, does one not understand the concept of a private feast? Bulma undoubtedly had reserved something far superior for him. Once satiated, Goku and Vegeta slumped in their chairs, their bellies distended, finding even the slightest movement of a finger laborious. Yet, the battle between them was far from over. "Hick, just now, I devoured 3 more pieces of that roasted meat than you. I am the victor, Kakarot," Vegeta proclaimed, struggling to articulate his triumph through his full stomach. Goku, equally stuffed, retorted defiantly, "That is not true. You started before me. Vegeta, you're cheating. It doesn't count." "Nonsense. That was a strategy. It's just cheating." The two of them, slumped in their chairs, appeared too exhausted to argue vigorously, yet their debate raged on. After regaining some strength, they began to struggle to rise, eager to find a place to continue their contest and determine who truly emerged victorious. Just then, a refreshed Viteli re-entered the main dining area after his meal. Observing the two in their current state, he seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of competition. "Oh, it seems neither of you is willing to concede. Merely competing in eating seems rather trivial. Why not challenge me instead?" He paused, presenting a tantalizing proposition. "I shall only evade your attacks, never striking back. If either of you manages to touch me or can make me feel pressured, then you will be declared the winner. What say you? Are you brave enough to accept this challenge?" This proposal piqued the interest of both Goku and Vegeta. Goku, frequently bullied by Viteli, had longed for an opportunity to confront him in combat, even if it were only to land a single hit. Vegeta, who had been overpowered by Viteli since childhood, was constantly yearning to deliver a beating to this insufferable brat. Even merely making him feel pressure would suffice. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, instantly recognizing the shared intent in each other's eyes. They promptly struggled to their feet, their stomachs still uncomfortably full, yet their fighting spirit reignited. They eagerly turned their gaze toward Viteli. Seeing their determination, Viteli smiled, pleased with his scheming. "Excellent. You both possess such spirit. Let us find a secluded place to engage in a proper spar." However, just as the trio was preparing to venture out in search of an open space for their 2-on-1 bout, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the entrance of the dining room, interrupting their plans. "I say, you science." Bulma stood there, hands on her hips, a look of exasperation etched across her face. "Can you not think of anything other than fighting? Especially you, Viteli." She pointed directly at him. "Have you forgotten what you promised me earlier? Weren't you going to help me?" Viteli froze, his previously excited expression crumbling instantly. Bulma wasted no time, issuing her command. "Mom has already finalized the purchase agreement with the largest livestock farm in the western city. Here is the contract." She thrust a document into Viteli's hands. "The owner is waiting for you. Go sign the contract, make the payment, and handle the necessary procedures." Viteli stared blankly at the contract in his hand, incredulity washing over him as he pointed at himself and stammered, "Me? Sign the contract? Handle procedures?" He was a destroyer god, albeit a candidate, yet tasked with such mundane duties. Bulma nodded matter-of-factly and urged him onward. "Of course. Otherwise, am I supposed to do it myself? I'm quite busy. Hurry up and return. Viteli had no retort. Defeated, he took the contract and flew off, looking as dejected as a wilting eggplant. With Viteli dispatched, Bulma turned her attention to Goku. Goku. Huh. Here. Goku instinctively stood tall. The core components of the large ecological simulation chamber my father ordered from the Northern Industrial Zone have been completed, but the factory is overwhelmed with orders and cannot arrange for delivery. Bulma handed him a note with the address. This is the factory's address. Go retrieve the items for me. Remember, they are quite delicate and heavy, so make sure to store them in a universal capsule for transport. Be careful not to damage anything. Wait, I'm supposed to pick it up? Goku was momentarily taken aback, but upon meeting Bulma's unyielding gaze, he dared not protest. He accepted the note, and, similarly dejected, flew away. Finally, Bulma's gaze settled on the only remaining Saiyan, Vegeta. He immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, discomfort coursing through him. He nervously regarded the formidable Earth woman before him, instinctively sensing that she was far more challenging to deal with than either Viteli or Kakarot. Bulma scrutinized Vegeta, seemingly contemplating what task to assign him. Soon, an idea struck her, and she commanded, "You are Vegeta, correct? I will give you the Dragon Ball radar. Your mission is to collect all 7 Dragon Balls for me. I have plans for them." What? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with indignation at the thought of a prince of the Saiyan race being sent on a trivial quest for some orbs. He bit back his fury, attempting to maintain his dignity. "Why should I follow your orders?" Bulma interrupted him mid-sentence, throwing out, "Oh, unwilling, are we? Very well. After all, Viteli seemed to mention he possesses training methods that could make you stronger. Since you refuse to assist, I shall have him teach only Goku when he returns. You may leave now. I wish you a pleasant journey." With that, Bulma pretended to turn away, ready to depart. At the mention of becoming stronger, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. An internal struggle surged within him like crashing waves. Dignity? Pride? What do those matter in comparison to strength? Wait. Vegeta nearly shouted through clenched teeth. His expression fluctuated, yet the insatiable thirst for power overwhelmed all else. Though he relented, he maintained a facade of defiance. "I'm not doing this for you. I simply have nothing better to do after my meal. What exactly are these Dragon Balls? What purpose do they serve?" Bulma halted, a satisfied smile gracing her face as if she had anticipated this outcome. She produced the Dragon Ball radar and tossed it to Vegeta, casually explaining. "They are orange-yellow orbs adorned with star patterns, roughly this size." She gestured with her hands. "Scattered across the globe, there are 7 in total. Once gathered, they can grant any wish. Now, I'm quite busy, so I must take my leave." Upon finishing her words, Bulma swiftly turned and exited the restaurant, making her way directly towards her laboratory, leaving Vegeta momentarily stunned in her wake. Instinctively, Vegeta grasped the device known as the Dragon Radar. His gaze fixed vacantly in the direction where Bulma had vanished, her casual utterance echoing incessantly in his mind. To fulfill any wish. To fulfill any wish. To fulfill any wish. In an instant, a tempest surged within Vegeta's heart. The bitterness of failure, his fury towards Whis, jealousy towards Kakarot, and the frustration of his own inadequacy seemed to find an outlet and resolution. His breath became labored, and his eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and ambition. To fulfill any wish, he murmured softly, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched the Dragon Radar in exhilaration. If this were true, then Vegeta could. Chapter 33. Perhaps not so bad after all. At this moment, Whis found himself in an office imbued with a subtle aroma of hay and livestock, seated across from a robust, affable ranch owner. He was currently assisting Bulma in negotiating the acquisition with this portly proprietor. However, rather than a discussion, it felt more like the stout owner was enthusiastically conducting a one-sided presentation, with Whis mostly listening quietly, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. "So, Mr. Whis, the contract essentially encompasses these terms: the transfer of ownership of all livestock, equipment, land, and all employees. The Universal Capsule Corporation has already agreed on the price with us." The plump owner rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with the shrewd smile characteristic of a businessman. The contract details were swiftly confirmed. In high spirits, the owner offered to accompany Whis on a tour of the expansive ranch. The two strolled across the pasture, observing herds of cattle and sheep leisurely grazing, with distant fences and modern barns dotting the landscape. As the owner gazed upon the land he had cultivated for many years, a hint of unnoticeable nostalgia and reluctance flickered in his eyes. He began to recount the illustrious history of his family's stewardship of the ranch, detailing how it had evolved from a modest establishment to its current grandeur. Whis keenly perceived the sadness in his eyes, prompting him to inquire curiously, "Given your profound attachment and reluctance to part with this ranch, why have you decided to sell it?" Upon hearing this, the owner's smile waned, replaced by a soft sigh. His tone turned a shade melancholic. Ah, the reasons are twofold. He extended 2 chubby fingers towards Whis. The first is for my daughter. A mixture of helplessness and affection crossed his face. She has grown, developed her own ideas and aspirations, and is reluctant to inherit this family business, finding the daily dealings with cattle uninteresting. After graduating from university, she ventured to the East City, where she now teaches at, what was it called? Ah yes, Orange Star High School. Her work keeps her busy, and she rarely returns to West City throughout the year. My wife and I miss her dearly. We thought it best to sell the ranch, purchase a home in East City, and be closer to her. Whis nodded in understanding. It was indeed a heartwarming reason. And what is the second reason? Upon mentioning the second reason, the owner's melancholic demeanor vanished in an instant. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, his eyes narrowing into slits of mirth, and lowered his voice conspiratorially. Well, the second reason is that the Universal Capsule Corporation is offering far too generous a deal. The price is simply irresistible. Whis nearly stumbled at this revelation. He had anticipated hearing some desperate plight or insurmountable business difficulties, yet this? Merely a devoted father selling his enterprise for the sake of financial gain to reunite with his daughter? The absurdity of such reasoning left him both amused and bewildered. After completing the tour of the ranch, was prepared to take his leave. With a smile, he bid farewell to the fatherly proprietor. Now that the contract is signed, there are some subsequent formalities to attend to, so I shall take my leave and not impose further. Ah, very well. Mr. Whis, do take care. Please extend my regards to Mrs. Brief. The owner warmly escorted him to the ranch entrance. Then, under the astonished gaze of the owner, as if witnessing a phantom, Whis effortlessly lifted off the ground and soared away, his figure swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Whis next arrived at the municipal hall in West City to process the relevant property transfer documents. However, the proceedings proved far more cumbersome than he had anticipated. Faced with a myriad of forms, documents, and the procedural inquiries of various officials, Whis felt overwhelmed. His formidable strength rendered utterly useless in the face of bureaucratic red tape. Just as patience began to wane, an official cheerfully handed him a thick stack of forms requiring detailed completion. Gazing at the towering pile of paperwork, he paused for 3 seconds in silence. Then, decisively, he placed all the documents back on the desk and addressed the still smiling official. This, I bid you farewell. Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, his speed far exceeding that of his arrival. Such tedious formalities were best left to the ever-capable Bulma, who could reassign professionals to handle them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, beep, 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 beep. Vegeta was soaring through the skies at an astonishing speed, clutching the Dragon radar. The radar screen flickered with points of light, indicating the proximity of the Dragon Balls. This is the place. Vegeta abruptly halted, hovering high above. Peering down, he beheld an endless expanse of cerulean ocean. The signal for the Dragon Ball emanated from beneath these deep waters. Without a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply and plunged into the frigid sea, swiftly descending towards the location indicated by the radar. The light gradually dimmed, and the water pressure intensified, yet these challenges were trivial to Vegeta. Guided by the radar, he navigated through a vibrant coral reef and ultimately discovered an orange-hued orb half buried in the sand, adorned with 3 red stars. Found it. A surge of joy flooded Vegeta's heart as he swiftly retrieved the orb. At last, all 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. He eagerly burst forth from the ocean's surface. Ascending back into the sky, water dripped from his form, but he paid it no mind, his excitement fixated on the Dragon Ball he had just unearthed. However, in the wake of his elation, Vegeta's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball, and he suddenly found himself lost in thought. He recalled not long ago, when he and Nappa and Raditz had been relentlessly pursued by Frieza's army, a dire situation indeed. Yet, despite the peril, pride filled his heart. He believed that even the formidable Frieza had failed to extinguish his life, and that his successful escape was a testament to his strength. However, all of this confidence was utterly shattered upon encountering Vetril. That fleeting yet despairing confrontation, coupled with Vetril's unfathomable power, made him truly experience the essence of helplessness for the first time. How could such a mere advanced warrior possess such strength? Huh. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his mirth echoing across the desolate seascape, a cacophony filled with complex and inscrutable emotions. He fixated intently on the Dragon Balls in his grasp, as if he had unearthed the answer. So that's how it is. This is how you become stronger. Vetril, Vegeta muttered to himself, his expression shifting continuously. A mere advanced warrior. No wonder I am no match for you. So you rely on the power of these. The method of becoming stronger that foolish woman spoke of? Is this what she meant? Ha 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 ha. This is indeed your way of gaining strength. He vocally unleashed his inner turmoil and the exhilaration of uncovering the truth, gradually calming down after a considerable time. At this point, Vegeta's gaze sharpened anew. First, he must find a secluded spot, then make his wish immediately. Resolute, he transformed into a streak of light, gliding swiftly over the ocean, his eyes scanning the horizon like a hawk in search of an appropriate uninhabited island. Just as Vegeta's intense emotional upheaval erupted, at Kame House, the turtle hermit, leisurely perusing the latest issue of a swimsuit magazine while lounging in a beach chair, suddenly fell with a thud to the ground. He disregarded the magazine, sitting up abruptly, his gaze transfixed in the general direction of Vegeta, his face etched with shock. Master Roshi. Krillin also burst from the house, his face marked by palpable fear as he looked toward the direction where Master Roshi was staring, his voice trembling. What is this? The one who fought Goku last time? Such immense energy. He stammered in terror, seeking comfort from the martial arts master. A complex expression crossed Master Roshi's face, ultimately dissolving into a long, heavy sigh as he muttered softly, shaking his head. I'm getting old, truly old. These young ones are as strong as monsters. I can hardly comprehend this world anymore. Krillin swallowed hard, managing to murmur, could it be that Goku lost in the previous battle? Vegeta, however, paid no heed to the two faint energies in the distance, his entire focus fixated on making his wish. His figure darted swiftly across the ocean's surface, and soon, a deserted island appeared before his eyes. The island was lush with greenery, yet bore no signs of human activity. This is the place. Vegeta landed swiftly on the sandy beach of the uninhabited island. With excitement and reverence, he carefully arranged the 7 Dragon Balls on the sand. After adjusting his breathing, he faced the Dragon Balls and, with all his might, shouted with fervent desire, I want to be stronger than Viteli. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the palm trees and the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore could be heard. The Dragon Balls lay quietly on the sand, unresponsive. A startled seagull, frightened by Vegeta's sudden outburst, let out a frantic cry and flapped its wings, hastily taking flight. Vegeta, his excitement and anticipation instantly froze on his face. Could it be that the Earth Woman deceived me? Vegeta furrowed his brow, but then quickly dismissed the thought. No, she had no reason to deceive me. There must be something wrong. He suddenly clapped his hands, believing he had identified the crux. Of course. It must be the placement that is incorrect, or perhaps my wishing posture is flawed. This shouldn't be a challenge for me, Vegeta. He immediately set to work, meticulously rearranging the 7 Dragon Balls, this time organizing them into a neat formation. After taking another deep breath, he shouted with an even more powerful voice, I want to be stronger than Viteli. The Dragon Balls, Vegeta's forehead began to throb with veins. Undeterred, he tried again, this time aligning the Dragon Balls in a straight line. Meanwhile, within the divine temple of the heavens, the god of Earth and Bubbles watched Vegeta's frantic efforts on the deserted island. The god of Earth wore a grim expression, his lips twitching as he turned to Bubbles. Muttering, Mr. Bubbles, do you think there's something a bit off with this Saiyan prince? He pointed to his head. Bubbles, still expressionless, silently observed Vegeta's relentless attempts to adjust the Dragon Ball's arrangement. After a moment of silence, he nodded affirmatively and replied in his usual monotone, the god speaks the truth. In West City, within the brief residence, Bulma was helplessly staring at the massive pile of documents brought back by Viteli, feeling overwhelmed. She sighed and muttered in frustration, what a fool. Can't even manage to fill out dozens of forms. Useless man. If you dare not prepare 99 roses when you propose. I swear. She paused, seemingly recalling Viteli's troublesome nature, and casually amended her statement. No, 9 roses. If you dare not prepare 9 roses and create a romantic proposal, I shall not marry you. She purposefully ignored the fact that roses were abundant on Earth and easily obtainable. After all, given her understanding of Viteli's emotional intelligence, it was very likely she would have to secretly purchase the roses herself, then place them in his hands, prompting him to kneel before her to complete the romantic gesture. As she pondered these thoughts, Bulma's mind began to drift. She started envisioning the scene of her future marriage to Viteli and the everyday life they would share with children. Momentarily forgetting the documents she needed to fill out. Just then, a tremendous sonic boom reverberated through the sky, causing the window glass to rattle. Bulma jumped at the sudden noise, instantly pulled back to reality. Frowning, she rose and walked to the window to gaze outside. She saw a figure descending at an astonishing speed, crashing onto the estate's lawn and kicking up a cloud of dust and grass. The newcomer was none other than Vegeta, who had gone out to search for the Dragon Balls. For heaven's sake, Bulma opened the window and shouted at Vegeta. Exasperated, can you make a quieter entrance next time? You nearly scared me to death. Have you gathered the Dragon Balls? Hand them over. As she spoke, she reached out from the window, signaling for Vegeta to pass her the Dragon Balls. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Instead of handing over the Dragon Balls, he instinctively clutched them tighter. Suppressing his anger, he brusquely demanded, "Quit the nonsense, woman. Tell me, how exactly do I wish with these Dragon Balls?" Bulma was taken aback by his question, quickly realizing that he intended to claim the Dragon Balls for himself. As she was about to speak, a gentle breeze swept by, and there stood Viteli, smiling amiably beside her. He casually wrapped his arm around Bulma, drawing her closer into his embrace. Then, with a grin, he turned to the visibly displeased Vegeta and asked lightly, "From your tone, I gather you intend to make a wish with the Dragon Balls yourself?" Vegeta's expression was icy, his demeanor exuding an air of haughty certainty as he declared, "And what of it, Viteli? I have unraveled your secret. You have become this powerful by wishing upon that orb. Haven to you. Otherwise, how could a mere elite warrior surpass me, the esteemed prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta? It simply defies logic." Observing the unwavering conviction on Vegeta's face, as if he had grasped the very truths of the universe, Viteli couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He sighed dramatically and replied nonchalantly, "Well, if that is how you wish to perceive it, then so be it. Go ahead and make your wish." Vegeta, taken aback by Viteli's abrupt admission, quickly pressed on, "Humph. Such eloquent words. Dare you tell me how to use this thing?" Unable to contain herself, Bulma interjected, "Are you foolish? Of course, you must summon the Eternal Dragon. How else would you make a wish? Do you think you just shout at the Dragon Balls?" Viteli stifled a laugh at the sight of Vegeta's face turning crimson with indignation, evidently having tried shouting directly at the Dragon Balls. He managed to compose himself, clearing his throat, and said, "It's quite simple. Place the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and call out, 'Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish.' Then state your desire." Vegeta regarded Viteli with skepticism, but ultimately decided to follow his instructions. He retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket and carefully placed them on the grass. Taking a deep breath, he cast a sharp gaze at Viteli, his voice laced with provocation. "Are you not concerned that once I make my wish, I shall surpass you in power?" Viteli exchanged glances with Bulma, both of them shrugging in unison, responding in perfect harmony, "Be our guest." They even synchronized a gesture that seemed to say, "Please, commence your performance." Vegeta was incensed by their dismissive attitude, reminding himself that making the wish was paramount. He forced his focus back to the Dragon Balls, casting a lingering glare at Viteli, as if to engrave his arrogant visage into memory. Then he faced the Dragon Balls, summoning all his strength to bellow, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish." A resonating hum echoed as, seemingly in response to his call, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in a dazzling golden light. The sky above West City was suddenly shrouded in an eerie darkness, as if night had descended prematurely. The radiance of the Dragon Balls intensified, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant golden beam that shot skyward. A thunderous roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A magnificent emerald dragon, radiating an aura of infinite majesty, materialized from the light. Its colossal form coiled through the dark clouds, and moments later, it lowered its head, its enormous crimson eyes surveying the tiny humans below. In a deep and resounding voice, the dragon proclaimed, "O summoner of the Eternal Dragon, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall fulfill it." As the words hung in the air, the dragon's imposing gaze fell upon Viteli, and its massive body froze. The previously grand tone underwent a complete transformation, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor as it addressed Viteli. "It is truly an honor to meet the esteemed god of destruction. Lord Viteli, what may I do for you?" The excitement and anticipation on Vegeta's face instantly morphed into sheer shock and disbelief. He whipped around, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, fixed on the innocently smiling Viteli, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Why you a god of destruction?" Viteli found Vegeta's reaction amusing. He waved his hand dismissively, donning an air of modesty. Then, in a self-effacing tone, he said to the dragon, "Oh dear, you flatter me. There's no need for such reverence. I'm merely an apprentice, far from being a significant figure." He then pointed to the now petrified Vegeta and cheerfully informed the dragon, "Pay no mind to me. The one who summoned you today is that fellow over there. The short one." Bulma, observing Viteli's feigned humility that was laced with pride, couldn't resist pinching his cheeks and pulling them apart, her face scrunching with disdain. "Stop smiling like that. It's utterly hideous." Viteli, struggling to articulate through her grip, protested, What is wrong with my smile? It's clearly a gentle one." Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "Your previous smile contained 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts indifference, 3 parts sleaziness, and 1 part mockery. It's utterly ghastly." Viteli chuckled, pulling Bulma close while ruffling her blue hair playfully. "My word, Are you constructing a pie chart for me? Your analysis is remarkably precise. Vegeta, watching the pair engage in their flirtatious banter while completely disregarding the dragon and his own presence, felt a surge of impotent rage rising within him. He forcibly quelled his fury, redirecting his attention back to the dragon in the sky. Hey, Vegeta crossed his arms, looking up at the dragon with skepticism. You claim you can grant any wish? Is that truly the case? The dragon lowered its massive head slightly, its red eyes glancing at Viteli. Noticing Viteli's lack of response, it resumed its enigmatic and formidable posture, nodding ever so slightly. Very well. Listen closely. Vegeta inhaled deeply, channeling all his ambition as he bellowed. My wish is to become stronger than that god of destruction, Viteli. Silence enveloped the scene. The dragon appeared momentarily stunned, its colossal face seemingly frozen. Its anthropomorphic eyes blinked, and it appeared to sweat a bead of cold perspiration. After a brief pause, the dragon-esque grand voice resounded once more, tinged with a hint of exasperation. I'm afraid that wish is, somewhat unrealistic. Please choose another. What? What did you say? Vegeta stammered, bewildered. You said what? Say that again. You claimed any wish could be granted. Why can't this one be fulfilled? The dragon's immense head seemed to shake in resignation, its voice low as it advised with a touch of sympathy. Choose another, Saiyan. That wish you seek is impossible to realize. And no, impossible. Vegeta felt his convictions shaken to their core, yet he refused to relent. He quickly conjured a backup plan. Then, let me obtain the power of immortality. The divine dragon shook its head once more, its tone tinged with a deeper sense of resignation. I regret to inform you that this, too, cannot be fulfilled. I can only expedite your recovery or extend your natural lifespan. You may choose one of these two effects. With two wishes callously denied, Vegeta was consumed by a furious tempest of rage. All his anticipation and ambition transformed into an overwhelming inferno of indignation. This is impossible. That is impossible. What, pray tell, can you actually do? What purpose do you serve? Vegeta pointed an accusatory finger at the divine dragon, his body trembling with fury. I understand now. You are all in cahoots. You are deceiving me. You cannot grant any wishes at all. You are merely colluding to toy with me. Vegeta, is that not so? The divine dragon gazed down at the almost despondent Vegeta, and a remarkably human-like expression of exasperation emerged on its colossal visage. It sighed with resignation and spoke. I am not deceiving you. It is simply that your wishes are rather outlandish. Perhaps you might consider a simpler, more attainable desire. For instance, would you like an abundance of wealth? Or perhaps immense power? Humph, what use are such trifles? The light in Vegeta's eyes extinguished entirely, as all hope and enthusiasm seemed to be siphoned away in an instant. He muttered in a hushed tone, feeling as though the entire world was mocking him. Vegeta. He averted his gaze from the divine dragon, as well as from Whis and Bulma. With a sudden stomp, he propelled himself skyward like a shooting star, vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving behind a silhouette brimming with frustration and fury for those present. The atmosphere became palpably awkward in the wake of his departure. Whis, observing the direction in which Vegeta had vanished, stroked his chin and suddenly addressed the divine dragon in the sky. Dear dragon, you can still grant wishes, correct? Then, let us increase the height of that fellow who just flew away by 6 centimeters. Consider it a small consolation. The divine dragon, as if released from a great burden, promptly illuminated its eyes with a crimson glow and eagerly responded, As you wish, Lord Whis. With those words, the dragon's immense form rapidly disintegrated into 7 beams of light, which then scattered and shot off to various corners of Earth, awaiting their revival in a year's time. Bulma watched the dragon balls dissipate into streaks of light, shaking her head with a hint of regret. Honestly, I was hoping to wish for my mother to regain a few years of youth. Now, we have squandered an opportunity. Whis chuckled gently, taking Bulma's small hand in his and giving it a reassuring squeeze. No need to worry, a year passes swiftly. We can make our wishes next year just the same. Come, let me assist you in organizing the necessary paperwork. With that, he led Bulma by the hand as they turned to head indoors. Meanwhile, soaring through the skies in a frenzied flight, Vegeta was consumed by humiliation and wrath when he suddenly felt a gentle warmth radiating throughout his body. He distinctly sensed that his limbs and torso were being subtly tugged by an unseen force. Then, he noticed that his perspective seemed to have elevated slightly. Vegeta? He abruptly halted his flight, instinctively lowering his gaze to inspect his hands and feet, measuring his height with a gesture. It appeared that he had indeed grown a tad taller. He scoffed softly, attempting to dismiss this peculiar change from his mind. Closing his eyes, he focused on the energies of Nappa and Raditz, preparing to reunite with them. Yet, on his typically stern countenance, the taut corners of his mouth inadvertently softened, curling upwards ever so slightly into a faint smile.